We're now broadcasting a classic production from the archives in which Ralph Richardson plays the storyteller and Scrooge with music composed by Christopher Whelan. A Christmas Carol.
Marley was dead to begin with. There is no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Old Marley was dead as a doornail. But Scrooge never painted out his name. There it stood, years afterwards, above the warehouse door. Scrooge and Marley. Scrooge made his eyes red, his thin lips blue, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice. Nobody ever stopped him in the street to say, "My dear Scrooge, how are you?" No beggars implored him to bestow a trifle. No children asked him what it was o'clock, and no man or woman ever once in all his life inquired the way to such and such a place of Scrooge. Once upon a time, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting-house. It was cold, bleak, biting weather, and the fog came pouring in at every chink and keyhole. The door in Scrooge's counting-house was open, that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, who in a dismal little cell beyond, a sort of tank, was copying letters. Scrooge had a very small fire, but the clerk's fire was so very much smaller that he put on his white comforter and tried to warm himself at the candle. Suddenly the street door opened, and a cheerful voice, the voice of Scrooge's nephew, cried,
"A Merry Christmas, Uncle!"
"Christmas? Bah! Humbug!"
"Christmas a humbug? Oh, you don't mean that, I'm sure, Uncle."
"I do. Merry Christmas. What reason have you to be merry? What's Christmas to you but a time for paying bills without money, a time for finding yourself a year older and not an hour richer? Bah! Every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart."
Come, Uncle, dine with us tomorrow.
See you damn first.
But why?
Keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine.
But you don't keep it.
Let me leave it alone, then. Why did you get married?
Because I fell in love.
Because you fell in love. Good afternoon.
Well, I'm sorry for you, Uncle, with all my heart. But I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. A Merry Christmas.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year.
Good afternoon. His nephew left, only stopping to bestow the greetings of the season on the clerk, who, cold as he was warmer than Scrooge, for he returned them cordially.
"And a very Merry Christmas to you, too, sir."
There's another fellow, my clerk, with 15 shillings a week, a wife and family, talking about a Merry Christmas. I'll retire to Bedlam. But this lunatic, in letting Scrooge's nephew out, had let someone else in. It was a portly gentleman, pleasant to behold, who now stood with his hat off in Scrooge's office.
"Scrooge and Marley's, I believe. Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?"
"Mr. Marley's been dead these 7 years. 7 years this very night."
"At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute."
"Are there no prisons?"
"Plenty of prisons."
"And the union workhouses, are they still in operation?"
"I wish I could say they were not."
"The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigor?"
"Both very busy, sir."
"I'm glad to hear it. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments I've mentioned, and those who are badly off must go there."
"Many would rather die."
"If they would rather die, they'd better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Good afternoon, sir." Seeing that it would be useless to pursue the matter further, The gentleman withdrew, and Scrooge resumed his labours with an improved opinion of himself. Meanwhile, the fog and darkness thickened so that people ran about with flaring links, proffering their services to go before horses and carriages and conduct them on their way. The ancient tower of a church, whose gruff old bell was always peeping slyly down at Scrooge out of a Gothic window, became invisible, and struck the hours and quarters in the clouds, with tremulous vibrations as if its teeth were chattering in its frozen head. The cold became intense. The brightness of the shops, where holly sprigs and berries crackled in the lamp heat of the windows, made pale faces ruddy as they passed. The Lord Mayor, in the stronghold of the mighty mansion house, gave orders to his 50 cooks and butlers to keep Christmas as a Lord Mayor's household should. And even the little tailor, whom he had fined 5 shillings on the previous Monday for being drunk and bloodthirsty in the streets, stirred up tomorrow's pudding in his garret, while his lean wife and baby sallied out to buy the beef. In the piercing, searching, biting cold, a boy stooped down at Scrooge's keyhole to regale him with a Christmas carol. But as the first sound of "God bless you, merry gentlemen, may nothing you dismay," Scrooge seized a ruler with such energy of action that the singer fled in terror, leaving the keyhole to the fog. At length the hour of shutting up the counting-house arrived. With an ill will, Scrooge dismounted from his stool, and the expectant clerk in the tank snuffed his candle out and put on his hat. "You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose, Cratchit?"
If quite convenient, sir.
"It's not convenient, and it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'll be bound."
It's only once a year, sir.
Poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning. The clerk promised he would, and Scrooge walked out with a growl. The office was closed in a twinkling, and the clerk, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill 20 times in honor of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt to play at Blind Man's Buff. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers and beguiled the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to bed. He lived in chambers which had once belonged to his deceased partner. They were a gloomy suite of rooms in a lowering pile of building up a yard, where the fog and frost hung about the black old gateway. There was nothing at all particular about the knocker on the door, except that it was very large, and Scrooge had seen it night and morning during his whole residence in that place. But when he put his key in the lock, he saw, in the knocker, Marley's face. Marley's face. It was not in impenetrable shadow, as the other objects in the yard were, but had a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. The hair was curiously stirred, as if by a breath or hot air. And though the eyes were wide open, they were motionless. As Scrooge looked fixedly at this phenomenon, it became a knocker again. To say that he was not startled, or that his blood was not conscious of a terrible sensation, would be untrue. But he put his hand upon the key, turned it, walked in, and lighted his candle. He did pause, with a moment's irresolution, and he did look cautiously behind the door, as if he half expected to be terrified with the sight of Marley's pigtails sticking out into the hall. But there was nothing on the back of the door except the screws and nuts that held the knocker on. So he said, "Oh," and closed it with a bang which resounded through the house like thunder. He fastened the door, walked across the hall, and up the stairs, trimming his candle as he went. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. But this night, before he shut his own heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa, nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Quite satisfied, he closed his door and locked himself in, took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. His glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell, that hung in the room and communicated for some purpose now forgotten with a chamber in the highest story of the building. It was with great astonishment, and with a strange, inexplicable dread, that as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. It swung so softly in the outset that it scarcely made a sound. But soon it rang out loudly, and so did every bell in the house. They ceased as suddenly as they had begun, and were succeeded by a clanking noise, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the cellar, the door of which flew open with a booming sound. Then he heard the noise much louder, on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door, then through the door and into the room. It was Marley. Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights and boots, and with a kerchief bound around his head and chin. The chain he drew was long and wound about him like a tail. It was made of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him and looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind. "I won't believe it," said Scrooge to himself. And then, aloud, "What do you want with me?"
"But..."
"Who are you?"
"Ask me who I was."
"Who were you, then?"
"In life I was Jacob Marley, your partner."
Can you sit down?"
"I can."
"Do it, then."
"You don't believe in me."
"I don't. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. Humbug, I tell you. Humbug." At this the spirit raised a frightful cry, and shook its chain with such a dismal and appalling noise that Scrooge held on tight to his chair to save himself from falling in a swoon. But how much greater was his horror when the phantom, taking off the bandage round its head, as if it were too warm to wear indoors, its lower jaw dropped down upon its breast. Scrooge fell upon his knees, clasping his hands before his face.
"Do you believe in me or not?"
I must. You are fettered. Why?"
"I wear the chain I forged in life. Is its pattern strange to you?"
"Jacob, old Jacob Marley, oh, speak comfort to me, Jacob."
"I have none to give. It comes from other regions, Ebenezer Scrooge. But my time is nearly gone, hear me."
"I will, but don't be too hard on me, Jacob, pray."
"I am here to tell you, Ebenezer, that you have yet a chance of escaping my fate."
"You're always a good friend to me, Jacob. Thank ye.
"You will be haunted by 3 spirits. Expect the first tomorrow when the bell tolls 1, the second on the next night at the same hour, the third upon the next night on the last stroke of 12. Remember what has passed between us."
The spectre took its wrapper from the table, bound it round its head as before, rose, wound its chain over its arm, and walked backwards towards the window, which, at every step, raised itself a little, so that when the spectre reached it, it was wide open. Scrooge became sensible of confused noises in the air, incoherent sounds of lamentation and regret, and of wailing inexpressibly sorrowful. The spectre, after listening for a moment, joined in a mournful dirge, and floated out upon the bleak, dark night. Desperate in his curiosity, Scrooge ran to the window. The air filled with phantoms, wandering hither and thither, moaning as they went. Each one wore chains like Marley's ghost. Some were linked together, none were free. Their misery was that they sought to interfere for good in human matters, and had lost the power forever. Whether these creatures faded into mist, or mist enshrouded them, he could not tell, but they and their spirit voices faded. And Scrooge, closing the window, examined the door by which the ghost had entered. It was double-locked, and the bolts were undisturbed. He tried to say, humbug, but stopped at the first syllable. And being, from the emotions he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or his glimpse of the invisible world, or the lateness of the hour, much in need of repose, went straight to bed without undressing, and fell asleep. When he awoke, it was so dark that he could scarcely distinguish the transparent window from the opaque walls of his chamber. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It was past 2 when I went to bed. An icicle must have got into the works. I can't have slept through a whole day and into another night. He scrambled out of bed and groped his way to the window. All he could make out that it was still very foggy and extremely cold. He went to bed again and thought it over and over and over. Marley's ghost bothered him exceedingly, and he remembered, on a sudden, that he'd been warned of a visitation when the bell tolled 1. 1/4 past. 1/2 past. 1/4 2. The hour itself and nothing else. But as the bell sounded, light flashed up in the room. The curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge, starting up, found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them. Are you the spirit whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
Who are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
What has brought you here?
Your welfare. Come.
It would have been in vain for Scrooge to plead that the bed was warm, the thermometer a long way below freezing. He was clad but lightly in his slippers, dressing gown and nightcap, that he had a cold upon him. They passed through the wall and stood upon an open country road with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. Not a vestige of it was to be seen. The darkness and the mist had vanished with it, but it was a clear, cold winter day with snow upon the ground. I was bred in this place. I was a boy here.
You recollect the way?
I could walk it blindfold.
Strange to have forgotten it for so many years.
They walked along the road, Scrooge recognizing every gate and post and tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance, with its bridge, its church, and winding river. Some shaggy ponies were trotting towards them with boys upon their backs, who called to other boys in country gigs and carts. All were in great spirits, and shouted to each other, until the broad fields were so full of merry music that the crisp air laughed to hear it. Scrooge knew and named them, every one. Why did his cold eye glisten and his heart leap up as they went past? Why was he filled with gladness when he heard them give each other Merry Christmas? What was Merry Christmas to Scrooge? What good had it ever done to him? They left the high road by a well-remembered lane and soon approached a mansion of dull red brick. It was a large house, but one of broken fortunes. The walls were damp and mossy, the windows broken, and the gates decayed. Fowls clucked and strutted in the stables, and the coach houses and sheds were overrun with grass. There was an earthy savour in the air, a chilly bareness in the place, which associated itself somehow with too much getting up by candlelight and not too much to eat. They went across the hall to a door which opened before them and disclosed a long, bare, melancholy room made barer still by lines of plain deal forms and desks. At one of these a lonely boy was reading near a feeble fire, and Scrooge sat down and wept to see his poor, forgotten self.
What is the matter?
Nothing. I wish there was a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something. That's all. The ghost smiled thoughtfully, and waving its hand, said,
Let us see another Christmas.
Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked. Fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked laths were shown instead. But how all this was brought about, Scrooge knew no more than you. He only knew that there he was, alone again. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge turned to the ghost, and then glanced anxiously towards the door.
Fun!
Dear, dear brother, I have come to bring you home.
Home, Fun?
Yes, home. Father is so much kinder than he used to be. He spoke so gently to me one night that I was not afraid to ask if you might come home, and he said yes, and sent me to bring you.
She clapped her hands and laughed and dragged him in her childish eagerness towards the door. When at last his trunk was tied up on the top of the chaise, they bade the schoolmaster goodbye and drove gaily away, the quick wheels dashing the hoarfrost and snow off the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray.
She died, but had, I think, children.
One child.
True. Your nephew.
Yes. Although they had but that moment left the school behind, they were now in the busy thoroughfares of the city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, and shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it. Know it? Said Scrooge. I was apprenticed here. They went in, and at the sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig, sitting behind such a high desk that if he'd been 2 inches taller, he must have knocked his head against the ceiling, Scrooge cried in great excitement, Why, it's old Fezziwig! Bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again. Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, and laughed all over himself, and called out,
Yo-ho there, Ebenezer, Dick!
Scrooge's former self, now grown a young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow apprentice, Dick Wilkins, to be sure, said Scrooge. bless me, yes, there he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick. Dear, dear.
You hold it, boys. No more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Dick. Christmas, Ebenezer. Let's have the shutters up before a man can say Jack Robinson.
You wouldn't believe how those two fellows went at it. They charged into the street with the shutters, 1, 2, 3, had them up in their places, 4, 5, 6, barred them and pinned them, 7, 8, 9, and came back before you could have got to 12, panting like racehorses.
Hilly-ho, clear away, my lads. Let's have lots of room here. Hilly-ho, Dick. Cheer up, Ebenezer.
Clear away. There's nothing they wouldn't have cleared away or couldn't have cleared away with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped on the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright as a ballroom should be. In came a fiddler with a music book and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast, substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers whose hearts they broke. In came all the men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid with her cousin, the baker. In came the cook with her brother's particular friend, the milkman. In came the boy from over the way. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. There were dances, there were forfeits, and more dances, and there was cake, and there was negus, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were mince pies and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and the boiled, when the fiddler struck up Sir Roger de Coverley and old Fezziwig stood out to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig. When the clock struck 11, they took their stations, one on either side of the door, and shaking hands with every person individually, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 prentices, they did the same to them. And so the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop.
A small matter to make these silly folk so full of gratitude.
Small? He gave great happiness.
What is the matter?
Nothing. I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk just now. That's all.
My time grows short. Come.
Again Scrooge saw himself. He was older now. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in whose eyes were tears.
A golden idol has displaced me. If it can cheer and comfort you as I would have done, I have no cause to grieve. May you be happy in the life you've chosen.
Spirit, why do you torture me?
Do not blame me. These were shadows of things that have been.
Haunt me no longer. Scrooge turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face in which there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. It did not resist, but he, overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Awakening in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the stroke of 1. But being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing. Consequently, when the bell struck and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. But all this time he lay upon his bed in a blaze of light, which was more alarming than a dozen ghosts. At last he began to think that the source of this ghostly light must be in the adjoining room. So he got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. It was his room. There was no doubt about that. But walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there. Heaped on the floor were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense twelfth cakes, and seething bowls of punch. And amongst them sat a jolly giant, glorious to see.
Come in. I am the ghost of Christmas present.
Spirit, conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion and learnt a lesson which is working now. If you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it.
Touch my robe.
Scrooge did what he was told, and held it fast. Holly, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat, sausages, oysters, pies, puddings and fruit all vanished instantly. So did the room, the fire, the ruddy glow, the hour of night, and they stood in the city streets on Christmas morning. The sky was gloomy, and the shortest streets were choked with a dingy mist, half thawed, half frozen, whose heavier particles descended in a shower of sooty atoms, as if all the chimneys in Great Britain had, by one consent, caught fire and were blazing away to their heart's content. The poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruiterers were radiant in their glory. There were great round pot-bellied baskets of chestnuts, shaped like the waistcoats of jolly old gentlemen, lolling at the doors and tumbling out into the street in their apoplectic opulence. There were ruddy, brown-faced, broad-girthed Spanish onions, shining in the fatness of their growth like Spanish friars, and winking from their shelves in wanton slyness at the girls as they went by, glancing demurely at the hung-up mistletoe. There were pears and apples clustered high in blooming pyramids. There were bunches of grapes made in the shopkeeper's benevolence to dangle from conspicuous hooks that people's mouths might water gratis as they passed. There were piles of filberts, mossy and brown, recalling in their fragrance ancient walks among the woods and pleasant shufflings ankle-deep through withered leaves. There were Norfolk biffins, squab and swarthy, setting off the yellow of the oranges and lemons, and in the great compactness of their juicy person, urgently entreating and beseeching to be carried home in paper bags and eaten after dinner. The grocers, oh, the grocers, nearly closed, but perhaps 2 shutters down or 1. But through those gaps, such glimpses. It was not alone that the scales descending on the counter made a merry sound, or that the twine and roller parted company so briskly, or that the canisters were rattled up and down like juggling tricks, or even that the blended scents of tea and coffee were so grateful to the nose, or that the raisins were so plentiful and rare, the almonds so extremely white, the sticks of cinnamon so long and straight, the other spices so delicious, the candied fruits so caked and spotted with molten sugar as to make the coldest looker-on feel faint and subsequently bilious. Nor was it that the figs were moist and pulpy, or that the French plums blushed in modest tartness from their highly decorated boxes, or that everything was good to eat and in its Christmas dress. But the customers were all so hurried and so eager, in hopeful promise of the day, that they tumbled up against each other, crashing their wicker baskets wildly, and left their purchases on the counter, and came running back to fetch them, and committed 100 of the like mistakes in the best humor possible. They went on, invisible, straight to his clerk's dwelling, where they saw Mrs. Cratchit, Bob Cratchit's wife, dressed out poorly in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons which make a goodly show for sixpence. She laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes, and getting the corners of his monstrous shirt collar, Bob's private property, conferred upon his son an heir in honour of the day, into his mouth, rejoiced to find himself so gallantly attired. And now the two smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they'd smelt the goose and known it for their own. And, basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onion, these young Cratchits danced about the table and exalted Master Peter Cratchit to the skies, whilst he blew the fire until the slow potatoes bubbling up knocked loudly at the saucepan lid to be let out and peeled.
Where's your precious father and your brother, Tiny Tim?
Is Martha, Mother?
Hurrah! There's such a goose, Martha.
Why, bless your heart alive, me dear, how late you are.
Oh, we'd a deal of work to finish, Mother.
Oh, well, never mind, so long as you come. Sit you down before the fire and have a warm, Lord bless you.
No, here's Father coming and Tiny Tim. Hide, Martha. Hide.
So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob Cratchit, with at least 3 feet of comforter, exclusive of the fringe, hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable.
Why, where's our Martha?
Not coming.
Not coming? Not coming upon Christmas Day?
Here I am, Father.
Martha, my dear.
And how did little Tim behave?
Was good as gold and better. He gets thoughtful sitting by himself so much and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me coming home that he hoped the people saw him in the church because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Bob's voice was tremulous when he told them this, and trembled more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. Soon the active little crutch was heard upon the floor, and in came Tiny Tim, escorted by his brother and sister to his stool before the fire. And while Bob, turning up his cuffs, as if, poor fellow, they were capable of being made any more shabby, compounded some hot mixture in a jug with gin and lemons and stirred it round and round and put it on the hob to simmer, Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigour. Miss Belinda sweetened the apple sauce, and Martha dusted the hot plates. Then Bob took Tiny Tim beside him in a tiny corner of the table. The two young Cratchits set chairs for everybody, not forgetting themselves, and mounting guard upon their posts, crammed spoons in their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it in the breast of the goose. But when she did, and when the long-expected gush of stuffing issued forth, a murmur of delight arose all around the board, and even Tiny Tim beat on the table with the handle of his knife and feebly cried, "Hurrah!" Bob said he didn't believe there ever was such a goose cooked. Its tenderness and flavour, size and cheapness were themes of universal admiration. Eked out by apple sauce and mashed potatoes, it was sufficient dinner for the whole family. Everyone had enough, and the youngest Cratchits in particular was steeped in sage and onion to the eyebrows. But now, the plates being changed, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone to bring in the pudding. In half a minute she returned, flushed, but smiling proudly, with the pudding like a speckled cannonball blazing in a half-quartern of ignited brandy. Oh, a wonderful pudding. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought it was at all a small pudding for a large family. Any Cratchit would have blushed to hint at such a thing. At last the dinner was all done, The cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. The compound in the jug being tasted and considered perfect, apples and oranges were put upon the table and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew around the hearth, and Bob proposed.
A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us.
God bless us. God bless us. Everyone.
Spirit, tell me if Tiny Tim will live.
I see a vacant seat in the chimney corner and a crutch without an owner. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die.
No, no.
What of it? If he be like to die, he had better do it and decrease the surplus population.
Scrooge hung his head, overcome with penitence and grief, but raised it speedily on hearing his own name.
Mr. Scrooge. I give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast.
Oh, the founder of the feast, indeed. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon.
My dear, the children, Christmas Day.
An odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man is Mr. Scrooge, but I'll drink his health for your sake in the days, not for his. Long life to him, and Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year.
They were not a handsome family. They were not well dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes were scanty. And Peter might have known, and very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. And when they faded, Scrooge had his eyes upon them, especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. But now it was getting dark and snowing pretty heavily. And as they went along the streets, the brightness of the roaring fires in kitchens, parlors, and all sorts of rooms was wonderful. They came at last to a bright, dry, gleaming room in which sat Scrooge's nephew and his pretty, dimpled wife.
He said that Christmas was a humbug, as I live. And he believed it, too.
More shame for him, Fred.
He's a comical old fellow, and to tell truth, not so pleasant as he might be.
I'm sure he is very rich.
But his wealth is of no use to him. He don't do any good with it. He don't even make himself comfortable.
I have no patience with him.
I'm sorry for him. Who suffers by his ill whims? Always himself. He takes it into his head to dislike us and won't come and dine with us, so he loses some pleasant moments which would do him no harm. But I pity him. And shall give him the same chance every year, whether he likes it or not.
Mm-hmm.
He may rail as much as he will at Christmas, but he can't help thinking better of it if I go there in good temper year after year and take his hand and say, "Uncle Scrooge, how are you?" If it only puts him in the vein to leave his poor clerk £50, that's something. It would be ungrateful not to drink his health. Here is a glass of mulled wine, and I say, "Uncle Scrooge, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year."
The scene faded, and the bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost, and saw it not. But as the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him. It was shrouded in a deep black garment, which, concealing its head and form, left nothing visible save one outstretched hand. "Are you the ghost of Christmas yet to come?" cried Scrooge. The spirit didn't answer, but pointed onward with its hand. "You're about to show me things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us? Is that so, spirit?" The upper portion of the garment was contracted for an instant, as if the spirit had inclined its head. Scrooge feared the silent shape so much that his legs trembled beneath him, and he could hardly stand, when the hand again pointed straight before them. They scarcely seemed to enter the city, but rather it seemed to spring up about them and encompass them of its own act. There they were, in the heart of it, among the merchants. The spirit stopped beside some businessmen and Scrooge advanced to listen to them.
I don't know much about it. I only know he's dead.
When did he die?
Last night, I believe.
What was the matter with him?
God knows.
What's he done with his money?
I haven't heard. Left it to his company, perhaps. He hasn't left it to me, that's all I know.
It's likely to be a very cheap funeral. I don't know of anybody to go to it. Cold, isn't it?
Seasonable for Christmas. Good morning.
That was their meeting, their conversation, and their parting. Quiet and dark beside him stood the phantom with its hand outstretched. They went into an obscure part of the town, where the ways were foul and narrow. The shops and houses wretched, the people half naked, drunken, slipshod, ugly, to a low-browed, beetling shop where iron, old rags, bottles, bones, and greasy offal were bought. Sitting among the wares he dealt in, by a charcoal stove made of old bricks, was a grey-haired rascal who took his pipe from his mouth as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop.
Open it, Joe, and tell me the value. Every person has a right to take care of themselves. They always did.
What you call these? Bed curtains?
No, bed curtains.
You don't mean you took 'em down, rings and all, with him lying there dead?
Why not?
You were born to make your fortune.
Don't drop that oil on a blanket.
His blankets?
No, he isn't likely to take cold without them.
The scene changed to a dark room with a bare, uncurtained bed, on which there lay a something covered up. Scrooge glanced towards the phantom. Its steady hand was pointing to the head. The motion of a finger would have disclosed the face. Scrooge longed to do it, but he had no more power to withdraw the veil than to dismiss the spectre at his side. "Spirit, this is a fearful place. Who is the man?" The ghost of Christmas yet to come still did not speak, but conveyed him to a churchyard, walled in by houses, overrun by grass and weeds. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down. "Answer me one question," said Scrooge. "Are those the shadows of things that will be, or are they shadows of things that may be only?" The ghost, immovable as ever, pointed downward to the grave by which it stood. Scrooge crept forward trembling, and following the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge. "No, Spirit, no! I'm not the man I was. I will honor Christmas in my heart and keep it all the year. Tell me I may sponge away the writing on the stone." In his agony, he clutched the robes and caught the spectral hand. It sought to free itself, but he was strong in his entreaty and saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrank, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. Yes, and the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. The room was his own. Blessed and happiest of all, the time before him was his own to make amends in. Oh, Jacob Marley, heaven and Christmas time be praised. He was so fluttered and so glowing with his good intentions that his broken voice could scarcely answer to his call, and his face was wet with tears. "They're not torn down," he cried, folding one of the bed curtains in his arms. "They're here. The shadow of things that would have been may be dispelled. They will be. I know they will." His hands were busy with his garments, turning them inside out, putting them on upside down, tearing them and mislaying them. I don't know what to do, he cried, making a perfect cool of himself with his stockings. "I'm as light as a feather, as happy as an angel, merry as a schoolboy. A Merry Christmas to everybody. A Happy New Year to all the world. Hello there. Whoop, Really, for a man who'd been out of practice for so many years, it was a splendid laugh, a most illustrious laugh, the father of a long, long line of brilliant laughs. I don't know how long I've been among the spirits. I don't know anything. I'm a baby. Hello, whoop, hello there. The churches rang out the lustiest peals he'd ever heard. Clash, clang, hammer, ding, dong, bell. Running to the window, he opened it and put out his head. No fog, no mist, clear, bright, jovial, stirring, cold. Golden sunlight, sweet, fresh air, merry bells. Hey, boy, what's today?
Hey?
What's today, my fine fellow?
Today? Why, Christmas Day!
It's Christmas Day. I haven't missed it after all. Hello, my fine fellow.
Hello!
Do you know the poulterers in the next street but one at the corner?
I should hope so.
Oh, an intelligent boy, a remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging there? Not the little prize turkey, the big one?
What, the one as big as me?
What a delightful boy. It's a pleasure to talk to him. Yes.
It's hanging there now.
Is it? Go and buy it.
Walker!
No, I'm in earnest. Go and buy it and tell him to bring it here. Come back with the man and I'll give you a shilling. Come back with him in less than 5 minutes and I'll give you half a crown. The boy was off like a shot. I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's, whispered Scrooge, rubbing his hands and splitting with a laugh. He shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim. The hand in which he wrote the address was not a steady one, but write it he did, somehow, and went downstairs to open the street door, ready for the poulterer's man. Here's the turkey. Hello, whoop, how are you? Merry Christmas. It was a turkey. He never could have stood upon his legs, that bird. He'd have snapped them off in a minute, like sticks of sealing wax. It's impossible to carry that to Camden Town. You must have a cab. The chuckle with which he said this, the chuckle with which he paid for the turkey, and the chuckle with which he paid for the cab, and the chuckle with which he recompensed the boy, were only to be exceeded by the chuckle with which he sat down breathless in his chair again and chuckled till he cried. Shaving was not easy, for his hands shook very much, and shaving requires attention, even when you don't dance while you're at it. But if he'd cut off the end of his nose, he'd have put a piece of sticking plaster over it and been quite satisfied. He dressed himself all in his best, and at last got out into the streets. The people were pouring forth, and Scrooge looked so irresistibly pleasant that 3 or 4 good-humoured fellows said, "Good morning, sir. A Merry Christmas to you." He'd not gone far when, coming towards him, he beheld the portly gentleman who had walked into his counting-house the day before. "My dear sir," said Scrooge, quickening his pace and taking the old gentleman by both his hands, "how do you do? I hope you succeeded yesterday. A Merry Christmas to you, sir."
Mr. Scrooge?
Yes, that is my name, and I fear it may not be very pleasant to you. Allow me to ask your pardon. Will you have the goodness to accept 200 guineas?
Lord bless me. Mr. Scrooge, are you serious?
Not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included. Will you do me that favour?
I don't know what to say to such munificence.
Don't say anything. Come and see me. Will you come and see me?
I will indeed.
Thank you. I'm very much obliged to you. Thank you 50 times. Bless you. He went to church and walked about the streets and watched the people hurrying to and fro, and patted children on the head and questioned beggars, and looked down into the kitchens of houses and up to the windows. He never dreamt that any walk, that anything could give him so much happiness. In the afternoon he turned his steps towards his nephew's house. He passed the door a dozen times before he had the courage to go up and knock, but he made a dash and did it. Is your master at home, my dear?
Yes, sir.
Where is he, my love?
He's in the dining room, sir, along with mistress. I'll show you if you please.
Thank you. He knows me. I'll go in, my dear. Fred, it's I, your Uncle Scrooge. I've come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred? Let him in. It was a mercy he didn't shake his arm off. He was at home in 5 minutes. Nothing could be heartier. His niece looked just the same. So did the plump sister when she came. So did everyone when they came. Wonderful party, wonderful games, wonderful happiness. But he was early at the office next morning. Oh, he was early there. If he could only be the first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late. That was the thing he'd set his heart upon. And he did it. Yes, he did. The clock struck 9. No Bob. 1:15. No Bob. He was full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Scrooge sat with his door wide open, that he might see him come into the tank. His hat was off before he opened the door. His comforter, too. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock. Hello. What do you mean by coming here at this time of day?
I'm very sorry, sir. I am behind my time.
Yes, I think you are. Step this way, sir, if you please.
I was making rather merry yesterday, sir. It's only once a year, sir. It shall not be repeated.
I'm not going to stand this sort of thing any longer. I am about to raise your salary. Bob trembled and got nearer to the ruler. He had a momentary idea of knocking Scrooge down, holding him, and calling to the people in the court for help and a straight waistcoat. A Merry Christmas, Bob, a merrier Christmas, my good fellow, than I've given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary. We'll discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a Christmas bowl of smoking bishop, Bob. Make up the fires and buy another coal scuttle. Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh, and little heeded them, for his own heart laughed, and that was good enough for him. He had no further intercourse with spirits, but lived upon the total abstinence principle ever afterwards. And it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well. May that be truly said of us and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, every one.
Ralph Richardson played both the storyteller and Scrooge in A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, with music composed and conducted by Christopher Whelan. Bob Cratchit was played by Frederick Treves, Mrs. Cratchit by Mary Wimbush, Jacob Marley, John Ruddock. The Ghost of Christmas Present was played by Rafe Truman, and The Ghost of Christmas Past by Wilfred Carter. Fred, Bruce Beebe, and Tiny Tim, Sheila Grant, with Eric Anderson, Joe Manning Wilson, and Rosalind Shanks.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring James Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore in It's a Wonderful Life. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you one of the season's most inspiring hits, a Liberty Films production that's been nominated for the highest screen award. Yes, It's a Wonderful Life. And we present it now with its original fine stars, Jimmy Stewart and Donna Reed. Jimmy in the role which won him a nomination for the best performance of the year. Also in our cast is starred that fine comedian, Victor Moore. It's a Wonderful Life is the drama of a typical American. Might be you, it might be me. He dreams of glory, he lives in hope, he loves and doubts, and only Providence puts a final value on his service to humanity. Our story starts before the war, when life was normal. Shortages were generally unknown, and simple luxuries like Lux soap were abundant. I won't say that's the only reason people said it's a wonderful life, but I do know from the thousands of letters in our files that most of them said it's a wonderful soap. And they keep right on saying it day after day. In fact, the popularity of Lux soap is what makes it possible to present such entertainment as Frank Capra's great production, It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart as George, Donna Reed as Mary Hatch, and Victor Moore as Clarence. This is the story of George Bailey, citizen of Bedford Falls, New York. George Bailey, who more than anything under the sun wanted to see the world, the wonderful, exciting world that lay somewhere beyond the limits of his hometown. Oddly enough, this story does not begin in Bedford Falls. In fact, it doesn't begin anywhere in the world. It begins in heaven, where the superintendent of angels has just summoned an apprentice angel named Clarence.
Oh, I'm really going down to earth, sir? Oh, how splendid.
Yes. There's a very discouraged man down there, Clarence, George Bailey. At exactly 10:45 p.m., Earth time, he'll be thinking seriously of ending his life.
Oh, dear, his life.
Now, I want you to stop him if you can. Now, sit down. I'll give you Bailey's case history.
Sir, if I should accomplish my mission, may I perhaps get my wings? I've been waiting over 200 years now, and, well, people are beginning to talk.
Clarence, what's that book?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, sir. I was reading it when you sent for me.
Oh, fine book. Excellent. Well, you do a good job on George Bailey, and we'll see about your wings.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Now, listen. When George Bailey was a boy, two events occurred that you should keep in mind. One was when his young brother, Harry, fell through the ice and almost drowned. George saved him.
Brother fell through the ice. George saved him.
Ever since, George has had a bad ear. All that icy water, you understand.
Yeah, bad ear. Yes, sir.
The other event came a few months later. George used to work after school in Mr. Gower's drugstore. One day, Mr. Gower's only son died of influenza. It was a terrible blow, and poor Mr. Gower tried to lose his grief in whiskey.
Where you been, George? Mrs. Blaine's called twice. What happened to her prescription? You lost it, didn't you?
No, Mr. Gower. Here it is.
Well, you good for nothing. Don't you know that Blaine girl's very sick?
Mr. Gower, my ear. You're hurting my sore ear.
Teach you to loaf, you lazy brat.
Mr. Gower, you don't know what you're doing. You put something wrong in those capsules.
Shut up.
Oh, I know you feel bad, but look, Mr. Gower, look. This bottle, you used this bottle to make up the capsules. It's poison.
Poison?
Don't hurt my sore ear again, Mr. Gower.
Oh, George.
That's what is the liver, Mr. Gower. All I wanted was to make
sure. George.
Well, Clarence, that was George Bailey as a boy. When he grew up, he wanted to go to college, but there just wasn't the money. So he worked 4 years in the Building and Loan Association.
Building and Loan Association?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. George's father was in the building and loan business. He and George's uncle, Billy. high ideals and low bank account. Anyway, George worked for his father and saved enough to see him through the university. That summer, though, he was going to Europe. Got a job on a cattle boat. Do a little traveling before college.
Boy, oh boy, it's hard to realize it. My last night in the Bailey boarding house.
Yeah, we're sure going to miss you, George.
Oh, I'm going to miss you, too, Pop. Hey, what's the matter? You look tired.
Oh, I had another tussle with old Henry Potter today.
I thought when you put him on the board of directors, he'd ease up.
Oh, so did I.
I just can't understand a man like Mr. Potter. He can't begin to spend all the money he
I
has.
guess Potter owns about everything he wants in Bedford Falls except our building and loan. That's why he hates us.
Hey, George, can I borrow your tuxedo studs?
Yeah, help yourself, Harry.
Well, where are they? In your suitcase?
I'm not taking a tuxedo on a cattle boat, you know.
Say, where'd you get that suitcase anyway?
Oh, Mr. Gower, going away present. And one of these days you're going to see that bag all covered with travel labels. Italy, Baghdad, Samarkand.
Gonna have a pretty full summer, eh?
I'm going to have a pretty full life.
Hey, why don't you come to the dance tonight?
What? I'd be bored to death.
Well, you couldn't want a better death. Lots of pretty girls. Hey, I got to hurry.
I wish we could send Harry to college with you, George.
No, we've got that all figured out now, Pop. He'll take over my job at the building and loan and work 4 years like I did, and then he'll go.
Oh, he's pretty young for that job.
Well, no younger than I was.
Maybe you were born older, George.
Huh?
George, when you get out of college, I don't suppose you'd come back to the building and loan.
Oh, no, Pop, I just couldn't. I couldn't face being cooped up the rest of my life in a shabby little office. I'm sorry, Pop. Now, I didn't mean that, but it's just this business of nickels and dimes. I'd go crazy. I want to do something big, something important.
Well, in a small way, we are doing something important, George. In that shabby little office, we help people figure out how they can own their own homes.
I know, Pop. I just wish I felt that but I just feel like if I didn't get away, I'd bust.
You're right, boy. You get yourself an education, then get out of here.
Oh, Pop, you want a shock? I think you're a pretty great guy.
Well, thanks, George. I'm glad to hear it. Look, why don't you go on over to Harry's dance? You'd have a good time.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it will drop in. Yeah, maybe it will at that.
So, George Bailey went to a dance. Is that important, Joseph?
Why, it was at the dance he met Mary Hatch.
Oh.
And 3 hours later, he was walking her home. George and Mary were feeling pretty good, Clarence. As a matter of fact, wonderful.
Buffalo girl, can't you come out tonight? Can't you come out tonight? Can't you come out tonight? Buffalo girl, can't you come out tonight? And dance by the light of the moon.
Hot dog, oh boy, just like an organ.
At least.
Hey, you know something? If it wasn't me talking, I'd say you were the prettiest girl in town.
Well, why don't you say it?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I will. Hey, how old are you anyway?
18.
18?
Too young or too old?
No, it's just right. It sort of fits you. Hey, look where we are.
Oh, the old Granville house.
Yeah, I got to throw a rock.
Oh, no, don't. I love that old house.
Well, no, don't you know about deserted houses? You make a wish and then throw a rock.
George, but it was such a lovely old place. I wish I lived there.
In there? I wouldn't live in it as a ghost. Now, watch. Watch this. Here we go. How about it, huh? Pretty good shot, huh? Broke a window, huh?
What'd you wish, George?
Oh, I don't know. Not just one wish, a whole hatful. Mary, I'm shaking the dust of this crummy little town off my feet, and I'm going to see the world. Italy, Greece, the Parthenon, the Colosseum. And then I'm coming back here and go to college and see what they know. And then I'm going to build things. I'm going to build airfields and skyscrapers 100 stories high and bridges a mile long. And then I'm going to... Hey, Mary. What is it you want? What do you want, huh? You want the moon? All you got to do is just say the word now.
Okay. The moon, I'll take it. Then what?
Then what? Well, then you could swallow it. And it'd dissolve like an aspirin, you know. And the moonbeams would shoot out of your fingers and the ends of your hair. And you think I'm talking too much?
Yes, why don't you kiss her instead of talking her to death?
How's that?
Youth is wasted on the wrong people.
Well, hey, just a minute, mister. Hey, you come back here. I'll show you some kissing if you want to.
George!
Hey, Uncle Billy, look here. I'm going to kiss Mary. Watch.
George, get in the car quick. Your father's had a stroke.
What?
George, get in, hurry.
Well, George's father died that night, Clarence. So, of course, George couldn't go to Europe. But that fall, just as he was ready to leave for college, the directors of the building and loan had a meeting. They were going to appoint a successor to Mr.
What was that you said, Mr. Potter?
I said as long as Peter Bailey's dead, let's dissolve the building and loan. We don't need it.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, you wait a minute. Peter Bailey was not a businessman. Ideals without common sense can ruin a town. What do we get? A discontented, lazy rabble instead of a thrifty working class.
Hold on, Mr. Potter.
Oh, I meant no disrespect, George, but...
Oh, wait a minute there. Why my father ever started this cheap penny-ante building and loan, I'll never know. But just remember this, Mr. Potter, this rabble you're talking about, they do most of the working and the paying and living and dying in this community. Well, is it too much to have them work and pay and live and die in a couple of decent rooms and a bath? Anyway, my father didn't think so. People were human beings to him. But to you, a warped, frustrated old man, they're cattle. Well, in my book, Mr. Potter, he died a much richer man than you'll ever be.
I'm not interested in your book, George. I'm talking about the building and loan.
You're talking about something you can't get your fingers on that's galling. That's what you're talking about. Well, this town needs this measly one-horse institution, if only to have some place where people can borrow a few dollars without crawling to you. Now, come on, Uncle Billy.
What happened, George?
Yeah, all we heard was a lot of yelling.
Boy, oh, boy, you should have heard George.
Yeah, they're in there voting us out of business.
Oh, who cares? I can get another job. I'm only 41.
45.
Well, you get out of here, George. You missed your boat trip. Do you want to miss college, too?
George, we've just voted Potter down. We're still in business.
Whoopee! We're still in business. We're still in business.
But there's one condition, George. They've appointed you to take your father's place.
Appoint me, but I'm going to college. Look, this is my last chance. Uncle Billy's your man.
George, you've got to take it. They'll vote with Potter otherwise. They said so. They even...
I know George Bailey didn't go to college.
That's right, Terence. He gave his college money to Harry. Harry went instead.
But what happened to that good-looking girl, you know, Mary?
Oh, George saw her now and then. Not very often, though, because Mary went away to school, too. Anyway, George waited 4 years more for Harry to come back and take over the building and loan. He could still see the world. He planned to work in the oil fields, Venezuela. Except when Harry came home, he wasn't alone. There was a girl with him, his wife.
George?
Yeah, I'm out here on the porch, Mother. I just thought I'd get some air.
Well, how do you like your new sister-in-law?
Oh, she's swell.
Looks like she can keep Harry on his toes.
Yeah, I keep him out of Bedford Falls anyway.
What do you mean?
Well, Ruth's father, he's got a wonderful job for Harry up in Buffalo.
Buffalo? Well, that means you can't...
Yeah.
George, did you know Mary Hatch is back from school?
Hmm? Yeah.
Nice girl, Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, stop grunting.
Mm-hmm.
Give me one good reason why you shouldn't call on Mary.
Well, Sam Wainwright. Sam's crazy about Mary.
Well, she's not crazy about him.
Well, now, how do you know that? Did she discuss it with you?
Besides, Sam's away in New York.
Oh, and all's fair in love and war. I see. Okay, Mother, I think I'll go out and find that girl and do a little passionate necking.
Oh, George.
Goodbye, Miss Bailey. By the way, do you want any books at the library?
Library? George! George, you go and see Mary. Do you hear?
George, is that you out there?
Oh, hello, Mary.
Well, are you coming in?
I just happened to be passing by here.
Oh, I thought you were picketing. Have you made up your mind?
How's that?
Have you made up your mind?
About what?
About coming in. Your mother just phoned. She said you were coming over.
My mother just phoned. What does she mean, Carla? I just happened to be passing by, that's all. I didn't...
Well?
Well, I'll come in for a minute, but I didn't tell anybody I was coming here. You fella can't go out for a walk nowadays without you. When'd you get back?
Tuesday.
Where'd you get that dress?
Do you like it?
It's all right.
Well, no point standing here on the porch. Come on in.
I still can't understand it. I didn't tell anybody I was coming here, you know.
Would you rather leave?
Well, no, I don't want to be rude. Sit down for a while.
It's nice about your brother and Ruth, isn't it?
Yeah. That's all right.
Don't you like her?
Well, of course I like her. She's a peach.
Oh, just marriage in general you're not enthusiastic about, hmm?
No. Marriage is all right for a lot of people. It's all right for Harry, and Sam Wainwright, and you.
For Sam? Harry? It's George Bailey, Mother.
What's he want?
I don't know. What do you want?
Me? Not a thing. Not a thing, and I just came in to get warm.
He's making violent love to me, Mother.
You just tell him to go right back home. Sam said he'd call you tonight from New York, didn't he?
I guess so. How about some music?
Your mother needs... I didn't come here to...
What did you come here for, then?
I don't know. You're supposed to be the one with all the answers. You tell me.
Oh, why don't you go home?
I don't know why I came here in the first place. Good night.
Good night.
The way you're shouting, you'd think that...
You'd think what? All right, I'll get it. George, on your way out, would you mind turning off the phonograph?
I'd be very happy to. Doggone crazy song.
Hello? Sam?
Mary, gee, it's good to hear your voice.
How are you, Sam?
I forgot my hat.
Hee-haw.
What?
Oh, I was just talking to an old friend of yours, George Bailey.
Oh, Mossback George?
Old Mossback George.
Well, put him on. I'll talk to him, too.
Wait a second. George.
He doesn't want to speak to George.
He does so. He asked for him.
Why'd you call me? Because if you're... I'm in a hurry.
Sam wants to talk to you.
Oh. Hiya, Sam.
Hey, fine pal you are, trying to steal my girl.
What do you mean? Nobody's trying to steal anybody's girl. Here, Mary, take the...
No, wait, George. I want to speak to you both. Tell Mary to get in the extension upstairs.
He says for you to get on the extension upstairs.
I can't. Mother's on the extension. We can both hear, George. Just put your head a little closer.
What?
There, that's better. We're listening, Sam.
Well, I have a big deal coming up that's going to make us all rich. George, you remember that time you told me about making plastics out of soybeans?
Soybeans? Yeah. Soybeans, yeah.
Well, my father's checked into it, George, see, and now he's going to put up a factory. How do you like that?
A factory, huh?
And here's the point, George. I may have a job for you unless you're still married to that broken-down building and loan. Oh, Mary?
I'm here.
You tell that guy I'm giving him a chance of a lifetime. Do you hear?
He says it's the chance of a lifetime.
And give me that phone.
Here's George again, Sam. George.
Now, you listen to me, Mary. I don't want any plastics, and I don't want any job, and I don't want to get married ever to anyone. Do you understand that? I want to do what I want to do, and you're not going to trick me. And you're... Mary.
George.
Mary. Oh, Mary, darling, I love you, Mary.
Well, so George Bailey and Mary Hatch were...
Yes, George and Mary were married. And they started off on their honeymoon in Ernie Bishop's taxicab.
Hey, where are you two going on this here now honeymoon?
We're going to shoot the works, Ernie. A whole week in New York, a whole week in Bermuda, the highest hotel, the oldest champagne, the hottest music, and the prettiest wife.
So you're finally getting out of Bedford Falls, huh? Then what?
Then what, honey?
After that, who cares?
That does it. Hey, Mrs. Bailey, I haven't kissed you.
Hey, George, there's something funny going on over there. Look over there at the bank. It looks like a run.
All right. Pull over a minute, will you, Ernie?
George, let's not stop. Please, let's go straight to the
station.
Wait a minute.
I better see what it is. I'll be right back.
George, please. George!
In a few moments, we'll return with the second act of It's a Wonderful Life, starring James Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore. Meanwhile, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, looking very smart, too, may I say.
Well, thank you, Mr. Keeley. After seeing Paulette Goddard's wardrobe for Paramount's new comedy, Suddenly It's Spring, I just had to rush out and buy something new. Looking at all those lovely clothes was just too much for my self-control.
Well, you look stunning, Libby.
Oh, thank you again, Mr. Keeley.
Now, tell me about the picture. I understand that Paulette's portrayal of an ex-whack is truly delightful.
Oh, yes, it is. And Fred McMurray gives a perfect characterization of her wayward husband. Between the two of them, Suddenly It's Spring is a high-spirited comedy with emphasis on the romantic side.
Well, naturally.
But really, Mr. Keeley, that wardrobe of Miss Goddard certainly will make clothes-conscious girls sit up and take notice. I'll bet you think so, too, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, Libby, men seldom know much about styles. Well, what I notice about a dress is the general effect when a woman wears it. Some girls always seem to have that right-on-the-beam look. You know what I mean.
Well, I think what you have in mind, Mr. Kennedy, is good grooming. Screen Star certainly put great emphasis on it. A perfect hairdo, fresh, beautifully cared-for skin. Those are essentials.
That must be the reason Lux Toilet Soap continues to be a studio standby, no matter how often other styles change.
Well, that's what Miss Goddard told me. She says her beauty facials are so quick and easy and work so well. She's never without a supply of Lux Toilet Soap. I can depend on it for daily complexion care, she said.
I wish you'd tell the ladies in our audience how easy these Lux Soap facials are, Libby.
Well, here's what Paulette Goddard does. She says, I cover my face with the fragrant Lux Soap lather and work it well in. I rinse with warm water, then cold, and use a soft towel to pat my skin dry. Gives skin quick new beauty, she says.
Daily Lux Soap facials do make skin lovelier. Recent tests by skin specialists proved it. In 3 out of 4 cases, complexions became softer and smoother in just a short time.
A lovely Lux complexion makes a woman so attractive. I wish every girl who hasn't tried Lux Toilet Soap would begin using it tomorrow.
That's sound advice, Libby. When 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend a beauty soap, you know it has to be good. So why not try Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own complexion soap? We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart as George, Donna Reed as Mary, and Victor Moore as Clarence. Well, we're back in heaven again, where the superintendent of angels is reviewing the case history of a mortal named George Bailey. Clarence, the apprentice angel, is very eager to depart on his mission to the earth.
Poor George Bailey. Oh, he's certainly in desperate trouble, Joseph. I'll go to him at once.
Now, you sit down, Clarence. Sit down. We're nowhere near the point where George Bailey's thinking of taking his life.
We're not?
Now, where were we? Oh, yes. George and Mary had just started out on their honeymoon when they ran smack into the financial panic of 1932. In the waiting room of the building and loan, 100 frantic people were clamoring for their safety.
Hey, what's going on, Uncle Billy? What's happened? All those people out there.
This is a pickle, George. All I know is the bank called our loan an hour ago. I had to hand over all our cash.
Holy mackerel.
Whole town's gone crazy. Bank's in the same spot we are.
Our charter, too.
What about our charter?
Our charter says we have to stay open until 6 p.m. The state can take away our license if we don't.
How can we stay open till 6 without any money? George, where are you going?
Out to talk to those people. Come on. Now, please. Please, folks. Now, just a minute. Just a minute. Now, please.
How about our money, George? Where's our money?
Now, come on. Now, please. Wait a minute. Now, listen to me. Now, you're thinking of this place all wrong. Your money's not here. Wait a minute now. Let me tell you, your money's in people's houses. In the Kennedy house, and the McLaren house, and in your house, and 100 others. Now, what are you going to do? Foreclose on them?
I got $240 in shares. Now, let me have it.
All right, Charlie. Now, you'll get your money in 60 days.
60 days?
Well, now, look, that's what you agreed on when you bought your shares.
I got my money! Yes! Old man Potter's taking over the bank. He'll pay you 50 cents on every dollar. Then let's take our shares to Potter. Half is better than nothing.
Now, wait a minute. Please, folks. I beg of you not to do this. If Potter gets hold of your shares, he'll be owning this building and loan. And he's got the bank, he's got the bus line, he's got the department stores, and now he's after us because he wants to keep you living in his shacks and paying the kind of rent he decides to charge. Now, we can get through this thing all right, but we've got to stick together. We've got to have faith in each other.
My husband's out of work. We need money.
I've got doctor bills to pay.
I can't feed my kids on save. How much do you need? We still got some money.
Hey, Mary.
Here it is, George. You told me to hold on to it. Would have made a nice honeymoon. Bought furniture, too.
Hey, now, wait a minute, folks. Listen. I've got $2,000. All right, Charlie, how much do you need?
$240.
No, Charlie, now listen, just enough to tide you over.
I said $240.
Okay. Uncle Billy, give Charlie $240. All right, Ed. Now, how much just to get by on?
$20, I suppose.
Now you're talking. Now, Mrs. Thompson, how about you?
$20 will do me.
Good. $20. Uncle Billy, pay it back when you can now. Pay it back when you come. All right. Who's next?
Look at the clock. Look.
5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. 6 o'clock. We made it. Lock that door, Eustace. Quick. Boy, we're still in business, Uncle Billy. We've even got $2 left.
George, there's a call for you.
Okay, and then call my wife, will you? She's probably over at Mother's.
Mrs. Bailey's on the line.
No, I don't want Miss Bailey. I want my wife, Mrs. Bailey. Mrs. Bailey, that's my wife. That's my. Give me the phone, will you? Hey, Mary. Listen, Mary. I'm sorry. I. Come home. Well, what home? Well, 323 Sycamore. Well, whose home is that? What? Well, Mary, how can I? Well, sure. All right, sure. I'll be there.
Clarence, guess what 323 Sycamore was?
His mother-in-law's house, huh?
Oh, no. Number 323 Sycamore was the old Granville house, the one George threw rocks at and made wishes. Yes, sir, that's where they spent their honeymoon. That's where they started housekeeping. They were still living there 2 years later when old man Potter asked George to stop over at his office.
Sit down, George. Sit down, do. Have a cigar?
Well, thank you, sir.
George, you're a young man, married, making, say, $40 a week at the building and loan.
45.
45. Now, if you were some ordinary yokel, I'd say you were doing fine. But George Bailey is intelligent, ambitious. He hates the building and loan almost as much as I do. He's been dying to get out of town ever since he was born, but he's trapped. Trapped into frittering his life away playing nursemaid to a lot of garlic eaters. Do I paint a correct picture, George, or do I exaggerate?
Well, what's your point, Mr. Potter?
My point is that you're the only man in town who has licked me. George, I want to hire you. Manage my affairs. I'll start you off at $20,000 a year.
$20,000 a year? Hey, are you sure you're talking to me? I'm George Bailey. Don't you remember me? The building and loan, remember?
Yes, George Bailey, whose ship has just come in, providing he has sense enough to climb aboard.
Well, but what about the building and loan?
Confound it, man. I'm offering you a 3-year contract at $20,000 a year. Is it a deal or isn't it?
No. The answer's no, doggone it. If you offered me $1 million to stay around this town and play stooge to you, the answer'd still be no. Now, let me alone. Don't bother.
George, what did Mr. Potter want?
Oh, it's nothing. He just talk. It's nothing. Oh, gee. Mary Hatch. Mary, why in the world did you ever marry a guy like me anyway?
To keep from being an old maid.
I was going to see the world. I was going to build things. I was going to give you the moon. What have I given you? Not even a new dress, not for months. Gee whiz, I feel awful.
So do I. Mornings especially.
I could have married Sam Wainwright, anybody else in town.
I didn't want to marry anybody else. I want my baby to look like you.
No, you didn't even have a honeymoon, and I promised you that you what?
My baby.
Hey, Mary, you mean you're on the nest?
Well, Mary had her baby, Clarence, a boy.
You don't say.
Then she had another one, a girl.
Well, what do you know?
Night after night, George had come home late from the office. Things weren't good with the building and loan. Potter was really bearing down on him. Then came the war. Mary had another baby by then.
Oh.
But she still had time to help out in USO. Uncle Billy sold war bonds. And George's brother Harry became a real hero. Shot down 15 planes.
But George, what about George?
Well, George was 4F, his bad ear. He was an air raid warden. On VE Day, he wept and prayed. On VJ Day, he wept and prayed again.
We're getting pretty close to today, aren't we, sir?
Yes, Clarence. You now know almost everything you have to know about George Bailey, except what happened that finds him down there at this moment, wanting to die.
Well, sir, well?
Well, today's the day before Christmas, Earth time. George is pretty excited.
Hey, Tilly! Eustace! Hey, look at the newspaper. Commander Harry Bailey, decorated by the president. That's my kid brother. The Congressional Medal of Honor.
Gosh, George, gosh.
What do you think about the 15 Jap planes? And the last one he got was just about to dive into a transport loaded with soldiers. You know what that means? He saved lives, hundreds of lives. Gee, where's Uncle Billy? Huh?
We're going to the bank, George. He's
Oh.
depositing that $8,000.
Good. Who's that in his office there?
It's that man again, the bank examiner.
Oh, yeah. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Carter. Hey, Telly, get the books from Mr. Carter. Will you? You know, that's my brother's picture there, Mr. Carter. He shot down 15 planes, and one of them was just...
Well, Mr. Henry F. Potter come to the bank to deposit some more loot, eh?
Sure, you old fool.
How do you like the news in the paper, Mr. Potter? Just can't keep those Bailey boys down now, can you?
Let me see that newspaper.
Here, sorry I can't chat, you old thief. Got to make a deposit. Here you are, Horace. Deposit slip, bank book, and a very Merry Christmas to you.
You too, Mr. Bailey. Say, you've forgotten something, haven't you?
Horace, I've forgotten things all my life. Get a wiggle on, boy.
But, Mr. Bailey, where's the money?
What's that?
You want to make a deposit?
Well, certainly I want.
Well, it's customary to bring the money with you.
It's gone. Where'd I put it? Where'd I put that money?
A terrible thing, Clarence, terrible. Uncle Billy couldn't find the money because the envelope with the $8,000 was folded up in that newspaper he gave to old man Potter.
I just don't know what happened to it, George. I just don't know.
$8,000. Uncle Billy, the bank examiner's here, and it's not our money. It belongs to the depositors.
George, what are we going to do? We've traced every step I took. We can't stand here in the street.
Are you sure you didn't put that envelope in your coat pocket?
I think so. Maybe. Oh, I'm no good to you, George. I'm no good.
Now listen to me. Think, will you? Now try and think.
I can't think anymore. I can't.
Where's that money, you silly old fool? You know what this means? It means bankruptcy and scandal and prison. One of us is going to jail. Well, it's not going to be me. Now get out of my way. I'm going home.
George, dear, what's wrong? You haven't said a word since you came home.
Oh, well, that banging on that piano. Does she have to just keep playing that same piece over and over and over and over again?
I have to practice for the Christmas party, Daddy.
What is it, dear? Another hectic day?
Yeah, another red letter day for the baby.
Dad, Murphy's got a brand new car. You should see it.
What's the matter with our car? Isn't it good enough for you?
I'm sorry, Dad. I only...
Run upstairs, Petey. See if Zuzu's all right.
Okay, Mom.
Now, what do you mean? See if Zuzu's all right. What do you mean?
Oh, she caught a little cold coming home from school. She didn't button up her coat.
Well, what is it? What do you mean, just a cold?
George, the doctor said it was nothing serious.
Was the doctor here?
Well, I thought he'd better look at her.
It's this old drafty house. It's no wonder we don't all have pneumonia. Might as well be living in a refrigerator. Why'd we have to live here in the first place and stay around this measly, crummy old town?
George, what's happened?
Everything's happened. You call this a happy family? Why do we have to have all these kids?
Daddy, how do you spell frankincense?
I don't know how you spell. You ask your mother.
Where are you going?
Upstairs to see Zuzu.
Hello? Oh, thank you, Mrs. Welch. I'm sure she'll be all right.
Who's that?
Zuzu's school teacher. What? Oh, yes, the doctor says she'll be fine tomorrow.
Here, give me that phone.
George, please.
Mrs. Welsh? Well, this is Mr. Bailey. Say, what kind of a teacher are you anyway? What do you mean sending Zuzu home like that half naked? Do you realize you probably end up with pneumonia just because of your stupidity? You know, maybe my kids aren't the best dressed kids in town, but at least... Hello. Janie, will you stop playing that lousy piano? Cut it out. Stop it.
George, for heaven's sake, what's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. Janie, I'm sorry. Mary... I just got to get out of here.
So that's it, George. You're short $8,000 in your accounts, eh?
Now, please, Mr. Potter, I'll pay any sort of a bonus if you still want the building and loan.
You say it was lost. Have you notified the police?
No, sir, I haven't done that yet. Harry's home.
Oh, why come to me? What about your good friend, Sam Wainwright?
I can't get a hold of him. He's in Europe.
What kind of security would I have, George? What collateral?
Yes, sir, I have some life insurance here. $15,000 policy.
What's your equity in it?
$500.
And you want $8,000? You once called me a warped, frustrated old man. Well, what are you but a warped, frustrated young man crawling on your hands and knees for help? Why don't you go to the riffraff you love so well? Ask them for help.
I'll do anything, Mr. Potter, please. Please help me, my wife and kids.
I'm calling the district attorney. $500. You know something, George? You're worth more dead than you are alive. Now get out of here. Get out.
And all the time, Potter had the $8,000 in his desk drawer. It's still there, Clarence.
But where's George, sir? Where?
Well, he went over to Martini's Cafe. He's had a couple of drinks, Clarence. He's just standing there, sort of in a daze.
Oh, God. God, dear Father in heaven, I'm not a praying man, but if you're up there and you can hear me, please show me the way. I'm at the end of my rope. Show me the way, God.
Mr. Bailey, you all right? Don't drink anymore, Mr. Bailey. Please, you don't feel good.
Bailey? Did you say Bailey? Which Bailey?
This gentleman is Mr. Bailey, George Bailey.
George Bailey, huh? And the next time you talk to my wife like that, she'll get worse. It isn't enough she slaves teaching you stupid kids how to read and write. You got to ball
You
them
get
out.
out of here, Mr. Welch. You hit my best friend. Get out.
All right.
Mr. Bailey, you okay?
Who's that?
Mr. Welch, but don't worry. He don't come in this place no more. I'll get something for your face. It's bleeding.
I'm all right.
Please don't go away,
Let me
Mr.
alone.
Bailey. Please don't
Let me
go
alone.
away.
Well, George left Martini's Cafe 5 minutes ago, Clarence. He's at the river now, on the bridge, looking at the water. Are you ready, Clarence?
All ready, sir.
Very well. Save George Bailey's life, and you'll get your wings.
My wings. Oh, thank you, Joseph. George! George Bailey! Get away from that bridge! You hear me? George! George!
In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore. The popular theory about beautiful blondes is that they're content to be merely decorative. Our lovely guest tonight, Miss Susan Blanchard, completely disproves that idea. Besides being a hard-working Fox starlet, Susan, I understand you're a wonderful cook.
I really love housekeeping, Mr. Keeley. But most of all, I enjoy the training I get at the studio. It's work, but it's fun, too.
You're an Easterner, aren't you, Susan?
Yes, a native New Yorker.
I thought so.
It was the Broadway theater that inspired me to think of show business as a career.
Well, that's interesting.
I used to save my allowance and go to every play I could. One of my favorite actresses was Jane Wyatt.
Uh-huh.
Imagine, Mr. Keeley, what a thrill it was for me to meet her right here in Hollywood.
Jane Wyatt's latest picture, Boomerang, was made in the East, I understand.
Yes. But she and Dana Andrews, who stars in Boomerang with her, were in Hollywood to see a studio showing of the picture.
Oh, I see.
Jane Wyatt is my ideal of a stage and screen star. So talented and so lovely to look at. Just as lovely in real life, too.
She is indeed.
It wasn't long before I discovered that she's as keen about Lux toilet soap for beauty care as I am. You know, I'm a Lux girl, too.
We're glad to hear you say that, Miss Blanchard, because that's a very beautiful Lux complexion I see before me. Just right for blue eyes and ash blonde hair.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Any girl in pictures is delighted to find out about Lux toilet soap as a beauty care. Active lather facials are so quick and easy, and they really make a difference in your skin.
Thousands of busy, attractive women have discovered that, Miss Blanchard. Daily Lux Soap Complexion Care does make skin lovelier. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the choice of 9 out of 10 screen stars.
Lux toilet soap is all-around beauty care for me. I use it as a bath soap, too. It has such delightful perfume, leaves a lovely fragrance on the skin.
Thank you, Miss Susan Blanchard. I hope our audience will be seeing that lovely Lux complexion of yours in a screen close-up one of these days. Now, back to our producer, William Keeley.
Act 3 of It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore. Numb with despair, convinced, as Mr. Potter said, that he's worth more dead than alive, George Bailey stands on a bridge, staring at the dark and frigid waters below. Suddenly, there's a splash. No, that's not George. It's Clarence, the apprentice angel. And there goes George in after him. It's a few minutes later now, and in the bridge-keeper's shack, George and Clarence are drying off.
You both sure you're all right? You want a doctor?
No, I'm all right.
Oh, I'm fine. This underwear, I didn't have time to get anything more stylish. My wife gave me this on my last birthday. I passed away, and
You what, mister?
I see Tom Sawyer is drying out, too.
Who?
My book. I left in such a hurry, I brought Tom Sawyer with me.
Hey, how'd you happen to fall in?
Oh, I jumped in. I jumped in to save you.
Jumped in to save me?
Well, I did, didn't I? You didn't go through with it, did you?
Go through with what?
Suicide.
Hey, it's against the law to commit suicide around here.
Yeah, it's against the law where I come from, too.
Where do you come from?
Heaven.
Oh, that's very funny.
Your lips bleeding.
Yeah, I got a bust in the jaw in answer to a prayer.
Oh, no, George. I'm the answer to your prayer.
Hey, how'd you know my name?
Oh, I know all about you.
Well, who are you supposed to be, anyway?
Clarence Oddbody, AS2.
Clarence Oddbody. What's the AS2 for?
Angel, second class.
Hey, I'm getting out of here. You may not need a doctor, but I do.
Cheerio, my good man.
Hey, look here. Why'd you want to save me?
Because I'm your guardian angel, George.
Oh, I see. Uh-huh. Well, you look like about the kind of an angel I'd get. What happened to your wings?
Well, I haven't won my wings yet. That's why I'm an angel, second class.
Oh, I see.
But you can help me earn them, George, by letting me help you.
Oh, don't happen to have $8,000 on you, do you?
No. We don't use money in heaven.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I keep forgetting. I see. Comes in pretty handy down here, bub.
Oh, tut.
Of course, I found it out a little late. You know, I'm worth more dead than alive.
You mustn't talk like that. Joseph will never give me my wings if you keep feeling that way. You just don't realize what you've done for your folks. Why, if it hadn't been for you...
Yes, if it hadn't been for me, everybody would be better off. My wife and my kids and my friends.
Oh, this is not going to be easy.
I'd all be better off if I hadn't been born.
What did you say?
I said I wish I'd never been born.
George, that's wonderful.
It's wonderful. What?
The idea you just gave me. Well, you got your wish. You've never been born.
I've never been born?
Exactly. No worries, no $8,000 to get, nothing. You simply don't exist.
All right, okay, all right.
George, I can do things, strange things. I can show you the world, George, the way it would be if you hadn't been born.
Hey, wait a minute. This ear of mine. Hey, say something else in that bad ear.
You don't have a bad ear anymore. Oh, I don't think you're concentrating. Oh. Don't you see? You're not the George Bailey you think you are. You're nobody.
Oh, that's the doggonest thing I ever saw, that ear.
Your lips stopped bleeding, too.
Yeah. Hey, what's happening around here? What is this, anyway? I need a drink. That's what I need. What about you, Angel? You want a drink?
Well, I don't quite know.
Come on. We'll go as soon as our clothes are dry.
Clothes are dry, George.
Hey, so they are. That's funny. Well, look, let's get dressed and we'll stroll over to Martini's and then... excuse me. I'll stroll. You fly.
Oh, no, I don't have my
You don't
wings.
have your wings yet.
No.
That's right. I forgot that. I can. A couple of drinks and we'll both fly. Huh?
What'll you have, fellas?
Hey, where's the boss? Where's Martini?
Look, wise guy, I'm the boss, see?
Okay, well, double scotch, quick, will you?
What's yours?
You know what I just love? Some mulled wine.
Huh?
Heavy on the cinnamon and light on the cloves. Off with you, my lad, and lively now.
Now cut it out.
Oh, come on, here. Just give him the same as I ordered. He's okay.
Two double scotch.
What about this place? It's all changed.
All of Bedford Falls has changed. You're having your wish, George. You've never been born. Oh, there'll be lots of things you've never seen before. Oh, good. Somebody just made it.
Made what?
Every time a bell rings, it means some angel's got his wings.
What'd you say?
Look, Clarence, I don't think you better talk about angels around here.
Don't they believe in angels?
Oh, yeah, they believe in them, but you know, it's just a little
thing.
Then
why should people be surprised when they see one?
Don't mind him, bartender. He's just a little fella. He just never grew up. And How old are you anyway, Clarence?
Well, next May I'll be 293.
That does it. A couple of pixies, huh? Go on, get, you hear me? Get.
Where's Martini? Will you
Stop asking about Martini. Ain't here any... Hey, you. Rummy, didn't I tell you never to come panhandling around here?
George, look.
Hey, it's Mr. Gower. Mr. Gower. Listen, Mr. Gower, don't you know me? This is George Bailey.
You buy me a drink, mister? Just one drink, will you, mister?
Pinky!
Yeah, Nick.
Throw the rummy out.
Oh, no, please.
Hey, bartender, that's Mr. Gower, the druggist.
That rumhead spent 20 years in jail for poisoning some kid. If you knew him, you must be a jailbird yourself. Pinky, here's 2 more. Get him out of here.
Get up, George. Good thing he threw us in a snowbank, huh?
Where's Mr. Gower?
Mr. Gower doesn't know you, George. You see, you weren't there to stop him from putting poison into that prescription.
Hey, what do you mean I wasn't there? Look, tell me, what are you? Are you a hypnotist?
George.
Look, well, why am I seeing all these strange things here?
Don't you understand? It's because you were not born.
Well, if I wasn't born, then who am I?
Nobody. You have no identity.
Well, what do you mean I have no identity?
No papers, no driver's license, no 4F card, no insurance policy.
Zuzu's bell.
What?
Zuzu's bell. I bought my little girl a bell to hang on the Christmas tree, and I forgot to give it to her. I've got it in my... It's gone. It's gone, too. Everything's gone.
But you've been given a great gift, George. A chance to see what the world would be like if you'd never been born.
You're crazy. You're crazy as a bedbug, and you're driving me crazy, too. Now, look, I'm going home to my wife and family. Do you understand that? And I'm going home alone.
Better not leave him alone, Clarence. Keep following him.
Joseph, I'll stay near him, sir. Poor George. He's seeing Main Street now the way it'd be if he hadn't lived. The thing that's really shocked him, sir, is the building and loan office. Know what's there now? Pawn shop.
What's he doing? Can you see?
He's talking to Ernie Bishop, the taxi driver. He wants to go home.
You better tag along, Clarence.
Oh, I will, sir. I will.
Come on, step on it, will you, Ernie? Get me home. I'm off my nut.
Where do you live, buddy?
Oh, now, doggone it, Ernie. Don't you start pulling that stuff on me. 323 Sycamore.
323 Sycamore?
Yeah, hurry up. Zuzu's sick.
Okay, buddy.
Hey, look, Ernie, I don't know what's happened. I'm going crazy or something. I got some bad liquor. Now, look, tell me this now. You're Ernie Bishop, right? And you live with your wife and kid down...
You seen my wife?
What do you mean? I've seen your wife. I've been in your house 100 times. What do you... We built it for you, didn't we?
Bud, my wife took the kid and ran away 5 years ago, and I ain't never seen you before in my life, see?
Okay, Ernie, okay. Just step on it. Get me home. Mary, where are you? Janie, Petey, Zuzu. Zuzu, where are you?
This is just an old abandoned house, George. You have no wife, no children.
Where are they? What have you done with them?
Hey, I'll face that thing. See, I told you. All right, up with your hands.
Oh, Bert the cop. Thank heaven you're here.
Now, look, why don't you be a good fella, and I'll take you to a doctor.
Bert, listen to me. What's the matter with you guys? Now, listen, it's that fellow there. He says he's an angel. He tried to hypnotize me.
I hate to use my nightstick, but I guess Ow!
Run, George, run. He can't hit you while I'm biting him. George, run. My teeth aren't what they used to be. Joseph, help! Joseph!
Where'd they go, Ernie? Where'd they go?
I don't know. They just disappeared.
Clarence!
Oh, Joseph, I hope you don't mind my calling on you like I did.
It was very irregular, Clarence. You're by yourself again. Where's George?
He's at his mother's house, sir.
Well, if George hasn't been born, he has no mother.
Oh, he's being very stubborn, sir. He'll just have to find these things out for himself.
But his mother, that's a terribly bitter blow to a man, his own mother not knowing him.
You mean I shouldn't have let him...
I mean you better find him right away. Oh, and stop fighting policemen, Clarence.
I'm here again, George.
My own mother didn't know me. If only Harry were here. My brother were only back from Washington.
Your brother fell through the ice and was drowned at the age of 9.
Well, that's a lie. He got the Congressional Medal of Honor. He saved the lives of every man on that transport.
Every man on that transport died. Strange, isn't it? Each man's life touches so many other lives. Harry wasn't there to save them because you weren't there to save Harry. Don't you see, George? You really had a wonderful life. Don't you see what a mistake it would be to throw it away?
Clarence.
Yes?
Where's Mary? Please, where's my wife?
I'm not supposed to tell.
Tell me where she is.
You're not going to like it, George.
Where is she? I'll choke it out of you if I have to. Where's my wife?
The library. She works there. She's just about to lock up for the night. So George, come back. Oh, there must be some easier way for me to get my wings.
Mary.
I'm sorry, the library's closed.
Mary, it's George. Don't you know me?
No, I don't know you. Let me go.
Mary, please, don't do this to me. Mary, please, help me. Help me. Where are kids? Mary, I need you, Mary.
Get
please.
away from me. Help!
Help me, Mary. I'm George. Mary.
Clarence.
Oh, where is he, Joseph? Where's George? I'm afraid I've lost him, sir.
You knew you shouldn't have let him try to see Mary. Now they're after him, a mob. They think he was trying to hurt her.
Joseph, I won't even get one wing, will I?
You have one more chance, Clarence. Get over to the bridge by the river. I think George has seen just about enough.
But the mob...
But don't worry. They've lost him, too. Now, hurry up.
Oh, thank you, Joseph. Thank you.
Clarence, where are you?
I'm here, George.
Help me, Clarence. Get me back. I don't care what happens to me. Only get me back to my wife and kids, please. I want to live again.
Oh, thank you, George. Thank you, boy.
I want to live again, please. Oh, God, please let me live again.
George? Is that you down there, George?
Now get out here, Bert. Get out here. You come in any closer, I'll let you have it.
What the hell are you yelling for, George?
Come on. George, Bert, do you know me?
No, yeah. I've been looking all over town for you. Where you been?
Hey, Bert, I'm alive again, Bert.
You sure you're all right? Hey, your mouth's bleeding.
It is. Hey, my mouth's bleeding. Bert, look at the blood come out of there, would you? And where's Zuzu's Christmas bell, Bert? I had it right in my pocket. Here it is. Hey, it's in my pocket. What do you know about it? Hey, Merry Christmas, Bert.
Well, Merry Christmas. Get in the car. I'll drive you home.
You will, Bert? We'll do that. And turn the siren wide open, huh? Merry Christmas, Bedford Falls. Hey, Merry Christmas, old building and loan. Merry Christmas, Mr. Potter. Yippee! Come on. Hey, Bert, come on in with me, huh? What is these people, these reporters? Hey, Merry Christmas, reporters. Hey, Mr. Bank Examiner, Merry Christmas.
Mr. Bailey, there's a deficit.
I know, $8,000, I'll bet, huh?
George, I've got a little paper here. I'm sorry.
I bet it's a warrant for my arrest. Isn't that wonderful? Merry Christmas. Hey, where's Mary, you know? Look at this wonderful old drafty house. Isn't it wonderful? Have you seen my wife? Where's Mary? Mary!
Merry Christmas!
Kids! Hey, kids, Janie, Petey. Hey, I could eat you up. Where's your mother?
She went looking for you, Daddy, with Uncle Billy.
Oh,
Daddy?
Zuzu, my little ginger snap. How do you feel, huh?
Fine, Daddy. Not a snitch of temper.
Not a snitch of temper. Hallelujah!
George, darling.
It's Mommy. Mommy's home.
Mary.
George, where have you been?
Mary.
George,
Mary, now look, just let me touch you. Oh, you're real, Mary. Oh, you've no idea what happened to me.
You've no idea what's happened either. They're on their way here.
Who's on their way? Oh, the police department? The FBI, the National Guard? I'm alive again, Mary. Oh, listen, Mary, I'm alive again.
Oh, yes, darling, yes. Now close your eyes and come on downstairs.
What is it? Can't open my eyes yet, Mary? What's going on here?
Now keep your eyes closed. Now, I'll just walk you over here by the Christmas tree and...
Well, the people, I hear lots of people. What is it? Lots of people.
Just 1 minute now. We're all ready, Uncle Billy. Come in, everybody.
George, look! Just look!
Uncle Billy!
Money, George, a laundry basket filled with money. Money for you. Mary did it, George. Mary!
I don't understand. What money? What...
People heard you in trouble, darling. These people, your friends, they've collected this money for you. The $8,000.
Charlie. Hey, there's Martini. Mr. Gower. Hey, how are you, Mr. Gower? Mrs. Thompson, Ed, Tom. Everybody.
None of us would have a roof over our heads if it wasn't for you, George.
Gosh, this is wonderful. Hey, Mary, look who's coming in. Mother. Hi, Mother. Hey, and Harry.
Got Mary's telegram, George. I flew in as fast as I could.
Hey, everybody, a toast. How about a toast?
Oh, good idea, Ernie. A toast to my big brother, George, the richest man in town.
Good old acquaintance be.
Daddy, my Christmas bell. You didn't forget.
Forget? Here, honey. Here's your bell.
Daddy.
Darling, what's this on the table here? This book?
The Adventures of Tom Sawyer.
Look, there's something written in it.
Dear George, remember no man is a failure who has friends. Thanks for the wings. Love, Clarence.
Clarence?
Yeah, he's a very dear friend of mine.
Daddy, Mrs. Wells says every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
That's right, Zuzu. That's right. That's right. Attaboy, Clarence. Attaboy, Clarence. Happy landing.
It's a wonderful life so long as we can have such fine performances as we enjoyed tonight. From Jimmy Stewart, Donna Reed, and Victor Moore. Jimmy, I'd like to thank whatever guardian angel whisked you back from Texas for our show this evening.
Well, that guardian angel was an airline's wing, Bill.
You were in Texas for the premiere of this picture, weren't you, Jimmy?
Yeah, Frank Capra and I went down for 5 openings as many nights. Pretty good
All
down
of
there
them
in Texas.
Texas,
Yeah.
Jimmy?
Yeah, every one of them. There are 5 premieres over Texas. You know, it's a pretty big state. Takes that many to do it.
Jimmy, I'm sure your fans were proud to read that you received an honorary degree from Princeton just the other week.
Yes, how about that, Jimmy? Do we call you professor now?
No. It's just an M.A.
Oh, Master of Arts?
Well, it might have been. I don't know. It might be for murdering architecture. That's what I studied at Princeton.
Well, you know, Donna has an honorary degree to her credit, too. LLC.
What's that, Bill?
LLC? Well, you can see for yourself. A lovely Lux complexion.
Well, thank you, Bill. Or rather, thank Lux Toilet Soap. It's a wonderful complexion care. I use it faithfully.
With wonderful results, I see.
What's happening next Monday night on Lux, Bill?
Next week, we have another of the season's most successful films. It's 20th Century Fox's thrilling screen hit, Leave Her to Heaven, with lovely Jean Tierney, and a star who appears in answer to literally hundreds of requests, Cornell Wilde. Based on the best-selling novel of the same name, Leave Her to Heaven is the strange, dramatic story of a woman whose twisted mind and fiendish jealousy drive her to any lengths to hold the man she loves.
Now, that ought to make great listening, Bill.
I wouldn't miss it for anything. Good night.
Good night, and thanks a million. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jean Tierney and Cornell Wilde in Leave Her to Heaven. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's a sure way to save on your meat and grocery bills. Turn in used kitchen fats to your butcher and receive a generous price for every pound. The worldwide supply of fats is still desperately short, and every drop you save helps in the making of soap, refrigerators, and other needed items. So save and turn in your used kitchen fats. Donna Reed appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Beginning or the End, starring Brian Donlevy and Robert Walker. James Stewart will soon be seen in the Robert Riskin production for RKO, Magic Town. Victor Moore will soon be seen in Roy Del Ruth's production, It Happened on Fifth Avenue. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Leave Her to Heaven with Jean Tierney and Cornell Wilde.
Fry.
When you bake and fry.
Fry.
Or your cake and pie.
Fry.
It's your shortening by.
Rely on Fry.
Want fried foods crisp, golden, better tasting? Try Spry, the pure vegetable shortening that gives you delicious, better tasting fried foods. So digestible, too, the Spry way.
Rely on Spry.
S-P-R-Y.
Rely on Spry.
S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in again next Monday night to hear the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Lieber to Heaven. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are aware of the plot to overthrow Christmas, which has been going on for some time now. In fact, Norman Corwin wrote a play called The Plot to Overthrow Christmas, which has been broadcast on CBS for 3 years. Tonight, you will hear it again. This presentation is by way of a Christmas gift from CBS to its listeners on the principle that the best presents you can give your friends are the things you want for yourself. We wish you good cheer and ask you to follow the unraveling of The Plot to Overthrow Christmas by Norman Corwin.
Did you hear about the plot to overthrow Christmas? Well, gather ye now from Maine to the Isthmus of Panama and listen to the story of the utter inglory of some gory goings-on in hell. Now, it happened in Hades, ladies and gentlemen. It happened down there that the fiends held a meeting. The fiends held a meeting for the purpose of defeating Christmas. With the aid of a fade on the radio, we'll take you there with a hi and a Haidee-ho to hear firsthand the brewing of the plot down in the deepest Stygian grot.
Grot is a poetical term for grotto. Whenever you hear my voce sotto, or sotto voce, whichever you prefer, it's just I taking pains to make quite sure that nobody makes a poetical allusion which might in any way create confusion. And I return you now to the voice you were hearing before I had to do this interfering.
As I was saying, in this Stygian grot, the notables of Limbo hatched a plot. And what went on in the sulphurous hole will soon pick up by remote control. Of course, such a pickup is not made quickly. As a matter of fact, it's done rather trickily. You mustn't mind if it sounds erratic. That's merely intraterrestrial static. And don't be surprised if you're deafened by thunder just as we start on our journey under. You'll hear earthquakes and all of the commoner varieties of natural phenomena. And so, below, via radio, to the regions where legions of the damned go.
You interrupt me in the middle of a movement of my favorite concerto. You should look to the improvement of your manners.
Sir, if you please, my apologies. I would not have intruded upon your recital if the matter were not so terribly vital.
The most important matter in the world is piddling when it comes to be compared with Nero's fiddling.
Now, what you say may be very true, But I have been sent here to summon you to a great mass meeting of the tortured souls down in the grot of the flaming coal.
A meeting? What for? What's the big idea? Why can't a fellow have some peace down here?
Peace, poor soul, can't be found on the premises. This is a region abounding in nemesis.
Now you're talking like a travel folder. Tell me, varlet, before I smolder, why are we meeting? Who's on the spot?
We're meeting in order to fabricate a plot against the festival that mortal men comfort in and gladden in again and again. You see, every year...
Never mind the facts. I don't want to hear how mortal man acts. The only information about which I care concerns the mass meeting and who'll be there.
His wickedness, Mephisto, will preside.
Naturally.
And several of the Borgias will be sitting at his side. And down in front, by the sizzling sodium, will be many personalities noted for their odium. Haman, Caligula, Medusa, and Legree.
That's all very nice, but what about me?
Oh, you'll be sitting in row A, center, between Ivan the Terrible, the Tormentor, and Cersei.
Mercy. Why, they're both deranged.
Do you wish me to see if your seat can be changed?
Yes, if you will, please. Taste comes first, even though a soul may be eternally cursed.
Righto. See you at the meeting, then?
Yes. And now back to my fiddling again.
This is I, the sotto voce person. It should have been explained that Nero's rehearsing for nothing in particular. He's just that way. While hell's fires burn, he likes to play. Makes him feel a little more at home. It's just an avocation he picked up in Rome.
The meeting will now come to order, please. I've called you here from over 60 seas of boiling pitch and blazing phosphorus to stop what constitutes a loss for us. We've lost prestige, and I greatly deplore that we stand in danger of losing more in the way of confidence and spirit. We are far from our goal. We're nowhere near it. And this is the reason. Though we've done well in carrying forward the work of hell, we've left a very big job unfinished. After all these years, there is undiminished goodwill on earth every late December because of Christmas. Now, please remember that as long as this continues to be, the race of man will not belong to me. I will listen now to any questions you may want to ask, and then suggestions.
Mr. Chairman.
Brother Haman has the floor.
You say we have done well in our effort to sell evil. I say we have done better. We have carried out the letter of your law. We've done what I think is a pretty good job. And I say, as a veteran Damon...
Sit down there, Haman. Enough of this folly.
Sit down yourself. You're off your trolley.
Sit down, for I am Ivan the Terrible.
You're telling us why you are unbearable.
Hello, demons. This is no way to act. Please proceed with a little more tact. I want more decorum in this forum. All personal remarks must cease. Now, Brother Ivan, will you speak your piece?
I merely want to say in a casual way that Haman is a radical. He always gets fanatical. Why anybody think to hear him snort that the work of the Nazis should just stop short? Anybody think to hear him talking that Hitler and Hito should stop stalking the ways of the world?
Mr. Chairman, Brother Ivan is a demagogue with a brain like a fly and the manners of a hog. Why, he says
Now that's enough. We will hear from others. Surely there must be among you brothers enough venom and malevolence to crush a mortal man's benevolence. It's come to this. Are we going to let a little holiday like Christmas get the better of us all down here below?
No.
Very well, then, sirs. Very well. Let's go. Let's lay down our plans now to overthrow this Christmas business and all that guff of holly and mistletoe and stuff. Brother Caligula may take the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I abhor, as a former emperor, anything which curbs our rule. I suggest we start right in manufacturing more sin. Let us give some presents, too. Candy sticks and things to chew, fruits and nuts and little cakes, poisonous as rattlesnakes.
Bravo!
Let our subtlest worker be bichloride of mercury. Let us wrap in tinsel bright little gifts of dynamite.
Oh!
Work things so that men will fear when 12:25 draws near.
Bravo!
Soon at this rate, if you please, men will hang from Christmas trees.
My dear Caligula, permit the chair to say that we think you've got something there. And now, with this fine start, let's hear some more. Yes, Brother Nero, do you want the floor?
With all due respect to Caligula's views, I think there's a better method we can use. I've just heard lately men are giving the razz to classical music by making it jazz. They're swinging it Bach, and what is keener, they're doing the shag to Palestrina.
Yeah.
As a connoisseur of music, of course I love the works of Rimsky-Korsakov. But today I note with a bitter shrug they've made Scheherazade a jitterbug.
Much as we admire your clever rhyme, will you get to the point? We're wasting time.
I was just about to say, when interrupted, that Christmas can easily be corrupted. If you take and swing all the Christmas carols, I think of the evil. Just barrels and barrels of sacrilege every time you play a pious song in a profane way. Why, once you entice them to swing Noel, then victory belongs to us fiends. Well...
Mr. Legree.
I'd like to say that it seems to me that you all's barking up a coonless tree. I think Mr. Nero's made a wrong guess. The way to go about it is to get in Congress and bribe a bunch of senators who know their oats and just make a purchase of a block of votes. And then they can legislate a situation where they rules whole Christmas right out of the nation. They can all get together and pass a law where there ain't going to be no Christmas anymore.
I think Legree's suggestion is a beaut.
That's very cute.
And quite astute.
To me, it seems a bit impractical because you have to be so tactical.
Why?
For instance, now, Senator who'd sell, his vote to our lobbyists might very well sell right out again and become a tool of agencies representing the Yule.
By the eternal night. That's right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Miss Borgia.
I say that we should all give pause to think about this Santa Claus. He is the man behind the scenes, the symbol of what Christmas means. If we could rub him out, my friend, our troubles would be at an end. Just think how it would tickle us to liquidate St. Nicholas. A girl like me could fascinate the guy and then assassinate?
Do you think that you could do it, pretty one? Are you sure you wouldn't be by pity one?
Sometimes you are an awful tease, my master Mephistopheles. Ain't I murdered several dozens? Poisoned uncles, aunts, and cousins? Don't my work right here in Hades make me first among the ladies? Men of virtue all have cussed me. I am sure that you can trust me.
Of that we haven't a particle of a doubt, Miss Borgia. And I'm sure we all have nothing but kind feelings toward you. But many times a woman spy, alas, adores her victims. Dames make poor ambassadors.
Do you imply that such defects are found inherent in my sex?
I do.
Well, listen here, old Ironsides. You're heading for some cyanides. You've crossed a Borgia, and you know the consequences that follow.
Come, disciples. This is very bad. There's nothing to be gained by getting mad. Suppose we put the matter to a vote. First, the plan of Brother Nero's, viz., to swing the hymns and pious music. All those for will please respond by raising up a paw.
For?
And those against?
Against.
Very well. Now, the project of Legree. Who is there here who totally agrees?
I do.
Legree votes for himself. And those opposed?
Opposed!
And now, all those who favor Borgia's cause, it being to eliminate Santa Claus.
Aye, aye, aye!
And those opposed? It seems the women have a way with them. At least they've carried the day with them. The motion's carried. And now we'll decide which one of us will take Nick for a ride. We'll all draw lots and thus settle the moot point of who will be sent to execute.
Well, all right. This is your old friend, Sotto Voce, visiting down where it's eternal noche. Noche is Spanish for night, you know. Merely a reference, just to show that English isn't all I have to go by. Oh, well. I guess I've missed my calling. I should have been a lobbyist. You see, I'm stalling to give them time to finish the voting. Let's see. The weather. Now I'm quoting the Daily Hellion. Continued heat both overhead and under feet. Fresh and moderate gases blowing up to gale force and then going north by westerly. Light showers of brimstone toward the evening hours. That's what it says here. I'm not fibbing. How am I doing with my ad-libbing? This is a thing a gabbard have fun with. Say, the drawing should soon be done with. We expect the results at any moment now. As soon as...
The lots have been drawn, and I'm glad to say the honor has fallen Nero's way. Now, Nero, you are charged with a great task. It's the evilest deed that we could ask a fiend to do. We'll be proud of you.
Now, just one moment. How do I get there? What do I wear? Is it dry or wet there? Is it fact or fancy or just word of mouth that he lives at the pole? Is it north or south? If he dwells in the regions to which I've referred, must I pass through a camp of Admiral Byrd? What shall I use when it comes to the showdown? A gun or a dagger? Well, give me the lowdown.
Now, Nero, you needn't sound so tragic. You'll get to Earth by the blackest magic. To create an express elevator is simple for an expert spell creator. With a lot of pyrotechnic dazzle, we'll let you off on a hill in Basel, Switzerland. From there, you will make your way to the Arctic Circle, then break your way through ice with a blowtorch. After a while, you are bound to reach Santa's domicile. And once you get there, oh, my dear Nero, all of our work will have gone for zero. If you don't succeed in your assignment, a disadvantage of our confinement. In limbo is the fact that we only get one chance in all the eternal roulette of circumstance.
I know. If at first we don't succeed, we can try again. But there is no need, because nothing will come of it. Meaning no offense, do you mind if I take my departure hence?
That, my friends, was a big brass gong. It's used in this story right along to indicate that we're about to travel to points where the plot will further unravel. And now, if Ambassador Nero elects, we'll have another spot of sound effects.
Tell me, stranger, Basel, Switzerland, or is it already Donner and Blitzerland?
Donner und Blitzenlands, 5,000 miles away.
Thank you, mister. Good day. Tell me, stranger, I've been walking inland for weeks. Where am I now?
In Finland.
Tell me, stranger, because I've lost stock, where am I now?
In Vladivostok.
Listen, stranger, after all these centuries of blistering heat, now I have to suffer from freezing feet. I'm wincing with pain from this pesky toe.
No speak English. Eskimo.
I declare by my frenetic soul, I must be over the magnetic pole. My watch has stopped. Can that be right? I wonder... Ah, a light! A light! In a moment now, you'll hear me knock on Santa's door, and he'll unlock it, never more to lock again.
Coming!
So is doom.
How do you do, sir?
Very well indeed. And you, sir?
Splendidly. Won't you come right in? Take your coat off. I see your chin is frozen. Also your hands and knees. Sit down while I get you some antifreeze.
Don't bother, sir. I will not be long. I'm about to perpetrate a fearful wrong. In short, I am going to do away with...
Take it easy. Do not play with that gun. I know all about you.
Really?
Haven't I had my agents scout you for weeks? You've come all this way to abolish Christmas. Now, let me say...
Listen, Santa, I'm no callow stripling. I've read Ernest Hemingway and Kipling and also The Shooting of Dan McGrew. And plenty of detective stories, too. And just to show you what a broad guy I am, I've also read The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. Do you think that a fellow with his reading so graded could have learned so little as to be dissuaded from a main objective? Why, don't make me giggle.
I'd feel a lot better if you wouldn't wiggle that gun so. Much as I'm impressed with your education, I honestly believe that a figure of your station should have given more thought to the ways of man and less devotion to the cult of Pan.
By others, no doubt your wisdom may be prized, but I didn't come here to be criticized. In fact, I came to dispatch a duty. So don't hand me any of this tutti-frutti. If you've any last words you want to say, then spill them. I haven't got all day.
Now, what's the rush? Unless I've counted wrong, the polar day has always been 6 months long.
Well, after I've disposed of you, I've got to hurry. Right back to hell, they'll begin to worry.
Not about you, but about your career in homicide. Do you think that the mere loss of you would make them hysterical? Their only interest is numerical.
Think so?
Mephisto wants to rule just as much of humanity as possible for reasons of personal vanity.
By the sticks, you're right. To think that he'd dare. Are there any ladies here? Will you permit me to swear?
My answer to that is an emphatic no. There are several lady dolls in the toy room below.
Oh, Claudius. Oh, Cassius. Oh, Naphthaline, what a fool I've been. What a fool I've been. Yeah, but wait. I think I see what you're after. You're as clever as a big-time Roman grafter. You remind me now of my royalty, just to get me in the mood for disloyalty. Do you think I could be that meanly deceptive to Satan? Why, Santa, I'm keenly perceptive. I can see right through all your clever ruses. Nero can be plenty foxy when he chooses. I'll have you know that I'm partly a dreamer, partly a wit, and partly a schemer. I'm part philosophical and also part mystic.
I suppose you fancy that you're highly artistic.
Fancy? Why, I have such a sense of beauty.
Don't hand me a helping of tutti frutti. Any creature who really had beauty in his soul would appreciate Christmas. he would know that the whole idea of the holiday was one of such power that all the fiends below might gnash their fangs and glower, yet never in a million years could do it harm. Because it has a glory, a greatness, a charm you know nothing about.
That's so?
The spirit that it venerates, the good cheer that it generates, are things far, far beyond you. For all your wealth, no man on earth could sell ye these.
Am I so cursed as that? Will you tell me, please, what beauties there may be that I've never seen?
Have you ever seen a Christmas tree, tall and green, smelling of woodlands, covered with a sheen of silveriness, its branches bending low, with the fruits of human kindness instead of snow?
No.
Have you ever closely witnessed what takes place any Christmas morning on a young child's face? Or perceived any beauties purer than the joys distilled in the hearts of little girls and boys? Have you ever watched a fire in a fireplace on a Christmas Eve? Or listened to a grace at a table heavy with fruits and cakes and all the wonders that a kitchen makes, fowls and pastries, wines and meats, and nuts and raisins and candied sweets? Have you ever seen mistletoe hanging from a ceiling? In frosty air heard a far bell pealing? Have you ever come back from a sleigh ride tingling and your feet keeping time with the sleigh bells jingling? Have you ever seen the beauty of a sprig of holly? Or felt for a moment how it feels to be jolly?
Golly.
Have you ever known how exceedingly pleasant it is to unwrap a Christmas present? Did you ever know how much cheer it lends to be wished a Merry Christmas by all your friends? Did you ever experience the fun of giving? Do you know at all the joys of living?
I guess I don't. For all of me, I never knew such things could be. Just think how long in ignorance I've slept.
It must have been the company you kept.
I was a wicked tyrant once, you know.
Oh, yes, but that was centuries ago. You really had no way of knowing.
Perhaps. I guess that I'll be going. I really should be getting on my way.
But do you have to? Don't you want to stay?
You see, I'm just a bit,
Embarrassed?
Why, yes, sir.
Now, don't look so harassed. I know just why you came and who it was that sent you. But that's all done with. I take it you repent you of all your past mistakes?
With many pains and aches of conscience.
We interrupt this broadcast for a special bulletin. The Algiers radio, recorded by the CBS shortwave listening station, has just reported that Admiral Jean Darlon has been assassinated. Said the Algiers announcer, complete order reigns in Algiers. Further details at 8:55 tonight. We return you now to the program, The Plot to Overthrow Christmas. Here. And tell me, will you have some wine or beer? I never touched the stuff myself, but I managed to keep on hand a little rye for purposes medicinal. I mean, your chin should be unfrozen. What a state it's in.
A while ago, you asked me if I understood good cheer. I do so now, St. Nicholas. I see it standing here. I want to ask you something, sir. Now, please don't give a yelp. Is there any sort of work to do where I can be of help?
Indeed there is. Indeed there is. And I'm glad you asked me. I have so many toys to make. This year the job's got past me. But first, you sit and eat this bowl. I've got a little trifle I'd like for you to see. So will you sit right here and stifle your curiosity? I'll get it for you right away. It's down the hall, please.
Who'd ever think it? Will wonders never cease? At last, after all these centuries, I'm so happy I could buzz. It shows you what a lot a little Christmas spirit does. As emperor, I envied oft the cheerfulness of peasants, and now I...
Well, here it is, Nero, my boy. By way of Christmas presents, I offer you this little gift.
But Santa, for what reason?
A very good one, sir. To wit, compliments of the season. Well, go ahead and open it. Why stand there so, reflecting?
I'm just collecting thoughts, St. Nick. My thoughts I'm just collecting.
Just think how far a tiny bit of fellowship will carry us. Oh, well. I say, what's this? What's this? It is the Stradivarius. Oh, thank you. Thanks a million times. I don't know what to say to you. I'll tell you what I'll do, St. Nick. I'll start right in and play for you. I'll play all night and day for you.
Fine. Here's some music. I'm sure you'll play it well. It's a little piece entitled Noel, Noel.
This is I. Remember me, your sotto voce friend? I'll just come back to tell you that the story's at an end.
Once again, the plot to overthrow Christmas has been foiled. 1 year ago today, none of us knew whether on December 24th, 1942, we could do such a broadcast as the Norman Corwin holiday play you have just heard. However, we could and we did. And we rather think that the plot to overthrow Christmas will be thwarted again in 1943.
The makers of Campbell's Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening, listeners. This is Ernest Chappell speaking. Tonight, Orson Welles and the Campbell Playhouse observe a Campbell tradition of long standing. They bring you Charles Dickens' well-loved tale of Yuletide, A Christmas Carol. 4 years ago, the makers of Campbell Soups went shopping for a Christmas present to give to all their friends. They found it in this story, Charles Dickens' embodiment of the very spirit of Christmas. And they chose well, because throughout the country today, in thousands of homes, it has become an important and beloved Christmas custom to listen to this story. Tonight, this fourth annual presentation is brought to you with a sincere wish that your Christmas may be a happy one, and with the hope that the retelling of A Christmas Carol may help to make it so. And it is more than that, for with this Christmas present to you, Campbell's say thank you for your purchases of Campbell's soup throughout the months gone by. At the Christmas season, this becomes especially manifest. Everywhere, grocers see their shelves of Campbell's soups dwindle more rapidly now than at any other time of the year. It used to be thought that the demand increased in preparation for the Christmas feast, but really it isn't that alone. Women like to have plenty of good soups on hand all through the holidays so that they can serve piping hot, nourishing platefuls at any family mealtime. The youngsters are on the go all day long, making the most of the Christmas vacation, and soup can be ready for them in a jiffy. There's health and happiness in good hot soup. Your grocer has Campbell's soups, 21 delicious kinds, awaiting your selection.
And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And all went to be taxed, every one into his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was one of the house of the lineage of David, to be taxed with Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child. And so it was, that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night.
And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them. And they were sore afraid. And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which will be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. You shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. Since the days of Caesar Augustus, all people have celebrated by joy the great joy which shall be to all people. For unto us was born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And on this day, at least in the calendar of our year, we affirm the glory of our God by the laughter of our children. Every nation, according to its character and its taste, by some gift of gaiety, has enriched the tradition of this our solemnest festival. And because America is what it is, we are the fortunate heirs of the accumulated customs of almost 2,000 years of keeping Christmas. The best songs that have been sung are sung by us. The best games that have been played, we play, and the best stories ever told are ours to tell. For storytelling has persisted as a Christmas ritual, in spite of the printing press, a ceremony as hilarious and as serious as hanging the stocking, dressing the tree, and kissing under the mistletoe. And because Christmas is first of all for children, Christmas stories are fairy stories first of all. It is mildly surprising that the best of them all, which we're telling again for you tonight, is for everybody, and turns out to be a ghost story. I have endeavored, writes its author on its title page, I have endeavored in this ghostly little story to raise the ghost of an idea, which shall not put my readers out of humor with themselves, with each other, with the season, or with me. May it haunt their houses pleasantly, and no one wish to lay it. It is signed, your faithful friend and servant, Charles Dickens. Marley was dead to begin with. There's no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead. Of course he did. Scrooge and Marley were partners. I don't know how many years. Oh, he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone. Scrooge. Scrooge, a squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, secret and self-contained. Once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house. It was a cold, bleak, biting evening, foggy withal, and he could hear the people in the court outside go wheezing up and down, beating their hands upon their breasts and stamping their feet upon the pavement to warm them. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open, but he might keep his eyes upon the clerk, Bob Cratchit, who in a cold and dismal little cell beyond worked at his ledgers.
29, 9 and carry 2, 13, 17, 7 and carry 1, and...
Close the door, Cratchit. Shut out that infernal noise.
Yes, Mr. Scrooge.
Confound their impudence. Cratchit.
Yes, Mr. Scrooge.
You ought to stop at Fothergill's on your way home tonight and collect that 17 shillings and sixpence he owed me since Michaelmas, and tell him I shall have the constable over here if he doesn't pay it once.
Well, sir, Mr. Fothergill's wife is...
What do I care about his wife? Well, I want my 17 and 6.
I just thought it being Christmas...
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Bob. Oh, Mr. Fred. Well, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, Uncle. Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Huh? Bah. Humbug.
Humbug? Christmas a humbug, Uncle? I'm sure you don't mean that.
I do. Merry Christmas. What right have you to be merry? What season have you to be merry? You're poor enough.
Well, come then, Uncle.
What right have you to be dismal? You're rich enough.
Humbug.
Don't be cross, Uncle.
What else can I be? I live in such a world of fools. What's Christmas to you but a time for paying bills without money? Merry Christmas. A time for finding yourself a year older and not an hour richer. If I could work my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of his own holly through his heart.
Uncle.
Nephew, keep Christmas in your own way. Let me keep it in mine.
Keep it? But you don't keep it.
Hey, let me leave it alone, then. What do you want, nephew? Christmas gift, I have no doubt.
I came to wish you a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Ah, Merry Christmas. Much good may Christmas do you. Much good has it ever done you.
There are many things from which I've derived good, by which I have not profited, I dare say, Uncle. Christmas among the rest. But I have always thought of Christmas time as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. Therefore, Uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe it has done me good and will do me good. And I say, God bless it.
God bless Christmas. Hurrah! Let me hear another sound from you out there, Bob Cratchit. You keep your Christmas by losing your situation. That's just you, nephew. I wonder you don't go into Parliament. Talking of nonsense.
Don't be angry, Uncle. I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why can't we be friends?
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry you feel that way. Well, I've tried. Merry Christmas to you, Uncle.
Good afternoon.
And Happy New Year, too.
Humbug.
Merry Christmas to you, Bob, and the missus. And to Tiny Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Fred. Same to you, sir. Good day, sir.
Good day, Bob. Merry Christmas, Uncle Ebenezer.
Twaddle nonsense. Flummery. Talking of Christmas, not a sixpence to jingle against another in his trousers pocket. You there, Bob Cratchit?
Yes, sir. Yes,
what
sir.
are you doing in there?
Oh, I was only putting a bit more coal on the fire, Mr. Scrooge, seeing it's so cold in here, sir.
You put that coal back in the scuttle.
Yes, sir.
Fire indeed. I can tell you, if you use coal at that rate, you and I will soon part in company, Bob Cratchit. Do you understand that? Many a young fellow like your situation, you know.
I'm sorry, sir. My fingers were getting a little stiff with the cold.
Then put on your mittens.
Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!
Someone at the door. See who it is.
Yes, sir.
Merry Christmas, sir.
Oh, Merry Christmas. Yes, sir?
This is the firm of Scrooge and Marley.
Yes, sir.
I should like to see the head of the firm, if I may.
Oh, very good, sir. Step this way, please.
What is it?
A gentleman to see you, Mr. Scrooge.
Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?
Well, Marley's been dead these 7 years tonight.
Oh.
And I'm Scrooge, though I doubt that'll be any pleasure to you, sir.
Oh, I'm sure it will. Now, Mr. Scrooge, at this season of the year, it's only fitting that we who are more fortunate should raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. You may not believe it, sir, but many thousands are now in want of common necessities, and hundreds of thousands are in want of comfort, sir.
Are there no prisons?
There are plenty of prisons, sir.
And the workhouses, they're still in operation, I trust?
I wish I could say they are not, but they are, sir.
The treadmill and the poor law and full vigor, then?
Both very busy, sir.
I'm very glad to hear that. I was afraid from what you said at first that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course. Now, sir, what do you want with me?
Well, Mr. Scrooge, a few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund for the poor and destitute. What shall I put you down for?
Nothing.
You wish to be anonymous, sir?
I wish to be let alone. I don't make merry at Christmas time, and I can't afford to help make idle people merry. I help to support the establishments and take care of the poor. They cost enough. Let those who are badly off go there.
Well, many can't go there, sir, and many would rather die.
And let them do so and decrease the surplus population. Besides, how do I know that's true?
You might know it someday, Mr. Scrooge.
Not my business. It's enough for a man to understand his own business and not to interfere with other people. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, sir. Cratchit, show this gentleman out. Cratchit!
Yes, sir. This way, sir, please. Oh, excuse me, sir. I couldn't help overhearing. I should like to contribute threepence. It's all I can afford. But if there are others in worse situation than I...
You're a generous fellow. I wish I might say the same of your employer.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good day. Merry Christmas.
Good afternoon, sir. And a Merry Christmas. 15, 24, 31, 1 and carry 3. 17, 22, 33, 3 and carry 3. 4, 7, 8.
Cratchit!
12, 15.
Cratchit!
Oh, yes, sir.
Cratchit. Too late to have you go to Father Gill's. He'll be closed up for Christmas like these other fools. We may as well close up this place now.
Yes, sir. It is getting a little dark. Hard to see the figures.
I suppose you want the entire day tomorrow, Cratchit.
If quite convenient, sir.
It's not convenient, and it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown of your wages for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'll be bound.
Well, sir...
And yet you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work.
It's only once a year.
Once a year. Once a year, indeed. A fine excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. I suppose you must have the whole day. I'll see that you're here all the earlier the next morning. Do you understand?
Oh, I will, sir. I will. Well, good night, sir. Good night, good night. Merry Christmas, Mr. Scrooge.
Bah!
The office was closed in a twinkling, and Bob Cratchit, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill 20 times in honor of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt to play with his family at Blind Man's Buff. Scrooge, on the other hand, took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern, and having read all the newspapers and spent the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went home to his dismal house. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, had to grope with his hands. The fog and frost hung about the black old gateway of the house. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. Before he shut his heavy door, he walked through his rooms to see that all was right. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa. Small fire in the grate of his bedroom, spoon and basin ready, and a little saucepan of gruel upon the hob. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet. Closed his door and locked himself in. Double locked himself in. Then took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel. It was a very low fire indeed, nothing on such a bitter night, not even enough to kindle a glow of light in the cheerless room. Scrooge stretched his numb fingers over the wretched fire. Then he saw something that made him draw them back. Slowly the meager embers dissolved before his astonished eyes, dissolved into a face, a ghostly face, but one that Scrooge recognized as the face of Marley. Marley, his partner, dead these 7 years. It was not angry or ferocious, but looked at Scrooge as Marley used to look, with ghostly spectacles turned up on its ghostly forehead. The hairs were curiously stirred, like flames blown from a chimney draft. And through the death-cold eyes, Scrooge saw the buttons on the back of his coat.
Humbug. Humbug. Humbug.
Scrooge got up and walked away from the fire. As he turned, his glance happened to rest upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the corner of the room. It was with great astonishment and with a strange, inexplicable dread that as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. Slowly at first. The same face he had seen in the fire, Marley's face. And Marley's body coming straight at him through the door. A body pale as the bluish smoke that comes out of a chimney on a cold day. A body so transparent that Scrooge, looking through his waistcoat, could see his watch in his waistcoat pocket. The chain he drew was clasped about his middle. It was long and wound about him like a tail. And it was made of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, and heavy purses wrought in steel.
Even now, Scrooge would not believe his eyes. The ghost advanced towards him.
Ebenezer Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge.
Marley, what do you want with me?
Much.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
Who were you then? You're particular for a ghost.
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
Jacob Marley, but you're dead. You died 7 years ago this very night.
You do not believe in me, then?
I do not.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There may be more gravy than grave about you, whatever you are. Humbug, I tell you. Humbug!
At this, the spirit, taking the bandage off from it round its head, as if it were too warm to wear indoors. Its lower jaw dropped upon its breast.
Man of the worldly mind, do you believe in me now?
I do, Jacob, I do. Why do you walk the earth? Why do you come to me, Jacob?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men and travel far and wide to witness what it cannot share but might have shared on earth and turn to happiness.
Tell me, Jacob, well, what is that chain you wear around you?
I wear the chain I forged in life. Cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, purses. I made it link by my own free will. Is its pattern strange to you, Ebenezer? Yours was as heavy and as long as this 7 years ago. And you've labored on it since, Ebenezer.
Jacob, old Jacob Marley, tell me more. Speak comfort to me, Jacob.
I have none to give, Ebenezer. No rest, no peace, incessant torture of remorse.
But you were always a good man of business, Jacob.
Business? Mankind was my business. Charity, mercy, benevolence, they were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business.
Jacob!
Hear me, Ebenezer Scrooge. My time is nearly gone.
I will, Jacob, but don't be hard on me. Speak to me, Jacob, but please don't be flowery.
I'm here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate.
You were always a good friend to me, Jacob, thank you. And go on, Jacob.
Listen to me, Ebenezer. You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
I think I'd rather not.
Without their visits, Ebenezer Scrooge, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow when the bell tolls 1. Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third upon the next night. Look to see me no more. And look that for your own sake you remember what has passed between us.
Marley! Jacob Marley!
Scrooge awoke. He was lying on his bed fully dressed, when suddenly the curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them, as close to it as I am now to you, and I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white as if with age. And yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength. Its dress was of the purest white, trimmed with summer flowers. It held a branch of fresh green holly in its hand. But the strangest thing about it was that from the crown of its head there sprang a clear jet of light, by which all this was visible, and which was doubtless the occasion of its using in its duller moments a great extinguisher for a cap, which it now held under its arm.
Ebenezer Scrooge.
Ebenezer Scrooge.
Are you the spirit whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
Who and what are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
Long past?
No, your past.
What business brings you here? What do you want of me?
Your welfare. Ebenezer Scrooge, rise and walk with me.
No, not the window. I'm mortal. I'll fall down.
There but a touch of my hand, there upon your heart, and you shall be upheld in more than this. Come, follow me. Let us go.
They stood upon an open country road, with fields on either hand. The city had entirely vanished. The darkness and the mist had vanished with it, for it was a clear, cold winter day with snow upon the ground. They walked along the road. Scrooge began to recognize every gate, every post, every tree, until a little market town appeared in the distance with its bridge, its church, and winding river. Some shaggy ponies now were seen trotting towards them with boys upon their backs or in sleighs. And all these boys were in great spirits and showed to each other that they were happy, shouting through the broad fields until they were so full of music that the crisp air laughed to hear it. And there stood old Scrooge in his dressing gown and slippers and nightcap on the hill, and beside him the spirit of Christmas past. And now the spirit spoke again.
Not all the boys and girls were singing on that Christmas day, were they, Ebenezer Scrooge? See the bleak building over there?
That building? I was a boy there. Yeah, I went to school in that place.
You recollect the way?
I could walk it blindfold.
Strange you have forgotten it for so many years. Come, let us go closer. Look through the window into this cold, barren room. What do you see, Ebenezer Scrooge?
I see a boy.
A solitary child, neglected by his friends, sitting alone, a book open before him.
Yes, I see. I know that boy. I was lonely. Poor boy.
Your lip is trembling, Scrooge. And what's that on your cheek?
It's nothing. It's too late now.
What is the matter?
Nothing. There were some boys singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given them something, that's all.
That is all? Come, Ebenezer Scrooge. Let us see another Christmas.
This is the counting house where I was apprenticed.
Listen.
Come now. Choose your partner. And it's my old master, bless his heart. My old master alive again. And we, his clerks, so full of joy on Christmas Eve.
Hold hands, your partner. Now and Christmas. Hold through. Great
Look, Scrooge. Look at that carefree young man with the light heart and the gay smile. Do you recognize him, Ebenezer? What is the matter, Ebenezer?
Nothing particular.
Something, I think.
No. Only I should like to be able to say a word or two. To my clerk, Bob Cratchit. That's all.
My time grows short, and we have yet another journey to make.
Where now?
Come.
Again, Scrooge saw himself in a room that was vaguely familiar. He was an older man, a man in the prime of his life. And he was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl.
There were tears in her eyes.
With you. Very little, I know. Another idol has displaced me. And if it can cheer and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve.
What idol has displaced you?
A golden one.
Belle, listen to me. There's nothing the world so hard on as poverty, and yet nothing it pretends to condemn so much as the pursuit of wealth.
The world again. You fear the world too much, Ebenezer.
Belle, have I changed toward you?
When we were engaged, we were both poor.
Was it better then? Belle, was it better to be poor?
Better at least to be happy. You're changed. You were another man then.
I was a boy. Do you blame me because I've grown wiser? Have I ever tried to break our engagement, Belle?
In words, no. Never.
In what then?
In a changed nature. In an altered spirit. In everything that made my love of any value in your sight. So, I release you from your promise. Belle,
I love you still.
Oh, at first it may cause you pain to lose me. A very brief pain. But soon it will be dim, like a half-remembered dream. An unprofitable dream. And you will be glad to be awake from such a dream. May you be happy in the life you have chosen, Ebenezer. For the love of him you once were.
Spirit, it is enough. Show me no more.
These were shadows of the things that have been. That they are what they are. Do not blame me.
No more.
One shadow more. Come.
The relentless ghost pinioned him in both his arms and forced him to observe what happened next. They were in a room, not very large or handsome, but full of comfort. All around them were the voices of children talking and laughing. And before the winter fire sat a beautiful young girl, so like the last that Scrooge believed it was the same, until he saw her, the girl he had been betrothed to, now a handsome middle-aged woman sitting with her husband at their own fireside.
Do you see this man, Ebenezer Scrooge? This man might have been you. And that girl might have been your daughter, Ebenezer Scrooge. She might have called you father. She might have been a springtime in the haggard winter of your life.
Spirit, let me go. Show me no more.
Listen now while they speak, Ebenezer.
I saw an old friend of yours today.
Who was it?
Yes.
How can I? Oh, I know. Mr. Scrooge.
Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office window. It wasn't shuttered, and there was a candle inside, so I couldn't help seeing him. His partner lies at the point of death, I hear. And there Scrooge sat, all alone. Quite alone in the world, I do believe.
Spirit, reward me. Haunt me no more. Leave me. Take me back. Take me back. In his anguish, Scrooge began to struggle with the ghost of Christmas past. The lights in the crown of its head burned high and bright. Scrooge, in a last desperate effort, tore the extinguisher cap from its head, and by a sudden action, pressed it down upon its head. And Scrooge was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by irresistible drowsiness. And further, of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze, in which his hand relaxed and had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. The stroke of one awakened him and sat him bolt upright in his bed.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. are listening to the 4th annual presentation of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, brought to you by the makers of Campbell's Soups. We return you now to the Campbell Playhouse and Orson Welles.
On the stroke of 1, Scrooge had awakened suddenly, and had sat him bolt upright in his own bed. He remembered the words of Marley's ghost, and wondered from which direction the second specter would appear. He drew aside the curtains and established a sharp lookout all around the bed. At that moment, nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing, and consequently, when no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. A quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. And all this time he sat upon the bed with his nightcap upon his head, the very core and center of a blaze of ruddy light which streamed upon it. Being only light, this was more alarming than a dozen ghosts. As he was powerless to make out what it meant, he began to think that the source of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing, it seemed to shine. He got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. It was his own sitting room, there was no doubt about that. But it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as had never been known in Scrooge's time or for many and many a winter season gone. Heaped upon the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, great joints of meat-sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. And in easy state upon this couch, there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up high up to shed its light on Scrooge as he came peeping round the door.
Come in, Ebenezer Scrooge. You know me better, man.
Yeah?
I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me. You've never seen the like of me before.
Spirit, conduct me where you will. I went forth last time on compulsion, and learned a lesson which is working now. If tonight you have anything to teach me, let me profit by it.
Touch my robe, Ebenezer Scrooge. Touch my robe.
The room vanished, so did the fire. The ruddy glow, the hour of night, vanished. Sunlight brushed them as they streamed through the clear morning air. The second specter flew at a more leisurely speed, and Scrooge had time to observe people below him shoveling snow on the city roofs, calling out to one another from the parapets, and now and then pelting each other with snowballs. In the streets below them, the poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruiterers were radiant in their holiday glory. Scrooge and his ghostly guide circled the tall spires as the steeples called good people all to church or chapel. And there below them lay Camden Town with its squalid streets of ugly frame houses. Of all these dwellings, the ghosts selected the humblest for their visit. Scrooge, by now past all surprise, recognized Bob Cratchit's wife, dressed in a twice-turned gown but brave in ribbons, busily laying the table. Assisting her was Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes.
And now 2 smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelled a goose and known it for their own, and now basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onions. And 3 more young Cratchits danced about the table. Then once more the door opened.
Martha, we've got a goose. Wait till you see it, Martha.
Oh, quiet, children, quiet. Why, bless your heart alive, Martha, my dear. How late you are. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas, Mother. Merry Christmas. How late you are, Martha.
Oh, we'd a deal of work to finish up last night, and we had to clear away this morning.
Well, never mind, so long as you're here now. Sit you down before the fire and have a warm. Lord bless you.
But where's Father?
He's been to church with Tiny Tim. They'll be along directly.
How is Tiny Tim, Mother? Any better at all?
Sometimes I think he is, and sometimes I think, oh, dear God, if anything should happen to Tiny Tim. If Tiny Tim should die.
Mother, you mustn't even think of such a thing.
Here they come!
Merry Christmas, Father, and Tim.
Merry Christmas, Martha.
And there was Bob Cratchit, with at least 3 feet of comforter, exclusive of the fringe, hanging down before him in his threadbare clothes, darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Poor Tiny Tim. He carried a little crutch and had his limbs supported by an iron frame.
How did little Tim behave in church, Bob?
Oh, I like church, Mother. Oh, they sang the nicest hymns, and the people were so kind to me. It was such fun riding home on Daddy's shoulder.
He behaved as good as gold and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful sitting by himself so much and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me coming home that he hoped people saw him in church because he was lame, and it might be pleasant for them to remember on Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Tim, you darling.
Mother, the goose is ready. Mother, I'm happy to
Oh, yes, children, all ready. Come, take your places and wait your turn. There's plenty of stuffing and dressing and plum pudding for all of you. Now, Martha, you take care of Tiny Tim. That's right. And see that he eats plenty. He must get strong and well.
Now shall we say grace?
Yes, Bob.
Our Father who art in heaven, we thank thee for the daily bread which in thy mercy thou dost give to us. Bless us this Christmas day, keep us all together, so that for many years to come we may unite here to do thy will and praise thy name. Amen.
Amen.
And now, my dears, with such a dinner, a toast. A Merry Christmas to us all, and God bless us.
God bless us. God bless us, everyone.
And now to Mr. Scrooge. I'll give you a toast to Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast.
The founder of the feast, indeed. Who pays you all 15 shillings a week? I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast on, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for
My dear, the children, Christmas Day.
Well, it should be Christmas Day, I'm sure, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Bob. Nobody knows it better than you, poor fellow.
My dear, Christmas Day.
Well, I'll drink his health for your sake and the day's, not for his. Long life to him, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt.
And I say God bless him too, Mother. And everyone.
There was nothing of high mark in all this. They were not a handsome family, these Cratchits. They were not well-dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes were scanty and had known, very likely, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. And when at last they faded, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last.
Spirit! Spirit! Tell me if Tiny Tim will live.
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved.
No, kind spirit. Say he will be spared. Say he will live.
If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die.
Many calls Scrooge made that night with the ghost of Christmas present. Now he stood upon a bleak and desert moor where monstrous masses of rude stone were cast about as though it were the burial place of giants. Down in the west, the setting sun had left a streak of fiery red which glared upon the desolation for an instant like a sullen eye, and then was lost in the thick gloom of darkest night. A light shone from the window of a hut. Passing through the wall of mud and stone, they found a cheerful company assembled around a glowing fire. An old man and woman with their children and their children's children, all decked out gaily in their holiday attire.
In this place, Ebenezer Scrooge, the miners live who labor in the bowels of the earth. Still, they know me. You hear?
The spirit did not tarry here, but bade Scrooge hold his robe. And passing on above the moor, they sped on. Whither? Not to see. To see. To Scrooge's horror, looking back, he saw the last of the land. Below him were the waves breaking upon a frightful range of rocks. But built upon a dismal reef of sunken stones, some league or so from shore, there stood a solitary lighthouse. Great heaps of seaweed clung to its base, and storm birds, born of the wind, rose and fell about it like the waves they skimmed. Again the ghost sped on above the dark and heaving sea, on and on until they lighted on a ship. They stood beside the helmsman at the wheel, the lookout in the bow, the men who had the watch, dark, ghostly figures in their several stations. Much they saw, and far they went, and many places they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirits stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful. On foreign lands, and they were close at home. By poverty, and it was rich. In almshouse, hospital, and jail, where vain man in his little brief authority had not made fast the door and barred the spirit out, he left his blessing. It was a long night, if it were only a night. And it was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered, in his outward form, the ghost grew older, clearly older.
My life upon this globe is very brief, Ebenezer. It ends tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight at midnight. Hark. The hour is come.
Not yet. There are still more things I wish to learn.
These you will learn from still another spirit. Still another spirit, Ebenezer.
Scrooge looked about him for the ghost. It had vanished. And he found himself once more in his bed, in his dressing gown and his nightcap on his head. He heard the clock strike. And then he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming toward him like a mist along the ground. The spirit slowly, gravely, silently approached. In the very air through which it moved, it seemed to scatter gloom and mystery.
I am the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Ebenezer Scrooge, I am about to show you the shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us.
Ghost of the future! I fear you more than any specter I've seen. Lead on! Lead on! The night is waning fast, and it is precious time.
Scrooge followed in the shadow of its dress, which bore him up, he thought, and carried him along. And suddenly, they were in a room which Scrooge seemed to remember having seen before, where a woman and a child were.
Oh, my son, my little son, Tiny Tim. I loved him so.
Mother, dear, you mustn't. It's almost time for Father to be home. Don't let him see you crying.
Yes, Mother. He's late tonight. He walks slower than he used to. And yet, I've known him to walk very fast indeed, with Tiny Tim on his shoulder.
So have I, Mother.
But he was light to carry, and his father loved him so that it was no trouble. No trouble at all. Bob.
Good evening, my dear.
You're late, Bob.
I'm sorry, my dear. I went to the churchyard today. I wish you could have gone with me. It would have done your heart good to see how sweet and green a place it is. But you'll see it often. I promised Tiny Tim we'd walk there on a Sunday.
Oh, Bob.
It's God's will, my dear.
Oh, my son, my little son. Tiny Tim. I loved him so.
Scrooge tried to break through the shade that held him to talk with Bob Cratchit, to speak some word of comfort, but the sleeve of the ghost of Christmas yet to come passed in front of him and shut the family from his view. And now they were in an obscure part of the town where Scrooge had never been before. The ways were foul and narrow, the shops and houses wretched, the people drunken, slipshod, ugly. The whole quarter reeked with crime, with filth and misery. Deep in this den of infamous resort, there was a low-browed, beetling pawn shop where iron, old rags, and bottles were bought. And there was an old charwoman standing at the counter.
Undo my bundle, Joe.
I hope Scrooge didn't die of nothing catching, eh?
Don't be afraid. I ain't so fond of his company that I'd take a chance at that. You may look through that shirt till your eyes ache, and you won't find a hole in it. The best he had, and a fine one, too. He'd have wasted it if it hadn't been for me.
What you call a wasting of it, Mrs. Dilbert?
Putting it on him to be buried in. Somebody was fool enough to do it, but I took it off him again. If calico ain't good enough for such a purpose, it ain't good enough for anything. It can't look uglier than he did in that one, the old horror. And here's his bed curtains. Small use he'll have for him where he's going.
That's the truest word, you ever spoke, Mrs. Dilbert.
So this is the end of him, you see. He frightened everyone away from him when he was alive to profit us when he was dead.
The phantom spread its dark robe before him for a moment like a wing, and withdrawing it revealed another place, a churchyard walled in by houses, overrun by grass and weeds, choked up with too much burying, fat with repleted appetite. A worthy place. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down toward it, and following the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name.
Ebenezer Scrooge.
Spirit, am I the man who lay dead upon that bed?
The spirit pointed from the grave to him and back again, and the upper portion of its deep black garment was contracted for an instant in its folds, as if it had inclined its head.
Ebenezer Scrooge.
And then Scrooge saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrank, collapsed, and dwindled into a bedpost. Yes, and the bedpost was his own, the bed was his own, the room was his own, best and happiest of all
The time before him was his own to make amends in. Running to the window, he opened it. He put out his head. No fog, no mist, clear, bright, jovial, stirring, cold. Cold, piping for the blood to dance in. Golden sunlight, heavenly air, sweet, fresh air, merry bells. Oh, glorious, glorious. Oi! What's the day?
Hey, what's that, sir?
What day is it, my fine fella?
Today? Why, it's Christmas Day.
Christmas Day? Christmas Day! That I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. All in one night. I don't know what to do. I'm as light as a feather. I'm as happy as an angel. I'm as merry as a schoolboy. Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all the world.
Scrooge was early at his office. He went early for a reason. He could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late. That was the thing he'd set his heart upon, and he did it. Yes, he did. The clock struck 9. No Bob. 1:15, no Bob. Scrooge sat with his door wide open that he might see him come in. At last he came. His hat was off before he opened the door, his comforter, too. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock.
8 and 7 and 15, carry the 1, 24, carry the 2, 31 and 5, 36, 4 and 7.
Hello? You, Cratchit.
Yes, sir.
Cratchit? Step this way, Cratchit, if you please.
Yes, sir.
Cratchit. What do you mean by coming in at this time of day?
I'm very sorry, sir. I am behind my time.
There you are. Yes, I think you are.
It's only once a year, Mr. Scrooge. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir.
And I'll tell you what, my friend. I'm not going to stand this sort of thing any longer. Therefore, Bob Cratchit, I'm about to raise your salary.
Are you quite yourself, sir?
No, thank heaven, I'm not quite myself. Merry Christmas, Bob.
Lights out, everybody.
This is a tale they tell of another Christmas. A Christmas 19 years ago. The Great War was over. War-weary soldiers and officers were at last being allowed to rest, to enjoy such recreation as soldiers might find. Leave areas were established in various parts of France, and at intervals, individuals were sent from the stations of their organizations to these areas, there to rest and refresh themselves for a brief period. This story properly begins on Christmas night, 1918. 19 years ago, a leave train was just coming to a halt in the station at Villefranche.
peut monter à ce compartiment-là, monsieur. Il y a seulement un officier. C'est un Français. C'est première classe, monsieur.
Oh, merci, monsieur. I see the brighter mind. Here you are, mate. Talk.
Ah, merci, monsieur l'anglais. Merci.
I'm not an English, you know, chap. Australian. Anzac. Compris?
Ah, oui. Vous êtes Australien, n'est-ce pas?
Right, Joe. And Merry Christmas, old chap.
Un joyeux Noël, monsieur l'Australien.
Excusez-moi, monsieur, but s'il vous plaît, I would like to, venir ici. Oh, blast it, I can't talk the ruddy language.
It is not necessary to speak the blasted language, monsieur, since I speak yours after a fashion.
Oh, beg pardon, old chap. The station master told me you wouldn't mind if I stowed myself in here with you. I hope.
I should be very glad indeed of your company. I am Captain Esme Rochefort de Gascoigne, of the 212th Regiment Artillery, GPF.
I'm Lieutenant Horace Ballantyne, of the Australian Light Horse, sir.
You are welcome, monsieur. May I help you with your baggage?
I'll have it stowed in half top. Thank you. There. Oh, going on leave, Captain?
Oui, I am not sure where yet, but c'est la guerre. One never knows where it goes in this world.
Too right, Bigger. It was jolly good of you to share your compartment, old chap.
I am only too glad. It has been rather a lonely journey so far. I am delighted to have someone to talk to.
First-class compartments are not too easy to copper, either. A bit cushy, this, isn't it?
Not too bad, indeed. You'll pardon me, I know, but I am a bit curious to know how an Australian officer should find his way to Villafranche.
I don't quite know myself, Captain Gascoigne, is it?
Yes. And your name is Ballantyne?
Right.
I must remember.
Well, I was at Gallipoli in the infantry with the Execook, the 3rd Officer Division, you know. Got a bit of a crack in the head, and the first thing I knew, I found myself transferred as town major of a village a few miles east of here. Nothing but Americans in it.
Ah, the Americans. They are good soldiers, eh?
Fair dinkum.
And now you find yourself bound for leave on Christmas night.
Righto, and jolly glad of it.
Where are you going, do you know?
Report to the RTO at Isle of Bane. That's all I know.
You have the same difficulties in your army, I see. One never knows where one goes. You are a long way from home, my friend.
Righto. A bloody long way. Halfway around the world, you know.
And you have come to fight for France. I salute you, monsieur.
It's been fun.
Oui. And now it is over. And our young men lie dead under the stars out there.
We lost a few, too.
Our young men, monsieur. French, British, Australian, American.
Not to mention a few German chappies.
Quite. Eh bien. One cannot make the omelette without breaking the eggs.
A bloody lot of good eggs, friend Gascoigne.
Oui.
I wish the blasted train would start.
It is always a mystery how they control these trains. Particularly when one wishes to go somewhere in a hurry.
Oh, American chap out there. Looking for a place, I fancy.
Perhaps we could invite him in here if you do not mind.
Why not? If it's all right with you.
Oh, he is a comrade and there is little room on the train.
Righto. Oh, Yank. Yank there. This way, Yank.
He comes?
But strike me pink now. The blighter's black. And an officer, too.
So? I have heard that the Americans have 2 divisions of Negroes, and they have many officers who are, as the Americans say, colored also. But I have never seen one.
You don't mind if I ask him in?
My dear Ballantyne, why should one mind? Is he not a man, an ally, an officer? Do we dislike one another because I am French and you Australian?
Good chap. We've lots of blacks in our units. What the devil's the difference? What difference does it make what color the blighter's skin is? Yank. Room here.
Do you mind awfully, Lieutenant?
Not much room anywhere else, old chap. Oh, come in. We've room for one.
Thank you. I was afraid I was going to be left behind.
My name's Ballantyne, Lieutenant Australian Light Horse.
I'm Captain Melvin, 370th American Infantry.
Delighted, Captain. And this is Captain... I have to help the chap out, Captain.
I am Captain Esme Rochefort de Gascoigne of the French Artillery, Captain. Welcome. Gentlemen, thank you.
Oh, here. Give me your musette. I'll shove it up in the rack.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant. Feels good to get that thing off my shoulder. Sit down, Captain Melvin. Thanks. Been standing around there all day long on one foot and then on the other waiting. Finally, when the train did pull in, I thought I was still going to stand there. Good of you to take me in. We are delighted.
Righto.
You're an Australian, eh, Lieutenant?
Righto. From Adelaide.
I just think of that.
Where are you from, Captain Melvin?
Oh, I'm from Chicago.
And you, Captain Gascoigne?
My home is in Bayonne, as one might infer from my name. Your name, Captain? Gascoigne. Bayonne is in Gascony, you see.
Oh, I see.
Oui. It's odd, ain't it? Here we are, 3 of us in one railway coach, bound for somewhere. And we've come from all over the world to meet on Christmas night in France.
We don't even know where we're going, do you?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. Libre, that's all I know.
Well, may as well have a spotted Christmas cheer, eh? A bottle of rather good wine in my musette.
And so have I.
Not to be outdone in this matter, mes amis, I also have a bottle of Lacryme Christi.
Tears of Christ.
A very precious wine in these days, mes amis. I do not remember how I came by it, but suffice it to say, I have it.
Attention! Attention!
Ah, we are about to start, huh?
We are starting.
A ruddy, happy crowd out there at the station. Christmas.
We still Christmas, despite the fact that most of them all want to get out of the town and go somewhere.
Last Christmas, I was down in Texas, in Logan.
I was in the hospital at Marseille.
And I, mes amis, had dinner with a German general.
A German general?
Captured on Christmas Eve.
Oh, yes.
Gentlemen, will you drink with me?
With pleasure, oui. If you will drink with me.
And with me.
Well, then, to Christmas, eh?
Yeah.
To Christmas.
To Christmas.
You know, my musette's so bloody full of junk of all sorts. I was afraid I might have lost the bottle.
Souvenirs, huh?
Oh, yes. Silly toys and things that I picked up. Give them to some kid somewhere. Lord knows they have few enough.
I have gifts, too, in my musette. There is no one left of my people to give them to, but it is a sentiment for Christmas.
Suppose we all do that. Mine's packed with odds and ends. I didn't know if I'd ever get back to that outfit after this leave, so I got some souvenirs together.
Another drink, mes amis?
Oh, not now, thanks, Captain. I'll wait a while.
I think I shall, too.
Quite. It is a beautiful night, eh?
Clear. You know, if the war was still on, I'd expect to hear someone shout, lights out, jury's up. Have a lot of bombs land in our laps.
I hope we are done with that, monsieur.
Amen.
No moon, though.
Yeah. But look at them stars.
Oh, see that one over there. You might imagine it to be the Star of Bethlehem. Very bright, isn't it?
Oui. Nearly 2,000 years ago. I wonder if that same star still shines upon the earth.
If it does, we wouldn't know it. Not us. Fight wars and deny the name of the man that was born under it.
Oh, religious chap?
No, not at all, Lieutenant. A long way from it.
I'm not a religious chap either. But used to have some jolly times as a kid at Christmas time, though. Church things and all that, candles, whatnot.
One is not religious, save when one sees the star shining down on him.
I wonder if that could be the star.
And why not, my friend? Our earth changes, but the everlasting stars change not.
Yeah, be funny if it is, wouldn't it? Bonjour.
Oui. But our journey is long, gentlemen. If you wish to sleep...
You sleepy, Captain?
That little drink of wine has affected me, I fear. I cannot keep my eyes open.
Yeah, I'm a little tired myself. Standing around all day in that station. There was no place to sit down.
I can always sleep myself.
I propose, then, that we do sleep for a little while, my friends.
Talking to sleep, it made me sleepy. I'm all for it.
Shall I turn down the lights?
If you will, monsieur. Pleasant dreams. Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas to you both, gentlemen.
And to you, Lieutenant Valentine. Captain Gascoigne.
Yonder star shall watch over us, n'est-ce pas?
The star that shone on Bethlehem.
Good night.
Are you asleep?
I'm not.
Nor I. Almost, though, I must say.
I was thinking. It seems that
I have met you both before. Somewhere.
That's rather odd.
Why, my friend?
I was thinking the same thing.
I was too. But it couldn't be. One from France, one from Australia, one from America.
Oui, it is so. Good night, my friends.
Good night.
Good night.
Friend Gaspar, we have journeyed far, and the sign that thou didst promise to us is not yet.
Peace, Balthazar. We have not yet come to the end of our journey. Behold, Melchior crieth not out. Canst thou not study his patience to be like unto him?
Yet thou art tired, Melchior.
I am tired and weary. Yet must we go on. No man knoweth what the end of his far journeying shall bring him.
Dost thou see, Balthazar? Thou must needs have faith.
I have faith, friend Gaspar. Yet my burden upon my shoulder is cruel heavy, and I would fain rest.
Have faith, O Balthazar. Have faith, I conjure thee.
Faith. I lead on, O Gaspar. Whither thou goest, there will I follow thee.
And also I, Gaspar. For I know that thou art inspired of God, that his hand doth lead thee.
Yet not even I know what miracle he will do before our eyes.
No matter. We will follow, and thy road lead to death. Now, which road takest thou? That to the right hand or to the left?
I know not.
Wilt thou not call upon God, Gaspar?
Aye. Kneel down, brethren. O Lord, Father God, lead us, thy servants, in the way thou didst set out for us. For know, Lord, Father God, that we are poor, and our eyes know not the right, and we would follow the way that thou wilt have us follow. Therefore we pray thee humbly, dear Father.
A miracle.
Miracle? What sayest thou, Balthazar?
Behold, Gaspar, a sign from the Lord, Father God.
There is no sign.
Behold, in the sky.
A sign.
A star that burneth brighter than all the stars of the heavens. O Lord God, we thank thee. The way is before us. We follow thy will.
Behold, Gaspar, the star shineth upon the pathway to the left.
Forward, forward, brethren. For the end of our far journeying is at hand. Certes, this is a sign from God.
Behold, Gaspar, beyond the hill, the lights of a village.
'Tis so. Now we are come to our destination indeed. Haste, friends, haste.
Knowest thou what town is that, O Gaspar?
Nay, I know not. Save that it be the end of our long journey.
Oh, travelers! Have ye seen the star?
Who calls? Who art thou?
It is a shepherd. See the flocks of sheep beyond the road?
Seest thou the star, travelers? Knowest thou its meaning?
Aye, we have seen it, O shepherd. Yet we know not its meaning, save that a miracle of the Lord Father God is nigh unto us.
From the blackness of the sky it sprang into blaze, traveler. Dost thou think it portends the end of earth?
Nay, friend, not the end of earth. Say rather its beginning.
What sayest thou?
Behold, shepherd, the mantle of the Lord is upon him.
He speaketh of miracles.
Aye, and a miracle will come to pass. Haste, friends, haste, for this night will hear the voices of angels chanting, and the sound of many great wings. Peace on earth, peace, goodwill to men.
Glory to God
in the highest.
Verily,
You speak as men that understand the workings of the will of God.
Say now, shepherd, how is yonder village named?
Surely, if you know what shall come to pass because of the star, how is it you know not the name of the town?
We have come from far lands, shepherd.
Aye. What matters it if we know not such trifles as the name of a little hidden village, when we know of a miracle to be wrought in the name of Almighty God?
Aye, 'tis so.
What miracle shall come to pass?
It is hidden from our ken, O shepherd. Yet it shall come to pass. Fear not.
Aye. And such a miracle as shall set all the world to singing praises, lifting up their voices unto the heavens, crying in a loud voice, Mighty, mighty is the Lord God of hosts.
Ye be not of Israel?
Nay, I am from the land of the Greeks, and these my companions be also from far lands. Melchior from Ethiopia, Balthazar, a wise man of Egypt, a soothsayer unto the king.
Ye have come far.
Aye, so. Since many days our feet have trod the pathways of hidden, unknown places. Yet always have we set our faces unto the east, obeying the bidding of a voice unheard, the guidance of a hand unfelt.
And ye go now into the town?
Thou hast not told us its name, shepherd.
Certes, all men know that yonder town is called the town of the house of bread, even Bethlehem. Know ye that I, even I, am of Bethlehem, where was born 1,000 years agone David, son of Jesse, that was king of Israel.
'Tis well. For now I speak with the tongue of the Lord, the wisdom he hath put into my mouth. Behold yonder Bethlehem whence came David, king of Israel. Now this night shall be born in Bethlehem that Messiah, that very Son of God, which the ancient prophets have foretold. And this is the miracle that shall come to pass. For he shall be born of a virgin immaculate, and his name shall be Jesus, called Christ. O thou Lord God, Father, I give thanks unto thee that thou hast appointed me and my companions, that we shall be witnesses before all the world that the Son of God is born. Haste, my friends. We must on, for the miracle is at hand.
The Spirit of God is upon him.
He speaketh with the tongue of the Lord. Haste.
O holy man, may I not go with thee, seeing thou knowest not the village, and I with my brethren was born there?
Aye, thou mayest come with us, but haste, friends, haste.
Behold the star, how it seemeth to beckon us on.
Lo, it cometh down from the heavens and standeth above the rooftops of the town. It is the doing of God.
Aye, praise God.
Praise God.
Praise God.
Sling thy burthens from thy shoulders, friends. Haste, haste.
I marvel also that there should be lights abroad in the town. The hour is passing late, yet there is a light in every house.
Perchance the men of Bethlehem rejoice that the Messiah is born.
Nay, not so. For he is hidden from men, and they of Bethlehem know him not.
Then what?
The feast of Hanukkah is but lately over, my masters. The feast of the lights in memory of the Maccabee, and many remain. Also are there others in the town who have come to deal with the men of Herod, the tetrarch of Galilee, even the tax collectors, and thus is the city full, even all the inns.
Dost thou know where we shall find him, O Gaspar? Hath it been revealed unto thee?
All in good time, my friend. We follow the star.
Perchance he shall be born in a family of high repute.
Aye, 'tis not fitting that the Son of God shall come from an humble home.
The will of God shall be done. The child Jesus be born in the wide fields under the star, my friends. Haste.
Behold, these be the walls of Bethlehem, O wise man. Yonder lieth the gate.
Perchance the soldiers of the tetrarch may refuse us admission into the city, Gaspar.
Nay, they are gone away, Melchior.
Aye, they all lie in the inns and public houses and carouse of the people of the town.
Gaspar, art thou sure indeed that we shall find him in Bethlehem?
Dost doubt the word of God, Balthazar? On, on.
Now, whither do we go, O Lord Gaspar?
Name me not Lord, shepherd, for we are all humble men in the sight of God.
Praise God.
Praise God.
Behold how the rays of the star shine down upon this certain street. It is the way, friends. Follow. Lo, one comes, Gaspar. In haste. Aye,
but
so.
Perchance he knoweth.
Hold thou, men. Whither goest thou?
Who art thou? Stand aside that I may pass.
Who art thou? Know that I am citizen, even as thou art. If indeed thou art a citizen and not a strolling player or hawker of false jewels.
Oh, speakest thou thus to me, who am the great physician? Know, man, that I am Balthus, the leech, the learned, the clever, skilled in cupping and the arts of the chirurgeon, the saver of lives, the bringer of babes into the world.
Peace! Thy tongue clacketh like the wheels of...
thou art chirurgeon, O man of Bethlehem?
Aye, I am that. I am Balthus, wrestler with the angel of death, sometime physician under great Antipater himself. I am...
Hold, I pray thee. Hast thou attended woman this night that was brought of child?
And how didst thou know that, stranger?
Wilt thou say aye or nay?
Aye, I have done so. And look ye now. This night have I come upon a miracle, a very marvel, a prodigy of nature. Never before in all my time have I...
Cease thy clacking and speak, leech.
And who art thou thus to...
Speak of the marvel that thou hast witnessed, man.
Behold, not 2 hours have passed since one came post-haste, crying before my door, O Balthus, O most noble surgeon, O saver of lives, come down and haste. And I, setting down the goblet of sack posset wherefrom I did drink, flung open the window and looked down.
To thy story, leech, to thy story.
Behold, crieth the man in the street, behold, Balthus, a woman hath need of thee in the stable, nigh unto the inn of the 2 oxen.
In the stable?
Aye, the stable. Now I am a man of charity, and always ready to answer the call when sickness stalketh abroad. In the plague that came upon Bethlehem 9 years ago...
Aye, thou art always ready when thou dost smell the smell of gold, leech. Say on, and quickly.
If thou wilt but be still and let me. I spoke of a marvel.
Say on, say on.
I flung my cloak about me, and I came in haste, as ill becometh a man of my age and girth, and yet I am charitable, I say, and behold, in yonder stable was a woman couched in the straw of a manger, brought to bed of a child.
Surely women have been brought to bed of a child in stables before, chirurgeon.
Aye, so. But mark me well now. This woman was a virgin.
Nay.
I swear it by the holy phylactery. By my father's beard I swear it. Verily was a child born unto her, and she a virgin.
Thou hast drunk too much of thy sack posset, neighbor. Thou a physician.
I swear
Hold. Thou said enough, leech. Verily hast thou stood before a miracle this night.
A miracle? In sooth, a very prodigy.
Where lieth the woman thou didst attend?
In yonder stable. The man did say that they'd come from Nazareth in Galilee to give his testimony unto the tax collectors. And though they beseeched the innkeepers, yet would none of them give them room, saving only this one, who, having pity upon a woman with child, did say unto them that they might find bed amongst the kine in his stable, and did charge them not.
May all the blessings of God be on this innkeeper, that he hath offered shelter this night unto the Son of God.
What sayest?
And on thee, physician, for that thou didst lend thy hand unto her, who is the very mother of him who shall be the Savior of the world.
Verily, I know not who thou art, old man, yet I perceive that thou hast the gift of prophecy. If I have served, then I am glad, for I took naught from them. And the babe did look upon me with a look that I shall ne'er forget, though I live to be the last on the earth. Now I crave thy blessing. If thou dost speak sooth, I am most blessed among men.
Verily shalt thou stand at the right hand of him who hath come to the earth, physician. Thine was the hand that first touched him. Verily art thou blessed.
I thank thee for thy grace, friend. Go now inside the stable. I go to the temple to render thanks unto God. For verily, I believe thee.
Now, my friends, 'tis the end of our long journey before us. Come with me, I pray, each of you. Come and fall down and worship the infant Jesus, Son of God, which shall be called the Christ.
Praise unto him.
Praise unto the Son of God.
I will not go in. I am not worthy.
Nay, shepherd. There be none of us worthy to touch his hand. Yet there be none too humble to do him reverence. Come.
Aye, come, shepherd.
Star. The star waneth a little.
Shadows fall upon us. The star paleth before his glory. Nay, Gaspar. Behold in the sky a sign.
A sign? Oh, Father, Lord God.
A sign. The shape of a man crucified upon a cross.
Valentine. Gascoigne.
Didst cry out unto... I say, what's the matter?
I was dreaming, I guess.
Well, where are we?
It was a dream, but I saw you too.
You saw us?
It's hard to remember, but I...
Did you dream of 3 men, Melvin?
Yes.
I did too.
Gaspar?
And Melchior?
And Balthazar?
Gascoigne?
And Melvin?
And Valentine.
Good heavens. Look at our shoes. All of us.
What?
Straw. Where did...
Straw. From a stable. And that smell. What?
Gentlemen, I have been in the East. I know what that smell is. It is myrrh and frankincense.
Lights Out, especially written for radio, comes to you each Wednesday at the same time from our Chicago studios. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening.
Yeah, I think that's your department, love.
Yeah, we'll be in of course, dear.
Judge?
Oh, it's a little early to tell, but if today's any indication, I'm going to settle into Port Pike just fine.
Good. I hope you don't find things too tame here after the big city. Cigar, Judge?
Oh, Cuban?
Yeah, I love a good cigar. Weren't for this damn war, they'd be a lot easier to get.
Oh, thank you. Well, here in Canada, thank God, we're removed from the worst of it.
Yeah, true, but they can't put Hitler in his place soon enough for me.
Oh, you're not alone there, Chief. My, this is a most enjoyable cigar. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. And please, call me Bob.
All right, Bob. The way things are going, they'll have put Hitler in his place before next Christmas.
Yeah, I'll drink to that. If Marie ever shows up with the coffee and liqueurs.
Well, the notion of war seems so inappropriate at this time of year.
Quite right. Well, we shouldn't let it dampen our spirits. In fact, I've got good reason to celebrate this Christmas.
Oh?
Yeah. It looks like the province is going to buy a big parcel of land I own just south of town. Good price, too.
Well?
Well, nobody gets rich being chief of police. Not in a small town, anyway.
The province, what's their interest in that land?
Well, there's a new highway coming through.
Really?
Yeah, well, not many did. They kept it pretty quiet.
Well, how did you find out?
You mean? Well, you hear things. Mayor's office. But I had my eye on it for years, mind you. It'd be great for the town. New jobs, business, and tourists. Yeah, he's going to put a lot of money in a lot of pockets.
I dare say.
Yeah, it's the small businessmen who reap the benefits, and the farmers, faster transportation. Yeah, this town has to move with the times.
Yes, although I feel that growth always has its price.
Here they are, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Bob, look, I got to talk to you. I've got trouble.
Marie, will you leave our coffee on the table? Yeah, thanks. And, dear, would you close the door?
Oh, of course, dear. We won't bother you a bit.
Bob, I don't know what to do. Looks like he's really done it.
Royce, where are your manners?
What?
Aren't you going to wish Judge Lewis a Merry Christmas?
Oh, sure. Merry Christmas, Judge.
Judge, you remember our somewhat excitable mayor, Royce Andrews?
Of course. Happy Christmas, Mr. Mayor.
Now, settle down, Royce. It's a holiday, for God's sake. Can't this wait till next week?
Not this time. It's murder.
Murder? Now, Royce, you better sit down. You want a coffee?
Yeah, please.
Royce, what?
Sorry, Bob. My God, I can't stop shaking.
Judge, you'll have to excuse Royce. He's not used to these calamities.
I understand. But it would appear that Port Pike is apparently not so different from the big city after all.
Yeah, what happened, Royce?
It's old man Noakes.
The mailman?
Yeah. He's dead. Killed out on Ashby Road. Looks like a hit and run.
Any suspects?
I'm afraid so. My son and that girl he's been
Oh,
seeing.
that damn kid again. Well, this had to happen sooner or later.
But it's not his fault.
Yeah, it never is.
It's different this time. There's something strange going on.
Yeah, what do you mean?
They found Noakes dead on Ashby Road, 200 yards from the crossroads, where they figure he was hit. But apparently he had just delivered mail to someone a mile off Ashby Road.
And what's so unusual about that?
Well, do you think he got hit, walked a mile into the bush, delivered somebody's mail, then walked a mile back to the main road to drop dead?
That doesn't sound very plausible. Whose mail did he deliver?
Some old woman named Marjorie Fison. Lives in the old Benson place.
I didn't know anybody lived up there.
Neither did I. But she does, all right. A strange one.
In Washington today, President Roosevelt stated that the Allied forces were braced for an all-out effort.
Not the war news, Hicks. Try something else.
Elsewhere.
That's more like it. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. Good afternoon, sir.
As you were, Benham. Except for the singing.
Yes, sir. Singing.
The radio, Hicks.
Well, we're going to have to give you a bigger heating budget, Bob. It's freezing in here.
You like some coffee? Hicks, get the mayor some. You, Judge?
No, thank you.
Well, Benham, I understand you were the investigating officer on the Noakes hit and run.
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir. Well, get on with it. Tell him about the mail.
All right, Royce. Take it easy.
Here's your coffee, Mr. Mayor.
Hicks,
Yes, Chief.
we're going to talk to the hit and run suspect. Take him to my office.
Right away, sir.
Well, Benham, what happened?
Beg your pardon, sir, but who's this gentleman?
I'm Judge Donald Lewis, retired. I'm here in an unofficial capacity.
With all due respect, Judge, I can't see that we really need you.
Royce?
No, really, Bob. Don't you think this would be better handled as a private police matter?
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, that is your son in custody in there.
I'm well aware.
He may be in need of some expert legal advice before the day is out.
Oh, I see.
Now, Royce, we have nothing to hide from an ex-judge. Besides, you were the one who told him the story.
Yes, of course. I guess I'm just a little rattled. My son in jail for the press.
Yeah, we all understand, Royce. Benham, fill us in on the details.
Yes, sir. The deceased was proceeding in a northerly direction on a two-wheel vehicle at approximately 9:28 a.m. His visibility impaired by a moderate snowstorm. The alleged impact vehicle... What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, Benham, you've been listening to too much Boston Blackie. Now, start again and make it simple so the mayor can understand.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. It's kind of hard to explain. Let me draw it for you.
Go ahead.
Okay, now here's Ashby Road, running north and south. Yeah. And here's Simcoe Road running across it, east and west.
Right.
It's at the crossroads, as far as we can tell, that Noakes was hit. He'd been heading north along Ashby Road.
Anybody see him?
Yes, sir. Checked that out myself. Charlie Decker put the lift bridge down for him a little before 9.
Where is the lift bridge, Constable?
Down here, Judge, about a mile south of the crossroads.
Ah.
And where did they find him?
Up here, about 200 yards north of the crossroads.
Well, what about the car, Benham?
I was patrolling eastbound on Simcoe, heading towards the crossroads, when I found the suspect vehicle in the ditch at the side of the road. Apparently, it had been heading westbound.
Did another car force it off the road?
I don't think so, Mr. Mayor. I didn't see any other cars west of the crossroads. And Charlie said nobody else had gone over the bridge that morning from the south, and we had to close the road a few miles north of the crossroads late last night because of the snow.
Well, someone could have come along Simcoe from the east, hit Noakes, turned around and gone back the way he came.
Yeah, what about that, Benham? The real culprit could be miles from here by now.
Good point, sir. Aha. But I thought of that myself. There was a telephone repair crew working about 2 miles east of the crossroads on Simcoe, about here. The suspect vehicle was the only one they saw on the road that morning.
Yeah, very efficient, Benham.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well, it does sound open and shut, Royce.
But the mail. Tell him about the mail, for God's sake.
That's the strange part of it, sir. On questioning the local residents, I found that a Mrs. Fison had her mail delivered this morning.
Yeah, go on.
Well, we found Noakes' bicycle here at the crossroads, and his body about 200 yards north. Mrs. Fison's place is between those two spots, about a mile into the bush. Dr. Jenkins said Noakes couldn't have lived more than 5 minutes after he was hit.
Which begs the question, how did a mortally injured man drag himself 2 miles in a snowstorm, there and back, to deliver some letters?
Well, Benham, what do you make of it?
I don't know, sir. It's a strange one.
I'll tell you what I make of it. Noakes wasn't hit by a car at all. Any hard evidence?
Well, not exactly. Doc Jenkins said any blunt object could have caused the injury.
Well, there you are. Noakes probably left the bike at the crossroads because of the snow. While he was tramping around in the bush, he probably came across somebody still. You know what goes on up there, Bob.
Yeah, that's true.
The guy clubbed Noakes, panicked, dragged him back out into the road to make it look like a hit and run. Who found him out there, anyway?
Father Meehan found him on his way to Mass.
Did Father Meehan see anybody else?
He didn't see anything.
You should be out in the bush breaking up those whiskey stills instead of putting innocent boys in jail.
Royce, calm down.
What about the boy, Constable? What was he doing at the side of the road?
Yeah, he was being ill, sir.
What?
Well, he and his companion had consumed... That is, they were under the influence... They'd been drinking, sir. Heavily.
I see. What condition are they in now?
Much better. More scared than anything.
Fine. Maybe we can scare some facts out of them.
Probably breaking out the good stuff at the party by now. You want a cigarette?
No. I still don't feel so good.
Hey, don't worry. We'll be out of here in no time. Get to the party. We'll have a few drinks. Maybe a little fun on the way home.
Oh, Jimmy. How do you think about that now? Are you sure we hit him?
I'm telling you, we hit the bike.
I just keep thinking about that awful thud. We hit him.
It was a bike. Now, listen, my dad must have heard about this by now. There's nothing to worry about.
Why didn't you stop? Why'd you keep going?
He was okay. You just keep your mouth shut and everything...
Afternoon, Jim. Carol Ann.
Hi.
Merry Christmas. Hello, son.
Well, Dad, you certainly took your time getting here. Who's this?
This is Judge Lewis, son.
Hello, Jimmy.
He's here to help us.
Help us? What do you mean?
The car just went off the road. What's the big deal?
He's dead, Jim. Now, I know you didn't do it.
What are you talking about? Who's dead?
Oh, Jim, I knew you should have stopped. Oh, God, what are we going to do?
Philip Noakes is dead.
Chief, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm telling the truth.
Benham, you wait outside, please.
What?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll be down the hall if you need me.
Jimmy, I think you better tell us what you know. I gotta sit down.
Well, there's not that much to tell. I admit I saw Noakes. Stupid old man. He's right out in the middle of the road, and he's pushing that crummy bicycle. He pushed it right in front of the car. I sideswiped it, I guess.
You guess you sideswiped it.
Okay, I hit it. Stupid old...
What did Mr. Noakes do?
Do? Well, he was mad. He started swearing at me. You should have heard the language.
Is that the way it happened, Carol Ann?
Well, Yeah. Yeah, that's how it happened.
So Mr. Noakes wasn't injured at all?
Nobody'd have wrung my neck if he'd stuck around.
What did I tell you? It had to be somebody else.
And then what happened?
Well, it was snowing pretty hard. And just west of the crossroads, I must have hit an icy patch and skidded off the road.
Were you drunk?
No.
Judge, you have any questions?
Not just now.
Then I think we should take a look at the scene of the accident.
Bob, these kids have been through a lot today. Sure you're not going to hold them any longer?
Yeah, right. I'm sure we could arrange
Pardon
it.
me, Chief. Perhaps you should examine the spot before you make that decision.
Now, see here.
No. He's right, Royce. We mustn't show any partiality. I'll have Hicks make you two as comfortable as possible. Benham?
Yes, sir.
Get my car. We're going out on Ashley Road to have a look around.
Yes, sir. Right away.
The judge and I'll meet you at the car, Royce. Be right there.
You better be telling the truth, boy. The chief has helped me cover up your little adventures in the past, but this time, it's serious.
Mr. Andrews, it wasn't his fault.
Shut up, you little tramp. I suppose you bought him the liquor.
Dad, what are you...
Hey, Jimmy!
Listen, if this thing goes to trial, there'll be more on the line than your skin. The chief and I have a good thing going. We don't need this kind of trouble. Do you hear me, boy?
Yeah. I hear you.
And you better pray it's not too late. Will you turn that thing down?
Sorry, sir.
And, Judge, will you roll your window up? It's freezing in here.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. It's getting a little smoky.
Okay, I'll put it out.
Hey, there's the car up ahead. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, Royce. Fender's a bit sharp, though.
That's an old dent.
Yeah, pull over, Benham. Let's have a look.
Not much to see here, sir. Snow's covered up the track.
Yeah, too bad. Well, maybe we'll just go on to the crossroads.
I'd like to take a quick look, if you don't mind, Chief.
Waste of time if you have to.
Go right ahead, Judge. Benham, you go along with him.
Yes, sir.
We will continue with our program of Christmas music in a moment. The CBC would like to take this opportunity to wish you season's greetings and a happy, prosperous New Year. We now return to our presentation of Christmas music.
We've got to put a lid on this fast. Calm down, Royce. If this goes to court, there's no telling what else will come out. If they find out how we've stretched the law for Jim, it's not much of a jump to uncovering everything else.
I think I don't know that. Highway deal alone put us away for years.
Why have you got that nosy old coot following us around?
Listen to me, you idiot. You're the one who shot your mouth off in front of him in the first place. The man was the magistrate. I couldn't get rid of him after he'd heard everything.
Okay. So what are we going to do?
All right, first of all, you got to stop behaving like you've been caught with your hand in the till.
But I just keep your head and let me handle it.
Look, I managed to get you elected 3 times running. I can handle anything.
What are you going to do with it?
That's very interesting, Constable. I wonder what counts for that.
Yeah, the accounts for what, Judge?
The unseasonable amount of snow you've had this year.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I have a theory about that.
Did you find anything, Judge?
I'm afraid the constable's right. The snow has covered everything. We did find some stains on the front fender. You may want to have them analyzed.
Mm-hmm.
But the key of this whole thing seems to be that old woman. What was her name, Benham?
Fison, sir. Mrs. Marjorie Fison.
Right. If Noakes did deliver mail to her, I think you'd better start looking for another suspect.
Well, let's get over there.
All right, Constable.
Fison. Marjorie Fison. Didn't know anyone by that name lived around here.
Maybe she's not on the voters list.
You talked to this woman, Benham?
Well, sort of, sir.
Sort of?
Oh, don't get me wrong, sir. She seems like a nice old lady. There's something... I don't know.
What?
There's just something odd about her. Very odd.
Seems unlikely a dying man could have covered this much ground. Any tracks when you were here this morning?
No, sir. The snow has covered everything.
You all right, Judge?
I'm fine, but I think we're losing the mayor.
Hey, my shoe came off.
Oh, well, maybe we better wait for him. Is it much farther?
Just see the roof behind this hill.
Looks a bit run down.
Yeah, the place wasn't lived in for years. No wonder. Pretty isolated out here.
How close is the nearest house?
About 1.5 miles, sir.
Damn shoe came off. My foot's wet, and it'll kill me. Where is the place, anyway?
Just over the hill.
Damn. Probably caught pneumonia out here. Well, this settles my mind. Nobody could make this trip after being struck by a car.
Constable, you actually saw the mail Philip Noakes delivered?
Yes, sir. They were all Christmas cards. About 15 or 20. Mrs. Fison made a point of showing me each one. Well, here we are.
Anybody home?
Just a moment. I'll be right with you.
Hope it's warm in there.
Four of you. Well, isn't that nice? Come in. Mind your poor head.
Ouch! What?
Oh, my, that must have hurt. You'll have to sit down at once. Most people have to stoop. I'm all right, you see, because I'm not tall. This is my chair here. Do sit down. Oh, my. Your shoes.
It's nothing, really.
Now, you must put your feet by the heater or you'll catch your death when you go out. So very chilly, isn't it? But seasonable. And that's always nice. Don't I know you?
Yes, ma'am. Constable Benham? I was here this morning.
Oh, yes, of course. Didn't you have a beard then?
No, ma'am.
No, of course not. I was thinking of my uncle. He was a policeman, too.
Now, Mrs. Fison, we understand.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting outside too long. I was on the phone with dear Marion. My sister, you know. Don't see her so much since the children came along. Really has her hands full. But I do look forward to a call at Christmas.
Mrs. Fison, could you tell us
I quite forgot to say it before. A Merry Christmas to you all. Isn't it wonderful how it keeps coming around? It's such a happy time, isn't it? Oh, would you like to hear something else?
Thank you, Mrs. Tyson. Perhaps a little later. Let me shut it off for you.
Oh, I thank you. Do I know you?
No, I don't think so. I'm Judge Donald Lewis.
Oh, how do you do? A judge in my home. Marion would be so impressed.
Mrs. Tyson, we do apologize for imposing on you.
Not at all. Visitors are a great treat. Not everybody braves my footpaths in the winter.
But someone was here today.
Oh, why, yes. Only this morning there was a young man, a policeman to be exact. You know, you look a lot like him.
Yes, ma'am.
He had a beard, though. Anyhow, he came all the way over to wish me compliments of the season and to see if I got my mail.
And you did. Those cards on the mantel?
Oh, it's lovely to see them all up there again. One of the real joys of Christmas, isn't it? Messages from people you love and who love you. And all so pretty.
Did you come down to meet the mailman?
I wasn't up. Wasn't it dreadful? I was late this morning. In fact, I was only just picking the letters off the mat there when the policeman called. He helped me gather them. Nice boy. There was such a lot. I just lay in bed this morning thinking of them instead of moving.
Still, you knew they were there.
Oh, yes. I knew they were there. May I offer you a cup of tea?
No, thank you. But may I use your phone? My wife will be wondering where I am.
Of course. It's just through that door and to your right.
Thank you. I won't be long.
How are your shoes? Are they dry?
Just about. Bob, are we nearly through here?
Yeah, as soon as the judge gets back. Yeah, living way out here must have its problems.
It's not so bad, really. A boy comes out every few weeks with my supplies. A visitor once in a while. And then there are my cards. Don't they look lovely?
Yes, quite nice.
You were right, young man. That's just the place for them.
Thank you, ma'am.
You taking up decorating, Benham?
Just good.
They seem to add so much to the place. This one in particular. It's from my son.
May I see that?
Of course. I do hope your wife wasn't worried.
What? Oh, no. Everything is just fine. You say this is from your son?
His name's Daniel. Such a handsome boy. Strong chin, just like his father. I just can't believe he's old enough to be in the army.
Really? Where is he stationed?
It's on the envelope.
France. What regiment?
The Argyle and Sutherland Highlanders.
I've heard of that one. Well, gentlemen, I think we've taken up enough of Mrs. Bison's time.
I'll second that. You watch the beam, Royce.
What's that?
Duck your head.
Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Bison. I hope we didn't disturb you.
Not at all. Not at all.
Here's your son's card.
You know, I think I'd like you to have that.
What? Oh, no, I couldn't. Your son's card.
I'm sure he'd want you to have it, too.
Well, I
Imagine a judge in my house.
I don't know what to say.
Of course you do. Merry Christmas.
A very merry day, indeed.
Well, let's go. Yeah, thank you for your cooperation.
No trouble at all. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye, Mrs. Bison.
Well, that was a waste of time. It had to be done, Royce. Benham, you better get more men out here and comb the area. Maybe Noak's killer hasn't got too far yet.
Right, Chief. If you'd listened to me in the first place, we wouldn't have to come all the way out here. The killer's probably out of the province by now.
Not unless he broke out of your jail. I think there's more to this than meets the eye.
What are you getting at, Judge?
Do you see any phone lines?
Phone lines? What do you...
I thought something was strange when I discovered the phone was disconnected. Mrs. Tyson said she had just received a call.
You're right, Judge. You can see where the lines used to be hooked up.
Yeah, that was the first thing. Then her son's regiment, the Argyle and Sutherland Highlanders. I have a nephew serving with those boys, and they've never been overseas. Not in this war.
This war?
Take a look at the cards. See the date.
December 1916? What's all this nonsense mean?
God.
It means, Mr. Mayor, that Philip Noakes was nowhere near this place today.
What?
What we've discovered, gentlemen, is a sad ritual. I guess she's been putting out the same cards every year from people who are long gone. Poor dear. She probably thinks it is 1916.
Then Jimmy...
No, shut up, Royce. Yeah, Jimmy did it. And we're going to pay for it.
I don't understand, sir. Is something wrong?
Leave them alone, Constable. Let them enjoy their Christmas while they can.
You have just heard On Christmas Day in the Morning, a dramatization of the Marjorie Allingham short story by Don Dickinson and Alan Gutman. Sandy Webster starred as Judge Donald Lewis, with Colin Fox as Mayor Royce Andrews and Arch McDonnell as Police Chief Bob Jacobs. Sandra Scott played Mrs. Fison, and Robert Haley was heard as Benham. Elva Mae Hoover played Mrs. Jacobs as well as Carol Ann. Michael Wincott was Jimmy, and John Stalker played both Hicks and the radio announcers. Our recording engineer is John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson and Kathy Perry. Our production assistant is Nina Callahan, and the series story editor is Earl Toppings. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell. And now, here's a final word from your host.
Hello again. Before listening to next week's Nightfall, listeners are advised to eat well and make sure they know the difference between well-fed and fed up.
Golden Age. What do you think of him?
Oh, him. A very fine young man, Massa. Got lovely appetite developed. Him live much longer time than last other young man. How much do you think he is tonight?
We will try him with a late luncheon first, Golden Age, and then pronounce on his performance. Young men do not always come up to their profession.
What time, Mother? Time himself?
I don't know. Perhaps not till 9 o'clock. Perhaps not then. Vanish, Polonaise, and serve!
The Appetite of Mr. Lucraft, based on the Victorian short story by James Rice and Sir Walter Besant, starring Douglas Campbell, Graham Haley, and Abbott Anderson. Radio for heavy listeners. That's next week on Nightfall. Until then, careful of the edge.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Hey, Ethelbert.
Oh, hello, Casey.
What's Tony Marvin worrying about over there?
Why, he's writing a holiday poem. And he's stuck for something to rhyme with Christmas stocking.
But, Ethelbert, are you kidding?
Certainly not. Oh, you mean Anchor Hocking.
Oh, gee, fellas, that's wonderful. Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, Christmas shopping. Late afternoon, a crowded aisle in one of our city's largest department stores. Making slow headway through the jostling shoppers are...
Casey, I've never seen the store so crowded.
We say that every year during the week before Christmas, Annie. Where are you taking me now, huh?
Well, you haven't anything for your Aunt Harriet yet, so I thought we'd look at umbrellas. They're on this side of the store somewhere.
Yeah. Annie, look, you can pick up a much nicer umbrella for Aunt Harriet than I can. I trust your judgment, absolutely, Annie. So suppose
I shop for all the uninteresting items while you go up to the toy department and watch the electric trains again.
Well, you know I've still got to pick up a few more things for my sister's kids, Annie.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Annie, wait a minute. Hang on to your pocketbook. Keep an eye on that little guy in the black overcoat just ahead of us.
Who?
That's Fingers Fogarty, one of the best-known dips in the city.
Pickpocket?
Yep. Shove through this mob a little faster, Annie. I'll keep him in sight. I think he's closing in on a prospect.
You mean he's made up his mind about whose pocket he's going to pick?
Sure. Smart dips like Fingers don't dive into just anybody's pocket. They hang around bars and wait for some guy to flash a roll, and they tail him. And if he gets into a crowd like this... Look, Fogarty's doing his stuff now, Annie.
No.
Yeah. That big fat guy he just bumped into. Fingers took a wallet from his inside pocket.
Well, I didn't see him.
Neither did the fat guy. Fingers is a smooth worker. Come on. He'll feel very badly when we stop his special brand of Christmas shopping, but pocket picking is considered antisocial. I've got to get Mr. Fogarty.
Well, he squeezed through the crowd. I can't see him anymore.
Huh? Neither can I.
Look, Casey, yell out for somebody to stop him.
Oh, well, a yell, stop thief.
Well, you can't let him get away.
He won't get away. Every cop in this precinct knows Fingers. He'll be picked up quick after a charge is brought against him. I'll help that guy who lost his wallet bring the charge.
Yes, if you appear as a witness.
I will.
There's the fat man.
Excuse me, mister.
Yeah?
Something happened to you a minute ago that I don't think you know about.
What do you mean?
Your pocket was picked.
My pocket?
Yeah. A little guy bumped into you, and as he did, I saw his hand go into your inside pocket and come out with a wallet. Well, I happen to know who he is, and when you report your loss to the cops, I'll be glad...
You're mistaken, mister. I didn't lose my wallet.
Huh? I'm sure.
I'm more sure.
I tell you, I saw him.
When a guy sees something that couldn't be seen, he's either goofy or drunk. On your way, fella.
Well, I'll be...
Good thing you didn't get your hands on Fingers, Fogarty. He could have plastered you with a nice suit for false arrest.
And I know he took a wallet from that fat guy's pocket. I was watching every move that Fingers made.
Well, I was watching him, too, and I didn't see him take anything. And that fat man says he didn't lose a wallet, so...
Okay, I'm goofy or drunk.
Or maybe you only need glasses.
Well, I do after this. Several glasses. Let's head for the Blue Note.
You and Casey get your Christmas shopping done this afternoon, Miss Williams?
Well, I accomplished quite a lot, Ethelbert, but not Casey. He got sore, and after that, nothing would please him.
What'd you get sore about, pal?
Nothing.
Oh, he had a little eye trouble.
Oh, gee, that's too bad. Did you see spots floating in front of you, Casey?
My eyes are okay. Now, fill that glass up again, Ethelbert, and don't ask so many silly questions.
Mine, too, Ethelbert.
Right away, Miss Williams.
Oh, now, Casey, don't you think it's about time you snapped out of your grouch?
Well...
It's pretty silly to get yourself all burned up just because you made a mistake.
I didn't make a mistake, Annie. Fingers Fogarty took a wallet from that fat guy's pocket. What burns me up is I didn't find out why the fat guy denied it.
Well, how could you find out?
Oh, I don't know. But I'm supposed to be a newspaper guy, Annie. Well, we may have missed a story with pictures.
Here's your refreshment, folks.
Oh, thanks, Ethelbert.
Say, have you stopped into your office since you finished shopping?
Hey, bartender, who's the boss here?
Well, what do you want?
You want to buy a nice Christmas tree?
You got some nice ones?
A wagon full of them, fresh from Nova Scotia.
Let's see one.
Well, I'll be right back.
Say, Casey, have you two stopped in at your office since you finished your shopping?
Certainly not. This is our day off.
Then you ain't heard the big news yet.
What? Big news?
One of your police reporters, Jake Birkin, was in a few minutes ago and tipped me off about it. Gee, was all excited.
What happened, Ethelbert?
About half an hour ago, the cops arrested the kidnapper and murderer of Gregory Walters.
They did?
Where?
Well, where'd they get him?
Well, like you know, before the Walters family paid over that $50,000 ransom to the kidnapper,
Yeah.
the FBI made a list of the serial numbers on the bills, which they circulated all over the country.
Of course, we know all that, Ethelbert.
How's this tray, mister? Nice and bushy, huh?
Let's see one a little taller.
Okay.
Ethelbert, will you tell us about that kidnapper?
Oh, I'm getting to it.
Come on.
Well, a guy walks into a tavern over on 36th Street tonight, orders a drink, and hands a barkeep a $20 bill with one of them hot numbers on it. The barkeep checks the number, calls a cop, and when the cop searched the guy, he found about $500 more of the ransom dough in his pocket.
Well, Ethel, but who is the guy who had the ransom dough? The cops identified him yet?
Well, they knew him as soon as they laid eyes on him.
But Ethelbert, who is he? Please.
Hey. Is this tray big enough, mister?
Let's see. Well, let's see one a little thicker around the bottom.
Thicker around the bottom.
Ethelbert, will you please
Casey
tell
and
us?
I know him. He's always been a small-time crook, and I was surprised to learn he was mixed up with anything so big as kidnapping and murder.
Oh, say, will you tell us?
I am telling you. It's that little runt, Fingers Fogarty.
Fingers Fogarty?
Yeah, the dip.
He had Walter's ransom dough on him?
About $500, just like I said. Naturally, Fingers denies having anything to do with the kidnapping. He said he lifted the dough out of the pocket of a guy who was Christmas shopping in S.J. Franken's department store.
Franken's?
Around 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Casey Franken.
And that fat guy denied he's been robbed.
Do you think he was the
Oh, I
one?
can't see Fingers as a kidnapper. He's always been just a slimy little sneak thief.
Hey, what's this about a fat guy, Casey?
Annie, come on. We're going to tell Logan what happened in Franken's.
Well, what did happen,
Well, never
Casey?
mind. You'll hear it later, Ethelbert. So long.
So long.
Hey, is this one big enough for you, mister?
I tell them two a whole complete news story in 2 short words, then they run off and leave me out on a limb.
What limb? Too big?
Oh, you.
Ah.
Oh, no, we've got to have a really big tree.
So you think Fingers Fogarty may be just the victim of circumstances, Casey? Circumstances peculiar to his profession.
Miss Williams and I have told you what happened, Logan. You can add it up.
Captain, have you got anything on Fogarty outside of the $500 found in his pocket?
Not yet, Miss Williams. The joint he lives in is being searched, but we don't think he was chump enough to hide the rest of his ransom money there.
Well, if he lifted the 5 C's from that fat guy, he has no rest of the dough to hide.
Now, look, Casey. Fingers Fogarty knows you pretty well, doesn't he?
Yeah, sure, he knows me, certainly.
Now, hasn't it occurred to you that he may have put on an act for your benefit?
I don't get you.
Let's assume that Fingers is the real kidnapper. It's been over a year since the ransom money was paid. Fingers has been careful. He hasn't tried to pass any of the $50,000 because he knows it's red hot. But now he figures the heat has died down, so he sends up a trial balloon.
How do you mean trial balloon?
Well, he's got a record as a dip, Miss Williams. He figures if he gets caught passing that dough, we'll believe that he lifted the money from a guy's pocket. And to cinch it, he acts like he's lifting it from a guy's pocket while Casey is watching him. He picked you for his star witness, pal.
Logan, hasn't it occurred to you that the fat guy might have been sending up that trial balloon?
Huh? What do you mean?
Assume the fat guy is the real kidnapper. And he wants to know how safe it is to pass those ransom bills. He knows that Fingers is a pickpocket. Well, he goes to one of the little runt's hangouts and flashes a roll in front of him. And then he leaves the joint, saunters into a crowded store where it'll be easy for Fingers to work, and Fingers does exactly what's expected of him.
That's a reasonable theory, Captain.
Why, sure. If Fingers gets caught passing that dough, the kidnapper learns about it from the papers and continues to let the money cool off. Also, Fingers has a long record. You cops won't believe anything he tells you. You'll tag him as the Walters kidnapper, which will leave the real one sitting pretty. The only thing the real kidnapper didn't figure was that someone might see Fingers take his wallet.
Well, maybe you got something there, Casey. You and Miss Williams have never seen that fat guy before?
No, but we'll know him if we see him again, though.
Definitely.
Your description might fit 1,000 guys in this town. I want you two to go up to the record room and look at some pictures we've got in the files.
Oh, great. That'll only take us about 4 or 5 hours, Logan.
Oh, Casey. And this was to have been our night off.
Perhaps you'll forgive this last-minute reminder, but there are now exactly 4 more shopping days until Christmas. That means a very real problem to those of us who like to put things off, as who doesn't?
Is there anyone you've overlooked? Anyone to whom you want to give something beautiful, practical, and inexpensive? Well, you'll find the answer in Fire King oven glass. Whether it's a single Fire King casserole or an entire set of Fire King oven glass, prices are unbelievably low, and it'll take a minimum of shopping time at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store. So remember, with housekeeping a real problem in this post-war era, Fire King oven glass is a gift that makes it easier in so many ways, because Fire King makes foods go farther and enables you to turn leftovers into delicious main courses. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
Oh, I don't recognize any picture here, Logan.
Oh, me either. Oh, golly. Captain, why don't you have some good-looking crooks in your files? I'm going to have nightmares looking at pictures of so many ugly men.
You should see the women.
Logan, you know, there's one picture here that bothers me. It resembles the guy a lot, but well, look at the description that goes with it.
Nick Pensa, Woolstock Prison, discharged 1944, armed robbery. Age 30, height 5 feet. Well, you said your fat guy was a 6-footer and at least 45 years old.
Yeah. He weighed a good 250 plus, too. This Nick Pence's weight has given us only 135.
Well, they can't be the same man, then.
No, not a chance. Funny, though, there is a resemblance.
Well, we need more than that. Let's all go home and get some sleep.
Me for that.
Me, too. I'm so tired I can't think.
I'm falling over. I'll murder anybody who wakes me up before noon tomorrow. Oh, no, thank you. No, thanks. Oh, no. Oh. Hello.
Morning, Annie.
Who's this?
Wake up, kid. It's Casey.
Casey? Oh, Casey.
Yeah, Casey, you remember me, don't you?
Yes, I do, and it's only 9 o'clock, and what is the big idea?
Annie, look. I think I know where to look for that fat guy.
You do?
I certainly do. The old bean wasn't working last night. But when I woke up a few minutes ago, I had it. The strong resemblance between that young half-pint crook, Nick Pensa, and our big, fat, 45-year-old guy can't be just coincidental, Annie. They must be relatives, maybe brothers.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Well, I've looked in the phone book and found only one Pensa listed, John Pensa, contractor, who lives and does business out on Dudley Road. I thought you might like to drive out there with me and see what John Pensa looks like.
Why don't you have the cops go out and look at him?
Annie, you're not awake yet. Only you and I can identify that fat guy. Besides, if you and I find him, Annie, we get an exclusive. The cops are in on it. Every paper in town will have
Well, I'm awake now, all right. Where'll I meet you?
I'll be outside your door with a car in 15 minutes.
Casey, I've got to dress.
We'll make it a half an hour then.
We'll make it a full hour, and no sooner.
Well, what are you going to dress, yourself or a Christmas tree? Listen, Annie, I can bathe, shave, and get into my clothes in 10 minutes.
I put on underwear. Goodbye.
We're getting close to that address, Annie.
Yeah. This isn't a very attractive neighborhood.
No. John Pensa, contractor, can't be much of a concern.
And John Pensa, contractor, may be no relation whatever to the Nick Pensa in the police files.
The name's very unusual, Anne. I have a hunch.
Uh-oh. There's the place.
Yep. I'll stop here so we can look the joint over.
Well, there's a concrete garage attached to the house with a good-sized truck inside and room for another.
Concrete mixer in the workyard.
Oh, Casey, established businessmen don't go in for kidnapping. I think we're on a wild goose chase.
Annie, that guy coming out of the garage.
What about him? He's just a skinny little...
Annie, you need glasses and more photographic memory.
He's the man of that police picture.
Of course, Nick Pensa. Now I know my hunch was right.
He's looking over here.
Well, he's never seen us before, but I'll get rolling anyway.
Now, how can we find out if he has a fat brother?
Well, drop into one of these neighborhood stores and make a few inquiries.
Then what?
Well, how can I tell until I find out what I hope to find out? Annie, you're the darndest girl for asking questions. You really are. Now, let's stop there. Well, we'll stop here. We'll go into this little drugstore right here. druggist usually knows everybody in the neighborhood. Come on.
Okay, but I think it would be simpler and more sensible to make inquiries at the precinct police station.
I don't want the cops in on this until we know where we stand. Here, let me do the talking.
It's your party, wise guy. You handle everything.
What can I do for you young people?
Hello, Pop. We're going to have, what kind of ice cream soda do you want, Annie?
If I must have an ice cream soda, chocolate.
Chocolate. Same for me.
2 chocolate sodas.
That's right. Oh, by the way, I'm looking for a party in this neighborhood by the name of Pensa. I imagine you know the family well.
Pensa?
Yeah.
Never heard the name before.
You never heard of it?
Change my order to raspberries.
Yes, miss. 1 raspberry. I'm just a stranger here. Come down from upstate to handle this place while my son's away hunting. Maybe my granddaughter can tell you what you want to know. Say, Katie.
Yes, Grandpa?
Come here. Fella's looking for a party by the name of Penner.
Penner?
No, not Penner. Pensa.
Oh, I know the Pensers. All of them.
You do? That's swell. Eh?
Mr. Pencil lives down the street. Over his office. He's a contractor.
What's he look like? Is he,
He's Mr. Pencil, short and skinny, and his first name is Nick.
well, Nick Pensa's not the contractor.
Yes, he is. Ever since he got out of prison a couple of years ago.
You say somebody's gone to prison, Katie?
No, Grandpa. They've come out.
That serves him right, then.
The man's reformed now.
Oh, that's bad, very bad.
Grandpa's a little deaf.
Yeah, I can see that. Sister, I understand that my friend, Nick, has a brother or a cousin.
No.
Maybe an uncle?
No.
Here's the sodas. Who gets the raspberry?
He does.
Here you are, mister.
Thanks.
And Mr. Casey, you have earned it.
Sister, you mean Mr. Nick Pensa has no relatives at all?
He's got a sister and a nephew.
Oh, that's a great help.
How old's the nephew? About 10?
No, ma'am. It's the funniest thing. Mr. Gus Pence is a lot older than his uncle.
Huh?
Mr. Gus is Mr. Nick's partner, I think. And he comes in here all the time.
What does Mr. Gus Pensa look like?
Well, he's tall and fat, and in the face he looks like Mr. Nick.
Annie, give me that chocolate. You take the raspberry.
Here's Mr. Gus now.
Oh, Casey.
He's our fat guy.
Mr. Gus, these people were just asking about you. They're friends of Mr. Nick.
Oh, that's bad.
Is that so?
He recognizes us, Casey.
Yeah.
Wasn't it lucky I dropped in here when I did to find friends of Nick's? Grandpop, go back to your back room and put me up 2 bits worth of turpentine.
2 bits worth of turpentine?
Go along and help him, Sissy. He can never find anything.
I'll show him, Mr. Gus.
So you two were asking about me.
You've been told that we were.
I noticed a car outside with a press sign on it. Yours?
Yeah.
And you were looking for me because of what you happened to see in Franken's yesterday.
If I said no, you wouldn't believe me.
Right. This hand in my pocket has a gun in it, mister. So do exactly as I tell you.
Okay.
Remember, and don't pull anything.
Here's a bottle of terps.
Thanks, Grandpop. Here's your 2 bits. Come on with me, folks. You said you wanted to pay Nick a visit.
Casey.
We got no choice, Annie.
Right. So long, Grandpop.
Hey, ain't you folks going to finish your sodas?
No, we lost our appetites.
You didn't take even a sip of your raspberry, mister.
That's what you think, sister.
Get into your car. Both in the front seat. You drive, fella. I'll sit in back with this gat.
Well, I drive, too?
Just down the street to Nick's place. Mine. He and I are partners in everything. And he'll be tickled to see your old friend. Turn into the workyard and park in our garage. And next to the truck there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now what do we do?
You and your boyfriend don't do anything, lady. And to make sure you don't...
You hit Casey with your gun.
And you get the safe. That'll keep the two of you quiet for a while. Nick! Nick!
Yeah? What do you want, Gus?
Come into the garage, quick.
Okay. Whose car you got in there?
You'll see. Come inside and help me close these doors.
Okay. There. What's the idea?
Take a look inside this car.
Who's the guy and the dame?
They're the two I told you about last night. Saw that dip take the hot dough from my pocket. They got wise to the layout and located us.
Hey, police?
No. These two are newspaper mugs.
I figure they were making this play on their own, so we got to take care of them.
We can't bump them off here.
We can. We do it nice, clean, and quiet. Get those big spools of adhesive tape from the house.
What are you going to do?
You'll see. Get that tape.
Got the gal all tied up, Gus.
And help me with this guy.
Yeah.
Wrap some more tape around his ankles.
Okay. Yeah. He's fixed now and solid.
All right. Now climb into that truck and start the motor, Nick.
Oh, the carbon monoxide treatment, huh?
Yeah. Nice, clean, and quiet. You just lock them in this closed garage to breathe the gas. Tonight when it's dark, we get rid of their bodies in their car. Start the motor.
Ann, I worked the tape off my mouth against that fender. Nod your head if you're okay, kid. Good. I'm going to try to pull the adhesive tape off your wrists with my teeth. I'm getting lightheaded. Gas is beginning to work. I got the tape. Now pull and turn your wrists. Pull more, Annie. There, that did it. Your hands are free. Pull the tape off your mouth now.
Okay. I see the gas.
Keep your head down low, kid. Try to hold on.
I will.
Pull this tape off my hands.
You better let me free my ankles first so I can get to that truck and shut off the motor.
No. Free my hands. Those two guys may be just outside where they can hear.
Yes, but if it keeps on running, we'll...
If it doesn't keep on running, we'll have no second chance like this. Free my hands.
All right. I've got the end loose.
Pull now. There, does it. Now, unwind your ankles while I get this stuff off of mine.
What good will it do us? We can't get out of here.
We'll get out. Don't breathe too deep.
This garage is solid concrete. And I heard them lock those heavy doors when they went out. So...
I got my ankles free. Hang on, kid. I'm picking you up.
What are you going to do?
I'm putting you in this truck.
This truck? Why?
It's taking us out of here. Keep your head down.
Okay.
I'm driving through those doors.
Okay, we're through. Pure air.
Wait a minute, look. Also, those two Pensa guys, they heard us.
Yes, and they have guns, too. Step on the gas, Casey. Drive past them. Let's get away.
I can't.
You can. What's the matter?
Stall the motor. Duck, they're shooting.
Oh, why are they running away? They're getting into that car.
They're going to try to get away. If I can only get this motor started again. Get it? Now, come on.
Casey, don't drive toward their car. They'll stop
driving into their car. This 10-ton truck does a nice job when it hits a tin can like
that. Casey. My nerves will never be the same again.
I'll never recognize mine either. Come on, let's call City Desk. Get the cops out here so we can get to the Blue Note. I need another pair of glasses. The kind you fill.
Recently, in a big eastern city, a group of trained men and women called on thousands of housewives and asked this simple question. What kind of container do you prefer for the foods you buy? An overwhelming majority of housewives said they preferred to buy food packed in glass. Among them were a great many mothers of small children, and by a ratio of more than 8-to-1, these mothers said they insisted on prepared baby foods packed in glass. They gave many reasons, as you might expect. But here are the 3 reasons mentioned most frequently. First, glass lets you see what you buy before you buy it. Second, you can heat, serve, and store leftover portions of prepared baby food in the same glass container. And third, these young mothers agreed that sterilized glass containers are cleaner and more sanitary. you can buy an increasing number of the better brands of food packed in glass. And all of the better brands of prepared baby food come to you in Anchor glass containers sealed with tamper-proof Anchor vacuum caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
You didn't kill them two kidnappers when you threw that truck at them, Casey?
No, Bethelbert, no. The cops pulled them out of the wreckage in fairly good shape, considering.
They'll be able to walk to the chair.
How about the ransom money? Did the cops find it?
Yeah. Gus, the fat guy, confessed the Walters kidnapping and told where he and Nick had hidden the dough.
Gee, and all because you and Miss Williams did some Christmas shopping. Say, what happened to the little dip, Fingers Fogarty?
Well, in trying to clear himself of the kidnap and murder charge, Ethelbert, Fingers made so many admissions about his own specialty that the cops can keep him in jail until 1999.
Gee, 1999, huh?
Good heavens, Casey, what's that coming in the door?
What on earth?
What do you say, mister? That's the biggest tree I got on the wagon, okay?
Yeah, Yeah, now that's what I call a real Christmas tree.
Ethelbert, what are you going to do with such a big tree?
Well, you couldn't get a little tree in that big room.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday at this time by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation. A great name in glass. Crime Photographer, directed by John Deese, is written by Alonzo Dean Cole and is based on the fictional character of Casey, created by George Harmon Cox. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Leslie Woods as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. Now, for our sponsor, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, and all of us on the show, this is Tony Marvin wishing every one of you a joyful and happy holiday at this Christmas time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are trapped in the dark cellar of your home. Beside you is the murdered body of your wife. And above at the front door are your friends looking for you, tracking you down, cutting off your escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to a university town in England and a household where hate holds sway. As we listen to John Collier's famous story, Back for Christmas.
Yes, my dear.
What the
on earth are you doing down here in the cellar?
Why, just a little digging.
And why, may I ask, have you chosen this day of all days to dig up the cellar floor?
Why, I thought as the weather has been so damp, this would be an excellent time to plant my devil's garden.
Devil's garden? Whatever nonsense is that?
Oh, that's my little joke about it. You see, I've managed to secure some of the spores of several unclassified wild orchids. In their natural state, they bloom under damp masses of leaf mold. The Araucanian Indians call them devil flowers because they appear to bloom under the ground.
Well, I'm sure the Araucanian Indians will be very interested if you succeed in growing these ridiculous flowers under the cellar floor. Whom else it'll interest, I can't imagine. What's that terrible smell?
Why, that's the leaf mold, my dear. Chemically identical with the earth blanket they grow under in the wild state. I really should line the pit with concrete so as to prevent seepage from this foreign soil. But I don't suppose there'll be time for it now.
There certainly will not be time for it. Do you realize that we're sailing for America a week from today, and you've made no arrangements whatever? Unless you call digging a hole in the cellar making arrangements. I certainly don't. Devil's garden, indeed. Sometimes I think you're going soft in the head, Herbert.
Well, I suppose it's inconsiderate of me. But, you see, I've been wanting to try this experiment for a long time. But what with my lectures and seminars at the university, there never seemed to be time.
Well, there certainly isn't any time for it now. I suppose you've forgotten I made an appointment for you at the barber's this afternoon.
Oh, must I shave off my beard, Hermione?
Now, we've been all through that. Of course you must. They don't wear beards in America. Go and get your jacket on and do as I tell you.
Yes, Hermione.
And don't forget to take your umbrella. It looks like rain.
Yes, Hermione.
Oh, don't look so put upon, Herbert. Someone has to plan things in this house, or you'll never even get to the university in time for your lectures, much less make arrangements for a trip to America.
I know, but what of my specimens?
There'll be plenty of time to plant your precious devil's garden when you get home from America. We're not going to be gone forever, you know. We'll be back here for Christmas.
Yes, of course. Back for Christmas. I'd forgotten.
Well, try to remember it. And if you can't do that, just do as I tell you. I've been making the plans in this house for 20 years. And if there's any digging to be done, I'll manage that as well. You understand, Herbert?
Yes, Hermione.
Good. You have just 20 minutes to clean this mess up down here and keep your appointment at the barber's. And when you finish there, I want you to come straight home.
Why, I wanted to stop at Miss Markham's and pick up some books I ordered.
Well, all right. But don't loiter there the whole afternoon, browsing over those old books the way you usually do. Now hurry and clear up this rubbish. Get rid of that smelly stuff. And no more digging, mind you.
Yes, Hermione. Yes, Hermione. How many years have I been saying that? 10 years? 15? 20? Clear up the rubbish. Yes, Hermione. Don't forget your umbrella. Yes, Hermione. Do this, do that. Yes, Hermione. Yes, yes, yes. How much longer can I stand this?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Miss Markham.
Why, it's Professor Carpenter, isn't it?
You didn't recognize me.
Oh, you look ever so much younger without the beard. 20 years at least.
20 years.
Oh, you'll be glad to know those books you ordered have finally arrived.
Books?
Phytotomy of phalloid gametophytes and coniferous shrubs of North America. Those are the ones you ordered, aren't they?
Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. You're very kind, Miss Markham.
Why kind, Professor Carpenter?
Well, not many young ladies in bookshops would go out of their way to look up rare books for an old professor of botany.
Oh, why, you're not old, Professor Carpenter. Really, you look... Oh, and besides, I adore botany. It's my particular hobby.
Oh, really? Well, you never told me that before, Miss Markham.
Oh, I was afraid to. You were so imposing with a beard and all.
Well, You might be interested in some specimens of alpine polyanthes that were sent to me by a friend in Switzerland.
Switzerland? I used to go there for my holidays before the war.
You like Switzerland?
Oh, I love every part of it. The lakes, the mountains, the beautiful spring flowers. Oh, especially the flowers.
Oh, yes. It seems we have quite a lot in common, Miss Markham. I'm sorry we haven't talked before.
Oh, I am, too. It is all the fault of the beard, I suppose.
Miss Markham, forgive me if this sounds foolish, but I feel that shaving off my beard is the most important thing I've done for 20 years.
Oh, it is. I'm sure it is. I'm ashamed that I've been so distant with you all the time. Oh, there were times when I almost spoke up. Times when you came in here, tired after a day with your students at the university. Oh, you seemed so alone. The way I'm alone in the world. I'd like to have asked you to stay a while and talk with me. But some way or other, I wound up giving you your change and letting you go on your way.
You say you're all alone in the world?
Since my father died.
Well, did you never think of marrying?
Oh, my father was a very remarkable man. I never found anyone who seemed to measure up to what he led me to expect of men. And then the war came.
Miss Markham,
It's been so long since anyone called me by my first name. I'd like you to, if you don't mind. It's Marion.
Marion.
And yours?
Herbert.
How long have you been alone, Herbert?
Alone?
Oh, I knew you were a widower, of course, the first time I saw you.
A widower?
Oh, I can always tell. There's a certain sadness in a man's eyes. A sweet sadness, I think, when he's been married and then...
A widower? I never thought of it in quite that way.
Oh, perhaps I shouldn't be talking like this. But I've often wondered what she must have been like. Your wife, I mean.
Hermione? Not an easy woman to forget. Very strong. Always managing things. The house, my wardrobe, my friends. When we dined at a restaurant, she even ordered my food. She was always managing things. You might say she managed herself to death.
Oh, poor woman. She must have loved you very much. But she needn't have put herself out so. It's plain to see you don't need things managed for you.
The last thing on earth. That's the first time I thought of it, of course. But suddenly a whole new world opened up before my eyes. Marion and America and no more of Hermione's planning my life for me. By the time I got home, my mind was working overtime.
Well, at last. You certainly took long enough about it. What are you looking so pleased about?
I don't really know. Getting rid of the beard, perhaps. I feel 20 years younger.
You look even smaller. Your face looks triangular or something. I'd forgotten your chin was so weak. Oh, but never mind that. You can grow it back soon enough after Christmas. Where are you going?
Down to the cellar. I just bought this electric lantern, and I thought I'd put it away down there.
Now, whatever possessed you to buy a thing like that?
I don't know. I'd rather like this lantern. Might come in handy. Who knows?
Now, Herbert, don't start digging down there again. I've 100 things to do, putting the house in order before we leave. I want you to carry these boxes upstairs for me.
Yes, Hermione.
And if you're going down to the cellar, take this along and stuff it into the furnace.
But this is my old bathrobe. I may need it.
Oh, nonsense. I bought you a new one. Get rid of it. And don't start puttering down there with that devil's garden or whatever you call it.
I'm through digging, my dear. I think the pit is quite deep enough now for my devil's garden. It would all have to be carefully planned, of course. Just as carefully planned as Hermione was planning the trip to America. We both went about our respective engagements as the days passed. I spent all the time I could with Marion, and finally she consented. And then it was the last day, the big day, the day we were to sail for America.
Operator, are you there? I'm still waiting on that call to Salisbury. Oh, well, put them on quickly. Hello? Is this Paul Holt & Sons? Mrs. Herbert Carpenter here. Did you receive my letter? Oh, good. Now, remember, we'll be back for Christmas, and I want the job done without fail. What's that? Oh, no, I'm sure he doesn't suspect anything. Send the bill to me in New York as I instructed you. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, there you are, Herbert. Where have you been?
Backstairs.
I dismissed the servants.
Dismissed the servants? But I've asked some friends in to a farewell tea. Go and tell them it's a mistake.
I'm afraid it's too late now. They've packed and gone.
Oh, you have messed up things properly. How many times have I told you to leave things to me? I make the plans around here.
Yes, Hermione.
You'll have to do better than this when I plan the trip home, or we'll never in the world be back for Christmas.
Back for Christmas, back for Christmas. Must you keep saying that?
Well, why not? We are coming back for Christmas, aren't we?
Supposing I were offered a professorship in one of those wealthy American universities.
Nonsense. Americans care nothing for botany.
Luther Burbank was an American.
Well, that's different. What have you ever done except muck around in the dirt with a lot of roots and tubers?
They've asked me to lecture. That means something.
Of course they asked you to lecture. Americans are paid to hear any foreigner deliver a lecture once. Now, there's no use getting yourself in a state about this, Herbert. No doubt this extra money will come in very handy when we arrive back for Christmas. Precisely. And it's no good you're making a joke of it. Heaven knows where you'd be today if I hadn't got a sense of time.
Yes, my dear Hermione.
And since you've been so foolish as to dismiss the servants, you may empty the ashtrays and straighten up this room while we're waiting for the guests to arrive. I'm going upstairs to change. Call me when they get here.
Yes, Hermione. Yes, Hermione. Yes, Hermione. For 20 years, Hermione, always so right. Thought of everything. Well, not quite everything. She's dressing now. Safe to call Marion. Oh, if Marion were to change her mind now. If she had any idea I was not a widower. Hello? Hello? Marion? Herbert? No, my darling. Nothing's wrong. My plans are the same. Unless you've changed. Good. We'll meet in New York as we planned. Yes, I do love you, my darling. I'm sorry, I can't talk any longer. Yes, I'll meet you in New York a week from tomorrow without fail. Goodbye till then.
Herbert, were you talking on the phone just now?
Yes, Hermione.
Whoever was it?
Freddie Sinclair, of course.
Oh, didn't I hear you say something about meeting somebody in New York?
Why, yes. Old Freddie said he might possibly get out to America before we leave, and I said, of course, we'd meet him there if he decides to go.
That seems very peculiar. But then all of your friends are peculiar.
Yes, Hermione.
And just look at your jacket. Have you been digging in that cellar again?
Yes, Hermione.
Well, there's no need for it. You can't possibly get that Devil's Garden thing finished. Go and change your clothes before the guests arrive.
Yes, Hermione.
Oh, never mind. I see somebody coming up the walk now. Go and let them in.
Yes, Hermione.
Herbert.
Yes, my dear.
Look out the window. There's Professor and Mrs. Hewitt. But who's that with them?
Why,
Precisely. Freddie Sinclair. Peculiar. You should have been talking to him on the phone not 3 minutes ago. And now here he is.
Yes, isn't it? But then, as you say, Hermione, all of my friends are peculiar.
Not half so peculiar as you. Digging in the cellar an hour before we leave for America. Just look at yourself. And now that I think of it...
Yes, Hermione?
Oh, never mind. Go and let them in.
You were going to ask me something, Hermione. But the hole I'm digging in the cellar.
Oh, good heavens. Stop rolling your eyes about that way. One would think you were digging a grave down there instead of a storage bin.
Yes, Hermione.
What's that?
I said yes, Hermione.
Oh, bother. Open the door and stop saying yes, Hermione.
I think, my dear, I've said it for the last time. Back for Christmas. Hermione was so positive we would be back for Christmas. That last afternoon, pouring tea for a few friends who had come in to say last-minute farewells, she kept reiterating.
Oh, I promise you, Mrs. Hewitt. Remember, we absolutely must have you with us for Christmas.
Oh, we'll be back.
It's not absolutely certain, of course.
Herbert, what do you mean it's not certain? Of course it's certain.
After all, Herbert, old boy, you've contracted to lecture for only 3 months.
Quite right, but then, of course, anything may happen.
Oh, Herbert adores being unpredictable. Now, what other man would dig a great hole in the cellar on the very day he was leaving for America?
A hole in the cellar?
Yes. He's going to put some unclassified wild orchids down there. A devil's garden, if you please. Sounds mysterious. That's Herbert, though he's really quite simple once you find out what he's up to. Now take that telephone call he put through to you a few moments before you arrived, Freddie.
To me?
Yes. Herbert wanted to surprise me about your plan to meet us in New York next month. That's why he called, of course, to ask you not to mention it.
But, my dear Hermione, Herbert couldn't possibly have telephoned me within the past hour. I've been walking in the park since 3.
He didn't telephone you?
Well, how could he? And as for my going to America...
Oh, now, come, Freddie. You may as well own up. Hermione has found me out again.
But, Herbert, old chap, I really don't understand.
There. You see what a poor liar Herbert makes. He's red as a beetroot.
Aren't you ashamed of yourself, Professor? Stringing poor Hermione along like that. And as for you, Freddie, I'm furious you said nothing to us about going to America.
But look here, old girl, I've been trying to tell everyone that I have
no... stuff and nonsense. The game's gone on long enough. Perhaps Herbert's merely planning a surprise for me.
Yes, let's leave it at that, my dear.
Well, we must start getting ready. It was marvelous of you to come in to say goodbye. And don't worry about Herbert's little jokes. Oh, I will bring him back for Christmas. You may rely on it.
They all believed her. For years, she'd been promising me for dinner parties, garden parties, committees. And the promises had always been kept. This time, they wouldn't be. I'd seen to that. The servants were gone for good, the farewells all said. I had timed to the minute how long it would take to fill in the hole in the cellar, in my devil's garden. Upstairs in the bedroom, I undressed, folded my clothes over a chair, and put on my old bathrobe. Then I opened the door into Hermione's room.
Are you ready, Herbert?
Hermione, have you a moment to spare?
Of course, my dear. I've just finished.
Then do come in here for a moment. There's something rather extraordinary here.
Good heavens, Herbert, what are you lounging about in that filthy old bathrobe for? I told you to put it into the furnace.
I shall do it today, yes. I really will, I promise.
Well, high time. Now, what is it you want to show me?
In the bathroom here. Just look. Who in the world do you suppose dropped a gold chain down the bathtub drain?
Nobody has, of course. Nobody wears such a thing in this house.
Then what's it doing there?
I don't see anything.
Here. I'll hold this flashlight for you. If you lean right over, you can see it shining deep down.
Oh, such a lot of nonsense. Just with I don't see it, Herbert.
Go on looking, Hermione. In just a moment.
Herbert, I absolutely refuse to wait. Herbert, what are you doing? Take your hands off my neck.
I will, Hermione, just as soon as I've finished the arrangements for my trip to America.
What are you talking about?
You thought you were the only one who could plan things, didn't you, Hermione? Well, I've been making some plans of my own this past week. In exactly 2 minutes, you'll be dead, Hermione. You see, 2 minutes. I've planned it very accurately.
You'll never get away with it. Let me go.
I thought you'd say that, but I will get away with it. You won't mind the smell of the leaf mold down in the cellar when I take you there today. Yes, that's where you're going, Hermione. Into my devil's garden that annoyed you so much.
Oh.
The soil is full of clay. It won't settle too much. In a month or so, it won't even look as if it had been dug up.
My friends, they all expect me back for Christmas. They don't hear from me. They'll wonder. If I don't come back, they'll start asking questions.
Oh, no, they won't. Because you'll write them letters, Hermione. On the typewriter, as you always do. They'll be signed H in that neat, cryptic way you always sign your notes to your friends.
Let me up.
No.
It won't work, Herbert. You never were any good at planning things.
Oh, but I've changed, my dear. I've learned from watching you all these years.
The lecture people in America, they'll expect you to be traveling with your wife.
I will be traveling with my wife. But her name will not be Hermione.
Oh.
Fortunately, they've never met you. I'll write a few letters home for you. Then fewer and fewer. Write letters signed with my own name. Always expecting to get back, but never quite able to. Keep the house 1 year, and then another and another. They'll get used to it. Might even come back alone in a year or two and clear it up properly. Say you died in America. Nobody will ever suspect you're lying under the floor of the cellar in this very house.
Oh, but it won't work, I tell you. That pit you dug in the cellar,
I can assure you, my dear Hermione, it will serve its purpose well. Sorry, my dear. I've got to get this done on schedule. You have just 5 seconds to say your prayers.
Oh, but you must listen. The cellar. Don't do it, Herbert. Herbert. Oh.
Hey. The water cut off at the main as I knew she would order it. She was so thorough, but so was I. Strangulation. Nothing to wash up. The electric current shut off exactly at 1 o'clock, just as she ordered it. She thought of everything. So did I. My nice new electric lantern, plenty of light to work by in the cellar. The old bathrobe she wanted me to throw away came in handy now if there should be any chance blood stain. Then into the fire with it afterwards, the last evidence of my devil's garden. It was going well. Still an hour till I had to leave for the boat. The hold was almost filled. No. Oh, no, not now. Go away, please. Whoever you are, go away. Did I lock the front door? If it's the Wallingfords... Oh, no. Go away. Go away.
I say, Herbert, old thing.
Woo-hoo, Hermione!
Just keep calm, quiet. They won't look down in the cellar. Keep calm. They'll go away.
What dickens can they be?
Oh, the car's there.
Maybe they popped round to Liddell's.
Oh, it must be.
Oh, the shops, maybe. Something at the last minute.
Oh, not Hermione.
Shall I shout?
Oh, don't. Might not be checked.
No harm in a shout, my love.
No, let's come in our way back. Hermione said they wouldn't leave till 10.
Oh, all right. Only I want a last drink with old Herbert. He'd be hurt, you know.
All right, let's hurry. We can be back by 6:30.
6:30. There's still time. After that, it was easy. Put the finishing touches on the Devil's Garden, dress fast, get out of the house before 6:30, take the boat trade to Southampton and board the ship for America. All according to plan. Hermione's plan. I say, Stuart.
Right, sir?
My wife is indisposed. She'll be taking her meals in our stateroom.
Oh, for the old voyage?
Yes, for the whole voyage.
Well, I trust your wife is feeling better this morning, Professor Carpenter.
Yes, a little. Not yet well enough to leave her cabin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, by the way, here's a copy of the radiogram you sent for your wife last evening.
Oh? Oh, thank you. I'll just check it over. I say, look here.
What is it? Did the typist make a mistake?
No. No, nothing important. She can correct it later. For a moment, I had the feeling that Hermione had been leaning over my shoulder again, correcting what I'd written, as she always did. I had written a radiogram to Professor Hewitt and his wife. Haven't been out of my cabin the whole beastly trip. Herbert well. We now doubt we will be back for Christmas. The copy read, we no doubt will be back for Christmas. Exactly what Hermione would have written. The rest of the voyage was uneventful. And Marion and I met in New York and were married just as we'd planned. Just as we'd planned. Professor and Mrs. Carpenter, we have reservations, I believe.
Oh, yes. We've been expecting you, sir. Boy, take Professor and Mrs. Carpenter's luggage up to their suite. You know, Mrs. Carpenter, you're quite a surprise. Your letter reserving the rooms was so thorough. I was expecting an older, more forbidding sort of person, frankly, ma'am.
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, we're just married. But my letter reserving the room...
I wrote the letter, my dear, and signed it Mrs. Herbert Carpenter. Purely a joke.
Oh, what a cunning old fox you are, Herbert.
Now that I think of it, I am, rather.
Oh, I almost forgot. There's a letter for you, Mrs. Carpenter.
A letter for me? I wonder who on earth...
Well, we shall find out in good time. Come along, my dear. We're keeping the boy waiting. Nothing like a cold, brisk shower to put a man to rights.
Herbert, this letter...
Oh, yes, the letter. Dry my hair, will you, dear?
It seems to be a bill of some sort. From a building contract in Salisbury. Oh, bother. Dry your own hair.
Oh, thank you, my sweet. Let's see this bill or whatever it is.
It's very puzzling. Herbert. You were a widower, weren't you? I mean, Hermione isn't still alive.
I can assure you she is not. Let's have that letter. Dear madam, this is to acknowledge your order, together with the key... Together with the keys to your house in Launceston Place. Our men had no difficulty in finding the place where your husband had begun the excavation in the cellar, but apparently changed his mind at the last moment and filled it in again. Oh, no.
What is it, Herbert?
Our men will begin digging tomorrow, and you may rest assured that it will be a professional job and will be completed in ample time for your surprise Christmas present to your husband. We are happy to be conspirators with you in this thoughtful gesture and hope that Professor Carpenter will be pleased at the results of our work on what he so quaintly calls his Devil's Garden. Very truly yours, Paul Holt & Sons Contractors.
What does it mean, Herbert?
It means that Hermione was right. I will be back for Christmas.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you Back for Christmas by John Collier. Adapted for radio by Robert Tallman, with Paul Frees as Herbert, Eleanor Audley as Hermione, and Marta Metrovich as Marion. Music is conceived and conducted by Cy Fuhrer. Next week...
You are lost in a London fog, exhausted and frantic, unsure if the figures looming around you are real or creatures of your fear. And behind you, pursuing you, intent on killing you, lurks a murderer from whom you must escape.
Next week, we escape with Elgin Blackwood's ghostly story, Confession. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
New York, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is portrayed by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Well, here we are, about to enter Dr. Watson's familiar study. Hello, what's this? We find the good doctor hanging up his Christmas holly.
Not forgetting a sprig of mistletoe, Mr. Harris. Hope springs eternal, as they say. But here, help me down from this chair. My old legs aren't as agile as they were in the days when I followed Holmes through the dungeons and up the tower stairs of old Pendragon Castle.
Here we are.
Oh, thanks.
That sounds suspiciously like the beginning of a Sherlock Holmes yarn, Dr. Watson.
It is, Mr. Harris, it is. Holmes always called it the adventure of the Christmas bride. It concerns a ghostly lady in white who was supposed to have disappeared centuries ago. The honor of a noble family and a certain Father Christmas who suddenly sang bass. And now, while I fix us both a Yuletide toddy, suppose you'll tell our friends and listeners about a gift every man in our audience would welcome from Father Christmas, or as you Americans call him, Santa Claus.
With pleasure, Dr. Watson. And not only from Santa Claus. A thrifty man can give himself a worthwhile gift anytime if he insists on Clippercraft. For Clippercraft clothes keep on giving for a long, long time. First of all, you've never seen such truly fine clothes at such really low prices. That means you pocket the savings. That's the first gift to yourself. And they also give you superb styling, perfect fit, and long wear. Clippercraft clothes give you so very much because of the unique Clippercraft plan. concentrating the buying power of 924 of the nation's leading stores from coast to coast. That means tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. And yours are the savings this brilliant plan makes possible. Clippercraft suits are only $40 and $45. Clippercraft top coats and overcoats only $40, and sport jackets only $26.50. Clippercraft values are so amazing, we urge you to compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, how about that Christmas bride, Dr. Watson?
Her name was Ginevra, and she was the heir and only child of Lord Robert Neville, 10th Earl and 54th Baron Pensdragon, of Pensdragon Castle. Yes, I shall never forget my first glimpse of that ancient and somewhat forbidding edifice. The walls grey and bleak, without their summer covering of ivy. The towers square and defiant, with the red or rouge dragon pennant angrily defying the winter gales. Well, as I was saying, a rather urgent message from Lord Neville on elegant embossed stationery had arrived at 221B Baker Street. Would Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson do him the honor of a visit to Pensdragon over the Christmas holidays? The visit to include the wedding of his daughter, Lady Ginevra, to the immensely wealthy but slightly middle-aged Wentworth Trimmingham, which was due to occur on the second day of the new year.
Now, don't tell me the eminent Mr. Sherlock Holmes was called in to guard the wedding presents, Dr. Watson.
Hardly, Mr. Harris. At any rate, the day before Christmas found us alighting from our train at a small station in the Cumberland Hills, which, as you know, are situated in the north of England. There had been a slight fall of snow. An ancient carriage with red wheels and the Neville arms on the door was drawn up to the station platform, while the anxious face of the lord of the manor himself, in top hat and earmuffs, peered through one of the steamy windows.
Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
That's right.
This way, gentlemen. His lordship's expecting you in carriage.
Quite a fall of snow you've had here.
Aye, sir. More are coming. By rights, we should have brought the sleigh. Only his lordship loaned it to the vicar for tomorrow night. Vicar always plays Father Christmas at the Hall on Christmas Eve, now knows. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, sir.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'll hop in before you freeze to death.
Thank you.
Are you here, Mr. Holmes? Your friend opposite. And now then, Dennis, back to Pensdragon as fast as you can.
Aye, my lord.
Mr. Holmes, you are doubtless curious as to why I've invited you and Dr. Watson to share our Yuletide celebrations at Pensdragon.
To be quite honest, Lord Neville, I didn't think it was entirely for the pleasure of our society, although Watson is quite an asset when it comes to carol singing.
Oh? Tenor?
No, certainly not. Baritone.
Oh, that's good. The vicar who leads the Christmas singing is rather proud of his tenor voice, and I may say he's not too fond of competition.
No?
Mr. Holmes, I have invited you to Pensdragon to make sure that nothing occurs to prevent the marriage of my daughter to Mr. Wentworth Trimmingham.
Why is that marriage so imperative, Lord Neville?
To be brutally frank, Mr. Holmes, the Neville estates are mortgaged up to the ears. If the marriage does not go through on the 2nd of next month, I shall be bankrupt, totally bankrupt.
I see. Has anything occurred, Lord Neville, to make you fear that this marriage may not take place?
Well, no, that is nothing definite.
Perhaps the Lady Ginevra hasn't been able to hide her distaste for the match.
Oh, no, nothing like that. Well, I wouldn't say it was a passionate attachment on either side. But they like the same things. She laughs at all his jokes.
What better foundation could one ask for a marriage, Watson?
Well, that's what I should have said. Well, everything was as smooth as silk until the Dowager Duchess of Terce gave the engagement dinner last month. It was at her suggestion that I sent you the invitation to Pensdragon. She's been decidedly edgy ever since Percy returned in the midst of the betrothal dinner 2 weeks ago.
Percy?
Yes, Percy is my cousin, although he's only 7 years older than Ginevra. He's our next of kin.
See.
As a matter of fact, he's an orphan and lived with us at Pensdragon until he went off to Canada to seek his fortune 2 years ago.
If anything should happen to your daughter before she produced an heir, would Percy Neville inherit?
Yes, Dr. Watson. Both the title and the estates.
Percy Neville's return was unexpected, I gather.
It was. Unexpected and melodramatic, to say the least. The betrothal dinner was being held in the great hall of Pensdragon Castle. My daughter had just risen to return the bridegroom's toast. As she lifted her glass, a casement window was thrown violently open, and Percy walked in out of the night.
like to make a toast to my future bridegroom. Percy! Good heavens, Percy, is it really you?
I'm sorry to make such an abrupt entrance, Lady Terse, but I came as soon as I received news of the engagement.
Percy, why didn't you let us know you were coming?
Let you know. Let you know when you never bothered to answer my letters.
But, Percy, we never received any letters. We thought you'd forgotten us.
I had forgotten. As if that would have mattered.
Percy, that's not true. You know how fond we are of you.
How touching.
Percy, this is Wentworth. Wentworth Trimmingham, my future bridegroom.
So, this is the little man they've sold you to.
Stop that. Stop it at once. I'm very fond of Wentworth.
Are you, my dear Ginevra?
Percy, why do you look at me like that?
To think you should so soon forget our family motto. Ne vile velis. The name Neville means that, you know. Ne vile velis.
Ne vile velis. Latin, I take it, eh, Holmes?
Quite. It means stoop to nothing base, in case you've forgotten your Ovid, Watson.
Oh, teach your grandmother to suck eggs.
Tell me, Lord Neville, what happened after Percy quoted the family motto to your daughter?
He stamped off to his old rooms in the tower and hasn't been out of them since.
How does the Lady Ginevra react to this unfriendly behavior?
Oh, she says let him sulk. It's no concern of hers. Lady Terse, on the other hand, is thoroughly unnerved by Percy's return.
Oh?
As she feels sure he'll do something outrageous the day of the wedding. Poor Wentworth is as edgy as a hen on a hot griddle. Well, of course, that may be due to his encounter with the White Lady.
White Lady? Who's she?
The ghost of the first Ginevra, you know, the bride who played hide-and-seek on her wedding night and was never seen alive again. Years later, her skeleton was found in her great dower chest, still dressed in her wedding gown. She'd hidden in there, and somehow the hasp must have fallen down, and she was locked in and smothered to death.
Seems to me I remember a rather famous poem on the subject.
Oh, yes. So all the Ginevras in the Neville family have been named after her. She's supposed to walk through the halls of the castle whenever a misfortune is due to occur.
Oh, cheerful damsel, eh, Holmes?
When and how did Wentworth Trimmingham meet the lady?
Well, Mr. Holmes, it seems it's his habit to knock on my daughter's door on his way to bed to wish her good night. Last night, the wind was rather high, and he couldn't seem to make my daughter hear. Suddenly, he heard a strange creaking noise down the corridor behind him. Looking round, he saw the lid of the dower chest rise slowly.
Ginevra, my dear, it's I, Wentworth. I've come to bid you good night. Ginevra, are you there? Ginevra!
Who calls me?
What was that? Good Lord, the lid of the chest is rising. There's something... A woman in white. She's rising out of the chest. Who are you?
The first Ginevra. You call to me. So I have come to warn you. Go away. Go away before it is too late.
Then what happened, Lord Neville?
Nothing, Mr. Holmes. Apparently the white figure glided past my daughter's fiancé and disappeared up the tower stairs.
What did the lady look like? Blonde, brunette?
Wentworth says her features were hidden by the bridal veil.
Yes, interesting. I suppose anyone in the house would have access to that tower chest.
On the contrary, Mr. Holmes, too many people are possessed of insatiable curiosity. I keep the silly thing safely padlocked, I promise you.
How many keys are there to that padlock?
One, which I keep by me, here, on my keyring.
A very wise precaution.
I say, Holmes, your bed is even larger than the one in my room. The butler tells me Queen Victoria slept there when she paid a visit in 1846.
Don't look so superior, Watson. Queen Elizabeth, I'm told, slept here quite a few years before that.
Oh.
Come in.
Oh, Lady Terse, beautiful and charming as ever.
Stuff and nonsense. Glad to see you, both of you. Something's going on here. Don't like it.
What sort of something are you referring to, Lady Terse?
Don't know. If I did, shouldn't have sent for you. Ginevra looks as if butter wouldn't melt in her mouth. Bad sign. Percy looks like a thundercloud. That's worse.
I thought Percy had locked himself in his rooms and refused to see anyone.
I'd like to see anyone refuse to see me. Oh, but I'm Gavin. You'll want to view the premises.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to inspect that dour chest. It might be interesting to investigate how a lady in white can emerge from a carefully padlocked coffer.
Then you don't think it was a ghost. Neither do I. Well, what was she up to?
We should be able to answer those questions better, Lady Terse, after you've had a look inside that box. I wonder if you could persuade Lord Neville to lend us the key.
Here's the key, Mr. Holmes. Lord Neville insists I bring it back the moment you've finished with it.
Suspicious old boy, eh, Holmes?
Not suspicious, Dr. Watson. Fussy. Well, Mr. Holmes, why the delay? Open the silly chest. Let's see what's inside.
So fast, Lady Terse, not so fast. First, let's have a look at the lock.
Heavy old bit of machinery.
Yes, almost impossible to pick it without showing signs. There are no signs.
Then whoever opened it used that key.
Not necessarily, Watson.
But there's only one key. Lord Neville told us so.
And if Robert says a thing, it's gospel.
Yes. Interesting carving around the lock. The wood's very old.
Naturally. Open it up. I'm dying of curiosity.
Very well. The lock needs oiling. It hasn't been unlocked for some time. I'll remove the padlock. Here, Watson, hold it. Now, Lady Terse, if you'll help me raise the lid.
Right.
Good Lord, what's that?
Oh, it's Thor, Ginevra's spaniel. Goes everywhere with her. Regular shadow. Oh, yes, here she comes.
Hello there. I'm Ginevra. Why, you must be Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Delighted.
Don't let me stop you, Mr. Holmes.
You won't.
Father told me what you're up to. I'm dying to see what's in the chest, too. Go ahead, open it up. Down, Thor, down, boy.
You see, it's a biggish box, isn't it?
Yes, a woman could easily hide in there.
Something white and satin lying on the bottom.
Wonderful. It must be her wedding dress. I've always heard it was still in there. Remarkable to find it in such good condition after all these years.
The remarkable thing about it, Lady Ginevra, is this dust and dirt on the hem. Watson, give me an envelope. I shall want to take a sample.
But that's fascinating. I've heard simply fabulous things about you, Mr. Holmes, and now I believe them. Every one.
Do you? Yes, I think we've seen everything there is to be seen here. Watson, you may close the lid and lock it.
Right.
Uh-huh. So this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and his famous deductions. They told me you were coming.
They? Who's they? I understood you'd let no one in here, not even the maid.
You've overlooked Lady Terse. Try to keep her out of anything.
I didn't mention Mr. Holmes, Percy. Or did I?
Don't look so suspicious, Lady Terse. I've decided to be a good boy. I've even decided to come downstairs tonight and join in the Christmas Eve festivities.
Percy, that gleam in your eye. I've known you too long. You're up to something.
If you want to know what satisfying people really means, ask any man who wears Clippercraft clothes. He'll sing their praises, with good reason, too. For values like Clippercraft amaze even clothing experts. Until you see Clippercraft clothes and try them on, you won't believe such really superb suits are possible at only $40 and $45. And such rich, long-wearing top coats and overcoats at only $40. Such very smart sport jackets at only $26.50. For just a fraction of what you'd expect to pay, you get correct styling, perfect fit, and long-wearing materials. An ingenious plan makes this all possible. The Clippercraft plan, which concentrates the buying power of 924 of the nation's leading stores from coast to coast. You get the savings that result from this group buying at your own local independent store, the store you can trust. Selling inexpensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suit, top coat, and overcoat. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Oh, dear, the vicar's late. Down, Thor.
Now, calm yourself, Ginevra. He'll be here.
But, Percy, the snow's so deep. What if he can't get through?
Now, don't worry. The sleigh is light, and he has Vixen, the best horse in the county. Nothing can pass her, you know.
Oh, dear, I hope so. No, Thor, down. What ails the dog?
He may prove to be a bit of a problem, don't you think?
Goodness, I hope not. Oh, Mr. Holmes, I didn't see you behind that chair.
An ancient wing chair often provides a good listening post, my dear.
Now, look here, you meddling busybody.
Percy, please, you promised.
Suppose you allow me to solve the problem of the dog, Lady Ginevra.
Would you? I mean... Listen, sleigh bells. The vicar's driving up.
He's here. Father Christmas has arrived. Open the door, Paddleford. Now then, everyone.
Good King Wenceslas looked down on the feast of Stephen when the snow lay round about.
Dearie, I have to declare I've never been so cold. My right ear's half frozen.
Come along, Father Christmas. Percy will take you into the dining room. You can have a hot toddy while you get out of your wrap.
That's a good idea. A good idea.
And better disguise your voice, sir, or all the children will guess who you are.
That's a good idea, too. Gather round all. Bring in the Yule log. Father Christmas will be with you in a moment to give out the presents to all the good boys and girls. How is that?
Vicar, you're wonderful. Now go along. Take good care of him, Percy.
Never fear, my dear.
Mr. Holmes, they're bringing in the Yule log. Come and help me set fire to it. Oh, look, Dr. Watson has caught Lady Terse under the mistletoe.
I declare I've never had such a Christmas. Come along, Ginevra. They're ready for you to light the fire.
Dear, where did I put the matches?
Allow me, Lady Ginevra.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Watson.
Oh, look at that. I say, Holmes, how she burns, eh?
Oh, lovely. I do like to toast my feet in front of a Yule log.
I beg your pardon, Lady Ginevra. Haven't you raised your skirts a bit too high?
Oh, my goodness. I forgot.
Oh, Ginevra, my dear, your fiancé is making quite an ass of himself. Runs into the library every other minute to see no one's lifted one of the wedding presents.
Well, all that silver and your present, Lady Terse, the diamond tiara.
I'll admit that tiara is a temptation. You shouldn't have given it to me, Lady Terse. It's wonderful.
Oh, not at all. A confounded nuisance. Given me a headache for years. Glad to be rid of it.
Oh, here comes Father Christmas. Gather around the punch bowl, everyone, and we'll have a drink or so before we give out the presents.
I say, we should. That's the ticket. I stay there, Vicar. Father Christmas, I mean. Start us off on a carol. Can't drink your eggnog without a song.
Right you are, fair lady. God rest you, merry gentlemen. Let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day.
Jolly, eh, Holmes? Nothing like a good old-fashioned English Christmas. Straight out of Dickens, don't you know?
Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and
Hello there, Father Christmas. Not leaving us so soon.
Well, that is a long ride home. Must get going. Don't tell the others. Wouldn't want to disturb the party.
Quite. How about a hot toddy before you leave? Stirrup cup, you know.
No, haven't time.
I thought you might say that, so I prepared this jug full of grog. Keep it well wrapped. It'll keep you warm. It's a long, cold drive to Gretna Green.
But, what, Mr. Holmes?
No time to waste. On your way, Father Christmas. Think of me when you drink the grog.
We will. Wassail!
Wassail, Merry Christmas. And a Happy New Year.
Hello, what's this? Vicar off so soon?
Yes, Lord Neville. He seemed in a hurry to get home.
Oh, can't blame him. It's a cold night. Let us get inside before we freeze to death.
Good idea.
Oh, I say they're ready to start the dancing. Wentworth's trying to find Ginevra so they can lead the lancers.
Help! Who's that calling?
Oh, good heavens, what's that?
Get me out! I'm locked. Someone's got himself locked in the dungeon. This way. The entrance is through the dining room.
I was hoping for more of a head start.
What's that?
Nothing at all.
Ah, this is the door to the dungeon.
Let me out! Let me out, I say!
Yeah, the door is bolted. Just a moment.
Get me out of here!
Good Lord. It's the vicar down there in his underwear and trussed up like a New Year's goose.
This is an outrage! Get me out of here!
But if the vicar is here, who drove off in the sleigh?
Presumably an impostor who stole the vicar's clothes. I thought it might be, when I heard Father Christmas sing bass.
Say, Holmes. Holmes, where are you? Lady Ginevra, her fiancé can't find her anywhere. She's disappeared, vanished into thin air.
Great Scott! Someone get the vicar out of the dungeon. I've got to find my daughter.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, come quickly. Ginevra's disappeared. Her dog is crouched in front of the dower chest, howling.
Oh, hurry, gentlemen. The same scoundrel that locked the vicar in the dungeon has undoubtedly put Ginevra in the dower chest.
I only hope we're not too late, Holmes?
Wentworth's tried to break the chest open, but the dog won't let him near. There, you see?
Easy, thoughtful boy. Yes, I know what you're trying to say. We'll get her out. Oh, confound it, the key. Lady Terse, what did you do with the key?
But I gave it back to you.
No, you didn't.
Oh, yes, you did, too.
Quite all right, No key needed. The wood's so old and the staple's so loose, it's quite possible to lift the lock right out, like this. That's it. I'll raise the lid.
Great Scott, there's nothing in there but a roast of beef.
Yes. Thor's made off with it, I'm afraid. That explains his interest in the chest.
But if Ginevra isn't here, where is she?
With Father Christmas, I imagine. They're heading for the Scottish border in the sleigh. You'll never catch them, I'm afraid.
Of course, she's eloped with Percy. So she did talk him round. Good for her. So that's why she trailed off up the tower steps in that old bridal gown.
I suspected as much when I discovered some of Percy's ashes on its hem.
But this is dreadful. I should be ruined. We'll have to return all the wedding presents.
Fiddle-de-dee. Personally, I'll make mine a much handsomer contribution. Ginevra shall have the tiara and my emeralds as well. They're worth a king's ransom.
Lady Terse, you are an astounding female.
All women are. Oh, but we're keeping the dancers waiting. You shall lead the lancers with me, Robert. Come along.
Say, Holmes, you old fraud. I believe you knew what was going on all the time.
I suspected, Watson. I suspected. But when I saw the Lady Ginevra raise her ball gown and display a pair of traveling boots, I was sure. But come along, Watson. We shall have to go down to the kitchen and make peace with the cook.
Oh, why that?
For making off with Sunday's roast of beef. Something had to be done to keep the dog interested, or he'd have given the show away.
Well, that certainly was a Christmas story with all the trimmings, Dr. Watson.
Glad you liked it, Mr. Harris. And now, while I fill up our glasses, so we can drink a Christmas toast to our listeners and our sponsors.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure, Dr. Watson.
Here's your glass, Mr. Harris.
Thank you.
And here's to our radio friends, young and old. Merry, Merry Christmas and happiness, prosperity and peace in the new year.
Indeed, Dr. Watson, and warm greetings to all the makers of Clippercraft clothes. And now, Dr. Watson, how about just a small hint about next week's story?
Next week, I think I should tell you how Holmes and I spent New Year's Eve off the Scilly Isles.
New Year's Eve off the Scilly Isles? That sounds amusing, Doctor.
Hair-raising is the word, Mr. Harris. We were aboard the luxury liner Gigantic, expecting that any minute she would burst into flames. There's nothing more terrifying, we know, than a fire at sea.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 924 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Christmas seals support the fight to prevent the spread of tuberculosis in this community. Buy and use Christmas seals on all your holiday mail, and be sure to mail your packages now. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in New Year's Eve off the Scilly Isles. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations with mutual broadcasting systems.
Autolite and its its 98,000 dealers present Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents a special program for this holiday season. The unusual dramatization of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, starring Miss Greer Garson, who appears by arrangement with MGM, producers of the new color picture Knights of the Round Table, in CinemaScope, starring Robert Taylor, Ava Gardner, and Mel Ferrer.
Good evening. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for Autolite. Tonight, as a special Christmas presentation from the worldwide Autolite family, we bring you Miss Greer Garson in a story about a certain little girl on a certain Christmas Eve.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
Kathy, honey. Come on, wake up. Wake up, Kathy. It's the day before Christmas. Oh, and there's so much...
Miss Bob, it's light out already. You said you were going to wake me really early today so we could go to the airport and meet them.
Come on, up you get. Let's get you dressed.
Buffy, they're going to be waiting for me and you didn't wake me. I know what. They're home already.
Kathy.
Mommy! Daddy, where are you? Daddy! Mommy! Buffy, they're not in their bedroom. Where are they?
Kathy.
I know. I'll bet they're in the kitchen already having their coffee. Mom. Miss Buff, they're not home.
I know, honey.
The clock in the kitchen said 8:30.
Kathy, here, put this on, dear. You told me you wanted to wear this dress today, so that's why I ironed it for you.
Miss Buff.
Yes, dear?
Why aren't they here?
Oh, they'll be here.
But when I talked to Mommy on the telephone yesterday, she said she would be here at 6 this morning. And I promised her I'd meet her at the airport, her and Daddy.
I know.
And Daddy said he had a surprise he was bringing for me all the way from Paris. It's 8:30, Buffy. Let's go out to the airport now.
Oh, but there's so many things to do. First, you've got to get your breakfast, and we have to finish decorating the tree. And, there's so many things I want you to help me with.
Everything can wait, Buffy. Hurry, I promised to meet them.
No, dear.
Why not, Buff?
Well, I think we'll wait for them here. Kathy?
Yes?
You remember what you promised your Mommy and Dad? That you'd do everything I asked you while they were away.
Yes.
Then, we'll wait for them here. Hmm?
All right, Buffy.
That's okay.
It's noon, Buffy.
I know.
Don't you think they might have called and told us they'd be late?
Oh, I'll go and make our lunch. You must be very hungry.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you didn't eat your breakfast, Kathy.
Miss Buff, I'm not hungry.
Look. Oh, look, it's snowing, honey. We'll have a nice warm lunch, and then we'll go out for a long walk.
They should have called.
I tell you what, Kathy. We'll take our walk first. We'll see the shops. We'll visit. We'll go and see Johnny and your aunt and uncle. Maybe if it snows hard enough, we can all build a snowman. Wouldn't you like that?
Yes, that would be fun.
Well, go get your coat and hat and galoshes, dear.
All right. And when we come back, Mommy and Daddy will be home.
Well, you go and get your things now.
Oh, I'll get it, Buffy. Mommy. Oh, who's this, Daddy? You sound... Oh, from a newspaper. I see. It's a man, Buff. He says he wants to talk to an older person. Here.
Hello? Yes, this is the Harper residence. I'm the housekeeper. Well, just a moment, please. Kathy.
Who is it?
Someone wants to talk to me, honey. Will you go get your things?
No.
Who are you talking to, Buffy?
Never mind, dear. Go and get your things.
No. No, I won't.
Hello? I see. Yes, I saw the papers. Yes, that was the daughter. Yes, the only child. No, she doesn't. No, I wish you wouldn't. Please, don't, here. No.
Who was it?
Oh, it was just a man, honey.
It was from the newspapers. Why? What did he want?
Nothing.
He asked about me, didn't he? Why?
Honestly, honey, it was nothing.
It was about Mommy and Daddy.
Oh, it wasn't anything important.
Bob.
Yes, dear?
I don't know.
Look at that snow coming down, Kathy. Get your things, dear. Go on. Sing beautifully, Kathy.
Very lovely.
The street and all the decorations and the singers.
It's very lovely, Miss Buff.
Honey, here, give this to the man.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Missy. Merry Christmas.
Let's go home now.
In a little while, don't you remember? We were going visiting, too.
Mommy and Daddy are probably home right now waiting for me, wondering where I am.
And we'll build a snowman together, like I said. Come on, honey. I remember when I was a little girl how excited I'd get. All the wonderful things to see, the sights and the smells and the sounds. Pretty shop windows and the snow. To be a little girl at Christmas time. To be young at Christmas time. And happy at...
What's the matter, Buffy?
Oh, Kathy.
Buffy.
Let me hold you. Oh, Kathy, darling.
Buffy, you're crying.
I'm just silly, I guess. Why, look, there's Santa Claus watching us. Let's say hello to him.
You were crying.
Hello, Santa.
Merry Christmas. Oh, Merry Christmas, little girl.
Merry Christmas.
Well, you're a pretty little girl. What's your name?
Kathy.
Oh, that's a nice name for a nice little girl like you.
Thank you.
And I can tell you've been a good little girl. I saw the way your mommy was holding you.
She's Miss Buff. My mommy's away. Daddy, too. We're taking a walk to make them come home.
Oh, and where are they?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Kathy, come in, darling. And Miss Buff, how are you? Come in. Mother, guess who's here?
Why, Kathy and Miss Buff.
Hello, Aunt.
Hello, Mrs. Cleveland. Take your things off. We've got a big fire in the living room. And wait till you see our Christmas tree, Kathy.
I'm sure it's very beautiful.
I'll bet Kathy came to see her cousin Johnny, didn't she?
Yes, I did, Uncle Ted. I would like to see him very much.
You know what that boy of mine did, Miss Buff?
No.
He found the train.
Oh, he did?
After I took so much trouble to hide them out in the garage, he found them. So, of course, I had to set them up for him. Well, it's the day before Christmas. He's in his room now, Kathy.
Yes, I would like to play with the train.
Of course you would. Johnny!
I can't come now, Daddy. I'm busy.
Cassie's here.
Hey, come on out and play with my trains, Kathy. You ought to see. I got 'em all hitched up now.
Go on, Kathy.
All right.
I've been on the phone since 7 this morning, Miss Buff, and there just isn't any word at all about the plane.
Look!
A man from the newspaper called the house. I told him to stay away. Does the child know? I think she does. What did you tell her? Nothing. How do you tell a child, Mrs. Cleveland?
Look at it go!
What I can't understand is why no word at all. The plane took off from Paris on time, and there was radio contact over Island, from what I could find out. But since then, nothing.
You'd better tell her, John. Tell me what?
Well, there was a storm over the ocean. Pretty bad storm. They said...
Miss Fox.
Yes, darling.
I've just figured out something. It's about Mommy and Daddy.
Kathy.
They're not coming home. They're not ever coming home.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Greer Garson with Anne Whitfield as Kathy in 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
This is Harlow Wilcox again with a message from Mr. Royce G. Martin, President and Chairman of the Electric Autolite Company. It is presented in the name of the Autolite family, which includes some 30,000 Autolite men and women and their families, 18,000 people who have invested a portion of their savings in Autolite, as well as 98,000 dealers and the greatest names in the industry who use Autolite products as original equipment. This is the message from Mr. Martin. In our America, we are especially blessed this Christmas with a free country. We are surrounded with freedom-loving people who appreciate the word Christmas. We are grateful for what this day means to all of us and for what it meant to our great forefathers. We will never forget the one whose holy birthday we are about to celebrate. We thank him for the word freedom and the happiness that he has given us. We of the Autolite family wish you and yours a very Merry Christmas and a new year filled with health and happiness.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Greer Garson in Elliot Lewis's production of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It's going to be good to get inside of the house, Kathy. Oh, look at you. You look almost like the snowman you and Johnny built. Here, let me brush you off a bit before we go inside.
There's a man there.
What'd you say, darling?
Right there, standing by the door. A man.
Hello?
Good evening, miss. Hello, little girl. Is this your house?
Yes, I live here.
Who are you? What do you want?
Oh, then you'd be the Harper's little girl, wouldn't you?
Yes.
I asked you, who are you?
Now, don't worry about it, ma'am. I just want to take a picture of the little girl. You want your picture taken, little girl?
Buffy.
You're the reporter I talked to this morning, aren't you?
And we'll want one of you, too, ma'am.
Here, get in the house, Kathy. Don't stand there, dear. Get in the house. I'll be here in a moment. It's Christmas Eve, Mr. Reporter. Did you know that?
Oh, now, look, ma'am,
It's Christmas Eve. Where's your heart?
Now, look, you've got to understand. I talked to you on the phone. It was almost 10 hours ago, before noon. It's nighttime already. There still isn't any word about the plane. I represent a newspaper, ma'am. We've got to assume... Well, you know, I don't want to say it any more than you do.
Oh, just go away.
Oh, now, really, I've got to...
Were you ever lonely on Christmas Eve? Alone in a house that's empty? While outside other people were singing. When there was warmth and love and joy. But outside...
I'm just trying to do my...
Christmas Eve. And the snow is falling. Christmas Eve. And the child is grieving.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Good night.
In the living room, Buffy.
Full thought.
Yes?
Let's have a secret.
What, Buffy?
Let's not wait till tomorrow.
What do you mean?
We go to our tree and open some of our presents now. Maybe just one. Choose the one with the most beautiful wrapping. You can open it, and you can play with it now while I go and pick something for you to eat.
I'm not hungry, Buff. Honestly, I'm not.
Oh, just some milk and cookies, honey. You haven't eaten
All
some.
right.
Well, let's choose. Go ahead, pick one.
All right. That one.
It's from Mr. and Mrs. Anderson next door. Open it.
You open it, Buffy.
Very well. Oh, look.
Very nice.
A carousel. Well, I'll wind it for you. And we'll put it down here. Now. Oh, that's sweet. You watch it. When it runs down, you can wind it up again. I'm going into the kitchen. Kathy, here's your... Kathy. Kathy, honey, where are you? Kathy? Your milk and cookies are on the table. Kathy? Are you in your room, Kathy? Kathy? Kathy, honey? Kathy? Kathy!
Why, Miss Buff.
Mr. Anderson, is Kathy here?
Well, I know. Is...
would you mind asking Mrs. Anderson if Kathy's here? Maybe she came in through the back way.
Well, Mrs. Anderson and I have been sitting in the living room for the last hour. Well, what's the matter, Miss Buff?
Kathy ran out of the house.
Oh, poor child. I can imagine how she must feel.
I thought she might have come over here next door. She just ran out of the house. I don't know where she is.
Oh, a child like that must happen to her today. Wait. I'll get my coat, Miss Buff. I'll come with you.
Listen.
Hi, Mr. Anderson. Want a ride? You can go all the way down the hill for $3. They've got it roped off.
Paul, have you seen Kathy?
Sure.
Where is she?
I don't know.
Where is she, Paul? Where did she go?
How am I supposed to know where she went?
But you saw her, didn't you?
Sure. She was running down the block. I yelled at her to come on over, but she kept running.
Which way, Paul?
Down there, I guess. Where the stores are.
Thank you.
Sure. Merry Christmas, Mr. Anderson. Merry Christmas, Miss Buff. Hey, what?
She hasn't been in my store, Miss Buff, and I'm the only one on the block who's open. Last-minute Christmas rush, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Ruxton.
Say, now, that kid and what happened to that plane today, I'd sure let the police know she was missing.
I think he's right, Miss Buff.
Call them, please. Call them.
Oh, use this phone, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Hello, operator. Give me the police. Hello, police. I want to report a little girl who's missing. Kathy Harper. Well, she's got blonde hair and blue eyes. And... Oh, wait a second. I'll find out. Just go in the house, Miss Buff. I'm sure they'll find her.
It's 10 o'clock. They've been looking for 3 hours.
Oh, they have ways. They'll find her.
We waited in that station house. All the policemen who phoned in. None of them.
Well, you just go in the house. Now, I'll send Mrs. Anderson over.
No, really. I'd rather you wouldn't.
Well.
Good night, Mr. Anderson. And thank you.
I'm Patrolman Reed, ma'am.
Have you found Kathy?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is she?
You better come with me, ma'am. There she is, ma'am, in the second pew.
Oh, Kathy, child.
Christmas Eve. Church should have been the first place I should have looked for that kid.
Kathy, let's go home now, darling.
All right.
There we are. All tucked in.
It's almost Christmas, isn't it?
Yes, darling.
You going to read to me?
Of course. You just lie there.
Buffy,
Yes, darling?
nothing. Just read to me.
It was the night before Christmas when all through the house not a creature was stirring. Not even the mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mamma in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled down for a long winter's nap, when out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Way to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw open the sash. The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave a luster of midday to objects below. When what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer with a little old driver, so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick. More rapid than eagles his course as they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen, to the tops of the porch, to the top of the wall. Now dash away, dash away, dash away all.
Buffy!
Mommy! Daddy! Merry Christmas, Kathy.
Kathy, baby. Hey, it's Christmas. We don't cry on Christmas.
I thought, oh, baby. Baby.
Hey, how about a big hug for me?
Oh, Daddy.
Ah, that's my girl.
Where's Miss Buff? I was in bed. She was reading to me.
In bed's the place for you. Come on, I'll carry you.
Buff! It's Mommy. It's Daddy. I know, darling, I know.
Hello, Buffy. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Buff.
We had to make an emergency landing in Newfoundland. Small field communications were shot. That storm.
Yes. Let's not talk about it anymore now.
Buffy was reading me a wonderful thing about
The night before Christmas.
Here. I'll put you in bed, Kathy. There you are. Read it to us, Buffy.
Hmm?
To all of us.
Oh, well, I lost my place. Read it, Buffy. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricanes fly when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky, so up to the housetop the coursers they flew with a sleigh full of toys. And St. Nicholas, too. And then in a twinkle, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney, St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back and looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled. His dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke, it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk and laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down on a thistle. But I heard him exclaim as he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night."
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Miss Greer Garson in a dramatization of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Tonight's production in Autolite's Suspense. Miss Garson will return in just a moment.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. James Mason, who, as Lord Essex, plots to capture Elizabeth's throne. It's called The Queen's Ring. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morwick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Chorus was under the direction of Roger Wagner. 'Twas the Night Before Christmas was written for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. In tonight's story, Anne Whitfield was heard as Kathy. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Irene Tedrow, Mary Lansing, Charles Calvert, Howard McNear, Herb Butterfield, Johnny McGovern, Sidney Miller, Joseph Kearns, and John Ramsey Hill.
And here once again is our lovely star, Miss Garson.
Harlow, thank you very much. And thank you, Anne Whitfield. While I have these few moments, may I join the Autolite family in sending holiday greetings to our friends everywhere. Merry Christmas, Harlow.
Merry Christmas, Greer. Merry Christmas to all. And to all, a good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Imagine, if you will, King's College, Cambridge, almost 100 years ago. Christmas Eve has its ritual. Those invited make their way for the appointed time. Out of the darkness, while the master waits. Montague Rhodes James, Provost of Kings, scholar, antiquary, and writer of ghost stories.
Recently, I was cataloguing the manuscripts in the library of Cambridge College. I reached the end of the numbered volumes on the shelves, and I asked the librarian whether there were any more papers which he thought I ought to include in my description. There was a tin box which was pulled out and dusted. Its label was faded, and on it was inscribed, "Papers of the Venerable Archdeacon Haynes, bequeathed in 1834 by his sister, Miss Letitia Haynes." I knew the name at once. I'd read his obituary in the Gentleman's Magazine years before. Archdeacon Haynes, who came to a very odd end at Barchester. Dr. Haynes, already a mature man. Thank you. Moved to Barchester with his sister in the year 1810. The office of Archdeacon had long been the object of his wishes, but his predecessor, Pulteney, refused to depart until he had attained the age of 92. About a week after the celebrations of that 92nd birthday, Dr. Haynes hurried cheerfully into his breakfast room, rubbing his hands, humming a tune. He was greeted by the sight of his sister seated in her usual place behind the tea urn, but bowed forward and sobbing unrestrainedly into her handkerchief. What is the matter? What bad news? He began. "Oh, Johnny, you haven't heard. The poor dear Archdeacon." "The Archdeacon? Yes. Well, what is it? Ill, is he?" "Oh, no. They found him on the staircase this morning. It is so shocking." "Is it possible? Dear. Poor Pulteney. Did he have a seizure?" "They don't think so," said Miss Haynes. "That is almost the worst thing about it. It seems to have been all the fault of that stupid maid of theirs, Jane." Dr. Haynes paused. "I don't quite understand, Letitia. How was the maid at fault?" "As far as I can make out," Miss Haynes said, "there was a stair rod missing, and she never mentioned it. And the poor Archdeacon Pulteney set his foot quite on the edge of the step. You know how slippery that oak is. And, it seems he must have fallen almost the whole flight, broken his neck." After standing in silence before the window for some minutes, Dr. Haynes left the room and did not appear again that morning. I need only add that the careless maidservant was dismissed forthwith, but that the missing stair rod was very shortly afterwards found under the stair carpet. Additional proof, if any were needed, of extreme stupidity and carelessness on her part. For a good many years, Dr. Haynes had been marked out by his ability, which seems to have been really considerable, as the likely successor of Archdeacon Pulteney, and he wasn't to be disappointed. He was duly installed and zealously gave himself over to the responsibilities of his new position. Functions, as he discovered, sadly neglected by the late Archdeacon Pulteney. Look in Haynes' journals. He lists what Archdeacon Pulteney has failed to do. dues uncollected for 12 years, no visits for 7 years, 4 churches in disrepair, his deputies nearly as incapable as himself. In his correspondence, Haynes calculates that a period of 3 years will just suffice to set the business of the archdeaconry upon a proper footing. And so it proved. Now he begins to take an interest in the fabric, furniture, as in music. There is a draft of a letter to Sylvanus Urban, which I don't think was ever sent, describing the stalls in the choir. The prayer desk at the east end is carved with 3 small but remarkable statuettes in the grotesque manner. One is an exquisitely modeled figure of a cat. Opposite to this stands a shape muffled in a long mantle. This might at first sight be mistaken for a monk or friar of orders grey, for the head is cowled and a knotted cord hangs down from somewhere about the waist. A slight inspection, however, will lead to a very different conclusion. The knotted cord is quickly seen to be a halter, held by a hand all but concealed within the draperies, while the sunken features, and horrid to relate, the rent flesh upon the cheekbones, proclaim the king of terrors. These figures are evidently the production of no unskilled chisel. Some late researches among the chapter accounts have shown me that the carving of the stalls was not, as was very usually reported, the work of Dutch artists, but was executed by a native of this city or district named Austin. The timber was procured from an oak copse in the vicinity, the property of the dean and chapter, known as Holy Wood. Upon a recent visit to the parish, Haynes writes, I learned from an aged and respectable local some of the history of the oaks employed to furnish the cathedral with its stalls. One tree in particular, which stood near the center of the grove, it is remembered that it was known as the hanging oak. A quantity of human bones was found in the soil. To return to his career, as it is to be gathered from his diaries, those of his first 3 years of hard and careful work show him throughout in high spirits, and doubtless during this time that reputation for hospitality and urbanity, which is mentioned in his obituary notice, was well deserved. After that, as time goes on, I see a shadow coming over him, destined to develop into utter blackness, which I can only think must have been reflected in his outward demeanor. He commits a good deal of his fears and troubles to his diary. There was no other outlet for them. He was unmarried, and his sister was not always with him. But I am much mistaken if he has told all that he might have told. I shall give you, gentlemen, some extracts. August 30th, 1816. The days begin to draw in more perceptibly than ever. Now that the archdeaconry papers are reduced to order, I must find some further employment for the evenings, hours of autumn and winter. It is a great blow that Letitia's health will not allow her to stay through these months. Why not go on with my defense of episcopacy? It may be useful. September the 15th, Letitia has left me for Brighton. October the 11th, 1816. Candles lit in the choir for the first time at evening prayers. It came as a shock. I find that I absolutely shrink from the dark season. November 17th, 1816. During the Magnificat, I was, I regret to say, almost overcome with sleep. My hand was resting on the back of the carved figure of a cat, which is the nearest to me of the three figures at the end of my stall. I was not aware of this, for I was not looking in that direction until I was startled by what seemed a softness, a feeling of rather rough and coarse fur, and sudden movement as if the creature were twisting round its head to bite me. The impression of the unpleasant feeling was so strong that I found myself rubbing my hand upon my surplice. December 6th, 1816. I do indeed miss Letitia's company. The evenings after I've worked as long as I can at my defense of episcopacy are very trying. This house is too large for a lonely man. Visitors of any kind are too rare. I get an uncomfortable impression on going to my room that there is company of some kind. The fact is, I may as well formulate it to myself that I hear voices. This, I am well aware, is a common symptom of incipient decay of the brain. Work, diligent work, and a punctual attention to the duties which fall to me is my best remedy, and I have little doubt that it will prove efficacious. January 15th, 1817. I had occasion to come downstairs last night to my workroom for my watch, which I had inadvertently left on my table when I went up to bed. I think I was at the top of the last flight when I had sudden impression of a sharp whisper in my ear. Take care. I clutched the balusters and naturally looked round at once. Of course, there was nothing. After a moment, I went on. There was no returning back, but I had, as nearly as possible, fallen. A cat, a large one by the feel of it, stepped between my feet, but again, of course, I saw nothing. It may have been the kitchen cat, but I do not think it was. Now, I digress to mention a document which, rightly or wrongly, I believe to have a bearing on the thread of my story. The account books of Dr. Haynes show, from a date but little later than that of his institution as Archdeacon, a quarterly payment of £25 to J.L. Nothing could have been made of this, and it stood by itself. But I connect with it a very soiled and ill-written letter, which was in a pocket in the cover of a diary. There's no date or postmark, and deciphering is difficult. It appears to run, Dear Sir, I've been expecting to hear of you these last weeks, and not having done so, must suppose you have not got mine, which was saying how me and my man had met in with bad times this season. All seems to go cross with us on the farm, and which way to look for the rent we have no knowledge of it. This been the sad case with us, if you would have the great liberality, probably, but the exact spelling defies reproduction, to send £40. Otherwise steps will have to be took which I should not wish. As you was the means of me losing my place with Dr. Pulteney, I think it is only just what I am asking. and you know best what I could say if I was put to it. Your obedient servant, Jane Lee. About the time at which I suppose this letter has been written, there is in fact a payment of £40 to J.L. We return to the diary. October 22nd, 1817. At evening prayers during the Psalms, I had that same experience which I recollect from last year. I was resting my hand on one of Austin's carved figures, as before. I usually avoid that of the cat now. And I was going to have said, a change came over it, but that seems to be making too much of what was a physical upset in myself. At any rate, the wood seemed to become chilly and soft, as if made of wet linen. The whispering in my house was more persistent tonight. I seemed not to be rid of it in my room. A nervous man, which I am not, and hope I am not becoming, would have been very annoyed, if not alarmed, by it. The cat was on the stairs tonight. I think it sits there always. There is no kitchen cat. November 15th, 1817. Here again I must note down a matter I do not understand. I have been much troubled in my sleep. No definite image presented itself, but I was pursued by the vivid impression that wet lips were whispering into my ear, very rapidly, over and over. After this, I suppose I fell asleep, but I was awakened with a start by a feeling as if a hand were laid on my shoulder. To my intense alarm, I found myself standing at the top of the lowest flight of the first staircase. The moon was shining brightly enough through the large window to let me see that there was a large cat upon the second or third step. I can make no comment. I crept up to bed again. I do not know how. Yes, mine is a heavy burden. Then follows a line or two which has been scratched out. I fancy I read something like, acted for the best. Not long after this, it's evident to me that the Archdeacon's firmness began to give way under the pressure of these phenomena. I omit, they are too painful, all the lamentations and beseeching and praying. Throughout this time, he is obstinate in clinging to his post. He tried to distract himself, inviting visitors to his house. January 7th, 1818. I prevailed on my cousin Alan to give me a few days, and he's to occupy the chamber next to mine. A still night. Alan slept well, but complained of the noise of the wind. My own experiences were as before, still, whispering, whispering. What is it that he wants to say? January 9th. Alan thinks this is a very noisy house. He thinks, too, that my cat is an unusually large and fine specimen, but very wild. January 10th, 1818. Alan and I in the library until 11. He left me twice to see what the maids were doing in the hall. Returning the second time, he told me that he'd seen one of them going through the door at the end of the passage. and said if his wife were here, she would soon get them into better order. I asked him what coloured dress the maid wore. He said grey or white. I supposed it would be so. January 11th, 1818. Alan left me today. January 15th. I must be firm. January 20th. I must be firm. 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 These words, I must be firm, occur again and again on subsequent days. Sometimes they're the only entry. They are in an unusually large hand. I must be firm. And dug into the paper in a way which must have broken the pen that wrote them. Apparently, the Archdeacon's friends did not remark any change in his behavior, and this gives me a high idea of his courage and determination. The diary tells us nothing more than I have indicated of the last days of his life. The end of it all must be told in the polished language of the obituary notice. The morning of the 26th of February was cold and tempestuous. At an early hour, the servants had occasion to go into the front hall of the residence occupied by the lamented subject of these lines. What was their horror upon observing the form of their beloved and respected master lying upon the landing of the principal staircase in an attitude which inspired the gravest fears. The vertebral column was fractured in more than one place. This might have been the result of a fall. It appeared that the stair carpet was loosened at one point. But in addition to this, there were injuries inflicted upon the eyes, nose, and mouth, as if by the agency of some savage animal, which, dreadful to relate, rendered those features unrecognizable. The vital spark was, it is needless to add, completely extinct. I had already formed the conclusion that Dr. Haynes was responsible for the death of Dr. Pulteney. Haynes' ambition, the missing stair rod, the maid's dismissal, her demand for money, all point to his guilty hand. But the incident connected with the carved figure of death on the Archdeacon's stall was a very perplexing feature. My conjecture was that it had been cut out of the wood of the hanging oak. That might have been obvious enough, but also impossible to substantiate. However, I paid a visit to Barchester, partly with the view of finding out whether there were any relics of the woodwork to be heard of. I was introduced by one of the canons to the curator of the local museum. I told this gentleman of the description of certain carved figures and arms formerly on the stalls, and asked whether any had survived. He was able to show me the arms of Dean West and some other fragments. These, he said, had been got from an old resident who had once owned a figure Perhaps one of those which I was inquiring for. There was a very odd thing about that figure, he said. The old man who had it told him that he picked it up in a wood yard where he'd obtained the other pieces and had taken it home for his children. On the way home he was fiddling about with it, and it came in two in his hands, and a bit of paper dropped out. This he picked up and mounted on a card. The paper was quite legibly inscribed in old-fashioned script, and this is what was on it. When I grew in the wood, I was watered with blood. Now in the church I stand. Whoso touches me with his hand, if a bloody hand he bear, I counsel him to beware, lest he be fetched away either by night or day, but chiefly when the wind blows high on a night in February. This I dreamt, the 25th of February, Anno Domini 1699. John Austin. Oh, I suppose it's a charm or a spell, something of that sort, said the curator. Yes, I said, I suppose one might. What became of the figure that was hidden inside? Oh, I forgot, said he. The old man told me it was so ugly and frightened his children so much that he burnt it.
Christopher Lee's next offering from the M.R. James collection is on Boxing Day night. The Ash Tree is at 11:25 here on BBC Two.
Imagine, if you will, King's College, Cambridge, almost 100 years ago. Every Christmas Eve has its ritual. Those invited make their way for the appointed time. Out of the darkness, while the master waits. Montague Rhodes James, Provost of Kings, scholar, antiquary, and writer of ghost stories.
Everyone who has travelled over eastern England knows it's studded with fine country houses, the sort with parks of 80, 100 acres. I have to tell you of a curious series of events which happened in such a house. It is Castringham Hall in Suffolk. Italian portico, square block of white house, older inside than out, park with fringe of woods and lake. The one feature that marked out the house from a score of others is gone. As you looked at it from the park, you saw on the right a great old ash tree growing within half a dozen yards of the wall. It had more or less attained its full dimensions by the year 1690. In that year, the district in which the hall was situated was the scene of a number of witch trials. Whether the persons accused of this offence really did imagine that they were possessed of unusual powers of any kind, or whether they had the will, at least, if not the power, of doing mischief to their neighbours, or whether all the confessions, of which there are so many, came about because the witch-finders had such cruel ways and means, these are questions which are not, I fancy, yet solved. Castringham, too, contributed a victim to the witch-hunting hysteria. Mrs. Mothersole was her name, and she differed from the ordinary run of village witches only in being rather better off and in a more influential position. Efforts were made to save her by several reputable farmers of the parish. They did their best to testify to her character and were anxious what the verdict of the jury would be. What seems to have been fatal to the woman was the evidence of the then proprietor of Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew Fell. He testified to having watched her on 3 different occasions from his window at a full moon, gathering sprigs from the ash tree near his house. She climbed into the branches, clad only in her shift, and was cutting off small twigs with a peculiarly curved knife, and as she did so, she seemed to be talking to herself. On each occasion, Sir Matthew had done his best to capture the woman, but she'd always taken alarm at some accidental noise he had made, and all he could see when he got down to the garden was a hare running across the park in the direction of the village. Mainly on this evidence of Sir Matthew's, though there was much more of a less striking and unusual kind from other parishioners, Mrs. Mothersole was found guilty and condemned to die. She was hanged a week after the trial, with 5 or 6 more unhappy creatures at Bury St. Edmunds. Sir Matthew Fell, then Deputy Sheriff, was present at the execution. It was a damp, drizzly March morning when the cart made its way up the rough grass hill outside Northgate, where the gallows stood. The other victims gave up hope. They were broken down with misery. But Mrs. Mothersole was, as in life, so in death, of a very different temper. Her poisonous rage, as a reporter of the time puts it, did so work upon the bystanders, even upon the hangman, that it was said by all that saw her that she seemed to turn into a mad devil before their very eyes. Yet she offered no resistance to the officers of the law. But for those who laid hands on her, she had such fury and spite in her face, as one of them told me afterwards. The very memory of it preyed upon his mind for the next 6 months. However, all that she is reported to have said were the seemingly meaningless words, which she repeated more than once in an undertone. There will be guests at the hall. Sir Matthew Fell was impressed by the bearing of the woman. He had some talk upon the matter with the vicar of the parish, with whom he travelled home after the trial business was over. The whole episode had been repugnant to him, he said, for he was a man who liked to be on pleasant terms with those about him, but he saw a duty to be done in this business, and he had done it and given his evidence. A few weeks after, when the moon of May was high, vicar and squire met again in the park and walked to the hall together. Lady Phil was with her mother, who was dangerously ill, and Sir Matthew was alone at home. So the vicar, Mr. Crome, was easily persuaded to take a late supper at the hall. When Mr. Crome thought of starting for home about 9:30, Sir Matthew and he took a turn on the gravelled walk at the back of the house. They were in sight of the ash tree, which I described as growing near the windows of the building, when Sir Matthew stopped and said, "What is that running up and down the stem of the ash? It's never a squirrel, is it? They'll all be in their nests by now." The vicar looked and saw the moving creature, but he could make nothing of its colour in the moonlight. The sharp outline, however, seen for an instant, was imprinted on his brain. He could have sworn, he said, though it sounded foolish, that squirrel or not, it had more than 4 legs. Next day, Sir Matthew Fell had failed to appear downstairs by his usual 6 o'clock. 7 o'clock passed. 8 o'clock. The servants went and knocked on his bedroom door. The door was opened at last from the outside, and they found their master dead and black. There were no obvious marks of violence, but the window was open. One of the men went to fetch the parson, and then, by his directions, rode on to give notice to the coroner. Mr. Crome himself went as quickly as he could to the hall, and was shown to the room where the dead man lay. Mr. Crome has left some notes among his papers which show how genuine a respect and sorrow was felt for Sir Matthew. This passage throws some light on the course of events and illustrates the common beliefs of the time. There wasn't any sign of forced entry to the bedroom, but the window was open, as my poor friend always would have it at this time of year. He had his evening drink of ale in a silver vessel, pint measure, but tonight he hadn't drunk it. This drink was examined by the physician from Bury St. Edmunds, a Mr. Hodgkins. On oath, he declared that he couldn't detect any substances of a venomous kind, but as was natural, because the corpse was so swollen and black, there was talk among the neighbors of poison. The body was very pulled about as it lay in the bed. So twisted was it that my friend and patron must have died in great pain and agony. And what is still unexplained, and to me argues the devil's work by those responsible for such a barbaric murder, was this: that the women entrusted with the laying out of the corpse and washing it, being both of them sober individuals and very well respected in their mournful profession, they came to me greatly distressed in mind and body, saying, and we had the proof of it, that they had no sooner touched the corpse with their bare hands than they felt a particularly violent shock and aching in their palms. Their forearms became so swollen, and the pain so continuous, that for many weeks they were forced to give up their job of work. But there were still no marks on the skin. I sent for the physician, who was still in the house, and we made as careful a study as we were able, using a small magnifying lens of crystal on the condition of the skin on this part of the body. But we couldn't detect with the instrument anything significant beyond a couple of small punctures or pricks, which we then concluded were the spots where the poison might have been introduced. So much for the symptoms seen on the corpse. As to what follows, it is merely my own conjecture, and I'll leave it to posterity to judge whether it offers any valuable insight. On the table by the bedside, there was a small Bible, which my friend read from nightly and on rising from his bed. As I took it up in my hands, it occurred to me to try out that old and, to many, superstitious practice of drawing the sorts. I opened the Bible at random 3 times, placing my finger on certain words. The first words were, "Cut it down." And the second time, "It shall never be inhabited." And the third, "Her young ones also suck up blood." Well, that is all that need to be quoted from Mr. Crome's notes. Sir Matthew's son, also Matthew, succeeded to the title and estates, and so ends the first act of the Castringham tragedy. The new baronet did not occupy the room in which his father died, no. Indeed, was it slept in by anyone except an occasional visitor during the whole of his tenure. Nothing in particular marked the second Sir Matthew's reign, except the curiously constant rate at which he lost cattle and livestock, which showed a tendency to increase slightly as time went on. The Castringham sickness. He put an end to it at last by a very simple expedient, by shutting up all his beasts in sheds at night and keeping no sheep in his park. For he had noticed that nothing was ever attacked that spent the night indoors. The second Sir Matthew died, and was succeeded by his son, Sir Richard. It was in his time that the great family pew was built out on the north side of the parish church. The squire's plans were so grand, several of the graves on that unhallowed side of the building had to be disturbed to satisfy his requirements. Among them was that of Mrs. Mother Soul. A certain amount of interest was excited in the village when it was known that the famous witch, who was still remembered by a few, was to be exhumed. And a feeling of surprise and disquiet was all the stronger when they found that though her coffin was fairly sound and unbroken, there was no trace whatever inside of body, bones, or dust. The incident revived for a time all the stories from 40 years ago about witch trials and about the exploits of the witches. Sir Richard's orders that the coffin should be burnt were thought by a good many to be rather foolhardy, but they were duly carried out. One morning, Sir Richard woke after a night of discomfort. It had been windy, and his chimney had smoked persistently, and yet it was so cold that he needed to keep a fire going. Also, the window rattled so much that no man could have got any sleep. And here was the prospect of several notable guests arriving in the course of the day who would expect sport of some kind. The damage caused by the Castringham sickness was a serious threat to his reputation as a huntsman. But what really touched him was simply the fact of having had a sleepless night. He certainly wouldn't be able to get any sleep in that room again. He must have a room with a western lookout, so that the sun could not wake him early, and it must be away from the business of the house. The housekeeper was at her wit's end. "Well, Sir Richard," she said, You know, there's only one room like that in the house. Which may that be? Said Sir Richard. That is Sir Matthew's west chamber. Well, put me in there. Well, that's where I'll sleep tonight, said her master. Oh, Sir Richard, but no one slept there for 40 years. The air has hardly been changed since Sir Matthew died there. Come, open the door, Mrs. Chuddock. I'll see the room at least. So it was opened. And indeed the smell was very close and earthy. Sir Richard crossed to the window, and impatiently, as he always did things, threw the shutters back and flung open the casement. For this end of the house was one which the alterations had barely touched, grown up as it was, with a great ash tree, and otherwise concealed from view. Air it, Mrs. Chuddock, all today, and move my bed furniture in the afternoon. Put the Bishop of Kilmore in my old room. Pray, Sir Richard, another voice said, might I have the favour of a moment's interview? Sir Richard turned round and saw a man in black in the doorway, who bowed. I must ask your indulgence for this intrusion, Sir Richard. You will perhaps hardly remember me. My name is William Crome, and my grandfather was vicar here in your grandfather's time. Mr. Crome, welcome. Might I offer you a glass of wine? And you, Mrs. Chuddock, as I said, be about airing this chamber. Yes, it is here my grandfather died. Yes, the tree perhaps does make the place a little dampish. No, I do not wish to listen to any more. Make no difficulties, I beg. You have your orders. Go. Will you follow me, sir? The two men went into the study. Young Mr. Crome had brought with him a packet. It contained, among other things, the notes which the old vicar had made on the occasion of Sir Matthew Fell's death. And for the first time, Sir Richard was confronted with the mysterious instructions drawn by Crome's father from the Bible. They amused him a good deal. Well, he said, my grandfather's Bible gave one prudent piece of advice. Cut it down. If that stands for the ash tree, he may rest assured I shall not neglect it. The tree's a nest of guitars and fevers. The parlour contained the family books. Sir Richard looked up from the paper to the bookcase. Crossing the room, he took out a dumpy Bible. It would be no bad plan to put it to the test again, Mr. Crome. I will wager we get a couple of names in the Chronicles, Now, what have we here? Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. Well, your grandfather would have made a fine omen of that, eh? Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. No more prophets for me. They're all in a tale, Mr. Crome. In the afternoon came the guests, the Bishop of Kilmore, Lady Mary Harvey, Sir William Kentfield, etc., etc. Dinner at 5, wine, cards, supper, and then the party dispersed to their rooms and wished Sir Richard a better night's sleep. And now we are in his bedroom, with the light out and the squire in bed. The room is over the kitchen, and the night outside still and warm, so the window stays open. There's very little light about the bedstead, but there's a strange movement there. It seems as if Sir Richard is moving his head rapidly, to and fro, with only the slightest possible sound. Now, you would guess, so deceptive is the half-darkness, that he had several heads, round and brownish, which move backwards, forwards, as low as his chest. Is it a horrible illusion, or more than that? There. Something drops off the bed with a soft plump, like a kitten, and is out of the window in a flash. Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. As with Sir Matthew, so with Sir Richard. Dead and black in his bed. A pale and silent party of guests and servants gathered under the window when the news was known. Italian poisoners, popish emissaries, infected air, all these and more guesses were hazarded. The Bishop of Kilmore looked at the tree. In the fork of its lower boughs, a white tomcat was crouching, looking down the hollow which years had gnawed in the trunk. It was watching something inside the tree with great interest. Suddenly it got up, craned over the hole, then a bit of the edge on which it stood gave way, and it went slithering in. Few of us have heard, I hope, such a yell as came out of the trunk of the great ash. Lady Mary Harvey fainted outright, and the housekeeper stopped her ears and fled. The Bishop of Kilmore and Sir William Kenfield stayed. Yet even they felt some menace, though it was only the cry of a cat they heard, and Sir William swallowed once or twice before he could say, "There's something more than we know of in that tree, my lord. I am for an instant search." And this was agreed upon. A ladder was brought, and one of the gardeners went up, and looking down the hollow, could detect nothing but a few dim indications of something moving. They got a lantern and let it down by rope. Up he went again. The others saw the yellow light on the gardener's face. As he bent over, they saw his face struck with an incredulous terror and loathing before he cried out in a dreadful voice and fell back from the ladder. But happily he was caught by two of the men, letting the lantern fall inside the tree. He was in a dead faint, and it was some time before any word could be got from him. But then they had something else to look at. The lantern must have broken at the bottom, and the light in it caught upon dry leaves and rubbish that lay there, for in a few moments a dense smoke began to come up, and then flame. And to be short, the tree was in a blaze. First, at the fork, they saw a round body covered with fire, the size of a man's head, appear very suddenly, then seem to collapse and fall back. This 5 or 6 times, and then a similar ball leapt into the air and fell on the grass, where after a moment it lay still. The bishop went as near as he dared to it and saw the remains of an enormous spider, all veined and seared. And as the fire burned lower down, more terrible bodies like this began to break out from the trunk. Spiders covered with greyish hair. All that day, the ash tree burned, and until it fell to pieces, the men stood about it and from time to time killed the brutes as they darted out. At last, there was a long interval when none appeared, and they cautiously closed in and examined the roots of the tree. They found, said the Bishop of Kilmore, below it, a rounded, hollow place in the earth. Inside were 2 or 3 bodies of these creatures that had been smothered by the smoke. And what is to me more curious, at the side of this den, against the wall, crouched the skeleton of a human being. The skin was dried upon the bones. There were some remains of black hair. Examination proved it to be the body of a woman. She'd been dead for the last 50 years.
And the unsettling mystery of room number 13 is Friday's Ghost Story for Christmas, 10 to 11, here on BBC Two. Imagine, if you will, King's College, Cambridge, almost 100 years ago. Every Christmas Eve has its ritual. Those invited make their way for the appointed time. Out of the darkness, while the master waits. Montague Rhodes James, Provost of Kings, scholar, antiquary, and writer of ghost stories.
Among the towns of Jutland, Viborg justly holds a high place. It's the seat of a bishopric. It has a handsome but almost entirely new cathedral, a charming garden, a lake of great beauty, and many stalks, but I am not writing a guidebook. There are good hotels in Viborg, Freisler's and a Phoenix, but my cousin, whose experiences I have to tell you now, went to the Golden Lion the first time that he visited Viborg. The Golden Lion is one of the very few houses in the town that was not destroyed in the Great Fire of 1726. The sun was setting when my cousin walked up to the door, and a light slanted onto the imposing facade of the house. He was delighted with the old-fashioned aspect of the place and promised himself a thoroughly satisfactory and amusing stay in an inn so typical of old Jutland. It was not business in the ordinary sense of the word that brought my cousin Mr. Anderson to Viborg. He was engaged upon some researches into the church history of Denmark and promised to spend as much as 3 weeks examining and copying rare papers. These papers were saved from the Great Fire and charted the last days of Roman Catholicism in the country. He hoped that the Golden Lion would be able to give him a room of sufficient size to serve him as a bedroom and a study. On the first floor, there was a choice of 2 or 3 rooms, which would, so far as size went, suit admirably. Eventually, number 12 was selected. Like its neighbors, it had 3 windows, all on one side of the room. It was fairly high and unusually long. Supper time was approaching, and when Anderson had washed and tidied, he went downstairs. There were still a few minutes before the bell rang. He spent them examining the list of his fellow lodgers. The list was not exciting. The one and only point which suggested any food for thought was the absence of any number 13 from the tail of the rooms. Following supper, my cousin's evening was spent in unpacking and arranging his clothes, books, and papers. Towards 11 o'clock, he decided to go to bed. But with him, an almost necessary preliminary to sleep was the reading of a few pages of print, and he now remembered that the particular book which he'd been reading in the train, and the one that he now wanted, which alone would satisfy him at that present moment, was in the pocket of his greatcoat, hanging on a peg outside the dining room. To run down and find it would only take a moment, and as the passages were by no means dark, it was not difficult for him to find his way back to his own door. So at least he thought. But when he arrived there and turned the handle, the door entirely refused to open. And he caught the sound of a hasty movement towards it from within. He tried the wrong door, of course. Was his own room to the right or to the left? He glanced at the number. It was 13. His room would be on the left. And so it was. It was only after he'd been in bed for some minutes, had read the usual 3 pages or 4 pages of his book, blown out his light and turned over to go to sleep, only then did it occur to him that whereas on the blackboard of the hotel there had been no number 13, there was undoubtedly a room numbered 13 in the hotel. But probably it was used as a servant's room or something of the kind. After all, it was most likely not so large or good a room as his own, and he looked drowsily about the room in the half-light from the street lamp. It was a curious effect, he thought. Rooms usually look larger in a dim light than a full one, but this seemed to have contracted in length and grown proportionately higher. Well, sleep was more important than these vague ruminations, and to sleep he went. The next day, Anderson attacked the Riksarkiv, the archives of Viborg. The documents laid before him were far more numerous and interesting than he had anticipated. Besides official papers, there was a large bundle of correspondence relating to Jørgen Fries, the last Roman Catholic bishop. And these letters were intimate details of his private life. There was much talk of a house in the town that the bishop owned, but did not live in. Its tenant, Master Nicholas Franken, had an infamous reputation, it seemed. The reforming party put it about the city that the tenant of the bishop's house was a disgrace, his life a scandal. He practiced secret and wicked arts and had sold his soul to the enemy, to Beelzebub, to Satan. It was an outrage that such a creature, this blood-sucker, should be harbored by the bishop. The bishop met these reproaches boldly. He protested his own abhorrence of all such things as secret arts, and required his antagonist to bring the matter before the proper court. No one could be more ready and willing than himself to condemn Nicholas Franken if the evidence showed him to have been guilty of any of the crimes informally alleged against him. On leaving the office, Mr. Anderson was accompanied by the old gentleman who presided over it, and as they walked, the conversation, very naturally, turned to the papers of which I've just been speaking. This house of the Bishop Fries, the archivist said, it is a great puzzle to me where it cannot stood. I have studied carefully the topography of Old Viborg, but it is most unlucky. A complete inventory of the bishop's property was made in 1650, which we have in the archive, but the section that listed where the town property was, that has been destroyed. After taking some exercise, I forget exactly how or where, Anderson went back to the Golden Lion, his supper, his game of patience, and his bed. On the way to his room, it occurred to him that he had forgotten to talk to the landlord about the omission of number 13 from the hotel, and also that he might as well make sure that number 13 did actually exist before he made any reference to the matter. The decision wasn't difficult to arrive at. There was the door, with its number as plain as could be. And work of some kind was evidently going on inside it, for as he neared the door, he could hear footsteps and voices, or a voice within. In the next few seconds, while he was making sure of the number of the room, the footsteps stopped seemingly very near the door, and he was a little startled to hear hissing, quick breaths, like someone in a state of high excitement. He went on to his own room and was surprised to find how cramped it seemed. In the meantime, he wanted something. As far as I remember, it was a pocket handkerchief out of his portmanteau, which had been placed by the porter on a very inadequate trestle or stool against the wall at the farthest end of the room from his bed. Here was a very curious thing. The portmanteau was not to be seen. Oh, it must have been moved by officious servants. Doubtless the contents had been put in the wardrobe. No, there was nothing there. This was maddening. He went to the right-hand window and looked out on the quiet street. It was a dark night. No passers-by. There was a tall building opposite, with large spaces of dead wall. The light was behind him, and he could see his own shadow clearly cast on the wall. Also the shadow of the bearded man in number 11 on the left, who passed to and fro in his shirt sleeves once or twice, and was seen first brushing his hair, and later on in a nightgown. Also the shadow of the occupant of number 13 on the right. Number 13 was, like himself, leaning his elbows on the windowsill, looking out into the street. He seemed to be a tall, thin man. Or was it by any chance a woman? At least it was someone who covered his or her head with some kind of drapery before going to bed. And Anderson thought he must have a red lampshade in the room. And the lamp must be flickering very much. Now came a distant step in the street, and its approach seemed to recall number 13 to a sense of his exposed position, for very swiftly and suddenly the figure, swept aside from the window, and the red light went out. Next morning he was woken by the chambermaid with hot water, etc. He roused himself, and after thinking out the correct Danish words, said as distinctly as he could, "You must not move my portmanteau." "Where is it?" As is not uncommon, the maid laughed and went away without making any distinct answer. Anderson, rather irritated, sat up in bed intending to call her back. But he remained sitting up, staring straight in front of him. There was his portmanteau, on its trestle, exactly where he'd seen the porter put it when he first arrived. This was a rude shock for a man who prided himself on his accuracy of observation. How could it possibly have escaped him the night before? He couldn't think. At any rate, there it was now. The daylight showed more than the portmanteau. It let the proportions of the room with its 3 windows appear, and Anderson was satisfied that his choice had, after all, not been a bad one. He started to go down to breakfast. Rather late, but number 13 was later. Here were his boots, still outside his door. A gentleman's boots. So then number 13 was a man, not a woman. Just then he caught sight of the number on the door. It was 14. He thought he must have passed number 13 without noticing it. 3 stupid mistakes in 12 hours were too much for a methodical, accurate-minded man, so he turned back to make sure. The next number to 14 was number 12, his own. There was no number 13 at all. During the day, he continued his examination of the episcopal correspondence. To his disappointment, it was incomplete. Only one other letter could be found, which referred to the affair of Master Nicholas Franken. It was from the Catholic bishop, Jürgen Fries, to the Protestant leader, Asmus Nielsen. He said, "Although we are not in the least degree inclined to agree to your judgment concerning our court, and shall be prepared, if need be, to withstand you to the uttermost in that behalf, since our trusty and well-loved Master Nicholas Franken, against whom you have dared to allege certain false and malicious charges, has been suddenly removed from among us, it is apparent that for the moment question must be put aside." Search as he might, Anderson could find no sequel to this letter, nor any clue to the whereabouts of the said Nicholas Franken. He could only suppose that he had died suddenly, as there were only 2 days between the date of Nielsen's last letter, when Franken was evidently still alive, and that of the bishop's letter. Death must have been completely unexpected. At supper, my cousin found himself next to the landlord. "When you came here, was there a number 13? No. No, there was not. Then what did you use your number 13 for?" asked Anderson. "My number 13. Why, don't I tell you there isn't such a thing in the house? I thought you might have noticed that. If there was, it would be next door to your own room." Anderson was in some ways relieved by his certainty, but still puzzled, and he began to think that the best way to make sure whether he had indeed been subject to an illusion or not was to invite the landlord to his room to smoke a cigar later on in the evening. Herr Christensen was flattered by the invitation and very willingly accepted it. At about 10 o'clock he was to make his appearance, but before that Anderson had some letters to write, and he went upstairs to do so. Truth to tell, An embarrassing truth, too. He was becoming quite nervous about the question of the existence of number 13, so much so that he approached his room by way of number 11, in order that he might not have to pass the door or the place where the door ought to be. He looked quickly and suspiciously about the room when he entered it, but there was nothing beyond the indefinable air of being smaller than usual, nothing to justify any misgivings. Anderson wrote his letters, ordered in whiskey and soda, and then when he'd finished, he went to the window and studied the dead wall opposite and the shadows upon it. As far as he could remember, number 14 had been occupied by the lawyer, a staid man, who said little at meals, being generally engaged in studying a small bundle of papers beside his plate. Apparently, however, he was in the habit of giving vent to his animal spirits when alone. Why else should he be dancing? The shadow from the next room evidently showed that he was. Again and again, his thin form crossed the window, his arms waved, and a gaunt leg was kicked up with surprising agility. He seemed to be barefooted, and the floor must be well laid. No sound gave away his movements. The landlord at this moment knocked at Anderson's door. To judge from his look of surprise when he found himself in the room, Herr Christensen was struck, as Anderson had been, by something unusual in its aspect. But at that moment the lawyer began to sing, and to sing in a manner which could leave no doubt in anyone's mind that he was either exceedingly drunk or raving mad. It was a high, thin voice that they heard, and it seemed dry, as if from long disuse. Singing a song, you could call it. It went sailing up to a surprising height and was carried down with a despairing moan, like a winter wind in a hollow chimney or an organ when the bellows suddenly fail. It was a really horrible sound. And Anderson felt that if he'd been alone, he must have fled for refuge and company to some neighbor bagman's room. Just then there was an impatient knock at the door. It was the lawyer. In a state of undress, and very tousled and very angry he looked. "I beg pardon, sir," he said, "but I should be much obliged if you would kindly desist." Here he stopped. It was evident that neither of the persons before him was responsible for the disturbance, and after a moment's lull, it swelled forth again more wildly than before. "But what in the name of heaven does it mean?" The lawyer cried out. "Where is it? Who is it? Am I going out of my mind?" "Oh, surely, Herr Jensen," Anderson said. "It comes from your room next door. Isn't there a cat or something stuck in the chimney?" "Impossible," said the lawyer. "Impossible. There is no chimney. I came here because I was convinced the noise was going on here. It was certainly in the room next to mine." "Was there no door between yours and this one?" said Anderson eagerly. "No, sir," said Herr Jensen rather sharply. "At least not this morning." "Ah," said Anderson. "Nor tonight?" "I am not sure," said the lawyer with some hesitation. Suddenly the crying or singing voice in the next room died away, and the singer was heard, it seemed, laughing to himself in a soft, crooning sort of way. The three men actually shivered at the sound. Then there was a silence. But we must do something, said Anderson. The three of us shall we go and investigate in the next room? There was a deadly quiet outside in the passage, but a light shone from under the next door. Anderson and Jensen approached it. Jensen turned the handle and gave a sudden, vigorous push. No use. The door stood fast. Herr Christensen, said Jensen, will you go and fetch the strongest servant you have in the place? We must see this through. The landlord nodded and hurried off, glad to be away from the scene of action. Jensen's back was now to the door. In that moment, the door opened, and an arm came out and clawed at his shoulder. It was clad in ragged, yellowish linen, and the bare skin where it could be seen had long grey hair upon it. Anderson was just in time to pull Jensen out of its reach with a cry of disgust. Then the door shut, and a low laugh was heard. Jensen had seen nothing, but when Anderson hurriedly told him what a risk he had run, he fell into a great state of agitation and suggested that they should give up the enterprise and lock themselves in one or other of their rooms. However, while he was developing this plan, the landlord and two able-bodied men arrived on the scene. The younger stepped forward, raised his crowbar, and dealt a tremendous blow on the upper panel. The result was not in the least what any of them anticipated. There was no rending or cracking of wood, only a dull sound, as if the solid wall had been struck. The man dropped his tool with a shout and began rubbing his elbow. His cry drew their eyes to him for a moment. Then Anderson looked at the door again. It was gone. The plaster wall of the passage stared him in the face, with a deep gash in it where the crowbar had struck it. Number 13 had passed out of existence. An early cock crowed in the yard, and as Anderson glanced in the direction of the sound, he saw through the window at the end of the long passage that the eastern sky was paling to the dawn. Next morning, the same party reassembled in number 12. The furniture was cleared away, and at the cost of a good many irretrievably damaged planks. That portion of the floor was taken up which lay nearest to number 14. Now, you will naturally suppose that a skeleton, say that of Master Nicholas Flanken, was discovered. That was not so. What they did find, lying between the beams which supported the flooring, was a small copper box. In it was a neatly folded vellum document with about 20 lines of writing. I had the whole story from my cousin a few months later when we were on a sea voyage together. You have to tell me about the document, I said. The document in the copper box. What can I tell you? Well, what happened, I said. He told me what he knew. Both Anderson and Jensen, who proved to be something of a paleographer, were much excited by the discovery which promised to afford the key to these extraordinary phenomena. My cousin and the lawyer examined the document for 2 whole days, but which way up was the writing meant to be read? What language was it in? Jensen, the bolder spirit of the two, hazarded the conjecture that it must be either Latin or Old Danish. Anderson offered no theories, and was very willing to surrender the box and the parchment to the Historical Society of Viborg to be placed in their museum. And to this day, consult all the learned experts you will, no one has understood or even deciphered a single line of this enigma.
The final ghost story for Christmas, A Warning to the Curious, is on New Year's Eve at 9:45 here on BBC Two.
Imagine, if you will, King's College, Cambridge, almost 100 years ago. Every Christmas Eve has its ritual. Those invited make their way for the appointed time. Out of the darkness, while the master waits. Montague Rhodes James, Provost of Kings, scholar, antiquary, and writer of ghost stories.
Seaborough, on the east coast. A long seafront and a street, red cottages, church and distant Martello Tower to the south. I used to go there pretty regularly for golf in the spring. I would put up at the Bear with a friend called Henry Long, and we used to take a sitting room and be very happy there. Since he died, I haven't cared to go there, and I don't know that I should anyhow, after the particular thing that happened on our last visit. It was in April 1902 we were there, and by some chance we were almost the only people in the hotel. The ordinary public rooms were practically empty, so we were all the more surprised when after dinner our private sitting room door opened and a young man put his head in. He was rather a rabbity, anemic specimen, light hair, light eyes, but not unpleasing. He made some pretense of reading a book. It became plain after a few minutes that this visitor of ours was in a state of nerves, so I put away my writing and turned to talk to him. After some remarks, he became rather confidential. You'll think it very odd of me, but the fact is that I've had something of a shock. Well, I recommended a drink of some cheering kind, and we had it. And we settled down to hear what his difficulty was. It began, he said, more than a week ago, when I bicycled over to Froston, only about 5 or 6 miles, to see the church. I'm very much interested in architecture, and it's got one of those porches with niches and shields. I took a photograph of it, and then of some coats of arms. One showed 3 crowns, and I'm not much of a herald. I recognized it as the old arms of the kingdom of East Anglia. I looked round, and there was the rector coming up the path. He saw where I'd been looking. "Ah, yes," said the rector. "That's a very curious matter. But I don't know whether a gentleman like yourself is interested in our old stories, hmm?" "Oh, yes," I said. He told me, the rector, that there'd always been a belief in these parts in the 3 holy crowns. The old people say they were buried in different places near the coast to keep off the Danes, or the French, or the Germans. And they say that one of the 3 was dug up a long time ago, and another disappeared by the encroaching of the sea, and only one is still left doing its work, keeping off invaders. "Do they say where it is?" I asked. The rector said to me, "Yes, indeed, they do, but they don't tell." And his manner did not encourage me to put the obvious question. "I have to tell you first about the Agers," he said. "The Agers?" I repeated. "It's a very old name in these parts," the rector informed me. "These Agers say or said that their branch of the family were the guardians of the last crown. A certain old Nathaniel Ager was the first one I knew, and he camped out at a place where the crown is said to be hidden. Young William did the same, I've no doubt, hastened his end, for he was consumptive from exposure and night watching. So the last of the holy crowns, if it is there, has no guardian now." "That was what the rector told me," said Mr. Paxton to me, and you can fancy how interesting I found it. The only thing I could think of when I left him was how to hit upon the spot where the crown was supposed to be. I wish I'd left it alone. But there was a sort of fate in it. For as I bicycled past the churchyard, my eye caught a fairly new gravestone, and on it was the name of William Ager, aged 28. Paxton carried on. I asked the owner of the curiosity shop about William Ager, and of course he happened to remember that he lodged in a cottage in the North Field and died there. A woman I met said how sad it was, him dying so young, and she was sure it came from him spending the night outdoors in the cold weather. Then I had to say, did he go out on the sea at night? And she said, "Oh, no, it was on the hill over there with the trees on it." And there I was. I know something about digging in these barrows. I've opened many of them in the down country. That was with the owner's leave, and in broad daylight, and with men to help. Still, the soil was very light and sandy and easy, and there was a rabbit hole or so that might be developed into a sort of tunnel. Going out and coming back at odd hours to the hotel was going to be the awkward part. When I made up my mind about the way to excavate, I told the people that I was called away for a night, and I spent it out there. Our friend carried on with his story. I made my tunnel. I won't bore you with the details of how I sported it and filled it in when I'd done. The main thing is, I got the crown. Well, naturally, we, Long and I, We were surprised and interested. No one has ever seen an Anglo-Saxon crown. At least, no one had. But our man gave us a mournful look. Yes, he said, and the worst of it is, I don't know how to put it back. Put it back? We cried out. Why, my dear sir, you've made one of the most exciting finds ever heard of in this country. But all he did was to put his face in his hands and mutter, I don't know how to put it back. At last, Long said, well, you'll forgive me, I hope, if I seem to be impertinent, but are you quite sure you have got it? He sat up and said, oh, yes, there's no doubt of that. I have it here in my room, locked in my bag. You can come and look at it if you like. I won't offer to bring it here. We weren't likely to let the chance slip. We went with him to his room. It was only a few doors off. The boots boy was just collecting shoes in the passage. Or so we thought. Afterwards, we weren't so sure. Our visitor, Mr. Paxton, was in a worse state of shivers than before. He hurried into the room and beckoned us after him, turned on the light and shut the door carefully, and then he unlocked his kit bag and produced a bundle of clean pocket handkerchiefs in which something was wrapped, laid it on the bed, and opened it up. It was silver, set with some gemstones. The workmanship was plain, almost rough. I can now say that I have seen an actual Anglo-Saxon crown. I was intensely interested, of course. I wanted to turn it over in my hands, but Paxton prevented me. Don't you touch it, he said. I'll do that. And with a sigh that was really dreadful to hear, he took it up and turned it about so that we could see every part of it. Seen enough, he said at last, and we nodded. He wrapped it up and locked it in his bag and stood looking at us forlornly. What is to be done? Was Paxton's opening. It's got to go back, and I daren't be there at night, and daytime's impossible. Truth is that I've never been alone since I touched it. Then it all came out. Paxton looked over his shoulder and beckoned to us to come nearer to him, and began speaking in a low voice. He said, it began when I was first prospecting, and put me off again and again. There was always somebody, a man, standing by one of the firs. He was never in front of me. I always saw him with the tail of my eye on the left or the right. He was never there when I looked straight at him. I would lie down for quite a long time and take careful observations and make sure there was no one. And then when I got up and began prospecting again, there he was. When I was making the tunnel, Paxton continued anxiously, it was worse. It was like someone scraping at my back all the time. I thought for a long time it was only soil dropping on me, but as I got nearer the crown, it was unmistakable. And when I actually laid it bare and put my fingers into the ring of it and pulled it out, there came a sort of cry behind me. Oh, I can't tell you how desolate and threatening it was. If I hadn't been the wretched fool that I am, I should have put the thing back and left it, but I didn't. The rest of the time, was just awful. I had hours to get through before I could decently come back to the hotel. First, I spent time filling up my tunnel and covering my tracks, and all the while, he was there. Sometimes you see him, sometimes you don't, just as he pleases. He has some power over your eyes. I wasn't off the spot very long before sunrise, and then I had to get to the junction for Zebra and take a train back. There were always hedges or gorse bushes or park fences along the road, some sort of cover, I mean, and I was never easy for a second. And then, when I began to meet people going to work, they always looked behind me, very strangely. And the porter at the train was like that too. And the guard held open the door after I'd got into the carriage, just as he would if there was somebody else coming, you know. Oh, you may be very sure it isn't my fancy, he said with a mirthless sort of laugh. And then he went on, and even if I do put it back, he won't forgive me, I can tell that. I was so happy a fortnight ago. He dropped into a chair, and I believe he began to cry. We didn't know what to say, but we felt we must come to the rescue somehow, and so we said that if he was set on putting the crown back in its place, we would help him. And I must say that after what we had heard, it did seem the right thing. If all that Paxton said was true, might there not be something in the original idea of the crown having some curious power bound up with it to guard the coast? It was nearly 10:30. There was a brilliant moon. We were off on this strange errand before we had time to think how very much out of the way it was. Paxton had a large coat over his arm, and under it was the wrapped-up crown. There was nobody about, nobody at all. We went up the road to the church and turned in at the churchyard gate. I confess to having thought that there was, or there might be, some lying there who might be conscious of our business. As we neared the mound up on the ridge, Henry Long felt, and I felt too, that there were what I can only call dim presences waiting for us, as well as a far more actual one accompanying us. As for Paxton's agitation, he breathed like a hunted beast, and we couldn't either of us look at his face. How he would manage when we got to the very place we hadn't thought about. It seemed so sure that that would not be difficult. Nor was it. I never saw anything like the dash with which he flung himself at a particular spot on the side of the mound and tore at it, so that in a very few minutes the greater part of his body was out of sight. We stood holding the coat and that bundle of handkerchiefs and looking very fearfully, I must admit, about us. There was nothing to be seen. Paxton pulled himself out of the hole and stretched a hand back to us. "Give it to me," he whispered. unwrapped. We pulled off the handkerchiefs and he took the crown. The moonlight just fell on it as he snatched it. We hadn't touched that bit of metal ourselves, and I thought since that it was just as well. In another moment, Paxton was out of the hole again and busy shoveling back the soil. His hands were now bleeding. We were a couple of 100 yards from the hill when Long suddenly said to him, "I say, you've left your coat there. That won't do. See?" And I certainly did see a long, dark overcoat lying where the tunnel had been. Paxton hadn't stopped, however. He only shook his head and held up the coat on his arm. When we joined him, he said without any excitement, but as if nothing mattered any more, "That wasn't my coat." And indeed, when we looked back again, that dark thing was not to be seen. Back in our room, we did our very best to make Paxton take a cheerful view. "There's the crown, safe back," we said. "Very likely you would have done better not to touch it," and he agreed with that. "But no real harm has been done, and we shall never give this away to anyone who would be so mad as to go near it." Paxton turned to thank him, yes. We told him no, thanks weren't due, and we would meet again tomorrow. Next day dawned as beautiful an April morning as you could desire. Long and I went to the links and had lunch there rather early so as not to be late back. When we did get back, we found Paxton there, peaceably, reading. "Ready to come out?" said Long. "Say, in half an hour's time?" "Oh, certainly," he said. I had my bath first, and I went and lay down on my bed and slept for about 10 minutes. Long and I came out of our rooms at the same time and went together to the sitting room. Paxton, however, he ran off down the beach that way. Well, without a word, we ran that way too. It was the opposite direction to that of last night's expedition. We ran on as far as the top of the shingle bank and stopped. Long said he saw Paxton some distance ahead, running and waving his stick as if he wanted to signal to people who were on ahead of him. I couldn't be sure. One of these sea mists was coming up very quickly from the south. There was someone. That's all I could say. And there were tracks on the sand, like someone running who wore shoes, and there were other tracks made before those, for the shoes sometimes trod in them and interfered with them, of someone not in shoes. There they were, over and over again. And we had no doubt whatever that what we saw was the track of a bare foot. It showed more bones than flesh. The notion of Paxton running after anything like that and supposing it to be the friends he was looking for, we were terrified just thinking about it. How the thing he was following might stop suddenly and turn round on him, and what sort of face it would show, half seen in the mist which all the while was getting thicker and thicker. And as I ran on, wondering how the poor wretch could have been lured into mistaking that other thing for us, I remembered him saying, "He has some power over your eyes. It was weird, eerie, like some sorcery. How the sun could still be high in the sky, and yet we were seeing nothing. When we got to the old battery, just by the Martello Tower, we clambered to the top as quick as we could to draw breath and look over the shingle in front. If the mist would let us see anything, we needed to rest for a moment. We had run a mile at least. Nothing whatever was visible ahead of us on that long shingled spit, and we were just turning to get down and run on with no more hope. It was then that we heard what I can only call a laugh. It came from below and swerved away into the mist. That was enough. We bent over the wall. Paxton was there at the bottom. You don't need to be told that he was dead. His tracks showed that he'd run along the side of the battery, had turned sharp round the corner of it, and then he must have dashed straight into the open arms of someone who were waiting there. His mouth was full of sand and stones, and his teeth and jaw were broken to bits. I only glanced once at his face. What were we to say at the inquest? It was a duty, we felt, not to give up the secret of the Crown there and then, to have it published in every paper. I don't know how much you would have told, but what we did agree upon was this: to say that we'd only made acquaintance with Paxton the day before, and that he had told us he was under some apprehension of danger at the hands of a man called William Ager. Also that we had seen some other tracks besides Paxton's when we followed him along the beach. But of course by that time everything was gone from the sands. It was just as well that no one had any knowledge of any William Ager living in the district. The evidence of the man, a caretaker at the Martello Tower, who saw Paxton fall, freed us from all suspicion. All that could be done was to return a verdict of willful murder by person or persons unknown. Nothing more could be discovered about Paxton, and so the legal business reached, so to speak, a dead end. And I've never been at Seaborough, or even near it, since.
Ian McKellen stars in the semi-fictional film portrayal of horror director James Whale, Gods and Monsters, on BBC Two, next.
Theater presents I'm E.G. Marshall. This is a very special occasion for me. I'm to be a little more than your host. This time, I will not only be introducing the story, but telling it to you, acting it out. The Mystery Theater's special Christmas story this year, Charles Dickens' immortal classic, A Christmas Carol, with Guess Who as Scrooge. Bah, humbug. Our mystery drama, A Christmas Carol, was adapted from the Charles Dickens classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol begins like this. Marley was dead to begin with. There is no doubt about that whatever. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it. Old Marley was dead as a doornail. Ebenezer Scrooge? Oh, he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, hard and sharp as flint, from which no steel had ever struck out generous fire. Solitary as an oyster. He iced his office in the dog days and didn't thaw it out 1 degree, even at Christmas.
A Merry Christmas, Uncle. God save you.
What? Oh, it's you, nephew. What brings you here on a miserable, cold, windy night like tonight?
Cold and windy, yes, and the snow falling softly. A perfect Christmas Eve to say, Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Humbug.
Christmas, a humbug? Oh, you don't mean that, I'm sure.
I do. Merry Christmas. What right have you to be merry, or the world at large? What reason have you yourself to be merry? You're poor enough.
Oh, come then. What reason have you to be dismal? What reason have you to be morose? You're rich enough.
Don't you taunt me, Fred. Bah! Don't indulge yourself in expectations. Humbug.
Take me as I am, Uncle, and as the season is, and don't be cross.
Where else can I be when I live in a world of fools? Christmas. Phooey. What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money? Time for finding yourself a year older and not an hour richer. If I could work my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled in his own plum pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart.
Oh, come along, Uncle. Can you not let down for once and enjoy yourself?
Come along, nephew. Keep Christmas in your own way. Let me keep it in mine.
Yes, but you don't keep it.
Leave me alone, then. Much good it may do you. Much good has it ever done you?
Oh, there are a lot of things, Uncle, from which I've never profited. Christmas among the rest. Except that when it comes around, who can resist it? A kind of forgiving time of year when men and women seem by one consent to open up their hearts freely. So then I say, Uncle, though it never put a scrap of silver or gold in my pocket, I believe it has and will do me good, and so I say, God bless it.
Who's that? What's all that there?
I'm sorry, Mr. Scrooge. It's just that it is a holiday, and my hands were so cold.
Just let me hear another word from you, Bob Cratchit, and you keep your Christmas by losing your employment.
Oh, please, sir, I humbly beg your pardon. It was just an action on the spur of the moment.
Just apply the spur to goad you into finishing your work, Cratchit, and let's hear no more from you.
Yes, sir.
Well, nephew, why are you here?
To ask you to dine with us tomorrow.
Dine with you? Never. There's nothing more ridiculous than all the fuss and expense over Christmas dinner.
Oh, Uncle, I want and ask nothing from you. Why can't we be friends?
Good afternoon.
And with all my heart, I'm sorry to find you so resolute. But at least, I wish you a Merry Christmas.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year.
Good afternoon. And be sure to make the front door fast. No wasting of heat here. No extra logs on the fire.
Yes, Uncle. Mr. Cratchit.
Yes, sir.
May I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year?
The first I am sure of, and I thank you. The other...
Who knows what the future holds? Be of good hope.
The nerve of all of them. My nephew, Westrel, and Bob Cratchit on 15 shillings a week with a wife and family talking about a Merry Christmas. It's enough to make a man retire to Bedlam. They're all mad.
Begging your pardon, Mr. Scrooge, a gentleman to see you.
Yes.
Scrooge and Marley's, I believe. Have I the honor of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?
Mr. Marley's been dead for 7 years. He died 7 years ago this very night.
Ah, sad. Sad indeed. Still, I have no doubt his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner.
Liberality?
At this festive season, it is more than usually desirable that we all make some slight provision for the poor and destitute. You may make your pledge here.
Are there no prisons?
We speak of the needy.
The union workhouses are not still in operation.
They are. I wish I could say they were not. A few of us private citizens are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. What shall I put you down for, Mr. Scrooge?
Nothing.
Of course, you wish to be anonymous?
I wish to be left alone. By tax, I help to support the establishments we have mentioned. They cost enough and more. Let those who are badly off go there.
Many can't go there. And many would rather die.
They would rather die than let them do so and decrease the surplus population. Good afternoon, sir, whatever your name is.
I find you hard to believe, Mr. Scrooge.
Cratchit, let him out. Close the door, Cratchit, to extinguish what coals remain.
Yes, sir. No, sir.
Come here.
Coming, Mr. Scrooge.
You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose.
It's quite convenient, sir.
It's not convenient, and it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown for it, you'd think yourself ill-used, I'd be bound.
Well, sir,
And yet you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work.
I would not presume to have an opinion, but then it is only 1 day a year.
A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. I suppose I have no choice. You must have the whole day. Just make sure you are here earlier the following morning. I dined my usual melancholy dinner in the usual melancholy tavern. Afterwards, climbed the stairs to my living quarters in the gloom. Something about my door knocker stopped me as I was about to put key in lock. For one strange moment, it looked like Marley. Ghostly spectacles turned up on its ghostly forehead. To say that I was not startled would not be strictly true. And even after I was entered and locked in and my candle lit, I did pause irresolutely before I dismissed it with humbug. Humbug. Still, I was uneasy. Trimming my candle, I walked through all my rooms to make sure all was well. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as it should be. Small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, little saucepan of gruel, since I had a cold. What's that? The front door. The side door. The bell by my bed. The one on the mantel and on the sideboard. What do they herald? Who rings them? The cellar door. And that noise. What? I won't believe it. It's humbug still. Grim Spectre, what do you want with me?
Much.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
Who were you then?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley. You don't believe in me?
I don't.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You may be a bit of undigested beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of underdone potato. There's more of gravy about you than the grave, wherever you are. Humbug, I tell you, humbug.
Unbeliever! So, I unwrapped the bandages from about my head to reveal the rotting flesh, the jaw fallen slackly to my breast, the muscles eaten long since by worms. Now, do you believe me for who and what I am?
Yes, oh, mercy, dread apparition. Why do you trouble me?
I must.
But why are you fettered and bound in chains?
I wear the chain I forged in life. I made it, link by link. I girded it on of my own free will. Is its pattern so strange to you? Or would you learn the weight and length of the coil you wear yourself? It was full and as heavy and as long as mine these 7 Christmas Eves ago, and you have labored on it since. My once partner in life, what a ponderous chain you have built to drag you down in death.
No, Jacob. Oh, Jacob Marley, speak some comfort to me.
I have none to give. I cannot stay. I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house in life. So, in death, weary journeys lie before me.
7 years dead and traveling all the time?
No rest, no peace, the incessant torture of remorse. I am here tonight, Ebenezer, to warn you that you have yet a hope of escaping my fate.
Oh, you were always a good friend, Sankey.
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
That is the hope you mentioned?
It is.
I think I'd rather not.
Without their visits, you have no hope but to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow, when the bell tolls 1.
But couldn't I take them all at once and have it over?
Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate on your mantle clock. And for your own sake, remember what has passed between us. Passed between us.
Jacob, do not leave me yet. But he was gone, as if he had never been. And yet, he had been. And Ebenezer Scrooge would never be the same man again. He fell asleep without undressing upon the instant. A sleep that was destined to be disturbed, as I shall relate when I return with Act 2. When Scrooge awoke, it was dark, and the chimes of a neighborhood church were striking the 4 quarters. To his amazement, they were followed by 12 strokes of the bell. 12? Impossible. It was 2 when he went to bed. Why, it isn't possible I could have slept through a whole day and far into another night. As I lay, I suddenly remembered that Marley had said a ghost would visit me at 1. Who are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
Long past?
Your past. Don't you recognize me?
A strange figure, almost like a child. The outlines dimly seen. It wore a tunic of purest white and a branch of fresh green holly in its hand, in singular contradiction to the dress, which was trimmed with summer flowers. But strangest of all, above its crown sprang a bright, clear jet of light, which illuminated the darkest corner, but obscured the face. And under its arm, a cap, which looked for all the world like a candle snuffer. For some reason, I wanted it to put on its cap. The light is blinding. Would you not put on your cap?
Would you so soon put out with worldly hands the light I shed? Is it not enough that you are the one who fashioned me this cap and forced me to wear it low upon my brow?
Aye? What business brings you here?
Your welfare.
Well, if you would regard my welfare, you would leave my sleep unbroken.
Your reclamation, then. Take heed. Rise and walk with me.
I cannot resist your command, but I am an old man, lightly clad and nursing a cold to boot.
Do not deny me. Come. Follow me.
All of a sudden, I was flying, floating on air. The night had vanished as the city below me, and I was looking down on the country in the clear, cold light of day, with snow dusting the ground. Good heavens! I was bred in this place. I was a boy here.
Your lip is trembling. What is that upon your cheek?
Nothing. Nothing. The wind makes my eyes water. Lead me where you will.
Do you not remember the way?
Remember it. I could walk it blindfold.
Strange to have forgotten it so many years. Let us set our feet on the road.
I will not tell you most of where we wandered as time stood still or raced ahead at a whim. The school where I was a child. The house I grew up in, an orphan. A terrible rush of tears remembering another outcast, a foreigner, an alien who in our mutual loneliness had once befriended me. Poor Ali Baba. It's too late now.
What is too late?
Nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something, that's all.
What might have been. Let us see another Christmas.
What's that?
Your aunt, who brought you up, passed away.
Oh, no.
A delicate creature whom a breath might have withered. But she had a large heart.
Amen to that. I will not gainsay it, Spirit.
When she died, she had, I think, children.
One child.
True. Your nephew.
Yes. We traveled further, scenes flashing by like slides in a magic lantern. Old Fezziwig in his Welsh wig, my first employer. His Christmas parties with a groaning table and everyone dancing with a light foot and heart to the festive music. His kind wife and the joy of working at a desk one wasn't nailed to. And then someone I had shut away so long ago.
What is it, Scrooge?
That girl.
Whom you shall sit beside.
No.
Oh, yes. This shadow most of all. Don't you remember me?
I told you the light blinds me.
Then remember me as I was, before you put my light out.
No tears, I beg you.
None. If the idol who has replaced me can cheer and comfort you, I must not grieve.
What idol?
A golden one. Nothing but gain engrosses you.
So, if I have grown wiser, I am not changed toward you.
Our marriage contract was made when we were both poor. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man.
I was a boy.
Whatever you were, I freely offer you your release.
Have I ever sought it?
In words? Never.
How, then?
In a changed nature. In everything that made my love of any worth or value in your sight. And so I release you. With a full heart for the love of what once you were. May you be happy in the life you've chosen.
Now I recognize you, spirits, and why you've come back to haunt me. Torture me no more.
some shadows still to see.
No, I can bear it no longer. Haunt me no longer. The light you shine is too bright for my eyes to bear. Give me your cap so I may extinguish it, and you. In a puff of smoke, the figure was gone, and I had barely time to reel to my bed, exhausted from the long night's travels, where I fell into a heavy sleep. What's that? The clock ticking away. Awake in the night of time. Almost one. When the second messenger Marley sends me from the grave will arrive. What ghastly shape might he take? What hideous form? What torture might this one plan for me? At least I am prepared for anything. Well, prepared for anything, but nothing. Hello there, spirit. Are you invisible to me? What's that? That great light from beneath my sitting room door. Here's a fearful waste of light, a shocking extravagance. I must go in and douse these candles. Yet I'm afraid to enter. Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge. Stop skulking there behind your bedroom door. Enter, man. Enter. Why, here's a prodigal spending of light. In a great roaring blaze, hot enough to set the chimney flue on fire.
Look well on me. Have you never seen the like of me before?
Never.
It is time your eyes were opened to this and other things.
Spirit, I will be no trouble. Conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learned a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it.
Hold fast to my robe.
In the blink of an eye, we were transported to a mean and shabby little house, threadbare but clean as a new washed shirt, and redolent of the mouth-watering smell of goose, basking in sage and onion, and aromas of an eating house and pastry cooks next together, which came from the Christmas pudding.
Whatever has got your precious father, then, and your brother, Tiny Tim? I never remember him, Martha, as late as this on Christmas Day.
What a place is this?
House of your clerk, Bob Cratchit. See, here he comes now.
That child he carries on his shoulder, with a little crutch in his hand, and his lower limbs bound in an iron cage.
The youngest of the Cratchits, Tiny Tim.
Why, look at him struggle after the others as his father sets him down. Where are they off to?
To watch one of the merriest sights of this merriest of seasons. The golden goose turn on the spit. Shh. Listen.
How late you are, my dear, and how cold.
Well.
Oh, come sit you down by the fire and have a warm. Lord bless you.
After I've had a look at that goose, too.
First, tell me, how did Tiny Tim behave through the service?
Oh, as good as gold and better.
Oh.
Somehow he gets thoughtful sitting by himself so much and thinks the strangest things you ever heard.
I know. What was it this time?
He told me coming home he hoped everyone in the church saw him because he was a cripple.
Oh.
Because it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who it was made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Oh, I feel so much for you.
No. You must not, my dear. Remember the day. Come, let's join the others.
Tell me, Spirit, will Tiny Tim live?
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner, and a little crutch without an owner. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die.
Oh, no, kind Spirit. Spare him.
That from you, recall your own words. If he be like to die, he had better do it and decrease the surplus population.
Oh, I am ashamed.
And should be. Man, if you be man at heart, forbear that wicked cant until you have discovered what the surplus is and where it is. Listen.
A toast before we eat to Mr. Scrooge.
To me?
I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast.
The founder of the feast, indeed. Oh, I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, and I'd hope he'd have a good appetite for it.
Oh, my dear, the children, Christmas Day.
Well, I'll drink to his health for your sake and the day's, not for his. Long life to him. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Oh, you'll be very merry and very happy, I've no doubt.
And now, a Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us. God bless us, everyone.
Yes, Merry.
My very name cast a pall upon their happiness.
But mark you on the wealth of spirit among them which thought kindly on a man with as little spirit as yours.
In particular, that poor little lad, Tiny Tim. Did you notice how generous he was to end the toast with, God bless us, everyone, including even me? What a valiant little soul, in spite of all his handicaps.
Perhaps your eyes are opening at last. But come, you have more to learn.
Where now?
Your nephew's house.
He said that Christmas was a humbug. As I live, he believed it, too.
More shame for him, Fred, that my uncle-in-law should speak so.
Well, he's a comical old fellow and not so pleasant as he might be.
No.
However, his offenses carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him. And I will have no downturned mouths at this season. So here's a glass of mulled wine to our hands. Let's drink to the old man.
Well, he has given us plenty of merriment at that. So, to Uncle Scrooge.
A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the old man, whatever he is. He wouldn't take it from me, but may he have it nevertheless. To Uncle Scrooge.
To Uncle Scrooge.
No, wait. Let me go to them. Explain.
Too late for me. The hour grows too late. Away.
Where stand we now? This open place.
A crossroads where I must leave you.
Oh, forgive me what I ask, but I see something strange protruding from the skirt of your robe.
That might be a claw for all the flesh there is upon it.
Yes.
Then see what you must see.
From the sanctuary came forth a boy and a girl. Yellow, meager, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostrate, too, in their humility. I started back appalled. Spirit, are these yours?
They are man's. The boy is ignorance, the girl is want. Beware of them both and all of their degree, but most of all beware this boy, for on his brow I see written doom, unless the writing can be erased. My time is sounding.
Wait. Have these pitiful creatures no refuge or resource?
I answer in your own words. Are there no prisons? Are there no workhouses?
Hold for one moment. Help me. Where should I turn?
Turn and face your future. The black phantom that approaches you now. Face your future. Your future.
As the last stroke of the bell struck 12, Scrooge turned to face a dread figure, a solemn phantom, draped and hooded in blacks and deep grays, coming, creeping like the mist about it towards him. I'll return with Act 3 very... The last phantom silently, slowly, gravely approached. It was shrouded in a deep black garment, which concealed its head, its face, its form, and left nothing of it visible save one outstretched hand, which served as its only voice, for the spirit neither spoke nor moved. I am in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come. You answer not, but point where we are to go. Lead on, spirit, and I will follow. A great black cloud gathered me and carried me willy-nilly to the streets. Its shroud, like the figure that stood by me, hung about me as I listened to two gentlemen talking in the street.
So, Mr. Grimes, old Scratch has got his own at last.
I have been so informed, Mr. Goodfellow. When did he die?
Last night, I believe.
What on earth could he have caught? I thought he'd never die.
God knows. Why should I care?
What has he done with his money?
Heaven knows. Not left to charity, and certainly not to me. Left to his company, perhaps.
Well, God knows he appears not to have had any sort of personal tie.
By which token, it's like to be a very cheap funeral. For upon my life, I cannot think of anybody to go to it.
How dismal and awful to dismiss another human being in such terms. Forgive me, dread ghost. I did not mean to diverge. You wish to reveal something to me? You have my full attention.
Fred, the news is bad.
Bad?
We are quite ruined.
Oh, no, there's hope for us yet.
If he relents. If he forgives or forgave, there might have been. Oh, but it is too late for the miracle.
Poor, old, miserable boy. He's past relenting. He's dead.
No, wait, spirit, wait. I'm not ready to leave. What else would you have me look on?
Tell me again about today. About little Tim on the grave.
It would have done you good to see how green a place it is. Oh. But you'll see it often. I promised him I would walk there every other Sunday. My last born. My poor little broken child.
Oh, please. I shall break down with you.
Oh, my darling. We can all try to be brave, but how can we hide our sorrow? What is more final and dreadful than death?
I want to help, Spectre, but something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. Tell me, what man was it I saw lying dead? Very well. You point. Where to this time? A churchyard. And here we are. The headstone. You would have me read it? Tell me, are these the shadows of things that will be or may be only? Oh, my own name, Ebenezer Scrooge. Spirit, hear me. I am not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been from all this intercourse. Why show me this if I am past all hope? For once, you make no motion. Your nature intercedes for me and pities me. Good Spirit, I will honor Christmas in my heart and try to keep it all the year. The three spirits shall strive within me. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me I may sponge away the writing on the stone. Give me your hand, I beg you. Give me your hand. I hold you to me. You cannot disappear. You cannot disappear. You... Oh, bless my soul. What I cling to is my own bedpost. And wait. Perhaps my time is my own to make amends in. Yes, I will live in the past, in the present, and the future. The spirits of all three shall strive within me. Oh, Jacob Marley, heaven and Christmas time be praised for this. I say it on my knees, oh, Jacob, on my knees. I don't know what to do. I'm as light as a feather, and I am as happy as an angel. I'm as merry as a schoolboy. I'm as giddy as a drunken man. A Merry Christmas to everyone. A Happy New Year to all the world. Hello there. Oh, hello. Oh, there's the saucepan the gruel was in. There's the door by which the ghost of Jacob Marley entered. There's the corner where I saw the wandering spirits. It's all right. It's true. It all happened. Oh, my God, I don't know how long I've been among the spirits. I'm a baby. I don't know what month it is. Throw open the window and rejoin the world. Hey, Mr. Grimes, what's today?
Why, Christmas Day.
Christmas Day! I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. They can do what they like. Of course they can. Hello, my fine fellow.
Hello. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. Do you still run the poulterer's shop in the next street but one? At the corner?
I should hope I did, on my way to open up.
Oh, pray then, Mr. Grimes, do I dare hope you have not yet sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there? Not the little prize turkey, the big prize turkey.
The one as big as an ostrich?
Oh, a delightful man. A pleasure to talk to him. Yes, Mr. Grimes.
It is hanging there now.
Well, what are we waiting for? I want to buy it. Bring it here that I may give directions where to take it. Send back your boy and I'll give him a shilling. Have him bring it back in less than 5 minutes and I'll give him half a crown. Better still, here's a £5 note. Send him to deliver the turkey to Mr. Cratchit by cab at the address I give you. And what's left shall be your Christmas present and his. Shaving was not an easy task, for my hand was shaking, and shaving demands attention. At last it was finished, and I dressed myself in all my best and issued forth to the streets. The first person I met was a portly gentleman who had walked into my counting house the day before, saying, Scrooge and Marley's, I believe. I hastened to intercept him. My dear sir, how do you do? I beg your pardon? I hope you succeeded yesterday. A Merry Christmas to you, sir. Mr. Scrooge? That is my name. I fear not pleasant to you. Allow me to ask your pardon, and will you have the goodness to allow me to contribute? May I have your ear, sir? What? Lord bless me. So much. My dear Mr. Scrooge, are you really serious? If you please. Not a farthing less. Will you do me that favor? Oh, my dear sir, I don't know what to say to such don't say anything. Come and see me. Will you come and see me? I will indeed. Thank you. I thank you 50 times. Bless you.
Merry Christmas. By all that's holy, is it you, Uncle?
Me, Fred. You did ask me to dinner. Am I too late to take up the invitation?
Too late?
Will you let me in?
Will I let you in? Why, here's the merriest turn a Christmas can take, darling wife. Here's Uncle Scrooge to share our Christmas. Isn't that a present for this day?
You couldn't have brought Fred a better one. Welcome to our home, Uncle.
For only the first of many times, I hope. It's a whole new year.
Yes, and you may spend it all with us if you will.
Only today, for I must be in the office as early as can be. No. Don't steal glances at each other. It isn't business on my mind, but recompense. And since at last I have learned to laugh, I want to have my first joke with the man I have perhaps wronged most all of these years. My faithful Bob Cratchit. A wonderful day. An evening with my nephew, a deep sleep that might have lasted for days, except that I was bound and determined to be earlier than my clerk at the counting house that Monday morning. I was as pleased as a child when I beat him there. Even more pleased to find that for once he was late. When the door opened and he came in, he was a full 18½ minutes behind his time. His hat and scarf were off before he opened the door. In terror of the man I had been, he was on his stool in a jiffy, writing his pen as if he were trying to overtake the lost minutes. Morning, Mr. Scrooge. Morning. A little late for that. What do you mean by coming here this time of day?
I am very sorry, sir. I am behind time.
You are? Yes, I think you are. Now, step this way, sir, if you please.
It's only once a year, sir. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir.
Now, I'll tell you what, my friend. I'm not going to stand by this sort of thing any longer. And therefore, I feel myself forced to raise your salary.
Huh? Why, Mr. Scrooge, sir, do you feel all right?
Merry Christmas, Bob. A merrier Christmas than I have given you for many a year. Not only raise your salary, but discuss your affairs and endeavor to help your struggling family over a Christmas bowl of smoking bishop. So, make up the fires to lay hottest right out of the county house before you dot another I, Bob Cratchit. It's not only a new year, but a whole new world for both of us.
As we all know, Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. And he made a good new will for his nephew and his future partner, Bob Cratchit. One thing after a long life he took to his grave, that he knew how to keep Christmas well. May it be truly said of all of us, and as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, everyone. What more is there to say after Dickens' Christmas Carol, except the eternal message it brings, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Ian Martin, Evie Juster, Robert Dryden, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Hey, listen. Hear that?
Singing. Of course, it's a carol concert. That's where everyone must be.
Oh, come on, let's see if we can find them. Well, I give up. I don't know where that music's coming from.
We've covered so many streets and nothing.
Yeah, no one. Oh, hey, honey, you're shivering.
I'm scared.
Well, there's a hotel across the street. Let's go there and use the phone. There's got to be one there.
This is a ghost town. Well, there's no use wandering about anymore. It's a ghost town in the middle of Ohio.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Here's your pass to the Globe Theater. Welcome to the Globe Theater, the radio theater playing exclusively to the men and women of the armed forces of the United Nations. Here for your entertainment are presented the finest plays selected from outstanding radio dramas. Now, to tell you about tonight's play, here is your host and master of ceremonies at the Globe Theater, Herbert Marshall.
Hello, everybody. In looking around for an appropriate play for this evening, we remember that each year at Christmas time,
Lionel Barrymore brings joy to millions with his memorable portrayal of Scrooge in Dickens' immortal A Christmas Carol. And so it's with the greatest of pleasure that we welcome Mr. Barrymore to our Globe Theatre stage for another performance of this traditional and beloved story, A Christmas Carol, with Lionel Barrymore.
Once upon a Christmas Eve, on a mean and shabby street in London, stood the warehouse of Scrooge and Marley. Of course, Marley was dead, but Scrooge never bothered to paint out his name over the door. It was a waste of time, paint, and money. Oh, he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, was Ebenezer Scrooge. The cold within him froze his old features, nipped his pointed nose, shriveled his cheek, and spoke out shrewdly in his grating voice.
Get away from that door, do you hear me? Stop that infernal caterwauling or they'll stick to your backs. Blasted little sweeps.
A frosty rime was on Scrooge's head and on his eyebrows and on his wiry chin. He iced his office in the dog days and didn't thought 1 degree at Christmas. A fact that could be attested by Bob Cratchit, his overworked and shivering clerk.
And what do you think you're about to do with that coal scuttle, Mr. Cratchit?
Well, you see, my stove's gone out, Mr. Scrooge.
Tell me, Mr. Cratchit, you like working here?
Like it? Oh, yes, sir.
Now, you have need of the 15 bob I pay every week.
Need? Oh, yes, indeed, sir. You see, there's my wife and Tiny Tim and Belinda and Martha.
I see. Then may I suggest that you forget about the fire and get back to your work? Unless, of course, you'd prefer to keep Christmas by losing your situation.
Oh, no, sir. I'll get on with copying those letters at once. I'm very sorry, Mr. Scrooge. It won't happen again, I promise.
Pampering yourself at my expense. I won't have it, you understand? I won't have it.
Yes, and what did Scrooge think of Christmas? Well, on this particular Christmas Eve, his only nephew, Fred, stopped by the warehouse to see him.
A Merry Christmas, Uncle. God save you.
Humbug.
Christmas, a humbug? Oh, come now, you don't mean that.
I do. Merry Christmas. What right have you to be merry? You're poor enough.
Very well, then. What right have you to be dismal? You're rich enough.
Humbug.
Oh, don't be cross, Uncle.
What else can I be when I live in such a world of fools as this? Merry Christmas. Out upon Merry Christmas. What's Christmas time to you but a time for paying bills without money? A time for finding yourself a year older and not an hour richer. A time for balancing your books and having every item in them through a brown dozen a month presented dead against you.
Uncle.
Yeah. If I had my way, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips would be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart.
Uncle.
Nephew, you keep Christmas in your own way. Let me keep it mine.
But you don't keep it.
Well, let me leave it alone, then. Much good may it do you. Much good it ever has done you.
I've always thought of Christmas time as the only time in the long calendar of the year when people open their shut-up hearts and think of their fellow men.
Humbug.
And therefore, although it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good and will do me good. And I say God bless it.
You're a very powerful speaker, sir. I wonder you don't go into Parliament.
Oh, don't be angry, Uncle. Come and dine with us tomorrow.
Good afternoon, nephew.
But why won't you?
Good afternoon.
Well, I'm sorry to find you so resolute. But a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year.
Good afternoon!
No, Scrooge didn't believe for a moment that Christmas was a kind and charitable time. He proved it when two gentlemen stopped at his warehouse to collect his Christmas donation to the poor.
At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, it is more than usually desirable that we should make some slight provision for the poor and the destitute.
Indeed. Tell me, are there no prisons?
Oh, plenty of prisons.
And the workhouses? Are they still in operation?
They are?
Oh, very well. What do you want of me?
Well, a few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth.
No.
Now, what shall we put you down for?
Nothing.
Oh, you wish to be anonymous.
I wish to be left alone.
Mr. Scrooge.
I don't make myself merry at Christmas time. I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help support the prisons and the workhouses. They cost enough, heaven knows. And those who are badly off can go there.
But many can't go there, and many would rather die than go there.
They'd rather die, they'd better go and do it. Decrease the surplus population. Besides, I find it quite enough for a man to mind his own business and not interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
It was much colder when Scrooge started for home, and the fog was so thick that he had some difficulty in locating the lowering pile of buildings where he had a gloomy suite of rooms. Nobody lived in it but Scrooge. He put his key in the lock of the ancient door, and then a strange thing happened.
A door knocker. I could swear it was Marley's face. Ah, humbug.
Scrooge entered, and then locked and double-locked the door behind him. He wasn't a man to be frightened by a door knocker. He lit his candle and started up the stairs, his footsteps echoing through the quiet house.
Ebenezer Scrooge.
What's that? Who's there?
What was that noise deep down below in the cellar, as if someone were dragging a heavy chain?
Ebenezer.
What's that?
The sound grew louder on the cellar stairs, rose higher in the empty halls below, and then clanged and clattered on the stairs behind Scrooge as he fled. Scrooge closed the door of his room and locked it.
Humbug still. I won't believe it.
And then, as though a part of the fog outside, the ghost of Jacob Marley passed through the closed and locked door.
Jacob Marley.
Around his waist was the chain Scrooge had heard on the stairs.
Cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses.
But still Ebenezer Scrooge did not believe.
Oh, no. What do you want?
Much, oh much, Ebenezer.
Who are you?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley. You don't believe in me.
I do not.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Oh, because a little thing affection. A very slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheat. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more gravy than grave about you. Oh, please don't do that, I beg of you.
Oh, man of worldly mind, do you believe or not?
I do. If it'll make you any happier. But why do spirits walk the earth? And why do you come to me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men. And if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death.
So why do you wear that chain?
It is the one I forged in life. I made it link by link and yard by yard. The one you have made was full as heavy
And as long as this, 7 Christmas Eves ago, yours is a ponderous chain, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Don't say that, Jacob. Don't say that. You were always my friend. Speak comfort to me.
I have none to give.
But why should you be so accursed? You were always a good man of business, Jacob.
Business. Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business.
Yes, but Jacob...
Hear me, my time is nearly gone.
I will, but don't be hard on me. And don't be flowery, Jacob. Please.
I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate.
Well, you were always a good friend to me, Jacob. Thank you.
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
3, Jacob?
Expect the first tonight when the bell tolls 1.
But, Jacob...
Expect the second on the next night at the same hour.
If it's all the same to you, Jacob...
And the third will appear on the next night when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate.
Jacob...
Look to see me no more, Ebenezer.
Jacob, wait. No.
For your own sake, you remember what has passed between us.
Jacob, wait now. Jacob! Quarter past. Half past. A quarter to 1. Yeah, the hour itself.
Ebenezer Scrooge.
Who and what are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past. Rise and walk with me.
Oh, walk? In slippers? My dressing gown and my nightcap? Well, what a spectacle I'd make. However, if you'll give me time to dress...
Come, there is no time to lose.
Very well. But I warn you, I'll catch my death.
Wait, not that way. We will leave by the window.
The window? Are you mad? I'm a mortal and liable to fall.
Bear but a touch of my hand thus on your heart, and you shall be upheld in more than this. Come, Ebenezer Scrooge, come. Look below us, Ebenezer Scrooge. Do you know this place?
Know it? Of course I know it. Why, I was a boy here. I could walk it blindfold. I know every gate and post and tree. Hey, there's my old school with the cupola and the bell hanging in it.
An ugly, lifeless place.
Yeah, it was Christmas Day. All the boys had gone home for the holiday.
Oh? Who is that lonely child left behind and chided for his tears by the schoolmaster?
I was that child spirit.
Now, Master Ebenezer, no tears, if you please. There's nothing more degrading than self-pity. Besides, Christmas isn't at all important.
A very wise man, the schoolmaster. Do you agree with him, Ebenezer Scrooge?
Agree with him? Of course not. Christmas is very important to a child of that age. To a child of any age. Poor boy. I wish... Oh, well, it's too late now.
Yes, what is it?
Nothing much. There were some boys singing Christmas carols outside my warehouse. Wish I'd given them something, that's all.
I see. Well, let us see another Christmas. You know this warehouse, Ebenezer Scrooge?
Know it? Of course I know it. I was apprenticed here.
Tell me, were you happy here?
Oh, yes. I was very happy, Spirit. My master was a kind man, and... Why, bless his heart, there he is. It's old Fezziwig. Fezziwig alive again.
Yo-ho, me boys. No more work tonight, no more work. Christmas Eve, Dick.
Yeah.
Christmas, Ebenezer. We're having a party tonight.
A party, sir? Who's invited, Mr.
The
Fezziwig?
butcher, the baker, the milkman, and the cook. Yeah. Here now, here's the fiddler already. Ho, ho, ho. Clear away, lads, clear away.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Fezziwig.
Come, Master Fiddler, unlimber your fingers. Give us something for dancing with plenty of life in it. Christmas Eve, you know, Christmas Eve. The best time of the year. God bless it.
A very simple and sentimental man, old Fezziwig, with no head at all for business, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Ah, nonsense. Why, he was one of the greatest men alive. Yes, I wish...
Yes? What is it you wish?
Nothing. I was just thinking of my clerk, Bob Cratchit, that's all.
Strange. But my time grows short. Now prepare yourself to meet the spirit of Christmas present.
Ebenezer Scrooge.
Huh?
Ebenezer Scrooge. Behold in me the ghost of Christmas present. Come.
Where are we going?
To Camden Town. Hold fast to my robe. My time is short, and we must travel swiftly.
Camden Town? Why, that's where my clerk, Bob Cratchit, lives.
Yes, it is he we visit. See, there below is the street and house we seek. Not a pretty setting, is it?
Well, no. No, it isn't exactly palatial, but it probably serves its purpose. After all, he's only a clerk, you know.
Ah, yes. And with so many mouths to feed, it doubtless is the best he can afford.
Huh?
Come, we will go in.
We gotta get out of here.
Great heavens, I nearly forgot the gravy. Here, Belinda, you watch the applesauce.
Yes, Mother.
Martha, you dust off the hot plate. And Joseph and Thomas can start setting the chairs at the table.
Oh, yes, Mother.
I don't see what's keeping your father and Tiny Tim.
Perhaps the church service is extra long.
10 minutes more and the goose will fall apart and the pudding will be overdone.
Oh, Mother, no.
Oh, here they come now.
Oh, they're just turning the corner.
Tiny Tim's riding on Father's shoulder. Thank heavens. Open the door for them, Belinda.
Oh, yes.
Be careful, Bob.
What's that slippery spot?
Giddy up, Delvin.
There we are. Hold fast now. This is a wild horse with a black mane. He gallops and prances and runs like the wind. Hi-ho, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Father. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Down you come. Joseph, Thomas, take them off to the wash house and get those hands clean for dinner.
Come on, Tiny Tim.
Just wait till you see what's in the oven.
There never was such a burn. Now, don't waste any time. Everything's ready. Well, how did he behave in church, Bob?
Oh, as good as gold and better.
Well, that's good.
You know, somehow he gets thoughtful, sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard.
Yes, I know.
He told me coming home that he hoped the people saw him in the church because he was a cripple.
Oh.
And it might be pleasant for them to remember upon Christmas Day, who made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Poor boy. Poor boy.
Why are there tears in your eyes, Ebenezer Scrooge?
Well, Cratchit never told me the boy was lame.
He has worn that iron brace and carried that little crutch ever since he can remember. Quiet. They gather at the table.
A toast to the founder of the feast. I give you Mr. Scrooge.
The founder of the feast, indeed. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon.
My dear, Christmas Day.
And I'll drink his health for your sake and the day's, not for his.
And a Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us.
God bless us.
And what do you say, Tiny Tim?
God bless us. Every one.
Come, Ebenezer Scrooge. My time is up. You must go to meet the third and last spirit.
Wait. Tell me this before you leave me.
Yes?
Tell me, will Tiny Tim live?
I see a vacant seat and a crutch without the owner.
No, don't say that.
If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child must die.
No.
Will it not be better if he does? As you once said, it will decrease the surplus population.
Spirit.
Farewell, Ebenezer Scrooge. The ghost of Christmas yet to come awaits you.
Where am I? What place is this? So dark and cold and thick with fog. And who are you? Dark phantom with the hidden face. I fear you more than any of the others. Are you the ghost of Christmas yet to come? Why, this is a burial ground. Neglected and overgrown with grass and weeds. The resting place of those forgotten and unloved. Why do you point to that stone? What name's written there that I must read? Well, the letters are too dim and the fog's too heavy. Tell me, Spirit, who rests in this lonely, untended earth?
You are that man, Ebenezer Scrooge.
No, Spirit, no.
You are that man.
Spirit, hear me. I'm not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been but for this night. I'll honor Christmas in my heart and try to keep it all the year. Hear me, Spirit, and tell me I may sponge away the writing on that terrible stone. Spirit, do you hear me? Spirit. Well, you're not Spirit at all. You're my own bedpost. This isn't a graveyard. It's my own room. Yes, sir. There's the door that old Jacob Marley entered. And there's the window where the first spirit... Well, it's broad daylight. No fog or mist. Here's a beautiful, glorious day. And church bells must be Sunday. Hey, boy! Oh, boy! Hey, you down there!
Yes, sir?
What's the day, my fine fella?
What day? Why, it's Christmas Day, of course.
Christmas Day! Ha! Then I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. Hello down there!
Yes, sir?
Look, do you know the poultry shop at the corner of my butt?
I should hope so, sir.
An intelligent boy. A remarkable boy. Tell me, do you know if they've sold the prize turkey?
The little one?
No. Not the big prize turkey.
It's hanging there now.
Then you go and tell them to bring it here.
Yes, sir.
Come back with the man and I'll give you a shilling.
Yes, sir.
Come back in less than 5 minutes and I'll give you half a crown.
Yes, sir.
Look at him go. I'll send it to Bob Cratchit. He shan't know who sent it. Oh, what a joke that'll be. It is twice the size of Tiny Tim. Let's see. I better get dressed. I've got a lot to do. It's going to be a busy day. Yes, sir. A very busy day.
Yes, and it was a very busy day. Scrooge dressed himself all in his best, and when he got out on the streets, people were pouring out of the churches. He regarded them with such a delighted smile that some of them said, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Scrooge.
He patted children on the head.
Hello, sir. Merry Christmas, my dear.
He gave to beggars.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Oh, God bless you, sir.
And late in the afternoon, he went calling on his nephew. He had a wonderful time and a wonderful Christmas. The morning after Christmas, he was early at the office. Scrooge wanted to be there first, and he wanted to catch Bob Cratchit coming in late.
Well, Mr. Cratchit, so you finally got here, did you? Look at that clock. What do you mean by coming here this time of day?
I'm very sorry, Mr. Scrooge. It won't happen again.
Indeed it won't. Step over here to my desk, if you please.
It's only once a year, sir.
Poor sort of excuse, Mr. Cratchit. I'm not going to stand for this kind of thing any longer. And therefore, my friend, I'm about to raise your salary.
What? What was that, sir?
A Merry Christmas, Bob. A merrier Christmas than I've given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family. Now make up the fires and buy another coal scuttle before you dot another I, Bob Cratchit.
And Scrooge was even better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, as good a man as a good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Yes, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that be truly said of us and all of us.
And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, everyone.
Our warmest thanks to you, Lionel Barrymore, and to all the members of the cast for another splendid performance. Tonight's production of A Christmas Carol was selected from the radio series Mayor of the Town. The musical score was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. The Christmas carols were sung by the Paul Taylor Chorus, and the narration was by Frank Martin. Now, this is your host of the Globe, Herbert Marshall, wishing each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas.
You have been attending the Globe Theater with Herbert Marshall as host and master of ceremonies. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
As the gladsome song, Come All Ye Faithful, brings its tidings of faith and hope,
we cannot but stop and ponder the inspiring message brought to us in Charles Dickens' immortal Christmas Carol. The story of the Cratchits and their Tiny Tim, and of Ebenezer Scrooge. Scrooge, whom Dickens himself described as a tight-fisted, a squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. He, this Scrooge, sits hunched at his desk in his office. It is Christmas Eve. Outside, the London streets are swirling with soft snow, pelting the happy people hurrying homeward. But inside, cold and dreary, Scrooge's clerk, young Bob Cratchit, sits working by the warmth of one lone candle. Suddenly, the door bursts open. It's Scrooge's nephew, Fred.
A Merry Christmas, Uncle. God save you.
Humbug.
Christmas a humbug? Oh, Uncle, I'm sure you don't mean that.
I do. Merry Christmas, bah. What reason have you to be merry? You're poor enough.
Well, then, by what right have you to be dismal? You're rich enough. Come, Uncle, don't be cross.
We live in a world of fools. Christmas time, a time for paying bills without money. You're a year older, not an hour richer. If I had my way, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips would be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart.
Uncle, surely you don't...
Keep Christmas in your own way, nephew, and I'll let me keep it in mine.
Keep it, but you don't keep it.
Let me leave it alone, then. Much good it may do you, much good it has ever done you.
There are many things, Uncle, from which I have derived good, but not profit. Christmas among them. Christmas is a time of kindness, forgiveness, and charity. It is the only time when men and women open their shut-up hearts freely. And therefore, though it has never put a scrap of gold in my pocket, I believe it has done me good and will do me good. And I say, God bless it.
Oh, God bless Christmas. Let me hear another sound from you, Bob Cratchit, and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation.
Don't be angry, Uncle. Come and dine with us tomorrow. Eh?
Humbug.
I'm sorry then, Uncle, but a Merry Christmas to you, sir.
And a good afternoon to you.
And a Happy New Year. And a Merry Christmas to you, Bob Cratchit. And to Tiny Tim.
And the same to you, Mr. Fred.
Bob Cratchit, I'll have it understood that so long as you're in my employ, that I will not have this silly, stupid custom.
Oh, pardon, sir. This is the firm of Scrooge and Marley's, I believe?
It is. What do you want?
Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?
Mr. Marley's been dead these 7 years. 7 years ago this night.
And I have no doubt that his liberality is well represented by his surviving partner. You see, Mr. Scrooge, at this festive season, it is desirable that we make some provision for the poor.
Are there no prisons?
There are. I wish I could say there weren't.
And the treadmill and the poor law in full vigor?
They're both very busy, sir.
I'm very glad to hear it. I hope nothing will occur to stop them in their useful course.
But, Mr. Scrooge, they scarcely furnish Christian cheer of mind or body, and so a few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy meat and drink for these unfortunates. Now, what may I put you down for?
Nothing.
Oh, you wish to be anonymous?
I wish to be left alone. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help support the workhouse, the prisons, and the poorhouse. They cost enough. And those who are badly off can go there.
But many can't go there. Many would rather die.
Then let them. It'll decrease the surplus population.
Oh, but Mr.
Good
Scrooge...
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Cratchit?
Yes, sir.
Come here, into my office.
Yes, sir. Coming right in, sir.
Time to close. You'll want all day tomorrow, I suppose.
Well, if quite convenient.
It's not convenient and it's not fair. If I were to dock you a half-crown, you'd think yourself ill-used, no doubt.
Well,
and yet you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work.
This day is only once a year, sir.
Or excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December, but I suppose you must have the whole day. Be here all the earlier next morning.
Thank you, sir. And a very good afternoon.
See that you're here earlier the next morning?
Yes, sir.
Merry Christmas. Bah! Thank heaven it's time to go home where I can sit in front of my own fire and not have every stupid fool that sees me yell, Merry Christmas. Must be near 12. Nap longer than I thought. What's that? Strange, the thing one imagines in the flame. Sworn I saw old Marley's face in there. Yeah, couldn't be. Still, there it is. There's old Marley's face. Impossible. Marley's been dead these 7 long years. What's that? Sounds like the door in the wine cellar. And those chains clanking. All imagination. Humbug. No. I'm still hearing them. I'll not believe it yet. Marley's been dead these 7 years. He can't be here. It's humbug. No, it's not real. It's not possible. Marley's dead.
Ebenezer Scrooge.
Oh, no. What do you want with me?
Much.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
Who were you then?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
Jacob Marley?
I see you don't believe in me.
I don't?
What evidence would you have of my reality beyond that of your senses?
I don't know.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. It may be a bit of undigested beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato.
Scrooge!
Oh, mercy, mercy, dreadful apparition. Why do you trouble me?
Man of the worldly mind, do you believe in me or not?
I do. I must. But why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men. If that spirit does not in life, then it is condemned to do so after death. It must wander through the world and see what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth and turned into happiness.
You are fettered. Tell me why.
I wear the chain I forged in life. A chain of cash boxes, padlocks, and heavy ledgers. Yours is equally as heavy. More, it is a ponderous chain because you're still laboring on it.
Jacob Marley, speak comfort to me.
I have
Comfort
none
to
to give. I cannot rest. I cannot stay. I cannot linger anywhere. I have no peace, only incessant torture of remorse.
But, Jacob, you
No space of regret can make amends for life's opportunity misused. Such was I. Woe is me.
But you were always a good man of business, Jacob.
Business! Mankind was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode? Were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me?
Oh, Jacob Marley, have you no word?
Hear me. My time is nearly gone.
I will, but don't be too hard on me. Jacob, I pray.
I am here tonight to warn you that you yet have a chance and hope of escaping my fate, Ebenezer.
You were always a good friend to me, Jacob. Thank you.
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
Is that the chance and hope you mentioned?
It is.
I think I'd rather not.
Without their visit, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow when the bell tolls 1. The second on the next night on the same hour. The third on the next night when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate.
What time is it? 1 o'clock. Still, is it possible I've slept through a whole day and fallen into another night? It's a dream. All a dream. It's
Ebenezer Scrooge.
Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
Who and what are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
But your hair, it's white. And still there's not a wrinkle on your face. You're so very strange. The summer flowers around your waist, the branch of holly in your hand. That bright light from the crown of your head. Please put on your cap.
What? Would you so soon put out with worldly hands the light I give?
Well, it's not been my intention. I do not mean to offend. What business has brought you here?
Your welfare.
I'm very much obliged, but I think a good night's rest would do.
Your reclamation, then. Take heed.
Well, that's all very...
Rise and walk with me.
I'm merely glad to go out at night.
Come.
No, not out the window. I am mortal and liable to fall.
Bear but a touch of my hand on your heart, and you will be upheld in more than this.
Out the window?
Yes. Let us be away.
Spirit, why have you brought me out here in the open country?
You do not recognize this?
Good heavens, I do. I was bred in this place. I was a boy here. I went to school there, in that building.
You recollect, then?
Everything about it. Every gate and post and tree.
Strange to have forgotten it for so many years. Come, let us look into the schoolroom.
Yes, I remember now.
And look through the window. The room's not quite deserted.
No, I see.
A solitary child, neglected by his friends, is left there still.
Yes, I remember now.
He is a lonely child.
I remember. Oh, how lonely I was.
Come, let us see another Christmas past.
Where are we now, Spirit?
What? You do not recognize this place? You do not know this building?
Know it? I was apprenticed here.
Come, we look in the window.
Of course I recognize it. Everything about it.
Look inside. What do you see?
Hey, why, it's old Fezziwig. Bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again.
Watch. He's putting down his pen. He's calling to his apprentices.
And there's Dick Wilkin, to be sure. Bless me, yes. Dick was very much attached to me. Poor Dick. Dear.
And the other young man, you know him?
Yes. Yes, I was so happy then. So carefree. Oh, so happy, believe me.
Old Fezziwigs, giving them a Christmas Eve party.
Oh, of course. Oh, well, I remember Fezziwig's party. Jolly, happy. Everyone was invited. Dear old Fezziwig.
A small matter to make these silly folks so full of gratitude.
Small?
Why not? He spent but a few pounds of your mortal money. 3 or 4, perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves praise?
It isn't that, Spirit. He has the power to make us happy or unhappy. To make our work either a pleasure or toil. And in the end, the happiness he gives is quite as great as if...
Yes? What's the matter?
Nothing particular.
Something, I think.
No. I was just thinking. I'd like to speak a word or two to my clock just now, that's all.
Come. There is yet more to see.
Where is this place we've come? I remember. It's Belle. And there I am.
Yes, and older. Already in your eyes shows the passion of greed and avarice. Notice your face. Not as hard and harsh then, but the signs are already there.
No, don't, Spirit. Don't.
Quiet. Listen. She is speaking.
It matters very little to you, Ebenezer, that another idol has displaced me.
What idol has displaced you, Belle?
A golden one.
So this is the even-handed dealing of the world. It is hard on poverty and still condemns with great severity the pursuit of wealth.
You fear the world too much. I've watched your nobler ambitions fall off one by one, until now only the master passion gains and grosses you.
Well, I've not changed toward you, have I?
Our contract is an old one. When it was made, you were another man.
But, Belle, can you dismiss
If your golden idol can cheer you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I'll have no just cause to grieve.
Belle, no, I...
May you be happy in the life you've chosen.
Spirit, why do you delight in torturing me? Show me no more. Take me home.
Wait, Scrooge. There is one shadow more. You must see it.
No.
You must. You must realize what happiness you have missed, what might have been yours, and is now another. Look, there's Belle. She's older now, and happier.
I don't wish to see it.
Quiet. Shh. Listen.
Robert, darling, home so early.
I'm glad to be here. A Merry Christmas, my dearest.
Come, let me help you with your coat. Then just sit by the fire. Daughter's bringing the tea for us.
Jolly, my dear. What can compare to our happy home, Belle?
With you in the home, nothing, darling.
Oh, by the by, I saw an old friend of yours this afternoon.
Oh, who was it?
Guess.
I can't guess. How can I? Oh, I know. Mr. Scrooge.
Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office. It wasn't closed yet, and there he sat by a candle. I couldn't help seeing him. His partner's near death, I understand. But there Scrooge sat, alone. Quite alone in the world, I do believe.
Quite alone. Yes. Quite alone.
Spirit, remove me from this place.
I told you these were shadows of the things that were. That they are what they are. Don't blame me.
Take me away. I can't bear it, Spirit. Haunt me no longer.
Back to your bed then, Scrooge. But tomorrow, the second spirit comes. Be prepared, Scrooge. When the bell tolls one, the second spirit comes.
It's one. I knew it. I felt it. And he said another spirit's do it.
I am here, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Yes. Yes, I know. But I can't look.
I'm the ghost of Christmas present. Come, look upon me.
You're different. Your robe is green. There's white fur trimmed on it. Your face is much pleasanter. You don't look like a ghost. That holly wreath in your hair. You do look like the spirit of Christmas.
You've never seen the like of me before.
Never. That great torch you carry, its light is everywhere.
It is for everyone, rich and poor alike.
Spirit, conduct me where you will. I do not go by force tonight. If you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it.
Touch my robe, Scrooge, and come with me.
Where are we, Spirit?
At the home of your clerk, Bob Cratchit.
A humble place, Spirit, poor, with only bare necessities.
Can it be otherwise, Scrooge? But still there's happiness there, and gaiety, and joy. Look, see the children. And Mrs. Cratchit, she's coming into the room now. Scrooge, listen.
Belinda, Martha? Yes? Is your precious father not here yet?
Oh, well,
Peter, do you see them?
Oh, well, I think he's coming now, Mother.
And Tiny Tim?
Oh, yes, here they come.
Oh.
He's got Tiny Tim on his shoulder. Oh, look, Mother.
God bless him, I say.
Nothing you dismay. Well, here we are, Tiny Tim and me. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. You've got a great goose, Martha. Yes, we have.
And chestnuts in the fire, haven't we, Mother?
And pudding bubbling in a big copper.
Well, let's see the pudding. Come on, Tim. Let me tell you.
And how's little Tim in church, Bob?
Oh, as good as gold and better. Sometimes he gets thoughtful sitting by himself so much, and he thinks the strangest things.
Oh, what has he said now?
Well, he told me coming home that he hoped the people saw him in church because he was a cripple.
Oh, Bob.
He said it might be pleasant for them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and who made blind men see.
Oh, God bless him. He is getting stronger.
I hope so, Mother. Oh, he's such a brave little fellow. Never thinks of his own lameness. Never complains.
Oh, I hope it pleases God to allow Tim to be with us.
It will, Mother. It will.
Oh, there's a big goose for us. Yes, it's a big goose. Oh, yes, the pudding. Yes. Mother, come have the pudding.
It's time to eat, isn't it?
Yes, we're all ready to eat.
Come
All
on,
right, come on. Everybody sit down now.
Spirit, tell me if Tiny Tim will live.
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner and a crutch without an owner carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die.
No, kind Spirit. Say he'll be preserved. He can't die. He's too young, so little. He can't die, kind Spirit.
If he'd like to die, he'd better do it and decrease the surplus population.
No, I didn't mean it. Don't let Tiny Tim die.
Be quiet. They're seated and ready for a toast.
I propose a toast. A Merry Christmas to us all, my dear.
Merry Christmas, Bob.
And now,
Now I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of this feast.
The founder of the feast, indeed. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon.
Please, my dear, it's Christmas Day.
Should be Christmas Day, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. But for your sake, Bob, and the day, not his, I'll drink a toast. Long life to him. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
God bless us, everyone.
Scrooge, the snow is falling heavily. We will go. But remember, tomorrow night, the third spirit comes. Expect him, Scrooge. Expect him when the bell
Time for the third spirit to come. He should be... I am here, Ebenezer Scrooge. Yes, I see you. I am the ghost of Christmas yet to come. I know. You're the future. I was expecting you. You're shrouded in heavy black robe. I can see nothing but your hand. I fear you more than the others. But I will follow you because I know your purpose is to do me good. Come. You brought me again to the house of Bob Cratchit. But all is changed now. There's no joy, no gaiety. I am the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Shh. Quiet. Listen.
Oh, sewing hurts my eyes.
Oh, Mother, you're not feeling well.
It's my eyes, Martha. It makes them weak sewing by candlelight. But I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home for all the world. Near his time now.
Past it, rather. I think he walks a little slower these past few evenings, Mother.
I've known him to walk with Tiny Tim on his shoulder very fast indeed.
And so have I. Often.
But he was very light to carry, and his father loved him so it was no trouble. No trouble at all.
Oh, hello, Father.
Hello, my dears.
You're late this evening, Bob. Tea's all ready for you.
Oh, thank you, dear. Well, I've been at the churchyard today.
Today, Bob?
Yes. I wish you could have gone. Done you good to see how green a place it is. But then you'll see it often. I promised him that you'd walk there on a Sunday.
We all will, Father.
But my little son...
Bob, darling, it's the will of the Father.
I know, Mother, I know. But Tiny Tim's no longer with us. My little son, my Tim.
No, take me away. I want to see no more of it, Spirit. Take me away, Spirit. Come then, quickly. You're in a hurry, Spirit. Stop. I don't want to... Come, you've not seen all. I know. It's a churchyard, a burial ground. Look, Scrooge. No, in this horrible old graveyard, all weeds, no greens. It's choked with dead. No, I don't want to know whose name is on that tombstone. Read. It says Ebenezer Scrooge. No. Spirit, hear me. Hear me. I'm not the man I was. Good Spirit, I assure you that I may yet change these shadows you've shown me by an altered life. I promise. I live in the past, the present, and the future. The spirit of all will strive within me, and I'll not shut out the lessons they teach, I promise. Stay, Spirit, stay. Give me your hand. Yes. What's this? It's my bedpost. I'm home. In my own bed. Oh, Jacob Marley. Heaven and the Christmas time be praised for this. Everything is as it was. The shadows of the things that would have been may be dispelled. They will be. I know they will. Oh, a Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy New Year to the whole world. There's my window where I saw the wandering spirit. Let me open the window. Let in some of the golden sunshine, the sweet, fresh air, and the merry bells. Hold on there, my young buck. What's today?
Today? Why, Christmas Day.
Heaven praised I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. They can do anything they like. Of course they can. Hello, my young fellow. Do you know the poulterer in the next corner?
I should hope so.
Intelligent boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey, the big one?
What? The one as big as me?
What a delightful boy. A pleasure to talk with him. Yes, my fine fellow.
It's hanging there now.
Good, good. Go and buy it then.
Oh.
No, I'm in earnest. And tell them to bring it to me.
Oh.
There's £0.5 for your trouble.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And I'll send it to Bob Cratchit, and he shan't know who sent it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim, and I'll go to Fred's for dinner. And then I'll go around to Bob Cratchit's and have a present for each of them. And I'll raise Bob's salary. And Tiny Tim shall live. I'll see to that. It's so glorious to be alive on this Christmas Day. And I wish that everyone everywhere will have as happy a Christmas as I am going to have. God bless everyone.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive our King.
And Scrooge was better than his word. He did everything he promised and more. To Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master as the old city ever knew. And it was always said of him, ever after, that he knew how to keep a Christmas well. May that be said of us all this Christmas Day. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, every one.
Makers of Campbell Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. There are clearly a number of ways in which a Christmas carol could be introduced. Myself, I am most struck by the happy fortune that enables us on this Christmas Eve to present Mr. Lionel Barrymore, the best-loved actor of our time, in the world's best-loved Christmas story, A Christmas Carol. When Charles Dickens presented this little story to the world almost 100 years ago, it found an instant response in the hearts of people everywhere who saw in it their favorite fictional chronicle of what Christmas is and what Christmas means to all the simple people of the earth. From the day of its first printing, families have been innumerable in which there has remained unbroken the tradition that the reading of a Christmas carol was an item indispensable to a proper observance of the most important of days. It is the American way, as we know, to establish traditions quickly where popular instinct and sentiment pronounce them sound. And so it is that today, actually only the 5th anniversary of Mr. Lionel Barrymore's first playing of the part of Ebenezer Scrooge for the Campbell Playhouse,
There is, I think, in all America nothing more eagerly awaited, more firmly rooted in the hearts of the radio family that numbers millions than this yearly performance of A Christmas Carol. A Christmas Carol, as Charles Dickens wrote it, has by common consent long been a classic. Mr. Lionel Barrymore's appearance in it is rapidly becoming one. And now, just before A Christmas Carol, Ernest Chappell has a special Christmas greeting from the makers of Campbell's Soups. Mr. Chappell?
Thank you, Orson Welles. As the old year draws toward its close, we of Campbell's feel a bond of warmth and gratitude toward each of you, our friends. For you see, in homes everywhere throughout the land, Campbell's Soups have been welcomed. Day by day and week by week, you have placed confidence in us and in the foods we make. And there isn't anything we appreciate more deeply than the fact that so many of you have elected to let Campbell's make your soups for you. And so when Christmas comes, we look about to find some way to show our appreciation, some Christmas present by which to say thank you. The gift we chose 5 Christmases ago and have chosen each year since has become a part of Christmas to many and many a family. It has become a Christmas custom, as Mr. Wells said, to gather round the radio to hear and to enjoy A Christmas Carol. And since it is Christmas Eve, we hope, too, that the younger members of the family are permitted to stay up and listen before dreams and visit of Santa. We get a great deal of pleasure planning and preparing this Christmas gift. And now it's ready. Off come the wrappings. Off come the tags that say, please do not open till Christmas. Out comes the card. To you, from Campbell's. And here is the gift itself.
Marley was dead to begin with. There's no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it. And Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead? Of course he did. Scrooge and Marley were partners for I don't know how many years. But he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, was Scrooge. A squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. And once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house, a grim, cheerless place if ever there was one. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, Bob Cratchit, who in a cold and dismal little cell beyond worked at his ledgers.
Merry gentlemen, let nothing you despair. 23, 26, 29, 9 carry 2. Christmas Day, 11, 13, 17, 7.
Bob Cratchit.
Yes, Mr. Scrooge?
Stop that infernal caterwauling.
Yes, sir. 9, 15, 17, 29, carry 1.
Singing their idiotic Christmas carols is my very door. Go on! Get away from my door! Go somewhere else and bellow your blasted carols or I'll give you in charge.
Sorry, Governor. It's an old custom at Christmas time, you know.
Yes, and I don't want any of your old customs. Take your fellow fools and go away. Christmas. Blah.
Right, sir. Merry Christmas anyway, sir.
Blah. Now you get that letter from Higgins and Blackthorn, Cratchit, and then I want you to finish posting this ledger. And after that, you can pop over to Fothergill's and tell Ephraim Fothergill you've come after the 17 shillings and 6pence he's owed me since Michaelmas. And tell him I shall have a constable over there if he doesn't pay up at once.
Mr. Fothergill's wife has been ill, sir.
Oh, what do I care about his wife? I want my 17 and 6.
I just thought it being Christmas, sir.
Christmas. You mention that word to me once more, Bob Cratchit, and I'll...
Merry Christmas, Uncle. Merry Christmas, Bob.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Fred.
God save you, Uncle.
A
humbug.
Christmas a humbug, Uncle? Now, I'm sure you don't mean that.
I mean just that. Exactly that. Merry Christmas. What right have you to be merry? What reason have you? You're poor enough.
Well, what right have you to be dismal about Christmas, Uncle? You're rich enough.
Yeah.
Now, Uncle, don't be cross.
Well, what else can I be when I live in such a world of fools? What's Christmas to you but a time for paying bills without money? Merry Christmas. A time for finding yourself a year older and not an hour richer. If I could work my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips would be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should.
Uncle?
Now, nephew, keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine.
Keep it? But you don't keep it, Uncle.
Well, let me leave it alone, then. What do you want? A Christmas gift, I've no doubt.
I came to wish you a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
A Merry Christmas. Much good may Christmas do you. Much good it ever has done you.
There are many things from which I derive good, by which I have not profited materially, I dare say, Uncle. Christmas among the rest. But I have always thought of Christmas time as a good time. A kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. And therefore, Uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe it has done me good and will do me good. And I say, God bless it.
God bless Christmas. Hurrah! Let me hear another sound out of you there, Bob Cratchit, and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. Yes. As to you, nephew, I wonder you don't go into Parliament. You talk enough nonsense.
Oh, don't be angry, Uncle. I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why can't we be friends?
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry you feel that way. Well, I've tried. A Merry Christmas to you, Uncle.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year, too.
Ah, humbug.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Bob, and the missus, and the tiny kid.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Same to you, sir. Good day, sir.
Good day, Bob.
Nonsense. Twaddle. Flummery. Talking of Christmas and not 2 sixpences to jingle together in his trousers pocket. Hey, you there, Bob Cratchit. Come here. What are you doing there?
Only putting a bit more coal in the fire, Mr. Scrooge. Seeing it's so cold in there, sir.
You put that coal back into the scuttle. A fire. A fire, indeed. I can tell you, if you use coal at that rate, you and I will soon be parting company, Bob Cratchit. You understand that? There's many a young fella like your situation, you know.
I'm sorry, sir. My fingers were getting a little stiff with the cold.
Well, then put on your mittens. Someone at the door. Go on, see who it is.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This is the firm of Scrooge and Marley.
Yes, sir.
I should like to see the head of the firm, if I may.
Oh, very good, sir.
What is it?
A gentleman to see you, Mr. Scrooge.
Huh?
Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?
Marley's been dead these 7 years tonight. I'm Scrooge.
Well, now, Mr. Scrooge, at this season of the year, it's only fitting that we who are more fortunate should raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of want. You may not believe it, sir, but many thousands are now in want of common necessities, and hundreds of thousands are in want of the simplest comforts.
Are there no prisons?
Well, there are plenty of prisons, sir.
And the workhouses, they're still in operation, I trust?
I wish I could say they are not, but they are, sir.
The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigor, then?
Both very busy, sir.
I'm glad to hear that. I was afraid from what you said at first that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course.
No, sir, all these institutions that you mention are flourishing. But it's nevertheless true that some additional provision for the poor and the destitute must be made. A few of us upon change are endeavoring to raise such a fund, you see. And what shall I put you down for?
Nothing.
Oh, I see. You wish to be anonymous, sir.
I wish to be let alone. I don't make merry myself at Christmas time, and I can't afford to help make a lot of idle people merry. I help to support the establishments that take care of the poor. They cost enough. Let those who are badly off go there.
Many can't go there, sir. And many would rather die.
Well, my advice to them is to do so and decrease the surplus population. Besides, I've only your word for it that all this is so.
It's the truth, Mr. Scrooge.
Well, so be it, then. It's not my business. It's enough for a man to understand his own business and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, sir.
I quite understand, Mr. Scrooge. Good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Show this gentleman out.
Yes, sir.
This way, sir, please. Sir, I couldn't help overhearing. I should like to contribute tuppence.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. It isn't much, but it's all I can afford. But there are others in worse situation than I.
You're a generous fellow. I wish I might say so of your employer.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Yes, sir.
Close the door.
Yes, sir. 24, 31. 1 and carry 3. New scarlet tippet for Tiny Tim. A comb for Martha. 33. 3 and carry 3. A hair ribbon for Belinda. 4, 7, 12, 15.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
It's too late to have you go to Fothergill's. He'll be closed up for Christmas like these other fools. We may as well close up the place now.
Yes, sir. It is getting a little dark. Hard to see the figures.
I suppose you'll want the entire day tomorrow.
If it's quite convenient, sir.
It's not convenient. And it's not fair, either. But I suppose I can't do anything about it. If I was to stop half a crown of your wages, you'd think yourself very ill-used, I'll be bound.
Well, sir,
Yeah, but you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work.
It's only once a year, sir.
Once a year. Once a year, indeed. A fine excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. But I suppose there's no good talking. You must have the whole day. Well, see that you're here all the earlier the next morning. You understand?
Oh, I will, sir. I will indeed. Good night, sir, and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
The office was closed in a twinkling, and Bob Cratchit, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill 20 times in honor of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt to play with his family at Blind Man's Buff. Scrooge, on the other hand, took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern. And having read all the newspapers and spent the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went to his dismal house. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge liked it. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, had to grope with his hands through the fog and the frost to find the door. Scrooge walked through his rooms to see that all was right. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody on the sofa, nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet. Closed the door. He locked himself in. He double-locked himself in. And took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel.
Marley! I could have sworn I saw... Humbug. Marley's been dead these 7 years. Humbug. All humbug. What I need is a good night... What's that? Someone's in the wings. But the door's locked and double locked. Something's... It's coming. Something is... It's coming closer. Outside my door. I won't believe it. This humbug stinks.
Ebenezer Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge.
Marley. Oh, no. What do you want with me?
I want much of you, Ebenezer.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
You're very particular for a ghost. All right, then. Who were you?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
Jacob Marley. But you're dead. You died 7 years ago.
7 years ago this very night.
You are a ghost, then.
What's wrong, Ebenezer? Don't you believe in me?
I do not.
You doubt your senses, Ebenezer?
Yes. Because a little thing affects them. Slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You can't be a ghost. You may be an undigested bit of beef, or a blot of mustard, or a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. Yeah, there may be more gravy than grave about you, whatever you are. Ah, humbug, I tell you. Humbug. Excuse me. I do believe in you. You are a ghost, Jacob.
Thank you.
But why do you walk the earth, Jacob? Why do you come to me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men and travel far and wide to witness what it cannot share, but might have shared on earth and turned to happiness.
Well, tell me, Jacob, what is that chain you wear around you?
I wear the chain I forged in life. I made it link by link and yard by yard by my own free will. Is its pattern strange to you, Ebenezer?
Cash boxes, keys, and padlocks, ledgers, and purses.
Yours was as heavy and as long as this 7 years ago. You have labored on it since, Ebenezer.
Oh, Jacob. Speak comfort to me, Jacob.
Comfort I have none to give. I cannot rest. I cannot stay. I cannot linger. Weary journeys lie before me.
You travel far?
Yes, Ebenezer. On the wings of the wind.
7 years dead and traveling all the time?
7 years, Ebenezer. 7 years of remorse. Ebenezer, do you know that no space of regret can make amends for one life's opportunities misused?
But you were always a good man of business, Jacob?
Business? Mankind was my business. Charity, mercy, benevolence, they were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business.
Oh, Jacob, don't take on so now. Jacob.
Listen to me, Ebenezer.
I listen to you, Jacob. Go on, Jacob, now. Speak to me, but don't be so flowery.
Ebenezer, I am here to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. Do you hear that, Ebenezer?
Yes, Jacob. Yes, you always were a good friend to me, Jacob. Thanks, Jacob. But go on. How shall I escape? Oh, I'm afraid, Jacob.
You will be haunted by free spirits.
Is that the only chance and hope, Jacob?
It is your only chance and hope.
Well, then I think I'd rather not.
Without their visits, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow. When the bell tolls 1.
Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?
Ebenezer, look that for your own sake you remember what has passed between us. And remember, when the bell tolls 1, look for the first spirit.
Molly. Jacob, Molly.
Scrooge awoke. He was lying on his bed fully dressed. Suddenly the curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them as close to it as I am now to you. And I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child. Yet not so like a child as like an old man. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white as if with age. And yet the face had not a wrinkle in it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. The arms were long and muscular, the hands the same, as if its hold were of uncommon strength.
Ebenezer Scrooge. Who's that?
Ebenezer Scrooge, I have come for you.
Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold me?
I am that spirit.
What are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
Long past?
No, your past.
But what do you want of me? What brings you here to haunt me?
Your welfare, Ebenezer Scrooge. Rise and walk with me.
Oh, no, not out of the window. I can't do that. I'll fall down. I'm not a spirit. I'm mortal, and I'll fall.
Bear but a touch of my hand upon your heart, and you shall be upheld in more than this. Come, follow me.
Where are we? What's become of the city? There's snow upon the ground. Where are we?
These are the shadows of the things that have been. You recognize this countryside?
Oh, I know every inch of it. Every rock, every tree.
And that bleak building over there?
Oh, that building. I was a boy there. Yes, I went to school in that horrible place.
Do you recollect that past?
I could walk it blindfold.
Strange you should forget it so many years. Come, let us go closer. Look through the window into that cold, barren room. What do you see, Ebenezer Scrooge?
I see a boy.
A solitary child, neglected by his family, alone.
Yes, I see. I know that boy. Oh, I was so lonely. Poor boy.
Your lip is trembling, Scrooge. And what is that on your cheek?
It's nothing at all. I wish it's too late now.
What's the matter?
Nothing. The waits came to my door singing Christmas carols last night, and there was a boy like that among them. A poor, pale, thin little boy in a ragged coat. I should like to have given him something, that's all.
Is that all? Come, Ebenezer Scrooge. Let us see another Christmas. Do you know this place, Ebenezer Scrooge?
Know it? Know it? Why, this is the counting house where I was apprentice.
Listen.
It's my old master, bless his heart. Old Fezziwig. My master, alive again. And hosted one of his Christmas parties. Listen to him.
Thread the needle and back to your places.
And there's Dick Wilkins. Poor Dick. Dear. Yes, and look, there's Mrs. Fezziwig herself, looking younger than any of them. And the tables all loaded with roast and cider, and mince pie and beer. Oh, what a jolly time we used to have.
That carefree young man with a light heart and a gay smile. Do you recognize him?
Yes. Merciful heaven. How happy I was then.
A small matter for old Fezziwig to make those silly folk so full of joy.
Small matter? Small indeed.
Isn't it? He has spent only a few pounds of your mortal money. Is that so much that he deserves praise?
It's not that, Spirit. Old Fezziwig has the power to make us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or heavy. His power lies in words and looks and in things so tiny that it's impossible to count them up. The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost
What is the matter?
Oh, nothing at all, Spirit.
Something, I think.
No.
Speak.
Well, only it's just that I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk, Bob Cratchit. That's all.
Claps and retire. Bow and curtsy. Thread the needle.
My time grows short, and we have yet another journey to make.
Where now?
Come. This is our last visit to the past, Ebenezer. Here, in this little room, with a fair young girl by your side. Do you recognize yourself, Ebenezer?
No. Spare me this.
You're older now, a man in the prime of life. Your face has begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. Your eyes are greedy, the eager, restless eyes of a miser.
No, please.
She knows it, too. That girl by your side. There are tears in her eyes.
That is little, Ebenezer, to you. Very little. I know that.
Belle, have I changed toward you?
When we were engaged, we were both poor.
Was it better then? Better to be poor?
Better at least to be happy. You're changed. You were another man then.
I was a boy. Do you blame me because I've grown wiser? Have I ever tried to break our engagement?
In words, no. Never.
In what, then?
In a changed nature. In an altered spirit. In everything that made my love of any value in your sight. So I release you from your promise.
Belle!
Oh, at first it may cause you pain to lose me. A very brief pain. But soon it will be dim. Like a half-remembered dream. An unprofitable dream. And you will be glad to be awake from such a dream. May you be happy in the life you have chosen, Ebenezer. For the love of him you once
knew. It's enough. Show me no more. Take me home.
These were shadows of the things that have been. That they are what they are. Do not blame me.
No more.
One shadow more. Come. Do you see this man, Ebenezer Scrooge? This man might have been you. And the woman beside him, your wife. And that girl might have been your daughter, Ebenezer Scrooge. She might have called you father. She might have been a springtime in the haggard winter of your life.
Spirit, let me go. Show me no more.
Listen now while they speak, Ebenezer.
Belle, I saw an old friend of yours today.
Who was it?
Jeff.
How can I? Oh, I know. Mr. Scrooge.
Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office window. It wasn't shuttered. And there was a candle inside, so I couldn't help seeing him. His partner, Marley, lies at the point of death, I hear. And there Scrooge sat, all alone. Quite alone in the world, I do believe.
Spirit, I can't bear any more. Leave me. Haunt me no more. Take me back. Take me back.
On the feast of Stephen, when the snow lay round about, deep and crisp and even.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse, bringing you tonight the 5th annual presentation of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, produced by Orson Welles and starring Lionel Barrymore as Scrooge. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the WBBM-Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
When we bear them thither, Sage and monarch, forth they went together, through the rude winds wild lament, and the bitter weather.
And now, back to the Campbell Playhouse and our 5th annual presentation of A Christmas Carol. A Christmas present from the makers of Campbell's Soups.
On the stroke of 1, Scrooge awakened suddenly and sat him bolt upright in his own bed. You remember the words of Marley's ghost and wondered from which direction the second specter would appear. At that moment, nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing. And consequently, when no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. Then, as he sat in his bed, he became aware gradually of a great blaze of ruddy light that seemed to shine upon him from the adjoining room. He got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. It was his own sitting room. No doubt about that. But it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove. From every part of which bright, gleaming berries glistened, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as had never been known in Scrooge's time, or for many and many a winter season gone. Heaped up on the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultries, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch, there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch in shape not unlike Prentice horn, and held it up, high up to shed its light on Scrooge as he came peeping round the door.
Come in, Ebenezer Scrooge, and know me better, man.
You?
I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me. You've never seen the like of me before.
You're different from the other spirit. You're tall, almost a giant. That great torch you carry.
Its light falls into the homes of rich and poor alike.
Spirit, take me where you will. Last time I went against my will and learned a lesson which is working now. If you have anything to teach me, let me profit by it.
Touch my robe, Ebenezer Scrooge. Touch my robe.
You brought me, Spirit?
An humble dwelling in an humble street.
It's miserable enough.
Yet there is happiness there.
Who are these people? Who's that woman and the children?
These are the family of your clerk, Bob Cratchit. He is white, dressed in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons, laid the table for their Christmas dinner. And there, assisting her, is their daughter Belinda, and the young man with a fork in the stuffing. That's Master Peter Cratchit, and the two little Cratchits. Listen, Scrooge.
Dear Martha, Mother,
Bless your heart alive, Martha, my dear. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas, Mother. Merry Christmas.
How late you are, my dear.
Oh, we'd a deal of work to finish up last night, and we had to clear away this morning.
Well, never mind so long as you're here now. Sit you down before the fire and have a warm. Lord bless you.
Where's Father?
He's been to church with Tiny Tim. They'll be along directly.
How is Tiny Tim, Mother? Any better at all?
Sometimes I think he is. And sometimes I think, oh, dear God, if anything should happen to Tiny Tim.
Mother, you mustn't even think of such a thing.
Here they are!
Tiny Tim.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Martha, welcome, my dear.
Merry Christmas, Father. And Tim. Merry Christmas, Martha. Oh, Tim, you darling. Oh, Father, I'm so glad to be home.
And we're so glad to have you, Martha.
And how did little Tim behave in church, Bob?
Oh, as good as gold and better.
Oh, I like church, Mother. Oh, they sang the nicest songs. I hope people saw me there.
Saw you there? And why, Tim?
Well, don't you see? Because I'm lame. And if they saw my crutch, it might be pleasant for them to remember on Christmas who it was made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Oh, bless you, my son.
Are we ready to eat, Mother? Come on, let's eat.
Yes, children, we're all ready.
Here we go.
Come, take your places now. And I'll wait your turn. There's plenty of stuffing and dressing and plum pudding for all of you. Martha, you take care of Tiny Tim and see that he eats plenty. He must get strong and well. Now, just sit down, everyone.
And now, my dears, shall we say grace?
Spirit,
Our Father who art in
tell me if Tiny Tim will live.
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner carefully preserved.
Oh, no, kind Spirit. Say he'll be spared. Say he'll live.
If these shadows remain unaltered by the future Ebenezer, the child will die.
And now, my dears, with such a dinner, a toast. A Merry Christmas to us all, and God bless us.
God bless us, everyone.
And now to Mr. Scrooge. I'll give you a toast to Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast.
The founder of the feast, indeed, who pays you all 15 shillings a week. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast on, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it.
My dear, the children, Christmas Day.
It should be Christmas Day, I'm sure, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Bob. Nobody knows it better than you, poor fellow.
My dear, Christmas Day.
I'll drink his health for your sake and the day's, not for his. Long life to him. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt.
And I say God bless him too, Mother, and everyone.
I'd like to say it.
There was nothing of high mark in all this. They were not a handsome family, these Cratchits. They were not well-dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes were scanty and had known, very likely, the insides of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. And when at last they faded, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. Many calls Scrooge made that night with a ghost of Christmas presents. Down among the miners they went who labor in the bowels of the earth, and out to sea among the sailors at their watch, dark, ghostly figures in their several stations. Much they saw, and far they went, and many places they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirits stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful. On foreign lands, and they were close at home. By poverty, and it was rich. In almshouse, hospital, and jail, where vain man in his little brief authority had not made fast the door and barred the spirit out, the spirit left his blessing. It was a long night, if it was only a night. And it was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, the ghost grew older. Clearly older.
My life upon this globe is very brief, Ebenezer. It ends tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight at midnight. Hark. The hour has come.
Oh, no, not yet. Not yet. There are still more things I wish to learn.
These you will learn from still another spirit. Still another spirit, Ebenezer.
Scrooge looked about him for the ghost. It had vanished, and he found himself once more in his bed, in his dressing gown and his nightcap on his head. He'd heard the clock strike, and then he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley. And lifting up his eyes, beheld the third spirit. A solemn phantom, shrouded in black, draped and hooded, coming towards him slowly and silently like a mist along the ground.
I know you. You are the ghost of Christmas yet to come. You will show me the shadows of things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us. Answer me, spirit. Ghost of the future, I fear you more than any specter I have seen. Yet I know your purpose is to do me good, as I hope to live to be another man from what I was. Lead on. Lead on. Night's waning fast. Time's precious. Why have you brought me here again? Here to Bob Cratchit's home? But it's not the same. Why is it so quiet? So very quiet here.
Mother. Mother, please.
Oh, my son. My little son. Tiny Tim. I loved him so.
Oh, Mother, dear, you mustn't. It's almost time for Father to be home. Don't let him see you crying.
Yes. Yes, Martha. He's late tonight. He walks slower than he used to. And yet I've known him to walk very fast indeed with Tiny Tim on his shoulders.
So have I, Mother.
But he was light to carry. And his father loved him so that it was no trouble. No trouble at all. Bob.
Good evening, my dear.
You're late, Bob.
Yes, I'm sorry, my dear. I went to the churchyard today. I wish you could go in with me. It's done your heart good to see how sweet and green a place it is. But you'll see it often, I promised him. Yes, I promised Tiny Tim we'd walk there on a Sunday.
Father, dear.
It's God's will, Bob.
I'm trying to understand it, my dear. My son, my little son, Tiny Tim. And I loved him so.
Oh, that's cruel. Cruel. Spirit, can't you give me one ray of hope that I may change all that Tiny Tim may live? Where are you taking me now? Here, on a common street, Spirit? What is there for me to learn here? Who are those men?
I don't know much about it. Either way, I only know he's dead.
When did he die?
Last night, I believe.
It's likely to be a very cheap funeral for poor men like. I don't know anybody to go to it. Suppose we make up a party and volunteer.
I don't mind going if a lunch is provided.
Come to think of it, Albert I was his best friend.
What?
We used to nod to each other when we met in the street. Spirit, tell me, who is this man that died? Is there no one to mourn the poor creature? No one to follow him to the grave? Perhaps they'll give him a green grave at least, like poor Tiny Tim. Perhaps... Spirit, where are we now? Merciful heaven, a churchyard. Overrun by grass and weeds, choked with too much burying, desolate, lonely, crumbling grave. Spirit, before I draw nearer to that gravestone, answer me one question. Are these shadows of things that will be, or are they shadows of things that may be only? Huh? Will you not speak to me, Spirit? What is that grave to which you point? There's writing on that stone. The name on the gravestone is Ebenezer Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge? Oh, no, Spirit, no, hear me. I'm not the man I was. Why show me this if I'm past all hope? Tell me that I can change these dreadful shadows you've shown me by an altered life. I'll honor Christmas in my heart. I'll try to keep it all the year. I'll live in the past, the present, and the future, and I'll not shut out the lessons that they teach. Tell me, Spirit. Oh, go on. Tell me that I can sponge away the writing on that stone, Spirit. I beg you, Spirit. I beg you. Spirit, I promise on my knees. I promise It's my own bed. Oh, I'm home. In my own bed. In my own room. And the sun. The sun's shining. It's clear. It's bright. No fog. What a beautiful day. Oh, glorious.
The boy. Oh, boy!
Yes, sir?
Boy, what's the day?
What's that, sir?
Well, what day is it, my fine fella?
Today? Why, it's Christmas Day.
Ha-ha! Christmas Day! Then I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. All in one night. Heaven be praised.
How's that, sir?
Listen, my lad. You know where the poultery is in the next street?
I should say I do.
Intelligent boy. A remarkable boy. Tell me, do you know if they sold the prize turkey that was hanging in the window?
The one as big as me?
What a delightful boy. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Yes, my buck?
It's hanging there now, sir.
That's wonderful. Go around, will you? And tell him to send it to Bob Cratchit and his family on Broad Street. And mind you, they're not to know who paid for it. Oh, now, hurry, my lad. Here, wait a minute. Here's $1/2 for your trouble.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, and a Merry Christmas, sir.
And a Merry Christmas to you, my boy. Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm as light as a feather, as happy as an angel. I'm as merry as a schoolboy. Merry Christmas! A Merry Christmas to everybody. A Happy New Year to all the world. Woo! My dear sir, how do you do?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you, sir. Aren't you the gentleman who came to my office in regard to that charity?
Why, yes, sir.
A Merry Christmas to you.
Yes, sir.
Allow me to ask your pardon, sir. And will you have the goodness to accept? I prefer to whisper this.
But, Lord bless me. My dear Mr. Scrooge, are you serious?
If you please, now, not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Will you do me that favor?
Oh, my dear sir, I don't know what to say to such munificence.
No, don't say anything, please. Come and see me. Will you come and see me?
I will indeed.
Thank you. I'm much obliged to you. I thank you 50 times. Bless you. Merry Christmas.
Next morning, Scrooge was early at his office. He went early for a reason. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late. That was the thing he'd set his heart upon. And he did it. Yes, he did. The clock struck 9. No Bob. 1:15, no Bob. Scrooge sat with his door wide open that he might see him come in. At last he came. His hat was off before he opened the door. His comforter, too. He's on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock.
15 and 21, 6 and carry the 1 and 24 and carry the 2, 31 and 8 and 9.
Hello, you Cratchit.
Yes, sir.
Step this way, Cratchit, if you please. Cratchit, what do you mean by coming in at this time of day?
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I am behind my time.
You are. Yes. I think you are.
Oh, it's only once a year, Mr. Scrooge. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir.
I'll tell you what, my friend. I'll not stand this sort of thing any longer. And therefore, Bob Cratchit, I'm about to raise your salary.
Mr. Scrooge, are you quite yourself, sir?
No, thank heaven, I'm not quite myself. Merry Christmas, Bob. Merry Christmas, my good fellow. A merrier Christmas than I've given you in many a year. I shall raise your salary, and we'll see what we can do for Tiny Tim and the rest of your family. Huh? We'll discuss it this very afternoon over a Christmas bowl of smoking bishop. Bob, make up a fire. Make it up, and buy another coal scuttle before you dot another I, Bob
Cratchit. Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all, and infinitely more. To Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh, and little heeded them. His own heart laughed. That was quite enough for him. He had no further intercourse with spirits, but lived upon the total abstinence principle ever afterwards, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that be truly said of us, of all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, everyone.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart bring there his room. And heaven take her leave. And heaven take her leave. And heaven
You have just heard our annual presentation of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, starring Lionel Barrymore, brought to you by the makers of Campbell's Soups. And now here is Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in the program, it's my custom, as you know, to present you with a few words of introduction, our guest of the evening. With your consent, I shall dispense with this tonight. To introduce tonight's guest to the Campbell Playhouse audience, or to any American audience, is an extravagant and superfluous procedure. For if ever an actor has won for himself a lasting place in the hearts of his fellow countrymen through years of unsparing and inspiring service, that actor is Lionel Barrymore. Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
Oh, thank you, Orson Welles. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is the 4th year I've had the pleasure of appearing in the Christmas Carol here on the Campbell Playhouse, and I assure you all it's a pleasure that never tires. As long as I can remember, this has been one of my favorite stories. When we were children, it was read to us regularly at this time of year, as it is to many millions of children right now. And like many of them, I'm sure, the three of us, Ethel, Jack, and I, with the aid of a sheet and some old ironware, made a play of it. As I remember, we had 3 Scrooges in that production.
Who played Tiny Tim?
I think we had 3 Tiny Tims, too. But seriously, I can think of no part that I've enjoyed playing again and again as much as I have the part of that squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, Ebenezer Scrooge. And I can think of no happier or more suitable choice for the makers of Campbell's Soups to offer the people of America as their Christmas present each year than Charles Dickens' well-beloved story, A Christmas Carol. Good night, Orson. Good night, everybody. And a Merry, Merry Christmas to you all.
Good night to you, Mr. Barrymore. Thank you, sir, and a Merry Christmas to you. Ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday night, we're happy to announce our version of a great and truly American story by a great American novelist, Come and Get It, by Edna Ferber. Against a background of the mighty forests of Miss Ferber's own Wisconsin, it tells a stirring tale of the men and women who live and die in the woods in order that lumber may come down the rivers every spring into the cities of the modern world. Like so many of Miss Ferber's epic romances of American life, it was made from a best-selling novel into a highly successful motion picture. Now we bring it to you on the air. The story of a man and his son and the girl they both loved, Lotta. Lotta, played for us by one of the loveliest and most accomplished of Hollywood's younger dramatic actresses, Miss Frances D. And so until next week, until Come and Get It, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain as always obediently yours. But just one moment, please, Benny. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, it's the night before Christmas. And all through the Campbell Playhouse, not a creature is stirring that doesn't join Lionel Barrymore in wishing you a Merry, Merry Christmas. This goes for all of us, from my sponsor, myself, or for all of us, from Don McBain, who runs the machinery in the control room, to Miss Helgren, who types the Campbell Playhouse scripts. A Merry Christmas. From Benny Herman and his band of merry melodians, Merry Christmas. From Max Sayers, the canary-throated chorister, a very Merry Christmas. And from Harry Essman and Chris Thorson and his crew of sound effect technicians, a Merry Christmas. And from Orson Welles and his considerable aggregation of dramatic talent, who include, among others,
Mr. Everett Sloan, Mr. Frank Reddick, Mr. Erskine Sanford, Mr. George Coulouris, Mr. Ray Collins, Miss Georgia Backus, Miss B. Benederet, and many, many others, a Merry Christmas. How about it, everybody? A Merry Christmas. That's right. And now, as Tiny Tim says,
God bless us, everyone.
The makers of Campbell's Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you Edna Ferber's Come and Get It with Miss Frances D. as our guest. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed our 5th annual presentation of A Christmas Carol, won't you tell your grocer so this week when you order Campbell's Soups? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and a very Merry Christmas to you all. Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is WBBM.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young, William Holden, and David Bruce in Christmas Holiday. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Probably no modern writer has given us more extraordinary situations in his stories, more excitement and suspense and drama than W. Somerset Maugham. Tonight we bring you Universal's adaptation of his recent novel, Christmas Holiday. The compelling story of a woman whose life is shattered by a tragic crime, who finds herself caught between a hopeless love and a man who tries to free her from its bondage. That woman is portrayed tonight by one of Hollywood's outstanding stars, Loretta Young, making her 18th appearance on this stage. Co-starred with Miss Young is David Bruce from the original screen cast of Christmas Holiday. Also, William Holden, who just last week received his honorable discharge from the Army Air Forces and is making his first return appearance in radio. I had the privilege of following Bill's career when I was in the same branch of the service, and also the privilege of following the productions of this theater, broadcast overseas by shortwave. I can honestly say those broadcasts were as much of a blessing to men in isolated islands, steaming jungles, and waste deserts as a cake of Lux soap. And that is no exaggeration. If people knew how much small luxuries like a cake of Lux soap are appreciated overseas, I'm sure we'd all be doubly grateful for them here at home. Grateful, too, that Lux can bring us 3 fine stars. Loretta Young as Abigail, William Holden as Jerry, and David Bruce as Robert in Universal's Christmas Holiday. Our curtain rises on the first act. December 24th, 1944. Through heavy skies, a transcontinental plane wings its way westward. Among the passengers are 2 young Army officers on holiday furloughs.
Jerry will be in Nashville in a few minutes. Why don't you change your mind and get off with me?
I thought we weren't going to talk about it.
Sorry, but you're my best friend, and we've got to talk about it. That telegram you got in camp. What was it? What did she say?
Okay. She got married. She got married yesterday. She wishes me happiness. That's all it said.
It's tough, Jerry.
Yeah. Going to use for a wedding ring? Here's one you can have cheap.
And you're going on to Frisco just the same?
That's right.
Why? Suppose you do see her. What good'll that do you? Look, Jerry, get off with me. We could have a terrific time. It's practically Christmas
Sorry,
Eve.
but I'm going.
Jerry, forget her. Forget her as fast as you can. you're not going to make a fool out of yourself just because
I've already made a fool out of myself. And she's not going to get away with it.
Look, Jerry...
That's all I've got to say.
Well, maybe you'll change your mind later. You could always get off at New Orleans.
I'll pipe down and lay off.
Well, I suppose you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I know just what I'm doing.
Say, I thought you said we were coming into New Orleans, stewardess.
We're just outside of New Orleans, sir. This is our alternate airport.
Oh. Gosh, some rain.
Lieutenant. Wake up, Lieutenant.
Oh, I guess I must have dozed off.
We're making a landing just outside of New Orleans. Nothing wrong. Just unfavorable weather ahead.
Oh. How long are we laying over?
We really don't know, Lieutenant. We're taking all the passengers to a hotel just in case we have to stay here for the night. Watch your step getting off the plane. And Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Now, if you've all registered here at the desk, ladies and gentlemen, you can go to your rooms. We're keeping in constant touch with the airport, and we'll advise you as soon as we learn anything.
Oh, beg pardon, Lieutenant.
Yes?
I'm Simon Fenimore, the Evening Inquirer. You one of the party that made that emergency landing?
That's right.
Oh, anything happen? Anybody hurt?
No, nothing happened. Not a thing.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Thanks.
Take your bags, Lieutenant?
Oh, yeah. Room 1012.
This way, sir.
Look, suppose I could get anything to eat down here?
Dining room's closed, sir, but you can probably get a sandwich at the bar.
Okay, here. You can go on up with the bag.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Oh. Hello, Lieutenant. You know, I've been watching you. What's the matter? Christmas kind of getting you down? Have a drink, Lieutenant.
No, thanks.
No? Oh, Steve.
Yes, Mr. Fenimore?
Double scotch, straight.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you sure you won't change your mind, Lieutenant? You're just a plain old chatterbox, aren't you?
Now, look, I don't want to seem like that.
Forget it. I'll leave just as soon as I finish my drink. Something's wrong, huh? I bet you I can guess. You figured on being in San Francisco bright and early Christmas morning, and here you are, trapped like a rat in New Orleans. Am I right?
Well, I had sort of planned.
I thought so. Planes all grounded, trains sold out. Wait a minute, I got an idea. If anybody can fix anything, I know the one who can. And you and I are going there.
What are you talking about?
About a place called the Maison La Fête. And a dame called Valerie DeMoro. Oh, she's the greatest little fixer south of Chicago. Come on.
Now, wait a minute. I don't get it. What and where?
Well, it's a nightclub. Maybe not too high class. But who cares? I'm the public relations counsel. Press agent.
Well, thanks, but I've got to stay here. There's no telling when they may resume my flight.
Oh, just leave word at the desk where you've gone.
You think that's safe?
Of course it's safe. Besides, what have you got to lose? Believe me, they don't roll second lieutenants at the Maison La Fête. They don't generally have more than a couple of bucks on them and a picture of a sweater girl. Come on, what do you say?
Well, just what you say. What have I got to lose?
Well, here she is, Lieutenant. This is the lady I was telling you about. Valerie DeMoro, Jerry Mason. Valerie runs this charming little place. How do you do?
Please sit down, Lieutenant.
And won't you sit down, too, Simon? Thank you very much. I will.
Simon told me you're trying to get to San Francisco.
That's just what I told her. Also, that you're a very nice guy, and maybe she can fix it to get you on a train.
Simon has a heart as big as all outdoors, Lieutenant. He likes to help people, if I can do it.
Well, I'd certainly appreciate it, Mr. Morrow.
I had a friend ask me the same thing this afternoon. I tried every connection. It was no use then, and it's no use now. I'm sorry.
Well, thanks anyway.
How about a drink?
Oh, no, he doesn't drink. It's an election bet or something. Look, Valerie, do you think you could arrange it so the lieutenant wouldn't be lonely for a minute or two? Like letting him hear the sound of a human voice.
Oh, no, really,
What about Jackie?
Why not? Eddie?
Yes, ma'am?
See if you can find Jackie. She's probably in her dressing room.
Yes, ma'am.
Jackie's a singer, kid. She's the so-called star of our so-called entertainment here.
Look, now, there's really no need for anything like that.
Relax, will you? You give me the willies. It's Christmas Eve. So you see, Jackie, Jerry here is what you might call an unexpected pleasure.
Hello, Lieutenant.
How do you do?
His plane had to make a forced landing, sort of. Isn't that the way things always happen, Jackie? You're going along, and all of a sudden, boom, you got to make a forced landing.
Suppose you and I just amble along, Simon.
Okay. Oh, just one word in parting. You won't find Jackie hard to talk to, Lieutenant. He's pretty tight, isn't he?
No, not for him. He's been drinking himself into the gutter for a long time. They're running out of gutters now. You want to dance?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm not a very good dancer.
Then we'll just sit here and have a drink.
Whatever you say.
Eddie,
Yes, ma'am?
the usual, and,
Scotch and soda.
Yes.
Well, having a good time?
Oh, hello. Yes, fine.
Our friend Mr. Fenimore just passed out, but don't worry, Lieutenant. He had you on his mind. He just written you a note. Here.
A note?
Well?
It just says midnight mass at the St. Louis Cathedral.
midnight mass.
Oh, maybe you know what he means, Lieutenant. I don't.
You're going to the cathedral? You're going?
Well, I certainly hadn't planned on it.
Oh, take me with you, Lieutenant, will you?
But I don't think I'm going
It
myself.
would be a big favor, really, it would. And I want to go terribly.
Looks to me like you're on the spot, Lieutenant.
Please.
Okay.
Thanks very much. It won't take me 5 minutes.
I don't understand. Can she leave here just like that? Doesn't she work here?
She's really a very nice kid. She deserves a break. Oh, you'll need a car to get to town. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, yes. And here's some money.
Oh, that's okay. It's on the house. Christmas.
Oh, well, thanks. I still don't know quite what to say about all this.
Well, then don't say anything. I'll see you around sometime.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
I never attended a mass before. I never knew what it was like.
It's been a long time for me, too.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
But you're crying. Is there anything I can...
No, please. Just let me alone.
Jackie, I think we'd better leave now. The service is over. Practically all the people are gone. But if you want to stay, I'll...
No, it's all right.
Would you like me to take you home?
No, not yet.
Would you like a cup of coffee or something?
You mind?
Oh, no. I was hoping you would.
All right.
But I'll have to stop by the hotel first. There's still a chance that my plane may get out.
Your plane? Yes, that's right.
Well, let's see if we can find a cab.
Well, Lieutenant, any news?
The desk clerk says the airlines are calling back in a little while. There's still a remote chance of leaving tonight.
I'd better get on home then.
Oh, no, please. We still can have a cup of coffee. There's a bar just across the lobby.
Bar that serves coffee?
Well, let's find out. Come on. Well, we've one thing to be thankful for. The coffee's even blacker than the look the waiter gave us. How do you feel?
All right. How do my eyes look?
Very nice. Well, they're not red anymore.
No, sorry I broke down like that in church. I've never cried like that before in all my life. And I didn't cry for the reason you may think.
I didn't think anything.
Do you mean Simon Fenimore didn't tell you about me?
No.
Well, I wanted to go to Mass with you because I thought if I did, I might become a part of it. Share something with some of all those people there in church. Some feeling or some praying, some forgetting.
You had a good cry, and that's supposed to help.
Yeah. No. I've been alone as long as I can remember. I was born in Maine. I lived there until I was 16, and then I came to New Orleans. You're sure Simon didn't tell you anything?
Nothing.
Well, my name isn't Jackie Lamont. It's Abigail. Abigail Manette. I thought it best to change my name after the trial. You see, I'm the wife of Robert Manette. I'm Mrs. Robert Manette.
Oh?
3 years ago, my husband murdered a man named Harry Jordan. He was convicted and sentenced to death. And then they changed it to life imprisonment. He's in a state prison right now.
Look, there's nothing you have to tell me. Really,
I want to talk. Really, I want to tell you. Robert and I had been married only about 6 months. I didn't think it was possible to be as happy as we were. Maybe I mean as I was. They wanted me to divorce Robert after he was convicted. They said it was shameful that I should still love him. As if he could stop loving just because it's shameful to love. That night he killed Jordan. He came home very late. I didn't see him until the next morning. He was still sleeping when I went downstairs to the kitchen, and Robert's mother, we were living with her, she was fixing breakfast. Good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Abigail.
Robert's still asleep. He didn't get home until late.
Yes, he stopped by my room. We talked for a while. Didn't he tell you?
Oh, I brought his suit down. I'm going to press it for him. I'll have it all ready for him when he gets up. Oh, dear.
What is it?
Oh, look, there's a stain on his trousers, and it's his new suit.
The coffee's ready. Take some up to Robert. It's time he was awake.
But, Mother, he always likes to have it here with me. He'll be down in a minute. And...
Abigail, take his coffee up to Robert.
All right, Mother.
Robert is up. Robert will have his coffee with his wife and his mother.
Then hurry up, darling.
Good morning, Mrs. Manette.
Good morning.
And good morning to you, Mrs. Manette. May I breakfast in my robe?
Sit down, Robert.
If you look for your trousers...
As I most definitely did.
Well, I was just about to press them.
Thank you, darling. Well, Mother, where is it? The morning paper.
Here. There's nothing in it.
Oh. Just 24 pages of blank paper, huh?
You know what I mean. There's nothing.
Nothing. You're sure?
What is nothing? Nothing what?
Oh, you should know Mother by now. She says there's nothing. There's nothing. Sit down, sweetheart. You can press the trousers later.
Except they'll have to go to the cleaners. There's a big stain, Robert. And, darling, you should be more careful. We're trying to economize, remember?
Mother, what are you doing?
If this suit has to be cleaned, the pockets have to be empty.
You're not to go through my pockets, do you hear?
Robert, this money. Where did you get all this money? Robert.
You know where I got it.
Oh, you promised us you wouldn't gamble. You promised both of us.
It wasn't gambling. It was a sure thing. Money in the bank. I was going to tell you, but I'll tell you what. You hold on to the money for me, Abigail. If I keep it, it'll just slip through my fingers. But if you keep it...
No.
Now, look, Mother. I know you mean well. Believe me, I do, but I'm capable of handling my own affairs.
Abigail, you'd better go up and do your room.
No? But
we can't leave the rooms unmade all day. Please go, Abigail.
Yes, Mother? I was hurt and puzzled and so worried. I said nothing to Robert when he came to kiss me goodbye. Nor did I say anything during the afternoon when I saw Mrs. Manette slip into the backyard carrying Robert's suit. She went to the incinerator and threw it in, and stood there until it was consumed. When Robert didn't come home for dinner, I made up my mind to get to the bottom of this mystery at once. Mother.
Yes, dear.
I've wanted to talk to you all day. I must talk to you. What is it? What's it all about?
What's that all about, Abigail?
Well, this morning. About there being nothing in the paper. Nothing about what? And Robert's trousers. You burned his suit in the incinerator. Why?
I burned his suit? Robert?
Yes.
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. You remember that old blue velvet dress of mine? Well, I just decided I couldn't stand to look at it another minute. Robert, suit.
I could get nothing more out of it. A little while later, we had a visitor, a detective. He asked us to tell Robert to stop by police headquarters. Said it was nothing important. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. 1,000 terrible thoughts stabbed through my mind, and then suddenly the bedroom door opened softly. I turned on the lamp.
Kind of late, isn't it? I'm sorry.
Robert, are you all right? Where have you been?
I'm all right. Why aren't you sleeping?
I've been worried about you, Robert.
I got tied up. I wish people would stop worrying about me. What is it now?
There was a detective here to see you.
What did he want?
He said you should go to police headquarters tomorrow.
Okay, I will. Why?
I don't know. Robert, what are you trying to keep from us?
Nothing.
But, Robert, please, I want
Please,
to know.
Abigail, it's nothing.
If there's anything wrong
Shut
about
up! Shut up and let me alone.
He wasn't gone for long this time. When he came back, he was a different person. Oh, he was so gentle and so sweet. So full of remorse and begging for forgiveness.
Darling, how can I tell you how sorry I am? You know I wouldn't want to hurt you for anything in the world.
I know that.
Please say you'll forgive me, please.
I do, Robert. I do forgive you. Darling, you must tell me the truth. Where did you really get that money? You didn't win at gambling, did you?
No. Darling, you know how silly Mother is about putting her money in a bank.
Yes?
You know about that cash she keeps in her room. Well, I got in a jam last week, and, well, there was just no other way to get out of it. I borrowed some of it.
I see.
Sweetheart, I know I've said it 100 times before, but this time I mean it. Everything's going to be different.
Oh?
Abigail, after all, those people had to be paid.
What people?
Well, you know, those people I owed money to, Jordan and those other bookmakers.
I don't believe you. What about that detective? And what about those trousers?
Mother couldn't get the stain out. I put this suit on and took the others to the cleaners.
Robert, I saw your mother burn those trousers in the incinerator.
Okay. I lied to you. But if anybody asks you, I got those trousers dirty cleaning the car. Do you hear me? Cleaning the car. They got dirty, and my mother gave them away to a tramp. You stick to that story, Abigail. It's a story my mother's going to tell. And it's about the money. If anybody asks you, you never saw that money. You never knew I had it. My life may depend upon it.
No.
Abigail, if you ever loved me.
I don't know what you've done, Robert. I can't help myself. I'll always, always love you. Robert was arrested a couple of days later, and then it came out. He'd had an argument with Jordan about that money he owed him. There'd been a fight, and Robert had taken Jordan's gun away from him and killed him with it. And then he took his money. The charge was first-degree murder.
Well, it must have been awful. Is there anything I can do?
No, not a thing. You're a nice person, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Mason. Lieutenant Mason.
So that's you, isn't it?
Lieutenant Mason.
Oh, excuse me a second, please. I'm Lieutenant Mason.
About your plane, sir. The desk told me to tell you there'll be no planes out of New Orleans until tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, well, thanks. Thanks very much.
Well, where were we, Lieutenant?
You were saying I was a nice guy.
And you are. And it's late, and it's time for me to say goodbye.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe home. Exactly. It may smell like that. I'm tired.
Look, the bellboy just then. My plane's leaving in 30 minutes, so that leaves a perfectly good room going to waste upstairs. Why don't you use it?
Are you sure your plane's leaving? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
All right. I just thought that, well, you do look tired and something upset you terribly in
I
the
thought I
church.
explained all that in my own vague sort of way.
Yes, you did. Let's skip it then. I'll see if I can get a cab.
Oh, Lieutenant. I'll surprise you. I'll take that room.
Oh, swell. I'll have him send my bags down.
You've been nice. Maybe we'll meet again some stormy Christmas Eve. Hmm?
I hope so. I'd like to very much.
You're not checking out, Lieutenant?
No, but I won't be back tonight. I've loaned the room to a friend of mine.
But your package, sir.
Check it down here, can't you? I'll be back in the morning.
Oh, well, yes, if you wish.
Thanks. You see,
Oh, would you care for the morning paper, sir? They just came in.
I was just looking at that headline. Manette escapes from state prison.
Yes, that Manette fellow. He was in there for life. It was quite a sensational case. Good family, you know. Oh, they'll catch him all right.
Yes. Yes, I guess they will. Well, good night.
Good night, sir. Merry Christmas.
In just a minute, we'll bring you the second act of Christmas Holiday. Right now, I see Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's new tonight, Libby?
Well, it's news when a famous singing star has a brand new type of role in her latest picture, isn't it, Mr. Keeley?
Well, that must be Deanna Durbin, if I know my movies.
Mm-hmm. The picture is Universal's Lady on a Train, in which Deanna's co-starred with one of our stars of this evening, David Bruce.
It's a mystery thriller, and I understand Deanna does a fine job as an amateur ladies' flute.
And wait till the women in our audience see the clothes she wears. A wardrobe specially created by 3 of Hollywood's most famous designers. Wouldn't that make even the men sit up and take notice, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, Libby, Deanna certainly has the looks and personality to set off a beautiful wardrobe, but it was her close-up shots that gave me the thrill. One of the loveliest complexions in Hollywood. A Lux complexion, Libby.
I was waiting for you to mention the fact that Deanna's a Lux girl. She always uses Lux toilet soap. Says it gives her skin real beauty care.
Of course, Libby. That's the reason 9 out of 10 lovely Hollywood stars use Lux toilet soap regularly.
Active lather facials are so quick and easy that busy women everywhere can depend on them. Here's all you do. Cover your face generously with Lux Soap's creamy lather and work it in thoroughly. Rinse with warm water, then cold, and pat with a soft towel to dry. That's Deanna Durbin's daily complexion care. It really makes skin lovely, as she says.
Recent tests show that. Actually, 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with this gentle daily care. If you haven't tried Lux toilet soap, why not begin tomorrow? See if you aren't delighted with the new smoothness and softness Hollywood's own beauty care gives your skin. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of Christmas Holiday, starring Loretta Young as Abigail, David Bruce as Robert, and William Holden as Jerry. It's early the following morning. Through the fog and rain, Lieutenant Jerry Mason makes his way back to the hotel. In the deserted lobby, still piled on the desk, is a stack of morning newspapers, their headlines bearing out the war news. And in type not much smaller, the escape of a murderer named Robert Manette. In room 1012, a girl who married Robert Manette is about to check out.
Yes?
It's me, Jerry Mason.
Who?
Good morning.
But I thought you said you...
The airline changed their mind. They stayed grounded all night.
You don't lie very well, Lieutenant.
Well, you looked so tired last night and upset, and I got a swell room at the athletic club.
Just wanted to do me a favor. Why?
Oh, I don't know, except that you're a nice girl.
And what do the airlines have to report now?
That it's still raining and the fog is pretty thick. It'll be a while yet.
Oh?
See a newspaper this morning?
No. Why?
Oh, no reason. I just wondered what the weatherman had to say. Think it'll ever stop raining?
They have an answer for that in Maine. It always has, they say.
Yeah.
Tell me, Jerry. What's she like?
What's who like?
Your girl. You left a telegram on the dresser. You shouldn't leave telegrams around if you don't want other people to read them.
Yeah.
So she married another man. Well, I hope she knows what she was doing, but I doubt it. You don't want to talk about it.
Oh, it's something I'll have to take care of myself when I get to San
Oh,
Francisco.
now look, you don't want to do anything foolish.
Have you had any breakfast?
No.
Any reason why you shouldn't?
Tell me. Why are you pacing back and forth like that? What is there about doing that makes a man feel better?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize.
That's what he used to do, Robert. I often wonder about it now. Not much room for pacing in his prison cell. Jerry, what's the matter?
Nothing at all.
I keep talking about him, don't I? I shouldn't.
Oh, I wish you would.
Oh, come on, let's have breakfast. I'll get my hat and...
Look, why not have it up here? I'll phone and have them send it up.
Sure, if you'd rather.
Do you mind?
No, I don't mind, Lieutenant. It'll be fine.
More toast, more coffee, and more eggs. How about it?
Just coffee. I shouldn't, though.
Why not?
Well, look what I did last night over a cup of coffee. Practically told you the story of my life.
Only part of it. That isn't right, not to finish. You said you were from Maine.
Yes.
Was he from there, too?
No. No, I came down here looking for a job. I always wanted to live in New Orleans.
How did you meet him?
At a concert.
Oh?
I had a seat in the gallery. The concert finished, and I was trying to get out, and he was just sitting there, looking at the stage, just as if the orchestra was still playing. I beg your pardon.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I just didn't realize it was over.
Oh.
It was wonderful, wasn't it?
Yes. Now, if you don't mind,
sometimes when a concert's over, I get the feeling that I've left myself for a long time. Of course, you wouldn't know it, but that's the greatest thing that could happen to me. I'm the most wonderful person in the world to leave. And that's what you'd like to do right now, isn't it? Leave me.
I hardly think I can
Coming out, please.
Oh, I'm
Coming
so
out.
sorry.
Look, all I want is to walk to the street with you. There's no harm in that, is there?
Well, no, I guess not.
Would you like my views on music? When I listen to good music, I feel that there's nothing that man is capable of doing that I can't do. Then it stops and it's all over.
Oh, I don't think that. I think music adds something to your life. It wasn't there before. And that it stays with you always.
Yeah, I'd like that. You think you could teach me?
Frankly, no.
Look, I'm sorry. I should have told you about me. I just go along talking to everybody I meet that I like. And then after a minute, I say something silly, and that's that.
Yes, Lieutenant, you guessed it. I was there at 10 minutes to 2. After the concert, we went to dinner. The most expensive place in town. That's the way he was. He was always like that.
You keep looking at your wristwatch, Abigail.
Well, that's because I keep thinking of a stack of envelopes at home. I have to have them all addressed by morning.
Why?
So I can get paid. So I can eat.
Well, you've got something there. I told you I worked in a stockbroker's office, didn't I?
Yes.
But I just got fired.
Oh.
I get fired all the time. You don't know much about me, do you?
Well, a little. I'm very observant.
All you really know is that my name is Robert Minette. Now, does that name mean anything?
Well, isn't there a Minette Park down by the river?
Yes. Then a Minette Street, and there used to be a Minette Mansion. My great-great-grandfather was Governor General of Louisiana before there was a United States. For 150 years, there hasn't been anything going on around here but a Minette. Well, it does something to you to get standards set for you and ideals and ambitions that you just know are too high for you. You're a Minette, so they expect you to set the world on fire. Except I don't have a match. You do understand that?
Yes, I do.
Well, then you're a genius because I don't. Anyway, now you know why I am the way I am.
Oh, what's the matter with the way you are?
If you think I'm going to tell you, you're wrong. You haven't caught on to a very important thing.
What?
I'm doing my best to get you to like me. Now, which do you like better? The person I pretend to be or the person I am?
Oh, the person you are.
You're making a terrible mistake.
I don't think so.
Well, if you really don't think so, that'd help an awful lot. Come on, let's dance.
I saw a great deal of Robert during the next few weeks. And then he asked me to go home to meet his mother. I knew how important that was to him. And from the little things that he had said, how desperately she loved him. Oh, I wanted so much for her to like me. I suppose it was really pretty funny because all the time there was only one thing that she wanted. And that was to be able to like me, to approve of me. Because I was her last chance to save Robert. I've often wondered what would have happened if she'd told me all she knew about him that first afternoon when we were alone.
More tea, my dear.
No, thank you.
I hope you'll forgive me, Miss Martin, if I seem terribly blunt. We've discussed a lot of things this afternoon, but I know what's on your mind, and I'm sure that you know what's on my mind. Ever since Robert met you, he's been able to talk of nothing else. Do you always have that effect on young men?
Well, I really don't know. You see, Robert's the first young man I've ever known. Well, what I mean is...
I know what you mean. Tell me, are you in love with my son? Yes. This may seem a little silly to you, but ours is a very old-fashioned family, and, well, Robert wouldn't think of marrying without my consent. I want you to know that he hasn't.
He wants to marry me?
Hasn't he told you?
No.
Well, he does, Abigail, with all his heart.
Oh.
And I want him to, with all mine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Manette.
There's just one thing, dear.
Yes?
There are certain traits in Robert that you may... Oh, they're nothing really evil, believe me. He just sometimes forgets his sense of responsibility. That's why I'm so glad you're the kind of person you are. Between us, we will make him strong. Now go find him, dear. Tell him he can come in now.
Later, when we were alone, Robert said he wanted to take me someplace. It was very important that we go. Cafe, he said. Not a shabby place, just a cafe. He often talked in silly little riddles like that. I just laughed and went with him.
Have a good look, Abigail. This is the den of iniquity I used to spend so much of my time in.
I see. You know, your mother warned me about you, Robert.
Oh, I can tell you much worse things about me than she can. You see, I know more about the subject. Yeah. Abigail, do you think there's any hope for me?
Well, maybe. Robert, what is this place?
A hangout, gamblers, bookmakers.
Why do they have to make it so uncomfortable for themselves? So full of smoke.
Oh, it's a law. Don't ask me why, but it's a law. I came here to look it all in the face and say goodbye. Do you believe me?
Yes, of course I believe you, darling.
Look, up there at the bar, that big fella.
Yeah?
That's Harry Jordan.
Who?
Jordan. He's probably the biggest bookmaker in town. I've seen him lose as much as $30,000 in... I guess I do get a little too excited over something that doesn't mean anything to me anymore.
Well. Mr. Robert Manette, in person.
Oh, hello, Simon.
You know you haven't been honoring us with your presence lately. Oh, but now that you're back, all is forgiven. Isn't that right, Miss
Martin, Mr. Fenimore.
Oh, how do you do? Yeah, they tell me our friends the bookies are arranging one of those sucker traps at the racetrack tomorrow. Yeah. You know anything about it?
No.
No, if the fellow was sure he could clean it up. But that's the trouble with these dirty crooks. You never know when they're on the level with their crookedness. Isn't that right, Miss Martin?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't you ask Robert? I don't think I know anybody who can explain things more clearly to a beautiful girl than Robert.
Why don't you just get along, Simon?
I've got to go to the paper anyway. Got a lot of good stories to write. Fire of mysterious origin. Bad boy meets good girl. Damage estimated at $3,000. I can't tell you what an interesting life a reporter leads.
You're getting way out of line, Simon.
I don't mean anything. See you later. Goodbye, Miss Martin.
I'm sorry, darling.
He's really a friend of yours, is he?
No, just a newspaper reporter I happen to know.
Oh.
Abigail, I'm trying to punish myself. I wanted you to see how rotten I've
Darling,
been.
you mustn't. It's all right now. It's all past.
You'll believe that. You'll help me.
Darling, I love you.
Let's get out of here.
We were married on Christmas Day. Mrs. Manette wanted us to live with her, and it had never really entered our minds to do otherwise. She was completely happy, and so was I. And then, overnight, everything changed. Robert was arrested for the murder of Harry Jordan. Mrs. Manette still had the money she found in Robert's trousers. One morning while she was out, 2 detectives came to the house. When Mrs. Manette returned...
What happened, Abigail? Did they find the money? What happened?
Nothing. They didn't find anything.
Oh, thank goodness. I saw their car here. I kept walking around the block until they left.
They didn't find the money, Mother, because I did.
What do you mean?
Sewed into the lining of the drapery.
I had to hide it, Abigail. Robert must have a good lawyer. Lawyers cost money.
Well, I destroyed the money. I burned it.
Oh, no.
We could never use that money, Mother.
Abigail, I swear to you by all my love for Robert and for you that he did not kill Harry Jordan.
You know and I know, Mother.
That he did. Are you going to turn against him, too? From the day you married him, you closed your eyes to what it was all about, to what he was all about, selfishly, just so you could be happy. He needed your strength, not your love. That's why I let you marry him. And all you gave him back was his own weakness.
But, Mother, I didn't know. There was no way for me to know.
You were blind because you wanted to be. It might have hurt you to know that Robert is what he is.
Oh, no.
If you had been willing to be hurt for his sake, you could have saved him.
I love Robert.
No. It's I who love him. Because I'm willing to know all about him and keep on loving him. But you, I relied on you, and you failed.
The trial was short. Robert had confessed. We walked out of the courtroom together, Mrs. Manette and I. Neither of us could say anything. But outside, on the steps of the courthouse, suddenly she whirled and faced me.
You killed him! You killed him! You killed him!
Well, that was about a year ago, Lieutenant. She left here and went to New York. Housekeeper for some wealthy family.
And what happened? It didn't make you feel different about him? About Robert?
No. No, for a while I'd visit him in prison as often as I could, but then...
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
We have some good news for you, Lieutenant. All planes are resuming schedule at midnight.
Not until midnight?
I'm afraid not, sir. There'll be a limousine leaving here for the airport at 11:30.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, looks like I'll be on my way tonight. Funny, it stopped raining and I didn't even notice.
Shows what an interesting talker I am. Well, I'll run along now. It's a nice meeting you, Jerry. It's even nicer of you to listen to me. Good luck.
Thank you. I guess I should say Merry Christmas. Except it isn't, is it?
Oh, sure, sure. Thanks for the use of your room.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello?
This is Simon Fenimore, Lieutenant. Say, that girl, Jackie Lamont, do you happen to know where she is?
She was here, but she left about an hour ago. What do you want? Has something to do with those headlines in the paper?
Yeah, maybe. Something like that. There's nothing wrong. There was something I wanted to talk to her about, that's all.
Oh, did she see the paper?
She hadn't when she left here.
Oh. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. Goodbye.
Okay, Simon. What did he say?
I told you he wouldn't know where she was. Now, why don't you get out of here, Manette? My landlady wouldn't like this.
Think of a wonderful story you can write for the newspaper. Escaped murderer hides out in reporter's room. Exclusive.
At least you can put down that gun, Robert.
Tell me again. The woman who runs that joint, what did she say?
Okay. She hasn't seen her since last night when she went to the cathedral with that lieutenant. And what's wrong with that?
What size suit do you wear?
Look, Robert, the cops are looking for you all over town.
And I want to shave, Simon. I want to look pretty when I see my wife again. Clean and pretty. You can understand that, Simon, can't you?
Yeah, I understand. Well, I'll get on downtown. Help yourself to whatever you want.
No, Simon. I'm staying here till it's dark, and you're staying with me. I went to a lot of trouble to see my wife. My wife who gets a job in a place like the Maison Lafette while I'm in prison. I've got things to talk over with her. You can understand that, too, can't you?
What are you going to do?
Just straighten out my family life, that's all. What time does she go to work at that place, the Maison Lafette?
Oh, I guess about 9 o'clock.
That's fine, Simon. And that's where we'll be tonight, you and I. 9 o'clock at the Maison Lafette.
In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Christmas Holiday. Was there ever a girl in love who didn't sometime or other ask this question?
Come on and tell me, Jim. What was it made you fall in love with me?
And 9 times out of 10, the answer goes something like this.
Gosh, honey, I don't know exactly. Something about you, that's all. You're so sweet.
You see, it's often hard for a man to put into words the way he feels about the girl he loves. But when he says she's sweet, it's pretty sure to mean one thing. It means she has the all-important feminine charm that women call daintiness. Men just know it makes a girl nice to be close to. Here's what a famous screen star, Maria Montez, says.
Without perfect daintiness, no other charm counts.
And she gives you a tip.
It's so easy to make daintiness sure. A daily Lux Soap Beauty Bath does the trick. The creamy, fragrant lather leaves skin really fresh and sweet.
Yes, charming women everywhere have discovered that their complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes a delightful bath soap, too. They love the luxury of this satin-smooth cake, the delicate clinging fragrance it leaves on the skin. They love the way it lathers, even in hard water. Yet Lux Toilet Soap is thrifty, too. Each cake can be used to the last thin sliver. So, for a real beauty bath, use the soap that's luxurious yet inexpensive. The soap 9 out of 10 screen stars prefer. Hollywood's own beauty soap. Why not get some fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow? We return you to Mr. Keeley.
Act 3 of Christmas Holiday, starring Loretta Young as Abigail, William Holden as Jerry, and David Bruce as Robert. It's a few minutes before 9 o'clock at the nightclub called the Maison Lafette. The crowd tonight is unusually large, perhaps because of the holidays, perhaps because the wife of an escaped murderer is billed as the star entertainer. Among the crowd is Jerry Mason. Quickly, he seeks out the proprietor, Valerie DeMoro.
Hello, Mr. Morrow.
Well, good evening, Lieutenant. How are you? I thought you were well on your way to Frisco by now.
Oh, the planes aren't leaving till midnight. Mr. Morrow, she's here, isn't she? Jackie Lamont?
Close the door. Yes, she's here, Lieutenant. She's getting ready to do a number. You heard about her husband?
Yes. How is she?
Wouldn't you know? She's waiting for him.
I thought if I came out here, maybe I could help. I don't know how quite I could help.
You might.
You don't think there's a chance that Manette would risk coming out here, do you?
Well, you never can tell. But just in case, they've got detectives all over the place.
Yeah, I saw one when I got out of the cab.
I hope they catch him soon. You don't really know Jackie, Lieutenant.
I think I do.
I like that crazy kid. I like that one man look in her eyes. I only wish you were a different kind of guy. When she came here tonight, I told her to go on home, but she wouldn't go. She wants to do her job. But what about you? If your plane's going to leave, what are you doing out here?
Cab's waiting. He'll take me direct to the airport.
Oh, be in Frisco in the morning, huh?
I'm not going. I've changed my mind.
Oh?
No. You see, I've learned 100 years' worth of life in the past 24 hours. I found out that you just don't do things because people have done the same things the same way. The important thing is being honest with yourself. Whatever you feel, whatever you are. That's why I said I think I know Jackie better than you think I do. Or maybe I mean I know Abigail.
You're all right, Lieutenant. Well, that's her number. I think we'd better get out there, huh? Coming, Lieutenant?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'd like to walk.
Did they let you away that easy? Don't you even take an encore?
Robert. Oh, Robert, my darling. Oh, here, let me look at you.
You look well, Abigail.
Abigail. Oh, no one has called me that.
Oh, that's right. You're Jackie now, aren't you? Jackie Lamont. No, don't turn on the light. I like it this way. It's a nice effect. The moonlight streaming in the window, and Simon here, squirming against the shadows on the wall. Say hello to Jackie, Simon. I'm sorry, Jackie.
Robert, we can't stay here. There must be a dozen detectives here looking for you.
I keep telling him that. I keep telling him.
I know they're here. They're on the dance floor, and they're at the front door, and they're at the back door.
Yeah.
Kind of forgot I might not want to come in that way just to please them. Simon and I use the window. Now I'll go out the same way.
We'll have to hurry. I can be ready in just a minute. And we'll need some money. Maybe that.
Wait a minute. You mean you want to come along with me? Why? Tell me that. Why? I've kind of had the idea the last 2.5 years that you'd gotten used to getting along without me. At least it looked like that, didn't it, Simon?
Robert. I'll get the money.
You're staying right here. Kind of a fool you think I am. You thought I'd rot in jail, didn't you? And you could do whatever you wanted. Probably I'd never know. And even if I did, it wouldn't make any difference. There'd be nothing I could do about it anyway. Whatever made you think you could get away with it, Abigail?
Robert, I love you, darling. I love you. I love
The way you say it, I could almost believe it. Say it a little louder. I'd like the press to hear it. Say it for Simon.
There hasn't been a second that I didn't love you.
Sure. Right here at the Maison Lafette.
There's only one reason I've been working here. Only one. When it was all over the trial and everything, I saw that your mother was right. I should have kept you from doing those things you were doing, Robert. I was just as much to blame as anybody. I can still hear them call you guilty. Guilty. Guilty! I knew it was meant for me, too, and I wanted to die. But you were in prison, Robert, and you were alive. That's why I had to live like you and to suffer like you. People I've met here had nothing but contempt for me. And that's what I wanted, was contempt and degradation. And now, darling, now do you know? This is my prison, Robert. But I'm not as strong as you are. I can't break out without you. I need you, darling. I've been holding on to you all this time, Robert, because I love you.
They told me after the trial how my mother stood on the courthouse steps and slapped you across the face. It's time that I give you your reward, too. Anybody that loves as much as you do is entitled to a reward.
Manette, don't. Manette, put down that gun.
You've never loved anybody but me, Abigail, isn't that right? No one else but me.
No.
Of course, people don't understand. They never do. Or there might even be somebody who thinks you didn't love me. That you enjoy your career out here. And maybe that's true. Maybe people are right. Maybe you're what they say you are, a cheap dirt...
Stop it, Robert!
Who's in here? What's going on?
Get away from that light switch. Come in, both of you. Close that door. Now, get over against the wall. Yes, soldier, you too.
Now, don't be a fool, Manette.
You ought to know how easy one of these things can go off, soldier.
If you got any sense at all, you put that gun away.
I promise the police won't try any rough stuff if you do.
Get smart, will you, Manette? Put that gun down.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, you? You promise?
They're closing in. I heard them talking just now. I heard them mention the dressing room.
You killed a man once, Manette, and you didn't get away with it. This time they're going to hang you.
Shut up.
You're not going to kill anybody here, Manette. You're not going to shoot me because you'll have to wait until I turn my back on you. And I'm not going to turn my back on you, see? And you're not going to shoot Jackie because I just now saw a cop come to that window.
Manette, stand where you are.
I came to kill you, Abigail, and that's just what I'm going to do. Step out of the way, soldier.
Drop that gun, Manette.
I'm not even sorry for you, Abigail. I'm not even...
Robert! Robert!
All the boys didn't go in.
Oh, Robert.
You know, I never saw you cry before. Not once.
Oh, Robert. Robert.
You can let go now, Abigail.
No.
You can let go now.
No, darling, no. Robert.
You heard what he said, Abigail. You can let go now.
Oh, take me home. Oh, please, take me home. Well, this is it. This is where I live. Thank you, Gary.
I was planning to go to the airport in a little while, Abigail. Except I'm not going until I know that you're all right. Until I know what you're going to do. I won't leave until I know.
You know, all of it was like a dream. A beautiful dream at first. And then a nightmare that wouldn't end. It would never end as long as I lived. But tonight it did end. I'm alive.
Abigail.
I'm all right. Really, I'm all right. I'll be going back now, Jerry. That's Maine, I mean. My grandparents, they live there. I think I'd like to see them.
Do you remember what you said a little while ago? You asked me to take you home. I can't tell you how that made me feel. I'd like to do that, Abigail. I want to do that. Back to Maine. Would you let me?
Oh, Jerry, you're looking ahead, and I know what you're thinking, but
It would be a mistake. Really, it would. I know it would.
Oh, you saved me from one mistake. I was going to San Francisco, remember? All I wanted to take you back, Abigail. And then maybe, if I ever get another leave sometime, maybe I could come and see you. If you'd like to see me.
If I'd like to. Oh, thanks, Jerry. I think that'll be fine.
Now that we've had our Christmas holiday 3 months ahead of time, I think you'll all agree that every minute of it was a great experience. Thanks to Loretta Young and 2 ex-servicemen we're proud to welcome to this theater, David Bruce and William Holden.
Oh, how about yourself, Bill? Last time I saw you, you were in uniform, too, and with eagles on your shoulders.
Well, Loretta, with your husband in the service, that makes this performance strictly GI. Right, boys?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, come, fellas. Let's be mobilized. You can treat the colonel like a human being now. He's just a producer.
Quiet, Loretta. Here in Hollywood, you don't refer to a producer as just a producer. Or as a human being.
Now, seriously, Bill, you must be glad to be making feature pictures with established stars again.
I am, David. But I feel that I've directed some of the biggest stars in the world these last few years.
Biggest stars in the world?
The men of the Army Air Forces.